Chat, what's up? How we doing? What's up? Let me delete some of these VODs.
GenG.
Alright, looks good.
DRX.
Yo. Otherman, thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Otherman with the first sub of the day. Tier 1 with the 3 months. Thank you. Xenix999 as well with a tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you both. Freshly showered, yeah. Honestly, we only just made it in time.
You're seeing our teams walk out right now. We have GenG and DRX. And Paperton, did I hear that right? Are there slightly louder cheers for DRX on the stage?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, the gold and the blue come out, but it's
this,
still
I'm going
the old
GenG.
that everyone is rooting for versus the new here
Didn't know
in
where to
Korea.
put
You know,
DRX,
they've been
honestly.
the stalwarts of Korea for so long. Are they going to be able to take their reign once again?
But then, don't forget, GenG, they've got
I guess we'll find out.
a already
Blinksy as well with the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the whole year, dude.
Sorry, I just wanted to say they have proven themselves, right? In Madrid.
This is a plat chat guarantee. I feel like they all would have gone for GenG.
This
It's
is
just the
truly
safest
a
option.
battle, probably the best battle that we're going to be seeing here on Split 1.
Oh, it is going to be an emotional battle as well. I wanted to go
think
back
that is
to
for
what I
sure the
addressed
safest
earlier about
option.
Latvia formerly being on the same team as Stax, as Mako, and everybody back.
The donations are going great. So we're doing, for people that weren't here yesterday as well, thank you for the setup and YouTube chat for that. We're doing Earth Day, so it's Earth Weekend, let's say. So we're at the same time fundraising for charity with Liquid. It's essentially to just try and get plastic out of the ocean.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Like,
So,
you see this with
very
players a lot
important.
where
We've only
there's
got
that
one
extra
Earth.
bit of
So it's a
emotional
very good
motivation that
cause.
does actually matter.
And Liquid
I think anybody who's
is
competed at a high level knows
doubling
that
everything
when you're
until
really emotionally
up until
invested in it,
5,000.
it can
So
definitely bring out higher
if
levels
you
of
do
it. Also
donate,
hurt you
it
as
pretty
well,
much
but
counts as double
I'm
because
really
Liquid are
looking at
matching
Lakia today
up
to step it
to
up, be that big clutch guy to set up
up
his
until
team
5,000.
with his
So yeah, if you
team,
want to get
make sure
involved,
texture is popping off.
then just
There's so
scan. I
many,
think it's by
like,
my head.
heads
I think you can
that
just
we
scan by
just
my
talk
head and
about
that's
days
good.
for days with DRX
And yeah, I'll
GenG.
just be
The
calling
one
out the
that
donations through the
always
day as well.
goes back to me, as was mentioned already, Bane
And then when we do, we spam the Sliggurf as well. Currently
so
on
let's see if they're
2,132, which is wild.
Let's pass it on over to our casters. We have Quack and we have Valdez.
Pretty much already smashed the target, but let's see how high we can get it.
Very much Deskers. Yeah, it's going to be a big one, you know, the gold and blue.
Victoria, hello,
it's
hello.
going to be the aim of Pride. Who's going to be the one that
Is
represents
it day off
Korea?
today?
And it comes back down to these two teams. Hey, I'm Quack. This, of course, is Valdez.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think that, as they were saying on the analyst desk, a lot of cheers.
Yes,
going
so
towards
I'm
DRX,
checking.
you know, this team that's been around for a
I'm
long
checking which
time,
one
very
I'm
dominant
allowed
for a
for
long
Pacific,
time,
and I
now
haven't
it
heard
does feel
back.
like kind of a
I'm
change
playing
in
it
the
safe at the
order
moment.
At the top, and we'll have to wait and see if DRX can try to reclaim that spot. I think, you know, GenG obviously with the more significant
I think I
results
can
in
have
recent
one,
times,
but
obviously,
I'm just waiting.
But if DRX just win
Honestly, I
one
might be able to work
match,
it out
and
through the
if
day
DRX
once I see
won
the
against GenG as well. Will be interesting
their
to
sponsors.
see how it shakes up at the top of the tier list, where there is a big gap between these three teams. As I mentioned, PRX along with these
For the
two,
experience of this league
and
stream,
the rest of the,
I apologize already.
Pacific here at VCT.
I mean, PRX definitely does have that effect on teams sometimes. And, you know,
Dude, no
first
one-
time that GenG beat DRX,
No
that
one
could be a
going
bit
for
of
the
a
Gecko,
fluke,
just
not
pure
really,
Cypher.
if anything. But then if DRX beats them now, that's going to be a whole different story.
Interesting.
Age of
NC with the
Competitions,
Prime, thank you so
tell me
much.
about
Thank you with the 8
It
months.
looks like nothing out of the ordinary for GenG, but DRX has a little bit of a swap on stacks.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see him bringing out the KO. We also do have the Brimstone here, but it is bind, so definitely a map.
KO?
that I
Nah,
think
KO is
DRX
becoming
pretty
way more
comfortable on.
common.
We saw some of the stats before we got into
It
this
becomes
map, and,
pretty
GenG,
hard for this
obviously with the one game
team
they
to
didn't
like
play, did
find
not,
info.
fare too well,
But a lot of
whereas
the
DRX
time you can rely on like the
enjoyed this map
trips.
for a while, and,
You got a
I
camera,
think it's
and then
gonna
you
be
got a
interesting
boom
to
bot
see if
as
they can
well.
come
So
out
it's
strong
like
here on their first
soft
map, taking
info,
the
hard
bind.
info with the
Yeah,
camera,
the
and then
other
soft
thing
info
also
with
is
the
just that
boom bot as
battle of
well.
the
So
rookies
it's
right now, right? Karen
not too
versus
bad.
Bane
They say
both
hard
on the
info,
Brimstone, but
I mean, it
Terran
is hard
so
info
far
with the camera
has
to get to see
been,
who's who.
the better performer,
It's
least
kind
on
of-
this role, because he's very consistent on it. He's
The
always
solo
sharp in
KO
the
is
game,
hard,
able to
but with
frag out
this
when
and
he
with
needs
this, it
to.
kind of makes up for it.
Meanwhile, Bane's still starting to, kind of get comfortable and get adjusted to all these different roles that
Yes,
he plays
actually I can.
sometimes.
Yeah, I think so far he has put on a good performance for being a rookie, but I think, as,
thank you for the
as time
reminder
comes
as well.
along, they will expect a bit more out of him if he wants to, stick in the roster and really have a big impact on this team. As looks like we're almost ready to jump onto Bind here for this first map.
Right.
What do you think, Quack? You think DRX is going to take this first one and then GenG sweep? You were a GenG
Oh.
predictor yourself,
Oh.
but Bind is kind of an interesting map. Or did
Sure.
GenG just come out here real
Got
strong?
no background on this.
It is hard to say. I definitely am a GenG predictor, but for this map, it
Okay,
has to be
GenG
intentional
on defense,
because this is
DRX
not
on
a very,
attack.
common or normal, usual map for DRX to pick. They did this with the intention of countering whatever
Kind of looks nice. Yeah, it depends what it's.
and that definitely is a result
depends
of
what's
that
behind
map
it, really,
against
right?
Paper Rex. GenG had such an abysmal first half against Paper Rex in that one. 10-2 on the attacking side. Thankfully, GenG is starting on the defense.
Okay,
stage,
so
let's
early
get
trip
ready
over
to rumble.
towards Hooker
Yeah,
as well.
GenG, they were,
If they actually
I think it
take
was
deep
2
map
and
control for
10
that.
on attack
Molly
against
towards
DRX,
long,
but again,
already
it's
missed.
a rough
Not
bet.
a
It's strong
great
team.
sign
It's
for
not
DRX.
a, maybe the map's not going to play a huge
Wanna
part.
call
but I think we're
Mako
gonna
out
figure
too
it
much,
pretty
but
early on.
I need to
We'll
recheck
see
that
how
one.
this one does go as we do
Siege,
see some
Siege,
pressure already
6-1, sorry,
headed
610.
towards
Thank you so
A-short
much,
here
man.
from
610.
DRX.
Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you for the 14 months.
Wow.
There's
Just
Charon.
an
They
entire
both get
wall of
close
smokes.
to the smoke. And he has
It all
no idea
disappears at the
Mako's on the
same
right. You
time,
can tell
so
by his pre-aim.
DRX trying to hang
Well,
back, looking
now
for the
means that doesn't
opportunity
matter.
to explode. Can't quite toxic screen creep in towards lamps. They hop on over because of Stax' splash, but unfortunately the effect is not quite there.
Hey, Meteor did great though. He did so good on this one. 65 HP for Mako. Definitely doable. Munchkin 20.
Yeah, pretty interesting that Meteor, he missed so many of those shots. It was
Might
really
be
close,
able
Mako
to,
only
and
got
probably
by
will be
one,
able
it
to,
looks
take
like,
2
but
individual
able to
1v1s
pick
since
up
they're so
the
far away.
spike and get that planted as well. And now he's got a pretty good position here.
Lucky it
and
has
Showers
one
just to
flash.
wait for
The
it to
potential
come in.
info. And once this gets cleared,
Couple of shots and he could be dead, so he has to be
Ooh.
crisp with this one. Starts off not too shabby. Munchkin down to 20. A single hit, that's enough. But the snake bite.
yeah,
pushes
there's a
him
gap at the
he
back.
has to sneak out,
Damn, that's
and he
crazy
swings
that he wins that.
With a bat.
That is madness.
Down to the
And like my only
cages. It's gonna
complaint
be
is
DRX winning the
Lakia
pistol.
has a flash,
I mean,
so I
that was
think
just
this
insane
or
from the
Showers
side
has
of
to get
Mako.
flashed
Usually
so they
when
get
Flash
info,
just barely-
and then they can play
Who's got
together.
the
That's my
last one
only
in, right, but he does
my only complaint
go
during
ahead
this.
and just barely
And
win
Mako
this one.
just
He's
played
able
it
swap
to
over the
perfection.
ghost, and then just essentially wins 3 1v1s in a row to clutch the round, right? So it felt like, he was doing a great job, but also GenG not really hitting those shots. He was so low, like just
Yeah, it
one
was-
good shot
Especially
would get
That
the
was
job
nice.
done. But
Okay, 3 rifles
you're
and
not
they're
gonna be able
allowed
to
2
do much
deaths.
on the last 1v1, but the first
You're lagging?
couple,
Yeah, a little
I feel
bit.
like GenG should have been able to put the nail.
I wonder
in
if
the
it's my
coffin,
end.
But Mako, I suppose he's got his evasive boots on today. I'm not sure.
It is Mako after all.
I can refresh stream
But
in a
then
bit
again,
maybe.
I am thinking about Stax right now. Last week, when they did play on this map against T1, DRX went with the Sky composition, now swapping over onto the KO. Something that, slightly, maybe a little bit more meta with the Sky nerfs coming through. Meanwhile, GenG's sticking on towards Sky. I wonder
Yeah,
if
let me,
he has like some specific lineups or
once this
specific
happens, once
ways
it's all
to
done,
make
I'll
use of his
refresh and
flash
I'll
drive just to
×2 for a little
enable
bit.
Buzz. It didn't
We'll
work
see
out
if that
too great in the
fixes it.
pistol.
That's
Oh,
a big
boy.
kill for
This
this.
time,
It's,
slightly foiled
it's
by
not a gun
Munchkin,
though, at least. That was just one of the
sneaking
people
outside
for
of
just
Hookah, able to take
finding
down
out
first.
info.
This means that DRX should be able to get this plant regardless. Note
Better
that
keep
it
an eye on
was,
Mako.
3
4
big
away.
rifle purchases from
He
the
could
side of
definitely
DRX,
farm
two
up an
guys
ult here.
sitting on the pistols, so it's kind of a fair fight in that
Like
sense.
Buzz is about to
start
farm
off,
up
but
though,
now
really.
Buzz has an amazing angle here. Gonna take one down.
That opens up new avenues of entry if he decides to push back from Halls, but instead it's just going to be Stax as well as Mako holding clean from Octagon. You only have Munchkin left, and he knows he can't do
What's
much.
going on?
Cackling on the
Yeah, I wonder what the comms are here.
It's like, what do I do, guys?
on the player cam. He's like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna Die to the spike here, as you do. And keep in mind that, you know, even though Bean went down with the rifle, Stax is able to get on in there, pick it up, and so
Yeah, it looks a little bit laggy, right?
Three
Let me
fantastic guns
reset
Like, what do I
this.
do, guys?
on the player cam. He's like, yeah, I think I'm just gonna die to the spike here.
This
As
for
you
a
do.
little
And
bit.
keep in mind that, you know, even though Bean went
Wait
down
until
with
the
rifle, Stax
spike
is able to
goes
get
and
in
then
there,
we're
pick it up. So now we're gonna have three fantastic guns going into this third round.
Okay, we'll do this and let's see if it's fixed up.
Would you look at that?
Should have the money here to buy a couple more as well. So generally,
Clove?
you know, you'd come into
Clove
this
is
round and it
enabled
would
in
be
Pacific,
pretty
yes.
advantageous for GenG, but DRX trying to match the firepower.
Lose all too much, and yeah, exactly. They're going to be able to buy back up just to match that, which means DRX does have a chance at converting this into a bonus. And if they do, that would be the perfect start against GenG on their map pick.
Shift plus?
Yeah,
What does that
especially
do?
because, as we saw, GenG not very well versed in the attacker side of this one, so maybe if DRX get a very
Do I make it the
nice
Omen updates?
first half
I
start
think it
and
has
then
something
they
to
go
do with the new map.
defense, might just be lights
Because
out
it doesn't
quickly
really
on
make
first
sense why they
half.
just randomly added it
But
in.
you can never really count
Unless
out
there's
GenG,
something that you
so
interact on
still
the
very
new map
early
that's
on in
pretty
this one. We'll have to wait
important.
and see how they can
And would make it
readjust.
like
But for now,
would
it
make it
definitely
make sense.
is DRX in control.
But
of that
I think it's like
beginning
an
of
Easter
match.
egg.
Earlier
That's
on
where
in
I'm at.
Crystal, it was like a slow creep up into towards A.
Not that it's much of an
GenG
Easter
weren't
egg.
expecting it, at least until they
Because we
finally
still
did.
have no idea.
Onto the second round, it was a play in towards B. This time,
Let's see if this
DRX
molly
maybe
hits.
slightly holding some
Missed
tempos,
earlier.
but they're
Dude,
tossing a bit
his
of
lineup
utility
keeps
into
missing,
B site.
and he's going to
It's
have
keeping
no
GenG
idea
in
until
their
someone
zones.
checks it.
And there's still going to be a couple of people on B at the moment, which is just fine. 3 people on A to try to stop this one, but obviously a lot of smokes in their face, trying to back
It
up the
could
members
honestly
of
cost
GenG.
them. We'll see.
Just
You
great
could just
timing
get
on the
free
utility
long
as well.
control. Or like free long
You're
info.
right. They had
every
3
time it
people,
happens.
And they had the right sensing as well. Knowing that DRX
Big
might
jaws
approach
into this.
side, they tossed the
Damn,
nades at the right
bro.
time, but
You're
as DRX
heavy
continues to push
committed
through
to
and
the
execute,
jaws.
They managed to take down
What a god.
GenG. But look at the
And he gets out of there.
surprising peek from Lakia.
Yeah, he made this one
Bit of a double.
doable. Really doable.
Might have been fun for a
Um,
second. Karen spots out a player.
kinda nice,
They have
though.
no idea that he's up here.
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing for Karin, though.
It's not
Could've been
too
just a
bad.
Free kill
Don't
on
do
the
that.
Foxy 9 to make it a 1v1 versus a weakened Buzz. He's still going to throw down the volley, and he will
do
be able to
that.
take
It's the most
kill
perfect molly I've ever
anyway,
seen.
knowing that Foxy was still in that corner.
Damn it, I will never doubt you again.
Oh,
Ever.
Buzz had
I
no idea
apologize.
where Karen was.
Incredible
and once
molly.
again, the rookie proves, yeah, he's no longer a rookie. It's time we shed that title.
That's such a good
He comes
1v2.
in and
What
he
the
knows
hell?
exactly how to make use of his positioning and timing.
You bet that
to
looked like the
catch up to
easiest
the last
1v2
suspecting
ever.
player of DRX.
Take a look at this entry. All 3 members of GenG were just right on top of the site, right in front of showers here, so they were kind of stacked. But
Yeah, impressive
DRX
2v4
did not
though.
expect
Gotta give him
Lakia to
that.
just full-on peek out of the smoke, picks up 2, makes it close, and gives Karen a chance to essentially just clutch it there 1v2 with a nice
And
angle up in
they
heaven,
win
so.
the round. They
That's
lose
a smart move from GenG as
too
well. I feel
many
like
people,
Lakia,
so they
staying hidden
decide
inside that smoke was
to
something that
eco.
DRX did not
The
expect
hero
whatsoever.
gun gets
Valdez,
thrown over towards
because
texture.
If you're
So
DRX, you're thinking, yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably going to be a 3-2 setup.
maybe a similar vibe to what Liquid
did not
think,
expect
where
the
it's
move
just
whatsoever.
like our full buys and practices has such a
However, they
high
did
win
lose a lot of
percentage that we just
rifles,
always
in that process,
do
so
whatever we
GenG is
can
gonna
to
be
get full
playing this
buys, and
round with
sometimes that means if you win a
3
round
upgraded
close,
pistols. Oh boy.
you got to
Well,
eco.
already come.
The thing about this is DRX
Ghost
have a
counts.
chance to get crazy money, so we
quite.
really need to keep an eye on just how many people live.
At least they bought something. Foxy 9 just hanging out here. Ooh, not gonna hit that shot. Meteor actually gets some damage down and stays.
Yeah,
at
he
full
caused the
health.
damage and gets his teammate to come.
Still GenG. Always deadly and lethal, even on the Thrifty.
Did he cross before the camera?
Both Cyphers playing with their cameras, but for now, GenG has gotten
That's
the
a
hint
big
that
kill.
it
It gets
is an A
all
hit.
picks up the
Fewer of them
gun,
have been tossed out,
and they double
and
TP, but there's
DRX
2
make the
people
call
close
to Go
behind.
through the teleport. Texture
my God.
manages to catch them through market though, because they pushed out.
God, it's a great
movements,
nade.
and all of a sudden DRX are caught in a pinch. Stax is gonna have to fight his way out of this one. Another move through the teleporter. He
Holy.
hops over, safe inside of Hookah.
Big duel.
Mako has the positioning, but needs to push off some of the GenG
Man, look how
players
well
as they
GenG
try
are
to
playing this
continue to apply
round.
pressure.
The guy that insta goes straight long as well.
We do have the pit
Yeah,
here.
and they
They
got
will
a
be
pit
committed
here,
to
but
in
it's
the
still a hard round to
2v3.
win
See a
even
couple
with the
guys
pit,
upgraded
because
to
they
the
can be
rifles on the
everywhere
side
and you're
of
going to get
GenG.
spammed out, so at one
Now
point they
Mako
have to take a
thinking
risk
about
and push
getting
through.
out of this pit and looking for a pick on a
There it
Meteor.
is.
He is out. They did not expect him, but Meteor's still doing a pretty good job. and will
Damn,
take the
bro, this
headshot.
was an impressive round to watch.
As it goes down
Okay,
to
and they
Stacks,
just
I mean,
have one
completely
hero gun into
surrounded.
it. They pick up
He
2
heard the
guns and they
defuse,
have the
so he's
money
starting
saved
to,
from
you know,
the round
get a little
anyway.
jittery,
Their
but
money's outrageously
then the
good.
swing from GenG comes out. I mean, Mako definitely tried in that instance,
Cypher.
but sometimes it's just Meteor able
Cypher
to
defuse.
redeem himself from that first pistol.
Yeah, Meteor doing a great job.
That's
in
interesting.
That high pressure situation.
DRX
but
like the
pretty interesting
default
for
maybe,
DRX to
and they
use
think
a
they
lot
can
of
overwhelm over
utility
towards
early
showers,
on. They
get
felt
one
like,
off,
okay,
and
we have the
then
advantage in
Cypher
terms of
camera all the
firepower. We
time.
should be able to take this one, but so many 1v1s actually just went the way of GenG and Texture. Able to get that kill on the
Played it very
backside,
well
and
though.
this
There was
one
like
obviously
no
going
no
to
one
Meteor,
overstepped ever.
and slowly one by
But
one.
Literally
the
no
dominoes
oversteps.
fell.
It was like the most perfect, the most perfect example of discipline in this game you can
explains it,
probably
I
have.
guess.
Okay, we
Yeah,
got
it really
Brimall,
tells
and they
you
have a
that,
Bucky, so double
GenG,
satchel over
even
towards
with the
Lamps.
pistols,
And we
they are
do have
actually starting
trip
to take
that.
control of
Did
this
they
match
double up
right
this
now.
trip? I think. Got a higher, lower
Very
trip.
intentional moves to take control over market. On to the next round, and this time it's going to be DRX
No,
with
just
the
a higher trip.
slow,
I have no idea what this
slightly
other trip
lesser
is.
buy. You've got the Bucky, you've got the Stinger, and they've rushed in. They haven't found any contact, though. GenG making sure to
Guidedog
keep their distance.
at least discovers the Bucky and Lamps. So no one's going
Lamp is
Lamps.
gonna come down the cage.
Which means they gotta stop the
Balls
plant.
as well.
What
They're
is going
going
on
that
there?
one, and a quick
That's not my
headshot from the
stream,
Sheriff
right?
Here from Foxy9,
Why did that look so mental?
who's getting a bit of revenge here for what happened last round in Showers.
No spike plant yet, though, Valdez. Because look at Lakia. He's able to watch these angles, trying to flick back and forth. DRX trying to keep him on his toes, peeking out left, right at the same time.
Seekers
Got
goes
the
out. They're
Seekers
kind of close to
deployed,
getting
though.
ecoed back.
Karen is here and ready to frag out. He's got the molly.
Another solid molly.
Deploy it
There's
just
a
to
smoke on the
hold
plant.
off Showers for the time being. Lakia goes in to investigate.
16 HP.
Cloud. Lakia
And he
able to
gets
flick back onto it,
tagged,
keeps
and the
his-
last
himself
time this guy
alive
was
for just
shown
one
was
more
over
second.
towards Showers. Somehow killed the
But
camera
firing
with
off
that
those
though.
shots, gave away his
Holy, nicely
position.
done from
Foxy
Foxy.
knew
It was a nightmare in
exactly
Showers.
where to peek.
And Mako
That's
did
just
incredibly
kinda
well as well.
ridiculous that Mako's able to just sneak on through the smoke with a classic and just
It was
get
a
the
high-low
drop
trip,
on
but
the
they
guy
destroyed
and
one of the
take him
trips.
down.
Oh,
Mako
interesting.
has been so slippery and sneaky this entire map so far, and is going to pick up his 8th kill in that one. This shot from Foxy9 plus the ult really gave his team a chance, I think, in this one. And from on top of the box is able to lock it down. I didn't catch what he said, but the audience really liked that.
Yeah, the audience enjoyed that. Whatever was
Yeah,
said.
I feel like it might have something to do with that Sheriff kill, and you're absolutely right. It gives DRX like even odds in terms of numbers and firepower. But Mako doing that move through the smoke, same thing that Lakia did. Both teams fairly evenly matched. Just when you think GenG has taken control, DRX takes it right back. Texture now trying to hold the off angle. Bane swings, takes him down.
Wait, this guy
It's gonna be a bit
in
of a
Showers
backlash,
is
but
so
look, Fox9
dead.
played through his cyber cages.
Wait,
trying
he's
to
done
retain control over
incredible, and they
Showers.
killed the passing
Meanwhile,
over towards
Stacks
Showers that I
wants
thought
it
was
to
going to
take control
pinch.
over
I
the
think GenG
site.
needed to pinch
And the
this
spike
guy.
has been
I'm not gonna
planted.
lie.
Meteor and
Especially with the
Karen
TP here, it
having
just
to
ends up
retake.
being like an individual
I mean,
1v1.
we heard
Foxy did
Paper Thin
so
talking
good
about
with his
kinda the
cages.
emotional edge, that emotional feeling coming into the match. I feel like TRX are playing with such flair so far, such fire in their gameplay. Foxy9 is like, I will hold the Showers. Nobody else.
Yeah,
will
I mean,
challenge me in
Foxy9
here.
is winning
He's
them a
just hitting
lot
some
of rounds.
ridiculous
Yeah.
shots. They plan on A again.
He's
This time
just,
it's an easy cleanup. 4 people
they
stay
gotta
alive.
deal with him. But I do feel like
Very
if you
close this
TP
time
Showers,
around.
there has to be some comms that you're actually taking Showers control. And it felt like that positioning wasn't ready for this.
Was really the highlight of this round for me.
Even Foxy's like, why am I not getting pinched there?
He's done a phenomenal job at controlling Shower so far. The way that he's making use of his utility, the way that he's keeping the attention away from some of these
Yeah,
GenG
and they're just
players.
not together.
That was
So
a
this time that
round
makes a lot of
where
sense.
DRX's game plan went perfect. They kind of anticipated where some of the GenG players
Close
would
the
hold,
YouTube
especially
chat
with
box,
Texture
it might
on
help
the
with the
angle,
lag.
and they just went in. Everyone
This.
had the right entries, the right trades, the right protocols. Foxy staying alive inside of Showers as well.
Let's see if that helps.
Pretty insane stuff. Pretty early timeout call as well from the side of GenG, but I would
Maybe
assume
my
that
PC,
Phil
I
was
guess.
like,
Maybe I
well,
need
this
to reset my
exactly
PC.
what we prepared. So let's take a little breather.
Nomadic, thank
we're
you
a
so
lot
much for
better
the
on
3
defense
months.
last time
Thank
we
you,
played on
thank
this
you.
map. Let's try to
Gym
figure
today?
this
No,
out
but I
and
went
see
gym
what's going
yesterday. I
wrong.
pretty much can't go gym this
Why
whole
we
week
can't
just
really
because
hold
super week.
this big
Too
pressure
much.
from the side of DRX.
America's super weeks
And
now,
DRX
so
are coming at them pretty fast. I think that
Means
DRX are
that
getting a
there's,
pretty good read on the tempo of the map so
a
far.
lot of
and
games this week.
Just getting in their faces,
A
holding
lot
down
of games.
showers. Fox and Nine's doing a great job there, as we've mentioned many times. But also the entries have been very clean through short as well. And GenG have just kind of, you know, fallen apart and just let it happen so far, essentially. So I think as a coach, you want to
I'm not Jevy. Thank you so much for the 19 months as well.
Maybe try to readjust.
What teams in
because so far
Pacific
the
might
defense
use
has not
Clove?
looked great for GenG.
I reckon
Yeah, definitely
none
wanting
for
to
split,
feel a bit more
1.
active
If
with
there's
their
anyone, it's
movements on
Paper
this
X
defensive
at
side. You
1.
don't want to stay too passive.
And then
You don't
after
want to
that,
play into
probably
your
also
opponent's
Paper
game.
X.
And that's, I feel like, something that happened with that GenG match finals against Sentinels as well in Madrid.
But yeah,
so
I think it's too
definitely
early
wanting to
to
matters into their own hands right now. You can see that
They don't really
adjusted
slot
to
in, is the
hookah
issue.
control, a bit of an off angle, a bit of a crossfire.
maybe on
being
some
set up.
comps and some maps,
Textures
but I think you got to change all those stuff.
Through to Garden is crucial here, though. I think he's got
Okay, we've got to keep an eye on this.
I feel like
Double
they have a pretty good read
double
on this
hero
push coming
gun,
in.
and
gosh,
do
I'm
they
sorry.
clear left?
Uh-oh. Are they just going to walk into this?
toss running
They
through.
do, but the
DRX
first
is
person that
prepared.
cleared it got
Buzz
insta
with a
popped.
buzzsaw, just
And I at least
cuts
like
them
this
in
from
half.
GenG, it's being a little bit
Foxy9 and
proactive. Do they expect the
able to
second gun
trade
here?
Meteor with
No,
nothing but
bait could have
Guardian,
worked well
just
though.
tries to fire
DRX
off a
are
couple of rounds,
stacking
but
up some
Mako ends
rounds.
his life. It's gonna be DRX with yet another round on the board.
Yeah, 2 people stay alive.
One of the
as well.
weaknesses
Their
of the
economy's very
DRX
healthy.
comp,
Wasn't
it,
a buy round from GenG,
in
so I
theory
like
it
how they
struggles
kind
to
of,
get
as you
info,
mentioned, they were
but
active. They got aggressive. They tried to
they
put on
honestly,
in there. They got a
with the
bit of
Cypher,
value. They
it's
win
pretty
the
strong.
round, of course, but at least
Similar
they
to
took
like a
some
lot of
guns
the
out
stuff
hands
that
of DRX,
Bert used to do.
and at the end of the day, they just
Some teams will think
white
that
check
this
every
comp isn't
single
that good,
corner
but
and Garden.
I really think that
So,
the meta
another
at the
round does
moment,
go
I
over
think
to
it's
DRX.
heavy KO based. I think
Let's see
KO
how
is
this
so
next one
strong
gonna
right
go.
now.
We still have 3 ults available here for the side of GenG.
Just makes
that's what
sense.
this
Against
timeout was
Gecko, you
for.
have a strong nade.
Got
The double
texture on
flashes with
the
lineups are
operator
just
on
incredibly
top
good.
of 3
The
ultimates,
knife's
like you
so
mentioned,
good against
Valdez,
Gecko as
so
well when that's getting played loads.
very,
So is your ult. Everyone's
very
playing Raze as well.
advantageous
The knife is
hit
incredible
for-
against the
for
Raze
retakes,
ult.
you know, you're
Same as
able
your
to
ult.
hang back, maybe Texture
I
whittles
just
them
think
down with that op.
I
If
think
he's able to
KO
get
is
an
too
open
strong
pick,
at the moment,
hang
considering
back, come back
what
in with
agents
a
are like
showstopper. A lot of
becoming
options
meta.
that GenG can utilize in this
Okay,
round.
this is a big round for GenG. We're gonna
Yeah,
opt
definitely can.
out.
DRX finally, it
Up
feels
on
like
track.
getting their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit.
My eyes are down.
Mate, Foxy's
That hasn't
Foxy's
necessarily
is
worked
the
out
king
for
of
them. I feel like
showers
the
at the
last
moment.
time
He's
they
just
did
dominating
they
this
used a lot of
area.
utility, tried
Like,
to
what is
bait
going on
GenG
here?
out, and then kinda
They don't even want to duel
just
him
were a little
anymore.
bit slower.
You take full map control.
the pace that
Okay,
has been
this was a
working.
very good timing of the Skydog
didn't
though.
quite work out in that
50-second
round, but now
Skydogs.
they
Normally
are
when
going to
teams
group up
start
fully
to
towards
group
A.
up,
Already
we see most
rotation coming out
IGLs
of
make a
GenG.
call at like 55, 50, 45
Having pushed out,
in terms of
Aaron sees
group up and
everything.
hit a site.
Here comes the
So at
execute from
50,
DRX. Showstopper for
damn, that
Showstopper.
was nice reaction. At 50 seconds, they Skydog over towards long, means they get a fast rotate to come in there. It means they have 4 people fighting site.
It's the Viper's Pit deployed from Munchkin that keeps them in the game. Look at how it covers just around the edge of Showers. Invites Foxy9 along with Mako inside of it though. But as he peeks
Yeah,
out,
they just got
Texture is
too
right on the
many
other side of the
numbers
door,
here.
Says hello. Mako down
Smart
1
position
HP.
from Mako,
He
but
drops the pit. Mako having to clutch this out, but the round's already gone. He just wants to keep his rifle or do
Okay.
as much damage as possible. Able to
Lovely
flick
shot
onto
from
the
Texture.
first,
Great round from him.
but then
It's a
here
very
comes
nice
Texture,
reactive ult.
sounding off that
Um,
operator again.
Yeah, just shout out to Lakia, to be honest. The Skydog coming in this early just meant they had 4 people once the site hit happened.
But eventually,
Like the most perfect thing you could wish for.
And of course, the showstopper for showstopper going the way of GenG
Oh,
absolutely helped. Lakia got
and
the
that.
2K.
That helps.
The angle.
That definitely helps as well. That was fast.
Doesn't require much of an explanation.
Dude, the timeouts have been so different
I
from
don't know, I
DRX
love
now,
it,
by the
dude.
way.
Like, both
The
teams
timeouts have just fully
wholeheartedly
changed
on
for
the
DRX.
stage. You can tell that
They
this
lose one,
it
they
is a
insta
serious
timeout.
match. You know, they're trying to fight
Anon,
for
thank you for the
pride
gift.
of
Thank you for the
Korea
gifted
and
sub.
all of that. But at the
Appreciate
same
that.
time, they're old teammates. They know each other. They're having fun.
And Dre__NX with the Prime as well. Welcome into the Slug Club. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you for that. Thanks for using
And
the climb
now
on
I
me.
guess Termy's just going to say, well, we've had a couple of rounds that looked a little bit like this one, and I don't want to really see that. Just stick to what has been working, and that has been just pretty straightforward play, straightforward rushes onto the A site. Don't get too tricky, don't get too fancy with your play, and I think that should work out for you. That's my read at least, but let's see if DRX
And they
stick to
changed the
the
HUD background.
aggression.
Yeah, I feel like you're onto something as well, Valdez. Because in that previous round, Buzz used the showstopper. They tried to go in with some kind of a tricky execute, playing off of timing and all that, cutting noise.
No
But
real
GenG
ults for this one.
anticipated it,
I mean, we got
GenG's
Cypher,
timeout
but
from Coach Solar before
and
definitely set them up for
GenG
that specific trap. That's why Texture was able
all
to secure the
person
showstopper kill. That's why Lakia had the
stack
positioning
B
to go in for
at
that
the
spring
beginning just
transfer.
to do the smoke. Then a
This
rotate
time,
comes in. Okay.
DRX has to
Well, they were
deal
going to
against
hard force
Texture's
stack here,
operator.
which would have been the right call as we look at the minimap.
Let's see what term he has in store for us.
If
Lucky
Mako
with
gets
that
this
as well.
orb,
He
I'm
was
not
able
saying
to
he
get in
will,
there
but
and
if he
get kind
does,
of
he
a
gets this orb.
Opportunistic orb that does give him the Seekers for a potential retake situation. DRX are going to
smoke
commit onto
out.
this B site.
Absolutely right. And it is a bit of a sound cue as well. DRX are thinking, where could Texture's operator be? We do not want to lose.
Foxy has camera still, but
early
he wants to
teammates
do
to
the
this
camera deep.
boomstick.
That's the issue at the moment.
But so far, they haven't seen it yet.
So he should
No, he's
cage
not
close
holding
and
the
then do
angle
it.
on site. Those
Okay,
nades
this
have
is
just been
interesting
tossed
from
down, so
GenG. They
definitely
do the 3
call.
smokes, 1, 2,
And
3,
Texture's
and you
instead of-
normally do this when there's 5
Yeah,
people
there's
hitting
just so
long,
much
but as we
smoke
can
in his
see, we're
face.
lurking
I
one towards
don't
showers.
envy his position right now, and Lakia, the first one to go down.
What a shot.
We saw
How?
the flick from the
How?
opposite angle. He's gonna hit it. Kind of insane stuff. I don't know how he managed that, but now he's
Okay.
gonna switch on over to the Vandal, and Munchkin also picks up a kill.
How, though?
Spike has been planted
That's
after all. But Munchkin
mad.
getting that kill,
Okay.
you're right, Valdez does give GenG
No
a bit
util
more
for after plant. They
numbers
just got to frag
advantage.
out heavy. They already
They've
take
managed to
sight.
make
They
their
have
way onto
vision
site,
block.
but they haven't spotted out the stacks
Oh,
just yet.
he
A bit
thought
of
he
a screen
killed him.
transfer, but just the dink, not the kill. It's gonna
Whoa.
be Buzz and Bane
Damn,
holding
bro.
from
Okay, well, they still did it.
backsides.
Still
Inside
didn't
of
matter.
Hookah, inside of
Yeah,
Garden,
Stack
they
did enough
managed to
damage
get
here. Nicely
their
done from
own.
DRX. They did just frag
still
out.
on top of
And
things with the
GenG win a
post-point
round
scenario.
and they lose the next.
Yeah, it was a 4v3 in
And
favor of
that is a
GenG
disaster.
in
As
that
we can
post-plant
see, there's
scenario,
like
but the 4
3
of them
people that
just
come by here.
Understanding where DRX were, and they try to push on towards them.
Bro, Foxy
as-
still got one
look at
here.
those stacks, just
Pretty sure they
fantastic.
were
He doesn't
convinced
hit
they
the
were all
second
long
shot,
as well.
but He distracts everybody.
You would normally don't do
And
that.
eventually Buzz
Normally
and
don't
Bane
do this
clean it
smoke.
up. Just a little chuckle there from Buzz, man. None of these cackles and
Yeah, I like
giggles
this round
we've
from
seen the
DRX, so
other
this is a
players.
nice round.
I love it.
Mate,
It's one of
Foxy
those,
9.
like,
What a change putting him on Sentinel.
They do have double GenG scoreline right now.
He
and
really
this
actually just, like,
continues. We saw GenG's
really
attacking half
shows
last
off how
week,
much of a
or
smart
a
player
couple
he
weeks
is.
ago. Wasn't,
Which is pretty cool.
wasn't great. So DRX having a good time. They just continue to pile drive.
Yeah,
through
GenG got
the
an eco, we
smokes.
got the hero gun.
Yeah, at the end of
A
the day,
Munchkin.
you're just hoping that when that orb drops, there's not 4 people in your face. He didn't get like,
Whoa.
oh god!
Cameron, what the hell was that?
Nasty.
What is
That
that?
was disgusting.
That's a free gun.
This guy, his wrist, his hand is an extension of his aim, and in the way that he just, like, in the zone, doesn't even think about it, just flicks onto his head.
Yeah,
Now
with
hangs
this
back
kill,
and sets up the orbital strike.
they
if
wanna
DRX
use the ult
continues to
onto
push
this.
through. And this is why GenG's always deadly, even when they don't have the best buys.
Yeah, they're just so fantastic at getting
I mean, look at the
value
damage done as
where
well.
there might not normally be value.
30
To
seconds
figure
left.
out a way. Let's see how this push. It does look
Here
like
you
DRX
go.
will commit
Ooh,
onto this
smoke
B side.
going up means they're
They
probably
have the
gonna hit.
teleporter, though. I don't know, 20 seconds and they continue to walk forward. It's a death trap.
Lovely.
GenG just
Big Jewel's
executes.
coming up here.
Here
Foxy
comes
got
the
a big jewel.
gigantic laser
Second
from
big
up
jewel.
above,
Mate,
but
Foxy 9
barrels through. With
This
nothing but a
kid
Vandal, he continues to push
is
up.
just winning
Down to the 2-on-1
so
against
many
Meteor.
rounds by getting the
Meteor
important kill.
does have his Marshal, and he
Can't
is
express it
known
enough. It's like every time
for
his
slick
jewel
game
is
back,
like,
but how can you shoot
will
what
it be
you
a
can't
crossfire
see?
that they're going up against
Lots
or
of
not?
rifles on
He
the
kills
ground,
the
though.
person, no crossfire.
So
Every
he'll
single
pick up a
time, over
Vandal,
towards
and I
Showers, over towards Hookah.
Gives him a chance,
It's
but 2v1
ridiculous. And
with
then
a
this
pit up
one,
is
just double
so desperate
entry, really.
for Meteor.
His health trickles away, has to step back out.
Oh, and Foxy
Right
Knights.
underneath Foxy's nose.
He's got the position. There's just not really enough time.
Oh, man.
Beast, bro. What a beast. Lovely ult from Mako as well. Very nicely done. How many kills is he on? He feels like he's silently fragging heavy.
If I don't see him around,
Yeah, 12 to
he's probably
6.
going to be either inside or away from the site.
Foxy has been having a great split so far, and
Yeah, they're going to be fun to watch this year. This is this guy. Hey Bucko, thank you so much. Thank you with the Prime. Appreciate the 2 months. And Maple as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 22 months. Thank you so much.
Essentially gives them a chance in the 2v1 with the pit. Yes, they did
Go through as well with the bits, man. Appreciate that. The DRX Masterclass, honestly, it really is at the moment. It really is. Been great to watch.
Damn good. 7-3. Now
It'd be really cool to like,
if they don't take this round,
because at the top we're saying GenG, Paper X. It'd be really cool to add DRX here and have 3 teams that look like they can actually do like really good at Masters.
They start to get more, retrieve more information with Lakia holding just right outside Octagon. DRX not giving away too much.
Yeah, DRX waiting on this one once again. It does look like Mako's going to hold down in Hookah for a little bit, but the rest of the team is definitely
in theory, you don't get too much info for that, but it is a mad distraction for the 2-person push. GenG being very proactive, and I'm a big fan of this, to be honest. Some teams aren't proactive enough. Their timing...
And his buddy,
now what? Yeah, they should both go for this kill. Yeah, that's great. Now these guys are going to speed up over towards site, and a lot is on Munchkin.
At the same time, so much
and of course, Foxy9 again breaks the potential crossfire that might be happening.
Able to get the heads-up duel against Foxy9.
Shot.
He is him. He's been doing this all day around showers. Meteor tries to do what he can, playing outside of the smokes, but the plant has gone down. Now look at DRX's positioning. You've got Bane who's backed up because he's got all the utility, the ultimate as well, but he doesn't even need it.
It's so good right
going
now.
In for the double kill inside
really
of
is.
Lamps.
Foxy, low HP. Ult goes in. Does it touch the corner as well? It does touch the corner. Wow, man. They're very impressive at the moment. This was nice. An ult to get the spike, but it also covers the most common corner that people are going to go reactively once the ult goes down.
The hat trick to secure
this is nice. Is this Showers Jewel gets lost, it's pretty much done round.
Sure about the orbital strike being invested, but sure, why not? Let's secure the round.
Yeah, I'm so fine with the ult being invested.
Sure
It was great.
At least an 8-4, if not a 9-3. And that is why this map pick was so intentional against GenG.
Yeah, it definitely was. Stacks is like, this is my zone, bro. Like, you don't come to the
flash into the
zone
corner, the
and take
satchel
down
out.
Stacks, who's named after me. And, well, he's doing a great job.
The
He hasn't
cage
necessarily
to
been
block the camera as well when they were going aggro.
He's showing up when they need him most.
Starting to climb up for sure. Right up next to Foxy9.
And look at this. We look at the mini-map. This is a 5-person gamble stack.
DRX executes along with the null command.
Just as the dog was going to stun, the ult came in and stopped it. Okay, the over-rotate is the one here, though. And that's pretty much how they won their buy rounds, right? We had the 4-person round over towards A with the Skydog towards long B. And then this one here where they just took a gamble once they had cleared showers.
Tries to hop on over. But because of the smoke deployed right in his face, he's not able to peek out of Hookah. If he doubles back, he's going to have to consider if someone might have...
He doesn't win this, though, right?
So firing off a couple of warning shots, he tries to bait out further information. But GenG's not giving anything up.
30 seconds left.
Spots a hat.
Okay.
Oh, and the showstopper doesn't connect. Just a bit of splash damage and Foxy9
he still gets the kill.
Way too many players.
Look at man. I'm so impressed with him today. He's just looking great, man. He really is. He's doing stuff that should never be happening. He's always good for one. He is always good for one, and in the positions that he's playing, that's everything. It really is.
Because the rest of the map, the rest of the half, not very good for them. DRX
still kind of okay for GenG, right? You can definitely come back on the attack side on this map. Still think that, I mean, that's a gamble stack for 2 of their rounds, but that's why.
Everybody else is stepping up to the plate, like Mako early on, and then obviously Foxy9 Stacks. And even Buzz had that one round, right, where they're just popping off, getting 2Ks, 3Ks.
Oh, Caesar for
but
sure,
the
man.
execution
He's
was
looking
really the
so
big
good,
thing.
bro.
As a team, DRX just feel like they're a lot more comfortable.
I
on
think
this map
Bleed
so
win
far.
today. Who are Bleed playing
Definitely
again?
right. I mean, that's what DRX does. If you give them the space,
I'm pretty sure
and
I'm
the time
massively
to set
off
up,
the Bleed train, my
you
guy.
have to anticipate and you have to
DFM?
work
Oh
against
no,
their
I'm on
execute.
I'm
It's
on
just
board
gonna
with
be a
DFM.
flurry of utilities shoving down your face, and it keeps happening. GenG didn't really
Might
do
be
all that
one of the
much
best
against
chances
them.
for
I mean,
Bleed to get a
I think
game
they
though,
started to
but
try towards the end of the half, but
I just can't in
you
my
know,
right
it
mind
didn't
after
really work
watching
out too
Bleed
well,
ever say that they can
especially
win a
from, you know,
game.
rounds 5 to 7, 9 to
That's
11.
the issue.
That's just what it is.
Yeah.
So on to this next half now. GenG on the attack. Again, they didn't have the best time against Paper X.
Yeah, they only took 2 rounds, and they started off on attack in that match. So it went 2 and 10, and then eventually PRX did take the win, obviously. But yeah, hoping that maybe they learned a lot from that match, and they can say, okay,
Right,
this
must
is how we've
win pistol
readjusted.
for GenG. 1-0 in
see what
terms
they
of
bring
pistols
to
for
the table this
DRX.
time around, and not just say that it'll definitely be DRX's. And it's going to start from this pistol round. DRX pushing out of showers, just trying to clear it out. Looks like they got the camera, but that's about it for now.
Listen,
Oh, yeah.
camera gets shot.
Nothing doing.
Insta group
GenG's
from the
hanging back, you know
Cypher.
why? Because
And the
Paper X
Sky
pushes
groups
out on
in with the
defense.
raise.
Yeah.
4-person
It's not a bad idea, I
setup.
think, to wait, 10, 15 seconds.
Nades to break the trips.
Now we're hearing
Guy
a little
dug
bit
to
more
go
utility
in.
from both sides.
And he...
Texture's nade will catch Bane.
Here.
It's a bit of
What?
a lineup into the corner.
But the
and I
guy
think
was
Bane had
tanking
no
the damage
idea
from the wall, though.
that there were
And then the
explosives
nade
raining from
came in and
above.
he was already committed.
Now it's going to be a bit of a teleporter play.
That
as
is an
DRX
like,
senses the
how on
rotations from
earth has that
GenG,
even
but
occurred?
Texture holds back.
Why was he
Mako
tanking
able to
damage
trade
from the wall
back
the whole
out.
time? Did he think... Was he trying to
Get
look to see if
2-on-3
there was a
retreat.
gap
It's
behind
looking
it?
pretty good for GenG for now, but still a chance for DRX. Let's see if they can get on in here, but the angle from Meteor is too good, and he'll take down both
I am
as well.
shocked by this
Flips
first
to
kill.
180,
That
takes out
should
Mako as
never
well,
be getting...
and gets
It's a scatter
revenge
nade.
for
It's
the
literally to
first
break
half.
the... Yeah,
It's
look,
gonna be a good start
even
here
they're,
for GenG
even
on
they're
the
talking
attack.
about, dude, how have we
Starting
died
to heat
here?
up. I mean, I got to see that. Yeah, that's the lineup. There we go. Along with the Trailblazer as
Bane
well, so
to
he just
dodge
could
it,
not
falls
escape.
back into the wall,
Then the rotational
tanks enough
play.
damage,
This is a
and then the
masterclass in how
Scattered
you wanna
kills
work
him.
the map on bind. So definitely reworking
That's
a lot
bad.
of
Sure.
strategies.
Okay,
on
1-1 in
this time.
terms of the pistols. Yeah, I mean, the wall was
definitely
incredible.
A bit better
I'm not
so
sure that
far.
should ever be happening,
Okay.
but I like
Slow
it.
them down with the Bulldog. Why not? DRX trying to challenge out here on long, but did not go well for them.
That's a big chunk out of DRX.
I reckon the
Look at
Scattered
Bane
would have done
trying to sneak
70
in for
anyway,
some
so all you have to do is
classic
get
right clicks
amped by the
perhaps.
wall.
Does not anticipate Texture on his side. The rest of DRX now just continuing to walk
Yeah, and
through.
it's, in
Unfortunately,
terms of
this
this
is not
one,
a great
love
thing
how
because
everyone at the moment, both teams,
it's free ult points
adopted the
for
FBX
GenG.
by
Every kill that they get,
just
they're
3
working
rifles,
towards
2
their
deaths
ultimate.
allowed.
Texture and Locky are halfway through
And
theirs now.
it's definitely a lot easier
And,
than
there's
it
still a
used to be to
full
make this
minute,
cleaner, right? Because people are scared of
maybe
the
minute,
outlaw, so people
30,
just buy
40 seconds if they get the spike
people are
down.
just literally buying nothing into
Oh,
this.
We've spotted
So,
Mako.
to
Locky's
not
like,
lose
"Okay,
guns or
he's
to make
not-
sure
he's
you
not in it. Let's
lose
go in for the plan."
less than 2. It's a lot easier than it used to
Mako.
be, so
I think he's in a pretty easy
the
spot
bonus
to get
round
hunted down.
potentially
He's
might start
at the moment just charging onto the site. He's
start
even
not
gonna
being a
waste
thing.
his
We'll
time
see.
and try to
Texture
die to the
almost
spike.
goes
He'll
down.
just
We've
go
got
in
1, 2, 3 armory buys.
Die?
Fletch, thank you so much, man.
What
Fletch,
word could we
XP with the prime.
possibly say?
Thank you for the
Yeah.
14 months, bro.
And
Appreciate
it's a
you.
flawless round from GenG, so nice amount of ult charge built up and feeling pretty good about their position.
That's right. Fantastic, just absolutely fantastic start for GenG in the second half. It gives them a lot of confidence as to how they might be able to come back from that 4-8. If they take this round, because of the ultimates that they've started to build
Bonus
up,
round might
and
not stop.
because
Yeah,
of
because
the
look at this,
castle
right?
that
This is
they've started
technically a
to
bonus
gain as
round.
well, it was
So
a
can we
flawless
really call
round,
this a
mind you,
bonus
so
round? Look how good it is.
winning this against DRX, or even at least
But when
taking
people are doing the 3
4 rifles away
rifles,
from them
2 ghosts,
would be a
I
huge
don't know
win.
if we can call this a bonus round anymore when it's literally a full buy against
Yeah,
a full
definitely
buy.
would. I think that GenG are going
Like
to
any other round, we would call this a full buy.
and just try to be very careful about how they approach this. because they want to continue with this lead that they have. They do not want to give any freebies over to the side of DRX.
We got it.
Right now we do
We're
have a couple
3-2
of
at the
guys
moment,
pushing
and this is
already
the thing
through
about
showers
DRX's
on the
comp.
side of GenG.
Hard to get hard info, especially on
push on
these
A
kind of
seems
areas
likely at this
early.
point.
So sometimes you have to gamble
Certainly,
stack,
DRX trying to hang back as well, so they're playing
which means that
pretty
hitting the site
reactive
or
right
holding
now,
a
but
site
at the
with
very least
2
trying to
does
tickle
happen a
down
bit too
GenG as they try to push out, but
often.
Mako receives
Lovely
first
shot,
contact.
lovely trade.
Foxy able to use the angle
Okay, and that's the kill
to
that
get one
decides
onto
the
Meteor,
round
but
right there.
instantly traded. Bane tries to push out. Nope. Denied. This retake has been
Yeah, and I'm a little bit
shut
worried
down
for DRX
by
because I
GenG.
think they need to be. I think
Yeah, they're
Knife
just running
has to
around
go
over
here
MB,
way more.
trying to save the 2 rifles that they
I
have.
get info,
and this is
and then-
the best position for
and if that
GenG
doesn't
that
hit
they could
anyone-
have outside of just wiping
What I'm gonna do at
DRX
least on this game
entirely.
is just
You're
keep an
gonna
ay
get
how many
a
times do they
bonus
hit a site
round.
with 2,
Gonna
right? This
take
is
3
this
rifles
site
away from
for
the side
sure
of DRX.
only had 2 when
Just
they
gonna
hit.
build up so much momentum as the push on A was just way too clean, and they look much better here on the attacker side against DRX compared to how they looked against PaperX. Maybe DRX might want to take some kind of timeout and rethink how they are playing this defensive side if things continue to go in this direction.
Oh yeah, they just might have to. Talking
Why
about
not buy
GenG's
Phantoms?
position,
I think
they've got the showstopper.
because they
now.
buy
They've got
heavy
a
armor
lot
with
of
it. I
money.
think they
They've
just want
taken
heavy
3
armor on the
rifles
3.
away from DRX.
I think because of the
This
fear of the outlaw,
can
maybe they buy
definitely
heavy
put them
armor.
back
Counts.
up to DRX 8-8.
I think I understood your
I
question
mean, we
right.
started off this entire map with like DRX in control of things, you know, great aggressive executes, great
wanna say
coordination.
that.
Foxy9 getting a lot of kills.
Hello, Fio.
As
How
we
you
go in
doing,
the
man?
second half, everything changed. You got Meteor and Texture starting to pop off now. How are you feeling about your prediction, Veldis?
Haven't missed too
It's
much.
still
Just
early
a
times,
bit of
you
a
know.
Foxy 9
This could go all
masterclass.
the way to
It's all
3
good.
maps. I think that GenG have definitely looked much better in the last 5 or so rounds, but yeah, never
Yeah, that's
count
true,
DRX
Genius.
out. They're
That
still
is
in the
true.
lead for now. Although this
Did
round
they? But did they even?
is
They didn't have
favorable
light
for
armor,
GenG
right?
based on what we can see.
Pretty sure
Nice
they had
words,
full
but I hear
armor
the
for it.
shakiness in your voice.
I would have to check
Scared, but
again.
it's okay.
Okay, I like this though. Knife over
'Cause I am
towards.
worried
Where
this
does this knife
is
actually
DRX's
hit?
map
Yeah,
pick.
and I think this needs to be
You
happening all the
definitely
time.
do
Knife
want to
towards
start
lamps,
to see
knife
this
in
evolution
lamps,
of DRX.
sorry,
The
in
new era
hookah
of
to actually be able
DRX,
to
kind
keep
of
the
like
stack
what
good.
Paper was talking
And this
about
time
on
the
the
stack
Jets.
is very good. 4
But it
people, they
doesn't
gambled.
happen. Oh! Egg actually just might. Buzz with the angle. All the way up from heaven. He spots and shuts Texture down mid-flight.
Yeah. It's kind of insane, like,
That's the round, you would imagine, to be honest.
well,
Slight mishaps. Foxy9 trying to take the
I know
swing through
exactly.
showers. but
Oh,
Meteor
the
off
thing is, they
time
want to
catch him
insta
down
react
as
over
well.
towards B. The good news is they'll be able to look at the minimap and they'll see this guy's so far back. They don't know
Unless
that
both
there
teams
isn't
are
someone elbow
throwing
or over
jabs at
towards
each
site
other.
or anything.
And it's going to be the quick rotation from GenG all the way over onto the B side.
Axe,
DRX
one
is
flash, and they
completely
decide to go
red.
for it. Take a timing.
So players on the site, Text stacks
Yeah, I
with the
don't think
pop
they got
flash,
enough
but
for
it
it.
doesn't quite work out. It's going to be GenG who are able to play around the tube
Been on the time.
to secure those frags. Now, Lakia staying tucked away,
Good
waiting
satchel,
for
good
cover
satchel.
fire to arrive on
Oh,
site. Buzz tries to deny him the spike
Oh,
plant with the
man.
flashback, but the trajectory was off.
you could see his reaction as well in the player cam. He had his hand on his forehead. He was not happy with that.
That's a whoopsie.
Maybe not expecting 2 people to be coming in from long, but he hit the first shot so well, but then he kind of dropped the rest
No,
of it. Now
man.
it's up to Mako in the
Poor
clutch,
guy.
but there's not enough time. Not a lot of time.
Down to about 20 seconds. He's gotten dinked as well. He started off with like full health. Now down to 3. Good little burst onto Lakia. Oh, and the
as a
shot
beast,
onto
man.
Munchkin.
Still kills everyone
But
3 HP, made it
unfortunately, no
costly.
time because
And
GenG has
Spaz
played
is
their
going to be
advantage
kicking
to
himself.
perfection. We
He
are
had this
tied on the
round.
score 8-8.
Yeah, that's 5 rounds in a row to the side of GenG, including
Lucky
the
had
last
time, he had
round
double
of
satchel,
the
though.
first half. So, yeah, they look pretty strong. This first shot was from Buzz was insane. Bit of a tongue twister there, but kind of dropped the end of the round, and then it was up to Mako to try to clutch it out. And yeah, he's like, that's a shame. Got pretty close, and it's going to be a DRX timeout. After that one,
and
as we were talking
now
about,
you
I
would
was
say
kinda
that
surprised
GenG
they
are in
didn't do it
control.
the last one, but maybe they want to wait until everybody can buy up and they have a chance here because it is their final timeout.
they're gonna have to make full, purposeful use of this one. But for now, I mean, you can see that DRX still has a lot of fight left in them.
How did they get 8
It's like
on
a
attack with this
very
comp?
intentional way
Literally
to
Foxy
position
9.
himself, the thing that
Foxy
Buzz
9
did,
won
because
every single
knowing that
duel
Texture had
on
a
showers or
showstopper,
lamps.
he's very likely to execute. And I think that's the entire game plan for DRX right now. They're trying to get a read on how GenG wants to approach the map. So far, they've been doing a good job rotating over
Yeah,
at the right
they
time.
gotta
It's just
be
that
proactive.
sometimes
They gotta
in the
hold
retakes,
something.
in the way that stacks
They
pop
gotta
flashes
hold
through,
something.
GenG are
They're
able
giving
to
up
make
too much at
use
the moment.
of the map,
Gotta
make
be
use of the
fighting
terrain
somewhere.
just to keep themselves covered away from that flash.
Because this comp,
Yeah, it has been
because of
pretty
the
good
info
we have
that they
seen
don't
so
have, they
far.
gotta
Feels like just looking at the score
gotta
lines
have
across the
heavier
board, like we
info
have
earlier.
a bunch of guys that are up at 15 kills, but it feels like everybody's pretty much pulling their weight. You know, we don't have anyone on
And
0
GenG,
kills
after this
or
timeout,
anything
will probably
like
be
that.
expecting some kind of aggro,
Everybody's
so we're
kinda
going to
doing
see
their
them
job.
hold
Nobody's
till
too
about, like,
far
what,
below
1 minute,
a
maybe
180
50,
scoreline.
then group up.
Exactly what
pretty
you
even
expect.
match
And
so
take a bit of
far.
map control earlier, we'll see.
From the battle between the Korean giants.
I like the idea of the op, though. They need info early, so an op makes a lot of sense.
For
They
now,
can kind of
still
get
just
info,
getting a feel for
or
each other.
info, depending on where it wants to go.
They know that there's a potential for some operators to be bought up right now. That's what we see with Buzz having in his hands. Boombot through, Buzz trying to make use of timing, but there is
What
a bit
the-
of an
Boombot,
alert
dude.
as to where he could be positioned. GenG
Felt like that lasted forever.
trying to play very safe, very defensive. They're approaching with caution.
Okay, 50
dart comes
seconds,
in.
group up gets
DRX
called.
spray by the button.
And because of the comp again, looks like their gamble stacking. Triples and broken.
So we do have a push that looks to be coming in here. It is only stacks. Knife comes down.
Knife kind of confirms it. Two people can't satchel out.
Have his teammates start to rotate
Wait, that's
already.
massive that he
Only
hit the
30
raise.
seconds left. Looks like
Can't
GenG will come into
satchel
the
out,
speed
so
side.
Raze can get here. Buzz has ult.
Quite enough time. Buzz pops out the showstopper, but Texture flies down on him.
No, bro, he hit it
That's
against the
gonna be
wall. A little bit to the
Angel
left, he
with
gets
wings
2.
Descending onto the site, taking control. 3 players down, and no
Yeah, and
damage
GenG are
sustained
massively in
on
control.
GenG's
Dude, they
side.
gotta
This is a
try and
perfect
get some more
take.
info on the
There's
sides,
a
I
bit
think.
of a fumbled shot from Buzz.
Yeah, and they just went for the stack. You can
Yeah, one
see the
fumbled
fact that
shot and also
the comp
Texture
is
getting
wrecking
in
them a
there and
little
just
bit in
taking
terms of
him
the
down
info.
before he could
Felt like the
react
knife was great,
afterwards.
though. I mean,
And
if
the
this is
swarm just
if
came
this is a
in
better
way
ult,
too
it's a
quickly,
different
and
round.
That's the difference, you know, especially at the top level of Valorant. It's like you
Oh,
drop
and there's
one
the money
shot,
for
you're
GenG.
just a split second
One
too
armor
late, and all of a
rebuy.
sudden
Sure,
the
they might
enemy
as
team
well
is
rebuy
swarming
these
on the
because they
side,
just
and
have so much.
glad we get that on camera.
Because he used to play on DRX,
Yeah.
and oh my god. I
front
can't
of
believe
all
what
the
we're seeing
fans.
about this.
No chill from Lakia, although I didn't expect any chill from him. Well,
Okay, whoa. Yo, the crowd just went like, whoa.
the crowd
There's
was kinda
years of
shooting at everything, just seeing if he
there's
can catch
years of
anyone
being on
off,
the
and
bench.
Mako
Just
was
watching
like,
them all
"Okay, enough
play.
of that, sit down.
This is where I'm like a little bit envious of not
Frustration.
being Korean.
Taking it out on them.
Because I feel like there's like some
Uh-huh.
bits of nuance between the two teams, you know, like is DRX like the people's champion of Korea right now and everyone still wants them back up on top. Meanwhile, GenG's like, nah, enough of that. This is now our time to shine, and Lakia's here to like, you know, throw some shade.
Well, I think you don't have to be Korean to get that far, right? You know, it's kind of the obvious storyline, I would say, so far. And, you know, if DRX continues to surge, if they continue
Yeah,
to
and
be
they're
a
gonna
top
do
team,
this
they're probably
gamble
going to
again. But honestly, they might gamble
to
site right.
keep
Let's
a really
see.
large fan base.
This
which will
kind of stuff
always
is much
threaten
better,
the other teams
right?
in their
Just
region.
early camera to get
regardless of how
info. It's
successful
something
they
that this
are.
comp needs to be
Been that way in
doing.
many esports.
Right, it needs to be like a
As
camera here, a
GenG
camera on
looking to
showers, so
get
they can
in
get the
onto
early
the
info, so they
site
can feel
this
confident
time
in the
for
stack.
short, but
So the stack is actually
gonna
like
have
based
this
off of something
choke point with
that
3
it
members of DRX
won't be
waiting for
called
this.
just hard info.
Good peek out from Mako.
Yeah, 2 hero
Slows them
guns. The
down
molly's good
with
as
the
well.
snake bite.
The
Stacks
molly
along
with the
the
KO
front, and
molly
this was
gets
the
them a
perfect
kill.
combo to choke out GenG.
Dude, I think there might have even been a Brim molly in there involved. I'm not sure.
Slightly lesser buy from DRX. There's a sheriff on bait.
And all of this is
They're
possible because
able
of this early camera.
to stop GenG in their tracks. 2 players left, and they have to shoot their way out of this one. The spike down on the floor. Meteor starts to
Oh, man.
perfectly.
Shots, man. Really nice from them. Like they should be talking about this, right? The reward of this was so much that they should be going for this more.
Yeah, Stack's very clean on that one to make sure they
And the
can
util
put
dump
the
was
top around the
perfect.
round. But yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, I think they were only sitting on the 2 Vandals they had saved from the last round, right? So not a lot of firepower, but just this initial peak from Mako is really what gives them the advantage.
And all 3 of them dumped their
you also
util at the
get
same time. That was so
nades
sick.
down, it's pretty rough. They all just kind of walk over it, and Stax just does a great job of holding down the choke point. So kind of caught GenG with their pounds down before GenG could get the push started.
That's such a pretty strat.
Yeah,
Got
DRX.
3 grenades.
I mean, they get a good amount of
Choke
upgrades
point.
here as
Can't
well,
avoid them
so
all.
they managed to get one into it.
Goodness. Imagine if GenG just somehow went to the other side. Oh boy.
That is an option you
A
have.
lot of info. Didn't manage to
Now
get
they're
the
gonna
knife
call
off
in
of,
here
which
once
means they
again.
can actually
Stax
double satchel out. But Foxy,
He gets the angle. Oh,
that's great.
Stax are gonna
And
shut
this
one
was
down.
them
Easy,
hitting a site where there were
DRX
3
back
people.
in the lead.
Oh,
Great
very
calling,
nice.
great
It's solid
anticipation
from Foxy.
IGL
Yeah.
Stax as he reads their movements. Had the setup on A previously. This time anticipating that GenG, they're probably going to go to
Foxy's
B.
so sick. Give me
And
this
they just
replay.
have the right angles to get all of the information. This comes down again to just how well the players know each other and how they position themselves on the site. Foxy was not initially out in the open, but he swings out as he hears the blast
Yeah,
back
dude
through.
is calm.
Yeah.
With that, the triple kill to
And-
put himself back up on top. 19 kills and only 11 deaths.
Yeah,
Hey,
for
GenG
Foxy,
gotta be
it's not even
really
about,
careful with
super
this one,
crispy,
because
but
their
in that
money
moment, it's about
is
the
not in a
timing,
place
as
to
you
buy
mentioned,
next
and the
round.
positioning, right? They just
And
did not
there is a
expect
lot of
someone
ults
to
for
be
DRX.
at that
This is pretty
corner.
much it for
They just get
DRX. They
so much
can
value
win this here.
as they push in through Hookah. It felt a little bit rushed, but I think GenG were just trying to, up the tempo. But as you mentioned, I think DRX just read it. Stax had the call to say, okay, they're probably going to rush into B, and both Buzz and Foxy were just so ready for it. And Foxy just got a great angle, picks up the 4K.
Dude, why does it look like they're
And
going
now
to group
GenG
into
are
the
really
3
gonna have
again?
to go back to the drawing board. They still have 1 timeout, which is definitely going to need to be used before the end of this match with how close this first map is.
Oh, I could feel like a potential overtime
Skydog
coming
goes
on
over
this.
towards
Are
A
we ready
with the
for
wall
this?
and the smoke up.
But
And they're
it's
hoping
so
this will be
fun
enough to
watch
cause a
because
rotate.
we started
But Mako
off this
instantly
second
worked
half
out that
with
there was no one
GenG
following it.
5 rounds in a row. Now we're
A
back
lovely
into
trip,
it. DRX
man.
are fighting back with
Guys
all
just
of them,
bunging
fighting
around.
back on the off angle. Meteor swings
He's
back
just
out
doing
to
a Foxy
trade.
9 impression.
Now GenG has the site. You've got Buzz on an operator in a retake. It is tough days for DRX as they try to close out this
Good
match.
plan for them here, though, right?
GenG, very nice spot here. This time the entry a bit more clean. And I was going to swap over to the Vandal for now.
He has paint shells, but they don't know that GenG are behind them.
Ooh.
They're just going to put up the pit. That defuse is going to be stopped here before the half.
Oh,
The spray is not hitting.
Karon though, Buzz! He's able to turn
Oh.
around. Trades up for Mako, and with the paint shells, puts Lakia away. If
Damn,
he gets the kill,
Lakia.
he could stick the defuse, but Lakia's just toying
Damn,
with
Lakia,
it.
what the hell was
Teammate
this?
comes back up on top. You did not
Yeah,
make
and
the
he just
right
never
move
wanted to
removing
stick
me
it.
from
Lakia
DRX.
did
That was
outrageous
just
to just
crazy.
work
He was
out every single
dancing
time
like
how
a-
he was playing it.
Like a butterfly behind that wall. I mean, they just could not lock
It kind
him
of called the
down.
bluff on the fact he's never
The
going to
fact that
stick
it got
that.
that
Looked
close,
like.
though, I think, committing to the pit, trying to hold the defuse. I think he tried to get it to half, and he came off of it just a little bit too early.
Still got a
Tripwire
kill,
was
yeah,
very good to
Meteor
stop
getting
the
these 2
initial
kills, that was it,
engage,
man.
but
That was
GenG
solo
eventually got on
play.
the site, and then
Straight up
Lakia's
solo
playing
play.
with him.
And that's just the best thing. We saw
Yeah,
him
and it
with
was a
some
must-win
shade
round for
earlier
them, but
on,
a
and
lot
this
of people
time he's
died,
the one who
so
secures the round, closes it out for GenG. Because of that, GenG's back into control again. I was just about to say that DRX might be
DRX
holding the
can
reins
just
this time,
get to
but
12 easy with this.
now we've got texture on the operator. You've got so many ultimates on the side of DRX though, and if they cycle these right, they just might be able to come in with some secure retakes to put themselves onto match
I
point
wish they
first.
would do these cameras a little bit more aggro.
too
Like, I'm looking here
surprised.
thinking, like,
Oh.
man, you'd have such early
Bit
showers
scary.
control, and then you could always just
Dodging
rotate one
Texture's
over.
Operator shot must make you feel pretty good. And it's going to get a read that there was a guy over there. But now, actually, a quick rotation over here from GenG to maybe hit the A site. And not quite the same setup with 3 members with 3 nades in this A short that we saw that one time.
You can see that Bane is positioned around defender spawn, though. He's setting up for that orbital strike to stop them down. It does buy
just a jump peak, right?
Time, but it's still 30 seconds. Texture has to make a quick move. He goes in with a Vandal.
No.
It's not the headshot. It's that Bane and Foxy9 gets everything.
Mate, this kid.
Foxy9 again.
This kid is just winning them the game.
Effort from Locke. He had to go through the teleporter, and he has to get the timing onto this, but he does not. Buzz anticipates and reads the movements perfectly. Times out his peak.
Yeah, you got no time for this.
Has no joy
Damn,
in this
bro,
round
Foxy9, give me the scoreline. What's he actually on? I swear, every single duel is, every single kill is an impact kill as well. 22 to 12. 22
So
impact frags, it feels like.
This first shot, I don't think we're going to see it actually from the side as Foxy just picks up, I believe, 2. Bane also got 1
and this is
from
the round that
Lance,
forced
and then
them to an
Buzz
eco,
does clean
right?
it up,
Or am I wrong? What happened there?
and that's a wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what?
So this is going
What
to be
the?
the timeout called here from
Don't give me that
GenG,
EMEA
sitting
tech
at
pause again, just a black
11 to
screen
10
for
in
2
favor
hours.
of DRX, so got to use it here before it does get too late.
Yeah, that wall was pretty unsettling, man, I gotta say. Like, just a few seconds of silence, and you're just like, whoa,
Yeah.
that round just happened.
It was pretty intense, that one. I think that GenG kind of had their entry, but we're not expecting Bane to hold lamps as well as he did. Foxy, who has really been the MVP for me so far on this first map, to hold it down once again with the 3K. Just getting the vision through the box for one time. A little bit of help from his teammates to secure a 3rd kill and give them a chance to hold down the A
They'll
site.
probably have another
There were only
screen as
2
well.
members on the A site, maybe
They'll
3.
probably have another screen that will
Just a
like
little bit more spread out.
constantly have that up. If I was a caster, I'd constantly want to see, you know, like the graphic that has this.
Against GenG, and it might just give them the momentum.
Dude, I think it's my epic pen that lags
push on to a bit
everything.
more. But GenG are definitely not out of this one yet.
It very gets laggy when I just start drawing.
Giants, pound for pound, blow for
Maybe I
blow,
need to
they are
reinstall it or
making
something.
every round count. And with this timeout, there
Okay,
is a
so this does force them down to eco,
that
like we
GenG
said.
can turn this around on its head. 3 rounds in a row would give them the win over DRX.
I was doing this yesterday a little bit.
GenG, a complete bag of pistols, and they just try to execute through Mako with the positioning.
What
An unexpected turn, and he takes down 2.
Yeah, that's one way to make sure they don't have any luck here with a bunch of sheriffs. Just get right in their face in the one spot they won't expect you to be.
He said that so many times in this match.
Yeah, you know, maybe they'll expect it from here on out. Like, he's done it enough times that perhaps they'll expect it, but it's still so difficult to try to whip that one around with the sheriff and win against his Vandal, so.
I will say that the round is not over. Texture still has the showstopper. Not yet deployed. For now, trying to get the angles onto its DRX,
and
but
don't have to
look
worry about
at
this
the
one.
coordination on these peaks.
All
Everyone
under
swings out
control.
at the same time from multiple spots.
Okay,
whether
2
it's
chances
showers,
to end this.
heaven, or just around the site. Bane puts the final nail in the coffin and gives DRX map points. Excuse me.
Yeah, map points here, and you see GenG finally going to be able to buy up. They still have those 3 ults, so they tried to send it, but I think eventually once they realize after this play, Mako picking up the 2 and then going through the teleporter, they just say, okay, hold on to everything. Well, maybe we can.
Think DRX will choke this? Nah, man. I think they're
not gonna
fine,
commit
dude.
to anything further,
I
and they'll just try
just
to
have too much belief in Foxy9 right
couple
now.
more rounds in a row from here on out.
This is
With the
this is a
showstopper,
worry.
with some seekers,
Don't get me wrong.
and a pit. I mean,
The
these are going
ult
to be
situation,
very useful, especially if they can
most
get the
likely
spike
12-11.
planted for, you know, the seekers,
What
the
hell?
pit
They
specifically.
got backup guns for this though,
Maybe
right?
Texture can open it up. Let's see where they decide to.
And this is
make
my
their
kind of
play.
team, dude. Double judge with the
So
backup
far,
gun,
they've
just
been
in
trying to
case.
play this information game, Valdez. It's always the first 30 seconds of the round where they try to scout and feel out DRX's setup, but once you're up against map point,
Okay,
the
and
pressure,
another gamble from
trepidation that you
DRX.
feel.
Dude, I'm not sure I've seen a duel in showers in this half.
something that you have to barrel through.
feel like this
Something that
camera
they
could have been
might not
here the whole
expect
time.
Is Stacks lying inside of Hookah with a judge.
Yeah.
Mako has a judge too, I just noticed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Maybe expecting to have to play into a pit or something, but here we
Yeah,
go.
and it's the same round that we pretty much saw
Swaps
earlier,
back
just
over
from
onto
different
Venom as
teams.
He hops out of Hookah. Textures, Showstopper will connect, but here comes Buzz with his
Whoa.
own rocket. Oh,
Wait, it looks like
matter
we're on the
of
wrong
being
POV
swings
because
out.
Bane has
This
just
sets up
killed
one
4.
triple
Oh,
kill
tell me we
and
get the
closes
replay.
out the
I know the
map for
game's done, but
DRX.
tell me
He
we get the
stands
replay.
up
I beg.
with an unexpected smile on his face.
We were so busy watching a blind Buzz.
They
in the
gotta
air
replay this.
That Bane got a quadra.
How's he
And
getting
we
3
didn't even
here?
See how it happened, but DRX, more importantly, 13-10, big win here on.
Feel good, guys. You
Blind.
can show the
As
replay.
fans,
Don't
you can
worry.
see, are extremely happy, especially because they know how strong of an
I
opponent.
know you have strict
GenG
rules, but you're allowed
is.
to show it.
So for now, DRX will take a big chunk out of the Tigers and GenG, and our desk will break down everything that just happened.
Well, we knew we were in for a big one here with this match. I mean, Paper Thin, how many impossible plays did we see in just that one map?
Oh, an insane amount. I mean, how many people were shot out of the air as raises? Like, we did that Charon flick was absolutely bonkers early on onto the B-side exec onto Buzz. I mean, I feel bad for Buzz because you got to be like, how? How do you do that?
Yes.
I think it was just a classic.
It was a bouncing Buzz.
It's unbelievable. I mean, tremendous
The
plays all around.
package
A
highlight?
lot
Yeah,
of different
maybe.
players, a lot of
Let's
people
see.
stepping up, even
We'll stick
Bane
around
getting
for
into
it.
at the end. So what an exciting match.
Back-to-back thrifties as well. Sure, okay. That fourth round.
Yeah,
where
let me
GenG
restart my
technically not a
Epic
thrifty, but then
pen. I
they
don't know
were
what's
all,
going
like,
on with it
pistols,
today.
except for, like, Texture was on a Vandal, and then DRX still they still somehow managed to get that win. DRX also got the thrifty round after that. Pretty insane first
You
map
like
to get
from
things
this?
started with.
Yeah, and it feels like this
Yeah.
was a whole series, actually. It feels like we went through a whole best-of-3 series already with just how close it came down. It came down to like really small clashes. It came down to like 2v1s. It came down to timings in this one, and it just shows the mastery that both of these teams have and just how well they know each other. We knew this was going to be a very emotionally charged match as well.
No, it was. I mean, you could see it early on. Like, I could tell, you could sometimes tell just like the way that the players are moving, like, you know, like how fast they're going. Like, Lockie in the beginning was just so fast. I was like, oh my gosh, like he is really fired up. You know,
Yeah,
the
I need
adrenaline
to see
gets
the
into you and
replay.
you're really trying to make things happen.
how's he getting free
Didn't
there?
work
Dude,
out
I'm pressing
early for
everything now.
GenG.
What's going
I
on
mean,
there?
obviously you can see here their post plates were good. The problem was getting to them, right? DRX was
The
really
Epic
shutting
Pen
them
sent me
down
for a loop.
nicely on the defender side, setting up some of those trap plays. You know, some of those tripwires from Foxy9 were really, really good. But really this was about the attacker side for DRX, right?
Yeah, actually, both of the teams had some pretty stellar attacking sides, and this is where it kind of gets interesting, where even though that was kind of the case with DRX, Buzz was at the lowest of, you know, the kill board here, where he's like 12 kills compared to like Foxy9. So even though, sure, DRX has their executes onto the site,
Why
Buzz
are 3 of
turned
you
into,
typing this?
like a punching bag, you know, a way to get into
The
the
living
site.
dinosaur.
He gets
Is
traded
it,
off
is it
immediately,
just a
and everyone else
crocodile or
just kind
something?
of
Is that it?
bubbles in right after him. It works
Alligator,
for
something like
DRX,
this? Is
and
this something that you
at least
guys
it was also
then
able to
turn
give
into
them
a
that
D's
boost
nuts joke?
to kind of buffer some rounds in that second half when you look like GenG was, you know, coming back.
Yeah,
Buzz
Buzz was...
became the boom bot.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it said on it?
I love that. I love that. I was gonna say
Oh,
it's like
okay.
kind of like dipping their toes in the water before they jump in. And
Wait,
Buzz
why is
kinda-
that in the
I like
Windows
boom bot,
button?
Analogy a lot more though. But yeah, look at this. I have to give it up to Foxy9 here. I mean, I just called him out in the pre-show, right? Like, oh, how comfortable is he really on the Sentinel? I have no questions now. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Look at this. And,
On
like,
I,
look at
the
way he
living
was working as
dinosaur.
well.
Thank you for
Exactly.
that.
I mean, I think this is one of the pivot points for this series is how Foxy9 does versus Munchkin and Meteor in particular, right? Like, those are probably usually going to be the two, sometimes Texture,
So
but
suspicious of
usually
you
the
lot?
two
Yeah, of course.
players that he's
Alright,
gonna be
okay,
coming up
chat.
against the
Everyone
most in
tune
this
in.
role, and he does
Everyone lock
phenomenal
in.
here. His
Last
showers
rounds.
control
Let's see
was
it.
brutal. Like to deal with. He was so
Okay, if I don't
aggressive
see it,
on their
you guys are
attacker
getting
side in
3
particular,
minutes of
but
ads.
I mean, this is what
And if
makes
I
him
see it,
so impactful in the
you
Sentinel
guys are
role,
still
is
getting
he
3
can
minutes
lock
of
down
ads
those
to
flank
celebrate.
angles so well for you, and when you
Kind
can
of
shut
a
down Munchkin, who's been
lose-lose
one of the
situation.
best in the world in First Bloods this year, that's going to give you huge potential for DRX coming out through the rest of this match.
And speaking of DRX, just wanted to add, you know, he's a little bit quiet this game, Bane. He's got a weird thing where he got caught by Texture's nade, where he just kind of didn't get away from it, got killed, but then he had one of the most
It's gonna be in the
insane
package though, right?
shots that I've seen in this one. You know, you're talking about Charon. He also had one. Boombot being pushed, blinded on Lamp, still gets the pick.
Somehow.
Insanity.
there are so many moments like that in this, right? And like as you mentioned, Paper Thin earlier, you know, Lakia just had this confidence.
Surely
going
he
up
could have
against
stuck
a team
this with
that
a
he knows
nade,
so
I
well,
feel
right?
like.
And we saw that same, you know, that same kind of like rattiness, as you mentioned, carry over to every single player in this match. I think that's why it made it so exciting to watch. And you know, something else just comes over
Alright,
these
so we'll be
players
back in
when
a little bit.
they know they can play at their best against an adversary that will challenge them the way they want.
Yeah, I guarantee this was on both teams' calendars, like coming into this, right? Like coming
It's
into
a
this stage,
special
like
day
this
today.
one, yeah, this one's got the red circle around it for sure, and you can see it. The level of play was tremendous. I mean, GenG and their post play, it's phenomenal. If they could get to it, you know, Lockie and others, they're so disciplined, they're so good at making sure they don't overpeak, they don't give you any opportunities to catch them off guard. We saw it time and time again. We saw it against Mako, we saw it against Buzz. They were doing a great job with that. It was just DRX was just a little bit too good at making sure they couldn't get to that situation.
Yeah, but I will say though, there were some times where DRX did look kind of iffy. We're talking about, you know, Buzz. I think there was a great play here from GenG where they kind of doubled down on the B side where they saw Buzz was like, again, with the operator on B, they thought it was going to rotate to A, which was absolutely right, so they pressed in. So you know that even though GenG did lose this first map, they had some pretty good on-the-fly calls to really press on DRX.
Yeah, and it goes to show, it's a testament to how skilled, you know, both IGLs on both sides are, right? Again, as we kept mentioning, that, you know, these teams know each other so well. You're dealing with the most veteran players in Valorant on both these sides, right? You have Munchkin and you have Tax on the other side as well. So this matchup is, you know, something again that feels like it should be also our grand finals. It kind of feels like it already is, but right now we are still dealing with a map number 2. I know it doesn't feel that way, but we are dealing with map number 2. We are heading into Ascent here, Paper Thin, and it's a map that, you know, has a lot of history on the side of DRX as well. And I feel like it's a map that, I mean, I think you would know, wouldn't you?
They've been around the block on Ascent a few times.
Yeah.
A few memorable matches here and there. I mean, I think Ascent is going to be another tightly contested map. I think the big thing that I noticed as well for DRX on that bind was that they kept the operator out of Texture's hands for a very long time because their attacker side was so potent. He was never really able to get into. Once he did, he found a lot of value. That was some of the rounds where GenG was kind of able to fight back a little bit. So for me, coming into Ascent, that's the first thing that comes to my mind, is keeping that operator out of Texture's hands. If he does get it, what are your systems in place to deal with it?
Yeah, and I just want to add real quick, Stacks in those rounds where DRX was trying to struggle to transition in that second half, he had some pretty stellar flash support on the other players of DRX.
Yeah, I feel like here on Ascent, again, it could be anybody's game at this point. And I feel like, you know, on Ascent, GenG also has the potential to make a comeback, right? We do see a lot of heavy plays coming out of players like Munchkin, players like Meteor, for example, who, if you had Foxy9 on the side of DRX earlier, Meteor was still putting up the numbers as well, right? You know, that quiet sort of like guy who's like right in the back, who you don't want to be up against if it's like a 1v2 or 1v3.
No doubt. I mean, it's crazy how much clutch potential is on both of these teams. Oh, wait, we have a question. Okay.
We do have a question over
here. This is
here.
important for Asarai. He's trying to rank up.
Okay, this is the game already. We're on the game. We're on the game.
So, we do have a question. We do have a little mini game over here, which I will be taking over for today. We have, which side will the first spike be planted on here on Ascent? Is it going to be on A or B? And
So this is the pistol,
I do have
right?
my own
Okay.
Yeah,
answer as well.
which site? Well, which site? It doesn't have to be the pistol, right? It might not get planted.
No, yeah, it's
Just whichever
it's
site.
This spike.
So
The spike has to go
Who's
down.
attacking?
The spike has
Do you
to.
guys remember?
DRX is GenG is attacking.
did a GenG?
Can we check that?
Who
Do
picked one?
we have one over there?
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll double check. We'll double check.
Maybe it's better we don't know, but I do believe DRX is attacking first.
DRX is okay.
DRX
Okay.
is attacking first.
I heard the voices in our heads. All right.
We tagged with the voices in our heads. So bad. Okay, I don't
All right,
have
I'm gonna
enough
do what I've
answers.
been doing that's been working for me and picking the opposite of what I think will actually
Really?
happen.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
This has been working.
Let's get ready to show our answers in 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
What did we pick? What did-
Oh,
That's so small.
I'm sorry, my handwriting is so tiny. Okay,
so
here.
small.
It's a B.
It's okay. It's okay. It's her first day. She needed to know.
I need to save space for the other answers
It's a
in my
B
life.
for ants. You can barely read it.
But we have Asarai and myself with B, and we have Paper Thin with A. But you mentioned that this is opposite of
Yeah.
what's your strategy?
No, I mean, I think B is just a little bit easier to navigate for
Okay.
the attacker side on a pistol. I mean, it's a little bit easier to get through some of those defenses initially. It's a lot easier for your opponents to like crunch on you as you're trying to plan on A.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what indeed happens as we step into our map, and let's head into our agent picks right now for map number 2.
Mr. 4K replay, don't tell me that.
You're seeing our stage right now, and we are about to step into Ascent. So, what are we thinking here? Are we staying with a good old default?
Not a
comp?
chance.
Yes,
If
we
it
are.
wasn't
No
in the
surprises
replay
here.
package, it wasn't happening.
your faces are just like,
In
wow.
normal comms.
Not shocked.
Yeah. The only thing I was kind of maybe hoping for is Stax brings out a Fade, but that's about it. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
exciting.
I know.
I mean,
it's a Ascent.
some teams are messing around with the Rays. You know, like obviously May because he's just a goated Rays, but you do see in other regions Yoru being used. So I mean, I could see
What are
that
these comps? Yeah.
potentially sliding through. You know, Team Liquid just did it last night, but I don't think either of these teams are uncomfortable with this comp, but they've had tons of success with it throughout their histories. You know, these players and these coaches and everything. So
Yeah.
I'm not even a little bit
So
surprised.
done with
It's
you.
just going to come down to again.
I just
individual
know how
execution.
production works,
You know,
man.
can you keep
It's either
that operator on
if
a
it's in the
texture side,
highlight
the output
package,
really
then
uncomfortable and buzzy,
then
and
I
that's kind of been one of those
could
things that
understand
if
it,
you're gonna
but you would at
fault
least
Buzz for
include it in
Mudge
there
is
if you were a
sometimes this
replay
operator
ops.
can lose him.
Yeah. We might not see too many.
You can trick me on
alerts now
most
coming
things,
in from
but
Foxy 9, so that might be
the
a point of
replay
contention here
stuff,
for
the
DRX,
production
at least
stuff,
when they're going to be on the
I got
defense
most
side.
of it
Well,
down.
we'll see indeed what happens as we step into Ascent. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Where's the ISO?
Thank
That's
you
actually
very
true.
much,
Where is the
Mika,
ISO?
Asterai, and Paper Thin. Yes, we are back on a
Say
set.
GenG
the
on
same
defense, DRX on
compositions,
attack,
but two
and
different
dude, this could be a
teams. And,
massive
you know,
win for
DRX
DRX,
might have had
honestly.
their way
It
with
really
this map
could.
before, but GenG
And
picking
I've
this
been
one
enjoying
against them.
watching Foxy 9 on this, and they decide to buy double Frenzy, so they're like pumped
it's
for this.
gonna
And
be
we get a
interesting
double
to see
Frenzy,
what
and
they
one of
do
them
bring
has an
into this
armor.
one.
We
I
get
think that
full raid
GenG,
boss.
They have a little bit of downtime after that first map. They say, okay, it was pretty close on buying, but now our reign begins. This is where the comeback for GenG begins. And they would pick this map for a reason, right? As you're kind of hinting to. And so I'm excited to see what they do have prepared for
Knife
this
goes
one.
close. They waited out the knife.
Early dagger does come out,
I
and
mean,
Munchkin
does this
and the
flash
team are
hit
getting
because
out
there's a
here
lot of
pretty
people here.
aggressively to challenge and aiming, and now they're just running away from Buzz's
Yeah,
friendly
and Buzz
frenzy.
has
It's gonna be a
Frenzy
1-4
armor,
trade
and
for
he
now.
feels
A little bit of a
invincible.
pick-off.
So he just sends it through the smoke.
Try to push through again. It stacks his pop flash, and unfortunately, not too much of a blind. Karen's still able to hang back around Generator.
This guy, though.
Then Foxy
I'm telling you,
9
this
shot
guy
for eight.
is...
2-on-2. Spike not yet
I've
planted.
never...
The door gets shut.
I've never seen someone
Lock
just
it.
instantly
Sends out the shock dart. It just
looks
narrowly
so... I mean, he
misses
looks
Foxy
better.
9. He puts
Actually
down
looks
the
better
bomb,
on the
but
Sentinel than he
doesn't
did on
quite
Duelist.
spot out Bane just yet, who's able to drop down, pick up a bit of a frag.
Yeah, let's see what the new kid can do.
That's gonna
4K
be
to end the last
Spike
game.
picked Up, 50 seconds to work with. Should be able to secure a safe.
I
fight at
imagine
the
it was
very
good.
least. He tosses
Didn't
out the
see it.
recon
Who knows?
just to keep Lakia away. And then
Boy.
another recon back against him.
Ah, he's owned
Lakia
it.
with the movement, hops
Whoa.
up on top of Generator. Big noise,
Okay.
and Bane
Nice
is
shot.
just confused. Lakia
Yeah, I'm big round there.
messes with his head. Oh.
Yeah, a lot of hopping around, a bit of stomping off of that one.
Yeah, they
and, well,
man, once they
Lockheed
got
with
that
the shot
fast kill over
first,
towards
so
A
it's
main,
going
they
to
had
go
so
his
much
way.
confidence
Came down
sending
to
it through this next
1v1,
smoke.
but GenG getting aggressive out here.
Like,
Not
soon
necessarily
as
expecting
this.
this, but ended up going pretty well for them at the end.
Wait,
of
that was the
day,
kill that he got?
even though DRX
They
was
did so
able
much
to
damage
get
over
this
towards A
plant
main.
down. Has a really nice shot here from Lakia. Kind of a half-hearted fist bump there. He's like, yeah, I know I'm good.
And
that's gonna be a good
because
start
they're
here
on
for
defense,
GenG
it's a
on
little bit
the
harder
other
to do the
side.
DRX. I'm sorry, the FPX.
Because of that,
And so they decide to all buy because obviously you can't stick together. People are solo with the guns, so the way handling this is just
up to chance.
4 Guardians, 1 Bulldog,
Where
1 Spectre.
you're gonna have to work with so much information.
Ooh.
DRX just continues to try
But how?
buzz through. Unfortunately,
Did
doesn't
that,
quite work
did that
out.
other shot really hit
GenG
double
are
body?
able to hang back and just take the fights against
Wait,
them
wait, whoa, whoa,
simply
whoa.
and easily. Only
Did both
losing
of
the
those shots
Spectre
hit?
in this round.
Yeah, they'll be fine with that. Some pretty intense shots hit there by Lakia, who already has 5 kills on this one. So he's
Okay,
going
good.
to have his ult early in case.
He was low from a shock, there was no,
Foxy gets his eventually. As this one, that shot was just insane.
There's no
I mean, he's
assist.
blinded, he's got a paranoia in his face, hits another one over here, and then a third. And Lakia is currently on top of this map.
Okay, because
so
he's
far.
a Sova. Okay, we're
Which is
good.
why it's
Alright.
like a bit of
That
an
makes a lot of sense now. Okay.
interesting
Yeah,
to me.
I'm there
why
just like,
DRX
what?
wanted to start out on the
Okay,
attack
shock hit
side for
makes
this
sense,
map.
chat. Nicely done.
Because normally defense
That's why I
is
need
where
you guys in the
people
morning.
shine more.
Slash
I guess
every
just
hour of
trying
the day.
to expose a lot of GenG's setups and strategies, trying to take things
Dude,
into
Buzz
their
doesn't
own
get that
hands,
kill.
get
It's a
another
done
bit of a
round.
pop
Looks
flash
like it might be
execute, but
anyway.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
the problem
Munchkin
was here, Omen Flash
able
just
to
tanked
turn the map,
everyone
the
apart
site
from the
into a
Jet.
firing range. Foxy9's the
So the
only one left, and all
delay
of
on
those
the hit was
rifles
just
scattered to the wind.
Insane.
Yeah, Fox, yeah.
Karen deserves a
At the end
big
of the
shout out
day,
for you,
maybe
too.
he just wants to back out of this one because that entry, it's like they went in, they tried to get a setup, but GenG responded so quickly that it was almost like DRX were just caught in mud and they didn't move, they didn't have anywhere to go, and GenG were just firing down from the heavens on top of them, and there wasn't much recourse. DRX not really in a spot to fire back, so Foxy just gonna slowly and awkwardly walk out of this one.
30 seconds
Just
left.
try to get out alive. Not sure that GenG will allow him to, as maybe trying to get the drop onto Munchkin. They're gonna pass for now.
Copy paste, it's a big one.
Still, slight bits of movement and
We've spoken about this a good amount on stream anyway.
might have been around A main with the rest
Where
of the
teams
team.
contact against
Probably gonna
ecos,
be
but they don't
around,
essentially use the
this
person with the
side,
ghost to go scout it
around
out.
Gelato, if not,
Or if they have util in terms of like
lo and behold, there he
dog
was.
drone, they maybe don't use it
And if
for
you
that.
look at what happens in this retake, I mean,
Spoken about it a
first
good
of all,
amount this week,
quick
to be honest.
rotations from GenG, but also just, I mean, the way that they're hanging back. Stax's flashes are always ignored.
Triple stinger into this one. Let's see if
Past
they
3
can get
rounds now,
anything.
DRX
GenG
just
stacking
gone in
up
with the
a
same
lot of money.
ish execute, and they just rush through. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Didn't work at all. They got picked off one by one. The guys are coming out of the smoke by themselves.
Sorry,
just
it's so
dying
good, man.
immediately to a
Just a
Guardian.
stacked
Now they're
question.
trying to get in here
Okay.
quick and often.
But it doesn't work out too great, Valdez. Oh, look at
That's
Munchkin
incredible,
just
man. Dude,
feasting
he's
on
pissed he didn't get them
DRX's
all.
corpses.
Yeah, it would have been a
Meteor comes
lovely
back in
clip
for
as
the
well.
Final trade, almost an ace for the IGL
Nice shots
of
from him.
GenG.
He actually saved them here because they were going to get onto
And,
site, they were going to
yeah,
get
Lakia
upgrades.
was
So
on top.
although it was
Lakia
like
still
an
hasn't
eco
died, but now
farm,
Munchkin has 9 kills.
actually really needed to
He's
do
kind
this.
of the main character at the moment.
That was just one round. He got all those
Yeah, he
kills.
kind of had to.
Yeah. Well, he had a
Okay,
4K
timeout
round
goes in. You
before
would
with the
imagine
Guardian
this
as
is
well. And then now, you see a similar push. Not a lot of firepower from the side of DRX, but
Yeah, he did great.
Munchkin, he throws out a flash, gets this one, and then he just holds. He just
Yeah, you'd
waits for
imagine
them
this
to
is
peek in one by one.
DRX.
And there was a double peek at the end, so finally they trade him back, but
Aw, would you look at that?
sending a little kiss over. But now at 4-0, DRX will call a timeout.
I mean, yeah, dude, I'm telling you,
Don't want to
it's
waste
changed.
any more time losing.
There's
as
a lot
so
of good
far,
timeouts
the
now.
descent has been very heavily to the side of GenG, not just in round score, but even the way the rounds are playing out.
I mean, how do you like that round, DRX? It feels as though DRX are just trying to go through with a bit of a pacing mismatch. Everyone just continues to rush into sight, whether it's B or A. And Buzz often going in as first point of contact, but they're just not quite able to deal with Munchkin or whoever is holding around Hell or generating
maybe.
on the site. And now because of those rounds lost in
DRX have
row,
a stacked coaching
Latia's
staff though,
able to
right? There's
afford
loads
it
of them.
loaded. Where
I
is
think
the
that's
kill
right.
lead?
I think they're one of the team that has like multiple.
Texture's an operator.
Yeah, let's check the
So
the
there's,
changes.
Odin, Texture
Money's
as the
looking
operator,
ridiculous
and
from
DRX finally
GenG,
got to buy more rifles.
Oh,
and
even if
Recon.
Achilles is not here, I love this.
Dude, if they had an Odin back there, that guy is dead.
Get an ace with it.
Knife goes
Yeah.
in, and they
It
wait.
is Descent after all.
Did the Omen get hit, and that's why he moved back? Maybe.
It is Lakia on the Sova. This is the way of the world.
It's the way of the world. Oh, and just so much map presence.
I'm gonna quickly
for
look at
GenG
this
right
because
now.
we had a
DRX
molly
knows
go in from
probably
Foxy9
have
to
watch out
break
for
the
B main.
turret. I wanted
There
to
are
see
some
if he
players
took back the
positioned
turret or whether he
around A
actually
short. We don't really want to mess with that
got
too
it
much.
tanked
So
from the
the
molly.
smokes have been invested from Kara. He's only got one left and now has to play around time.
Yeah, so he did take
Cutting
back
noise a
the
bit,
turret.
some
So
warning shots up around mid
Meteor
again.
saw the molly land,
It's a very
decides to
clear
just accept that
sensing
he
to
can take it back
cut
and it
noise
gets a
and
faster
push
recharge.
through
So
B.
shout out to him. They push through.
Lakia should be ready.
40 seconds. Got to go against the recon.
Dash through, but oh,
Damn,
no, he
dude.
got cut out
Yeah,
with
he got,
utility in
he
hand.
got
Buzz able to cut
stuck
him
in the
down.
corner.
30 seconds.
Stuck in the
Now
mud.
it's going to be Meteor inside a boathouse, spots out the barrel, swings out, gets the frag onto Buzz, but immediately traded out by
Yeah, that was a
Stacks.
much more convincing round.
Yeah, it
Bro,
seemed
he
like
tanked
he knew they
double
were coming
flash.
in,
Oi.
but he was also at the same time not ready for it.
Tanked the KO
So,
flash, tanked the Omen flash.
Push came in, DRX get the sight, and now, you know, Munchkin is still alive, and Texture has the operator. Haven't been able to keep this out of his hands just yet.
Okay. Initiating utility. Unfortunately, doesn't quite connect. Mako and Bane just right underneath around logs, able to hop back up on top. Texture runs away, trying to hold on to his baby operator.
Oh, they are definitely going to try to take this out of his hands.
Give
as he's going all the
Yeah,
way
man.
around.
I don't know if they.
Give it.
I don't know if they want to hunt this heavy.
Texture was holding the angle.
I mean, it would help, but they need to make sure it's
Maybe 10 seconds in this one.
They need to make sure they
A little bit
don't
less
like
now.
overextend. It's
Just
not
gonna
like
wait
a.
and whine as over the top.
Oh!
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and he doesn't go too
Well,
far for it.
alright.
Okay, I like that.
He's fine.
Texture's like precious. Yes, this is my.
It wasn't like a hunt where everyone's
4
just
to 1.
like giving him free kills. It was like
So
actually
off
just
of a
try
bit
and
of a timeout,
try and keep ourselves alive. And if we manage to get a good draw, we take it.
just playing around the defensive.
I mean, this
setups a
util one
little
site was
bit,
great.
Clearer retakes. Unfortunately, GenG not quite able to deal against DRX's incoming onslaught. I mean, again, it came down to Lakia with that Odin.
Yeah, they made pretty quick work of Lakia that time around. And he's going to get a
Buzz-
dagger down on
Buzz misses the jump and they hear him.
Or rather, onto Munchkin from Stacks. And now just trying to play the vision game a little bit, you know, trying to see if they can see anybody here. Did a little bit of damage to Foxy 9 already. Got a nice long shock dart in there as well.
Okay. While it's going real slow on this one, just going to say there's two people
Both teams
that
putting up
obviously
some
eco from GenG if they lose this over towards the other side.
roadblocks around
DRX
the
so
map,
fine.
whether it's B main or A
Molly
main,
went over
but in all
towards
these little movements,
B.
there are always tiny
They
gaps
get
in the
shot, but they
defenses,
broke the
and that's
turret
what
anyway.
DRX is trying to
Didn't
get
see
a
what the
feel
util
for.
was towards middle, but they broke the alarm bot.
So far, nothing much towards mid.
Yeah, mid's mostly just been ignored, it feels like, almost. As they got a round win last time by
Wait, it
rushing
might
to
take
B.
timing here. This is nice.
So maybe they get it again.
Yeah, this is like
time.
perfect. This is literally
Smoke's
what you
already
want, and
coming
this is
out
where
from
I would
GenG look
criticize
like.
most
30 seconds.
Sova
See this one
players.
coming.
40 seconds, you're meant to save your Sova dart for when they run out. But I think because there was the KO, he didn't want to, but I think you just stay back in sight and hold it the whole time anyway. Meteor is a beast right now. Yeah, and the fast rotate from GenG here was very, very nice. Time, can he jump up and get it? Jumps up, picks up the spike, just enough time.
Mako gets it just in time.
Oh man.
And
What was this, 2v?
this
This
is gonna get
2v5?
pretty interesting now. Texture alone with the operator looks like he will try to at least pick someone off before he gets in. Let's see how far he commits with this one. He's not gonna hit that shot. Nice little peek from Mako already.
Takes a second just to
A lovely reposition from him. Mako is so good, man. Realizing that he's just going to be holding this angle, just walks all the way out.
As well. Not sure if B main was the right spot, but anyway. Regardless, it's a win for DRX, 2-4.
Yeah, and in
it's just
theory,
one
there's
of
two
those
people that
rounds
struggle
where
to
the
buy.
execute works out perfectly again.
Yeah, we see from
Mako
the
on
vision of
site,
Mako
gets the
because
double, picks up
before
the
this,
spike,
push
plants
from
it in
DRX
time.
was not
Bane's
good,
been
but
very
Mako got
good,
two
by the
kills.
way.
Bane picked up two himself, even ADSing in close
Yeah.
range to pick up one.
The
So, you know,
actual
really taking his time,
2v5.
very patient,
2v5, there's
but
two
it
people that
works,
I said
and
couldn't
DRX
buy.
get
They
it with
hit a
essentially
Guardian
just
and a
two of their
Bulldog.
members, and they even take the
And
operator
then
out
now we're
of
really
Texture's
at the
hands.
end,
Of course,
right?
he buys
Money
another
is
one
not
because
here
he can,
anymore.
But if they can do it again. DRX, you know, they got a chance to come back in this one. It was looking very dominant in the first 4 rounds, but one timeout, and everything is changing.
And maybe Lakia backed out too early there.
Changing the wins for DRX's
Because it
side.
at least looked like Texture wanted
No
him to
Odin
shoot
this
the
round for
turret,
GenG,
then it was
so
too far
shooting
away,
the
then it became
operator
too
shot
obvious
off,
what they were
and
doing.
Off of that warning shot, DRX makes the
The
quick
widest
transition
swings.
over onto the
Get
A
people
side.
over towards side though. The Omen is super
Gonna be
important at
up
the
to
moment.
Meteor along with Karon to play
Wait, is he gonna
around
stick this
though.
Omen on site? No.
Pushes out outside of the dark cover, catches Mako as he cancels from the shadows. Karon's right back up next to him to trade, but Buzz finds an answer of his own. Now it's up again, down to Texture in a
I think I
one-on-two.
don't like how Karen played it, but I get that he was wanting to help his teammate.
Goes in for the swing,
Shot, man.
catches Buzz, drops down, but doesn't have the animation finished in
I
time.
thought he was gonna shoot it.
Foxy9 will be able to collect
I thought it was there. It was on him.
Puts up the dragon for DRX.
I mean, the first shot was so nice, very nice flick down, but then he just got slightly too aggressive. Didn't expect Foxy to just rush at him. Speaking of which, DRX, they ran from outside of B-Man straight over to Tree and straight in their face. I mean, Munchkin heard them coming
Yeah,
the
they
whole
really
way.
wanted to fight
It didn't
heavy
really
short
seem to matter.
here.
I mean, DRX kind of
The
just
GenG.
ran them down.
Okay, money
Won
fully
kind of a
gone.
crazy
2
back
hero
and forth
guns, but
firefight in Tree, and
5 ults,
Buzz
one of
made
them
his way
being
on the
knives,
A
which
side
will
as
get
well,
popped
got a
now
nice
as well.
little
So
flank
it's
kill.
still a decent
Just
low
one by
buy.
one that
Knife
almost
goes over
fell.
towards
Got
A main,
pretty
hits
close
one
towards
as
the end
well.
of the 2v1,
So
but Texture
with that, you normally
with only
flash
the
push over
operator
towards A,
in
but
that scenario.
they are
He
not in
got the
for it.
first kill. I thought maybe he was going to be able to clutch it. As, speaking of which,
Okay.
he's got his knives now.
Still body shots, yeah.
2 rounds to the operator, and then he's like, well,
Take
I
out
don't
the
have any more
smokes as well.
operators, but I do
And
have
B
these
main
knives.
control and A main control. Dude, this is a hard round for
One-up
DRX.
draft, which he
You got to
instantly
split
used.
somewhere
Still in
with
as
no
well,
smokes.
so not too bad. Bit of numbers advantage.
Knife goes in, hits
But
the
keep in mind it
Sova
is
as
a
well,
round where
just.
GenG is once again on a bit of a half-ish buy. Lakia might
So
have
far,
the
it's
rifle.
been the most
They've got
perfect
all the
GenG
ultimates.
rounds.
And it's always these rounds where GenG seem a little bit more deadly. Once again, Texture comes back up around mid, picks up one, goes back up towards heaven. Lakia!
Sick ult from him though, man. They were just
with the
stuck
Hunter's
in this
Fury,
little
flick
area.
onto two.
Dude, what a
Meteor's
round from them.
complete
Everything was
dazed,
so
only able to
perfect.
flick on towards one, and
Pick
then
over towards
Meteor
middle,
for the final
can't get
kill.
better than that in terms of
GenG
the
puts
smokes.
themselves back up
And
on
heavy
top.
fight over towards short. The ult
All
lineup
starts
is
with
just so
Texture
great in
getting
terms
a
of once they're
pick
just
made,
in
and
this
then he
area.
gets yet another one, and then Lakia
Flashes were
lines up
great.
the
Nade
two
was good to
as
just
well.
stall them in this little area as well for the ult to manage to actually get the
DRX are
double.
maybe going to be able to slowly chip back away in favor of this one, but yeah, just landing a bunch
Dude,
of body
he took
shots
no
with those
bullets there.
knives. Gets another one right over the wall. And then this lineup, knowing they're all in
It was
tree.
right at the edge
Yeah,
of
it was so close to being out of range here.
Seems though as though like whenever DRX takes a little bit of time, GenG will make use of the space around the map just to investigate and get further information for where DRX is about to hit.
GenG are doing good at just being aggro over towards B
Now
main
DRX
though. They
tries
have
to go
so
in a
much
little bit
pressure here the
faster
whole
into
time.
the A side. Buzz
Where
flies
are we?
up
What a
and
lovely
over,
KO
up
flash.
towards Generator. Now he takes down Munchkin. So slight bits of adjustment, but Karon was left
2v2, double
undiscovered.
killjoy ult.
Mako finally trades, and we're back to a 2-on-2. We've got lockdowns on both sides, ladies and gents.
This is about to get pretty interesting. Wouldn't be surprised if they do commit to them here.
Would be surprised. I reckon they might
Trying
just
to cover
double
for
walk
Mako.
out,
They're
right?
gonna let the plant go for now. As here comes the first lockdown.
Here we go. Oh!
Into the second one.
Oh my god, that's so annoying.
Shot.
Lakia tries to make a move and Mako stays away. He has a bit more space just up around Wine.
Yeah, no vision block
Meteor
for this
comes
as
back
well.
in to take his fallen teammate's place. Puts up the turret. Needs to tap on towards the spike. A bit of a slight one-way on top of Generator from Mako. The counter turret spots out Meteor. So annoying to play against.
I think he could have got half though.
There's no way. I mean,
It's
this
like my
is
only
no way.
criticism.
I'm not doing this.
Well, he got the one kill, but
He could have got half there and made it a little bit easier in terms of like
another round goes in
insta
the hands
turret on
of
Jenny.
DRX as they have
It's the first
made this comeback.
guy
a
that's gonna have to
thing.
swing
It
you.
is happening. I mean, they're not in the
Either
lead
way,
or
though,
anything like that, but
It was nicely done from
this half
DRX. I think
started
the
4-0.
idea
Now DRX
of
making
putting
it
the
pretty
Killjoy
close.
ult
Buzz, he got
towards
in,
A
he
main is like
over, but it
heavily
really came down
underrated
to
here
Mako.
because
Yeah.
they
Able to
can't
clutch
tunnel
it
vision
here.
and go
On
for
the
it.
side, he was the
Right,
last
so you're
one
secured
in,
that they don't get
and
the
he did
space
not
off
miss
of
a
it.
couple of big shots. little bit of a delayed fist bump there for the guy who kind of just won either round.
Yeah, and they just won a round and then they lose one, so money is in the bin. They managed to have the op.
And that's what it comes down to, the slight adjustments. Before that, Buzz just dashed in along with Sax's flash. This time he went up on top.
Bro, they're
of
just
Generator.
sight hitting.
And then, of course, like you mentioned,
They
Mako
don't even
coming
want to
back into
default right
clean
now.
up for the team. It's going to be the same execute this time, but
This
instead of
exec
going
is
towards Generator,
real
Buzz
nice,
uses
though.
his
I'll give him
Cloud
that.
Burst on towards Dice. Unfortunately, though, he drops the Karen, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are here to back him up. Perfect protocols,
It is really cool. I'm interested with
Once
this.
again, DRX will
Most
seize
people, right, when
control
they hit
over
sight,
the
will
A
do
site.
like some kind of recon back
This
here.
puts them back up.
They're
to
reconning
tempo pretty
in
much
front of
gonna be
Jenny,
5-5.
and you
Yeah.
can't really shoot
I'm very
it
curious
apart
to see how
from
Texture
like
went
any
down
angle
because,
that's behind
you
this
know,
line,
they
right?
were kind of
So
staying hidden, both him and Karna
this goes
on
off,
the site,
and then if this actually
but
scans, it means that
somehow,
all
I
of
guess,
close
Texture
is
went for a
clear,
peek
so
and
no
he
one
just
has to
got his
worry
head
about
taken off. He
close.
didn't even get
If
to
the
fire
smoke
a
at
shot.
doors, they don't have to worry
What I
about
could
door.
tell,
Then everyone can literally just have their
Mafia
crosshairs just like
spotted.
aiming in front of them.
He was
It's just
getting
like
his kill on a Foxy.
an angle. They never need to check
Not gonna
any of
win the round,
this.
but let's see how many kills
It's
he can
just
get.
such an easier shot for them when they're coming out
Just the one.
towards sight. And
Not
the
gonna
KO
lie,
flash over towards the top of sight
Yes,
is just the
anticipating
one.
the swing out from Bane.
It's a very good sight,
Having
yeah. I love
having
this
fired
recon.
off a shot, you know, Bane just
It's similar
where
to the
he
one
was,
that people
so a
were
little bit
doing
more
like in
prepared to
this
take
corner,
that-
but maybe a
that
little
bullet.
bit better.
Here we go. I mean, the flashes, Mako being able to shrouded step into the site. We don't really see Texture's death, but it's just clear.
Yeah, maybe this guy needs to talk
protocols
about
and
it.
how DRX wants to take A, and they've got so many
We'll play
variations
close to A, I think.
of how they can execute that strat.
And it feels like GenG have tried to match those variations, but the last couple of rounds looked pretty dicey in terms of their defense, which is why I think they call a timeout here, just to try to recalibrate because...
Oh, mid pressure? Yeah, their sight hit's
you're not
new.
killing anyone
I mean, the
as
sight
they
hit's
run
new,
into the
so
site, and yes, there's
that
a lot
can
of
work
utility
against
being
people.
thrown in your face,
People
but you
never
need to
seen
have
it
some
before.
counter flashes to go up
Kind of
to try
relying
to
on
stop.
it. I didn't see this recon up
DRX
until now.
getting free kills on your operator
You gotta
player
play
on
close.
Top, you know, Texture just being
Teams aren't
taken
used to
out for
playing
free.
close.
And yes, Mako is kind of being a beast right now and hitting all those shots on the entry, just kind of playing the guy in the back, being the turret, but at the same time,
Well, this is a timeout,
you have to have a
and
way, you
they
know, you throw
either
extra smoke in that choke
work
or
out how to
something
play
to
against
give
this
yourself
on
a
site,
chance,
which is a little bit
so
risky
far,
because you don't know how it's
DRX
going to
have been
work,
pretty clean on these
or you
entries.
just fight aiming.
It's just so hard
So
for
we'll
Gen
probably
G to
see that. We see a
anticipate these
judge here,
movements
so it'll be
well. I mean,
KO flash
don't
into
really know if it's gonna be a
EP,
set
play
play
judge
for
close.
A or B.
Or knife, and then
that's why it
smoke, and
comes
then
down
just
to the
run
initiators. I
close.
think that's why we have
But yeah, instead of
Munchkin
fighting over towards the site
positioned
and being able
with
to
a
try
bit
and
of
shoot this recon, or having something to do the recon, they go
towards
for the
aiming.
safer option,
Again,
which is
it
just
is
fight aiming.
a bit of that half buy
Well,
for Gen G,
safer
though.
in the terms of the fact that
this
this
is
is
where
something
we're
they would have done in
strongest,
prac.
right? Yes, let's test that Fury. Because for now, it's working out.
How
Mako has been
much
taken
HP is he on?
down.
7
No more
HP as
smokes
well?
for DRX. Buzz able to fight back, though, but this means DRX has to push through, persevere
And they are
into
just
the A
A
site.
hitting.
Managed to shut the door for the time being. Texture, though, just right up around the corner, fires off a couple of shots. Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, Texture just
Back here behind
desperate,
does have a
trying to take
drone.
someone down, maybe stop a plant or try to hit someone in
From
hell, but
Valakirs, he has
nobody
a
is
Bucky.
taking a single shot. And so far the Sheriffs also have not
Oof.
quite rang true.
Oh,
It's a
no.
nice little spray as well to catch Meteor as he tries to run away. Bane's here and Wine, he's going to pick up another, and Texture also goes down.
Yeah, they got it.
DRX will
They got to
clean
hold
them up.
A.
Just only getting that one kill onto Mako
Last
in their
round
eco.
before the switch.
DRX now, I mean, they're back in the driver's seat all of a sudden, 6-5.
Right back up on top. Their hands on the steering wheel, and it's a little bit odd. Almost as if Gen G's thrifty magic has run out. And that's what you have to think about it. Like, that was a timeout from
Yeah,
Coach
but if
Solo.
the hurry calls, the thing
Maybe
is, if the
didn't
site hits
quite work out for
different
the third
and
round,
it's not something that you've
has to
seen
for this
before,
one.
it's hard to
Last
adapt
round,
on the
first
fly.
half, we've invested
When you're
a
focusing
lot.
so heavy
It's
about
back
your
onto an
game,
Odin
it's
for
hard to
Lakia, but
work
also
out
an
like
Odin
what is
for
actually
Foxy
wrecking you.
9.
Like, we can obviously see that it's
Set
the
up,
recon,
waiting
but
to counter.
it's like when you're in the game
wallbang
itself,
spot.
it's when you're back at
Doesn't
site and maybe
catch
you're not
anything,
seeing
though.
the recon, you're like, why are they insta aiming at
Bit of
us the whole
presence,
time?
rest of the team on
Very
A side.
hard to adjust
See
on
what
the
Buzz
fly.
can do.
It's like a
Pull
real
knives.
skill.
They have 4 ults. It's a buy round for Gen G, but I think DRX are just going to send it again. They're just going to go with what has worked so far.
Clears out the corners. Initially foiled off.
Yeah, now they just go for
Up
more
on
of a
top of
contact
Generator.
burst.
Oh, and he
Bro,
just
they
swings
are
a decent
owning
amount of
this.
meteor. We used to play Jet himself.
This
so
is
now
very
this is gonna
impressive,
be an
man. It's
open
just like
A
a
site.
whole
Door
game
hasn't
plan
been
based around A, and they're
shut
just
yet,
changing
though.
it up
Texture
at the
might
end here
protect
as
some of
well.
them as they hop on over. Instead, he does not. Stacks just narrowly evades and fires back at the Tracer round.
Bro, I can't remember last time I saw the B site.
Now back into it, still the door left open, dark cover through, and Munchkin able to push out. Oh, it's gonna be the Hunter's Fury that catches Lakia though, but there are still some movements coming outside of door. Buzz tries to hop on over, spots
What,
the head, and just skewers through Karen's
what was the score at
skull.
its
It's
worst?
gonna
Because
be
this is a comeback,
7-5
right?
for
Was it not
DRX.
3-1?
So, DRX, they started off really slowly from the attacker side. They lost 4
4-1?
rounds,
4-0?
including those,
Holy.
the pistol, and then the anti-eco. But like,
They actually just hit A
after
site
that, they took
every
a
single
timeout,
round.
And then they lost 1 round.
They won a
afterwards. They took
2v4.
7 out of
Sorry, a
8
2v5 on
in
B.
a row,
Was the
and
only
it
round they won
was
on B.
just- it was kinda
And then
lights
they
out as
just
well,
went
and,
A.
like, the pushes onto A were just not
Without
handled at
any
all from the side
control,
of
really.
GenG. DRX
I would
are-
say 2
it
rounds
feels
maybe
like
they had a
Buzz is
little bit of
really
pressure around the map.
confident, right? He's peeking out of the smokes. He's getting right on top of Generator, taking out Texture. He's kind of making those really important members of GenG not really a factor so far in this first half.
That's why this is incredibly dangerous. Why did you pick this map against DRX? It's time to show us.
The timey
GenG,
timeout, and he's just
they
saying,
did
guys,
this
go
for a
A.
reason. For now,
They had, I
on
mean,
the
they had
attacking
like
side,
3 different
DRX
A
has
hits, really.
shown so much control. I mean, they've been trying to toss in some feints, some fakes across their entire strategy. The Odin sounding off around the B site, and then the push into A in that last round. Now onto defense. Is DRX potentially going to close out this match 2-0?
Wasn't the expected result from most of the members on the global team.
No.
I mean, even just the fact, you know, if DRX wins in 3 maps, it's like, okay, that was kind of interesting, not very
And
expected.
we've
but
seen
if they
this
take a
before.
2-0, that's
Flash
like,
close,
what is going
clear
on? Like,
site,
how
well,
are
clear
they
close B
performing
main,
this
then the
well,
flash
and
that
what
goes into
happened to
site for the
GenG?
jet to
I
dash
think
in.
that so far GenG have played pretty
And
well.
let's see
I'm
what
not
the
sure if
timing's
they're,
like
you know,
on this,
10
and
out of
let's
10
see
their
if,
full form
'cause
right
Foxy's
now,
gonna
but
fall back
DRX
into
have really
site.
leveled up as well, I feel.
That's right. I mean, every player right now, it's going to be Mako, Foxy9, and Bane even.
He tried
Still
to,
though, GenG tries to go in with
he
quick
tried to
moves, just like what
smoke
DRX
to
did before.
ruin.
But unfortunately,
So they knew the
rest
strat,
of
by the way.
team was not
And this
quite
is impressive
able to
from
follow up
DRX.
with
As soon as they
Texture.
see that flash, they knew exactly
now,
what strat it was.
Lakia,
He does the smoke, and I know
making
it's like a
some
one-way
calls,
as well,
they're
but it
trying to
should
hang
also
back.
block this guy's vision potentially for dashing into sight. So I like that.
Yeah, it was
A little
great
bit
one-way
higher than it
smoke
would
from
normally be for a
Buzz,
one-way, I'm pretty
and
sure.
They should have known he was there in that position, especially Texture, who got in over the top. And
Yeah,
he was just not looking
and
the right way, and Buzz just got a
feels
free
like
headshot on
GenG
him
going
as
to
he was not there.
Madrid
As you
and
mentioned,
showing a
nobody was
lot of
able
their
to follow up 'cause there was
strats,
just too much
and
utility
especially
in the choke,
pistol
and
strats being the same,
of course, only the jet got in, so
just means that you're going to have a
Push
rough
very much
time.
stifled,
And
as DRX did read it very well.
every single team,
They're just
apart
trying
from
to set up
Paper
a
X
guard
right
cover.
now, has suffered
This
from
only
going to
works if
Madrid.
DRX makes a mistake and they try to do something cheap and pushes through. Oh, okay, they tried to
Spike
peek out.
down.
Bane along with the recon. Just trying to catch them off guard. Now having to swing back
30
around.
seconds
GenG picking off these players one by one. They've evened out the odds again. Buzz with the
Ooh.
frenzy whiffs. Munchkin down to 1 HP, but it
Big
doesn't
Joel.
quite matter.
Oh
The
my
damage has
god.
been done.
He just jeweled
Meteor
everyone. His
with a
teammate
double
was on 1
smackdown.
HP as well, and
GenG
they got the plant here. That was
able
a
to
solid
secure the
recovery.
pistol
4v5.
Yeah. Sometimes in the pistol round, it's like, it seemed like
I thought
they
like,
knew.
yeah, they lose texture. This might be it.
Yeah, like, well, also, it felt like DRX
Yeah, I mean,
knew
you
that
can
they
know what
were
strat they're
coming in
doing, but if
still
they
from
just
that
pop
angle,
you,
and just the timing, you know.
what else are you
checked,
meant to do? Yeah?
So he's like, okay, he's not there, but then immediately
Jaws,
after
thank you
Munchkin
so much, man.
swings, Meteor
Thank you for
hits
the
a
20
couple
months.
of really nice headshots with the ghost.
Appreciate you saying that, dude. Of course, man. You too.
Sometimes it just comes down to how you're going to hit those shots. GenG were just better in that round.
I don't fault DRX for having the confidence to peek out, though. But still, I mean, GenG shows that they are not to be messed with. This map could still
gonna be hard for them,
potentially
though.
be theirs.
Here.
Some cheeky shorty plays from Buzz, though, and he tries to catch off Karen, potentially.
Yeah, so gamble stack here, and once they don't see any pressure, they decide to go aggro, and it is
Oh boy.
A solo Omen.
Around and top.
That's nice. Buzz takes the hit. Let's check out the instant reaction. They got one person here, Foxy, with a classic, back aside. They know he's probably here because the turret was up. And they definitely know he's here now because the knife was going to hit before he gets popped. They get the hero gun picked up of Mako. Let's see what they can do.
Exactly 29 points.
Yeah.
Two people are allowed to die in theory, but they already lost the gun.
It's a free plan
But obviously, if they get the kills, they can pick up the gun. And that might be why Mako's just thrown it away, right?
Trying to get as close as they possibly can to this spike explosion.
Not exits, we'll just die to the spike. But for now, I mean,
Yeah, this
GenG
is smart. Just happy with the fact they took out a gun here.
Great executes and good job with
Yeah,
leaving
and this
Karen
also
just to
shows good,
lurk
like,
outside
good
of it.
ante, and the fact that they're listening to the ante as well. They know how they like to approach the runs once they win. They know they
seem
like
have
to
a good idea of where
triple
they could be,
rifle
Don't want
with
to
2.
take any risks as they break
And
down
they're
the
just
door, they
like,
run into
well,
the spike, and
You
DRX
can just do this and not give them any
lose
guns
that
here.
second round. GenG tie it up with another pistol round 1 here
Okay.
on Ascent. That is the one thing that GenG do have in their favor. 3 pistol rounds out of 4 so far over the 2 maps. And didn't quite win them bind, but maybe now we'll see. If
Alex
GenG can have those
Tsunami,
clean
thank
executes
you.
That we saw out of
Appreciate
DRX
it. Thank you for the 7
from
months.
the attacker side of Ascent.
Entirely
Of course,
possible.
bro. Appreciate the prime
I also
usage.
would
Thank you
not put it
for the
out of
support, mate.
DRX's zone.
Okay, and we go back to the
Turn
B
this around
hit
and
for the
now they've got
bonus.
full buy. They've
And they've
brought
done
out
this
the
before in
Odin.
a game as well.
Kane
Maybe
starts
while we're
to
getting the
fire
Odin
and
out,
tickle off some of these
it
players.
starts
Texture
tanking people a
down
little
30
bit.
HP.
Recon just before he gets hit by the
0
knife
points
to
to
make
push
sure
him
that they
back.
can't exec if they wanted to. Knife goes in as well, and the
They're
util
trying
dump
to
was great
get
from
the angle
DRX here.
on through to him with the Guardian, and he does get punched up a little bit. Meanwhile, Munchkin lurking outside
Lego,
of mid.
how we,
When pushes out.
Lego, I hope that's not for me. Guys,
Yeah, maybe
chatters.
just clearing out main.
I mean this in the nicest way possible. When I had
To
like
give some
less
information, we
viewers,
still do have
loved
green
the
numbers of
3
DRX over towards
sentences,
the B
loved
side,
that
but we see
stuff, could
rotations
read it
coming
all
in
day,
now.
it was great.
As it does look like this
Chat's too
rotation
busy
from
for that now,
GenG
man,
over
and
A
I
will be red, although
apologize,
as
and I would
say
love to
that,
read it, but it's
Stack's
just
kinda
too
hanging
much,
around mid.
man. Especially when the
Still
game
waiting
is
for a
on,
bit more
I can't do
information
it.
before
Like
he
when
commits
there's some timeouts
towards
and
the
the game
site.
isn't on, I can maybe
Given this
at
much
best
time
read like a
gone,
3-liner.
Buzz peeking into B.
but I can't, there's too many sentences, man. I can't do it. I apologize. There's that like literal paragraphs.
Onto the top, but a great dark cover from Karen as well. Stacks ignores it though. Stabs GenG in the back. You got Foxy
Yeah,
9
okay,
and
nicely
Mako
done.
on the site, just putting up a stalwart defense. And,
Yeah, and the
DRX
backup
takes
plan
the
after
lead
getting wrecked over
again.
towards B.
So I guess fragments
wasn't
just
great.
aren't real. Just run through them, and you know, like, I think a lot of times, especially
Leave it in the
Impulsive,
YouTube comments.
yeah.
That's a good way of doing it. I can always look at that.
Well, we've covered
can always
this
look at, like,
angle
YouTube
because,
comments.
You know, we've
they're
got this
easy.
utility down. There's no way the guy's
I get
gonna
little
come through there, but
notifications. I
Stacks
can
just-
reply back.
He throws
It's cool.
the book out the window. He's like, nope. He's like, do not look behind you. That's what he said, and
Chat, it's just
Again,
too
they
hard.
just assumed
Because
he
like
would
I have to
never
keep
do that.
scrolling
It
up
was just a
while
great
trying to
play
read
from
it, and then the
Stacks.
chat goes down,
Gets
and then I
the
miss
jump on
everything
it,
in
too,
game,
and
and I don't want to
totally
miss stuff
just
in
takes
game.
the air
I
out
mean
of
it in the
balloon.
nicest
That was
possible
the
way.
push from GenG.
That's
Not an
why
ego
such
thing,
a
it's
high
more
level
just a
decision,
timing
because
thing.
He knows as long as you're not close to the center of that fragment, you're fine.
Okay, GenG as well need to be
Now
careful. I mean, honestly, do both teams need to be careful here?
Both Odins.
The Odin battle. Why don't we just have 5? Like, everybody should buy one. Just spray at each other from long range.
Yeah,
Or
that-
maybe just through that wall.
We
you
should
know?
do that and then make Achilleos cast that whole round by himself, and he's just gonna have a grand time.
Yeah, that sounds like the best time.
Munchkin, one orb away from his ult.
Not this high-level play.
3 pass and
GenG
stack.
looks like they do want to head towards A once again.
Knife onto knife.
Again,
Oh
it's
my god, the
just
util
playing
dump
around the
was
presence, you know,
heavy
if they're able
towards
to
short.
Catch, actually, the slight skilled player from the Odin. If you're able to catch someone through the positioning, then it works out. But if it doesn't, at least you made a bit of noise.
And a
then you
lot
go
is
for
on
the
Stacks
one-on-ones, a
here.
bit
He
of an
has
ace
one
split
flash.
down through against DRX. Mako was able to trade up at least
Yeah,
one.
and this guy's been baited in a little bit. And they have no idea he's here.
Everyone else has finally arrived on the scene.
Literally no idea.
Though, so GenG has the advantage in timing. They get to set themselves up.
Oh my.
Stacks has stayed hidden
That's
away.
unlucky timing,
So
dude.
the
Flash
great,
enabled him to kill, but
Meteor's just a little
holy
bit
hell,
sharper,
he was the
spins
last to
on a
go
swivel,
on down
and takes
here.
down the final two.
I felt like the
GenG
guy in
ties
heaven
things up
really
18.
baited for him well, and then
Yeah, that they do. Get
it was
back
hard
on the
because this
board,
guy's like,
and
he wants to flash
this
for
time
everyone
just
to
a bit
swing, right?
more
But at the same time, he knows as soon as he gets
traditional
his flash
push,
out,
you
he's
know,
probably
get
getting
on
swung. So
We saw Stacks was trying to hide behind the boxes and wait
very
until the
unlucky,
very
huh?
last second, but unfortunately timing does him dirty. As the second he pulls out that flash, Aaron springs around the corner, and yes, he got the kill, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. As pretty aggressively
yeah,
hopping
that
off of
flash
heaven,
before the
trying to
jump out
challenge
would have
this
been the one.
but it was not
Just
quite
unlucky,
enough.
man. He's just so
Yeah, despite
concerned
the
that someone's going to
flash.
swing him.
I mean, good ideas, but still, GenG.
GenG's chance to stack up some money, and they need to with these
team
three.
Having the sense to fire in the general direction of where the DRX players would rotate from, which is heaven. So now back towards a bit of a thrifty round for DRX. So far, GenG has been the team to win out a lot of these thrifties. DRX, not yet. Not today.
Yeah, still waiting on their opportunity. They are going to stack towards A in hopes of making up for their lesser firepower by just taking better manpower trades. But at the moment, GenG is
That
doing
could
a
still
pretty good
work
job,
at
I
the
think, of
moment.
trying to feel this out. And so far, they
Yeah,
haven't
the stack
seen much
might
of
work.
anything.
No one's close enough to give him any early info with this.
Neither team wants to give the other an advantage. This DRX, if they get some kills,
Okay, that might be
of
enough
course
for
they
them.
would be
Knife
able to
goes
pick up
in,
a couple of weapons, which would be great for their economy.
hit the drone,
If GenG
and
picks
they're just
the
fine to
kills,
use an
though,
ult into it, and why not, honestly?
a couple of these
It's
players,
like the
Latvia
ult
here,
against
are
the eco.
closer to their
You gotta
ultimates,
look
so
at
that would
this,
mean
right?
a
You gotta
lot
look at the
for
actual econ.
the future rounds on this map.
So important. If they can keep this a clean round, only
a
lose
single
one,
advantage
maybe even none, the
Could
ult is
mean
massively
the
worth.
map going their way. Latvia listens to the
There is one though,
footsteps.
and that is a gun.
Foxy 9 able to collect on the flicks. Now just trying to go for exit frags, or at least to keep GenG pinned down inside
Yeah,
the
they might be
site.
able to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Foxy.
We'll see when the
has
recon
that
goes
Vandal.
out.
Maybe he could poke in, see if he gets
Oh,
someone.
they're going
gonna
for it.
try to get in here, actually, as teleporting in, but Mako not quite able to get it done. And Meteor will just hold down the
Yeah,
side.
I
Foxy
thought
does
they
get
were gonna
one,
just hold them
but
in
that
and just
is
try and
about
do
it.
damage,
So clean
considering the
round win
economy.
from
Ended up
GenG.
being alright, right?
Yeah, trying to
Double
really
armory
off
buy,
of
they lost
the
2
shot
guns. Not
instead.
too bad.
Does not work out. But this is where I
The
get a
Mako
little bit
play over
worried
towards
now,
stairs was
because
kinda
you
sick.
do have the GenG players up on a lot closer to their ultimate. So although we had some successful rounds from DRX in this second half right now, so far GenG are still in control. Their attacks have been great. Hence the timeout from Coach Termy just to turn
Timeout.
things
See the
around.
chat timeouts?
Yep, second time
You
out
can go
here
for
from
the
DRX.
You can go for the sentences. These are
feel
the
like,
times to ask that
you know,
stuff.
so far outside of the
Don't all go for it
last-
though, because that'd be
not,
too much.
Not the round we just had, but the one before that, where they were
all about
challenging
timing.
a little bit too aggressively on A as the spike plant was coming down. Outside of that, I mean, I think it's been okay for DRX, but they really don't want to give any momentum over to the side of GenG. So
Has the game been
just
so
gonna take
far?
that
Yeah,
second
really
time
good.
out Before things get a little
Really
bit
good.
too dire, because it really does look like GenG have risen to the plate here. On the
Lexi,
attacker
thank you
side
for
at
doing that.
least. Couple of great reads.
Victoria,
from them,
welcome in.
You know, just saying, okay, well, just gonna throw this KO
Thank you,
ultimate out,
Lexi.
see what we
Appreciate
can
the
see, and,
gifted.
okay, let's just rotate on over to B, and only Foxy was able to get the 1 kill.
Dude, I've
Outside
only
of that,
heard like
very
3
clean
songs.
round, so GenG really holding on tightly to their lead.
Second-hand hearing from a girlfriend playing it, basically.
They could possibly extend this even further because of their ultimates now.
Logic,
That's what
shut
I'm a
up,
little
man.
bit worried about. So even with the timeout, I wonder what Coach Termy is going to adjust. You've got these big tools, the Odin, the Operator, and in the hands
And
of Buzz.
is GenG just gonna try and do it back
They
to them,
haven't
just
really
straight up
quite
A
spotted
hit?
out anything towards B. Mako and Foxy have to be prepared for this. The smoke tossed out at the right time. Foxy trying to get the angle,
yeah.
trying to anticipate
Maybe just didn't
the
commit.
dash up from Texture, but he doesn't quite land the shot.
I think if he commits there instead of going back, he wins that jaw.
You should run.
Now we even have a lockdown committed to here from the side of GenG. See DRX just going to back out of this one for now. We'll see if they even attempt to get in there. All 4 members just running away at the moment, and they'll say, okay, well, we got the lockdown, and I guess we'll just have to be happy
Oh, there
with
goes
that.
your first big buy round.
They don't have
That's
much
a
of an economy
nightmare.
right now, so they just want to hold on to
Absolute
their 4
nightmare.
guns, especially that
Straight up
operator
A
Buzz.
hit. Taster of their own medicine for this one, for sure.
So
Got to
way to go
save.
for
Money's
the
good
save.
for GenG. Something that was lacking a little bit is now just outrageous. 3K for all of these.
I mean, down to the
Armor
final
rebuy.
rounds of
This is probably going to be a
map,
rebuy as well.
every little advantage counts, whether it's a rifle or an ult point or actual ultimates, are just taking away the ultimate from your opponent. But like I mentioned, it's going to be GenG extending their lead right now. They can afford to lose rounds. That's the biggest.
I like the mix-up from
thing
GenG though.
that DRX has to worry about, the battle of attrition.
They're not going to do it again, right?
Yeah, and this round is really going to be the big one. I mean,
I think for this is
could've said
Foxy9
maybe
on
the
this
last one
can
was, but
retake
the fact
heavy.
that
Like they got
Foxy
2
couldn't quite get
good
that
retake
shot
ults.
from Hell up on top of Generator, just kind of.
Maybe not so much
And
with
also
the gun,
fact,
but we'll
obviously,
see.
that they did commit to the lockdown means that DRX were like, you know what, this isn't the round. Let's go for the next one. And so they really need this one, otherwise GenG probably just going to
Yeah,
run
and
away
it looks
with
like
this
it's going to be
map.
something similar. They all disrespect the smoke.
Information gained by Mako.
Flash goes in.
He's aware, tosses out
Killjoy's
the
dueling
paranoia.
heaven. Killjoy needs to make sure
Good
that
little bit of contact from
dudes,
some
and
wall
Mako
bang
used his
shots
omen
and
flash.
the turret. And then we've
Does
got
that haunt them?
lockdown from
They do a good
Foxy9.
plant, and this is a good plant for
Spike's still planted,
A
though,
main,
but it
like
does
left side
give
and
DRX
short
a
as
bit
well.
of
So
room
this
to
is good.
stretch
They were
their
just
legs.
plan to just go in,
Gotta
take the
watch that
site, and they're
flank
just
up
going to
around A
accept it
short.
all. One gets tanked a little bit, but that's okay.
Aimed out there. Foxy trying to
Big duel on
challenge
short. One.
Mako as well, clean with one.
Very aware, but then traded by Munchkin.
Yeah, and this is the plant that we're talking about. Good from this angle. Smoke goes in. Not even half.
But look at how GenG are holding this from A main. It's planted out in the open perfectly.
Oh.
And then the Hunter
Damn.
Fury. Oh, Texture.
Damn, that was sick from him. That was so good. All
With
on
the
top of this as
movement,
well.
takes
GenG
down
loved the
2.
plan on this. Just simple. Just plant over towards here. Let's
And
double
that's
rack,
gonna be
wrap back towards short.
GenG.
Munchkin won some important
With
duels.
the
We've got to give him
lead.
that. But
Yeah.
that play in the
Might be
2 on
lights
2
out
was
for this one
so
unless
good.
DRX have a miracle up their sleeve, because this from Munchkin, he's really the main one. He wins in tree and then just a spray down to take another. And then, as you mentioned, this
Oh,
control
man, the
from
movement
AME
there.
was fantastic. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to just to make 100%
Yeah,
sure.
and
Even
because
GenG
of
knew
the
how
save,
important
they
that
didn't
round
get extra
was.
money, so they're on
Yeah.
1,000
Holding
for
on
that
to their
save.
momentum.
Momentum like
And they
this.
pretty much,
Get
like, dear.
points. Okay. What the heck?
Oh my god.
He gets a
Bro's
third.
could be one of the
Buzz
best
is
aces ever.
pissed off.
Ah,
He wants blood.
that was sick.
Unfortunately, only 3
was so
bits of
fast, top
blood
mid.
drawn today.
Well, Buzz has
The
had
Meteor
enough.
puts him in his
Dude, that
seat.
was the only hero gun.
Maybe it's enough, though. I mean, he just kind of did it
It
all
should
by
be enough.
himself. That's before GenG had any kind of setup. No push, of course, no spike plants or anything. So they're just, now it's Karen and Meteor who are like, huh, well, this is awkward.
Well,
And it
what do I
might
do
just,
now?
might just give enough money over to the side of DRX to start to get something going for them.
I mean, that's the most
This
bizarre
feels
thing
weird
about
for
this, because
DRX
he
right
just,
now. They
like,
just drone over
peeked
towards
out
A. They
top
see
mid,
nothing,
swings
all
it,
of here, and
picks
then
up
the
2.
knife hits 1 and B main.
Like, without any much assistance.
Like I
without
can't,
anything
I
else.
can't blame them
Really, the
for
only way
leaving
that
all of
works
A
is
right
if
now.
he Insta one-taps both of them, which he did. I mean,
Miguel,
there
thank
were
you so
2 of
much,
them
man.
up there
Appreciate
in
the
top
prime.
as
Thank you for the
well,
13
and he hits
months.
them both. And you can tell they really weren't expecting that. But generally, that's just like a 1-for-1 trade.
30
Meteor is
seconds
going
left.
to pick up 1. Make this a bit interesting. There's not a lot of time, but
One enemy
yeah, it's going to be
remaining.
Meteor going down. Aaron still could get this plant, at least. Try to pull off the 1v3 clutch.
It is possible. Interesting dark coverage just to give him a little bit more room on the site. Shrouded subs as well. It's a bit of
Oi.
noise, but he has to work against time and speed.
Yeah, what a
wow,
lovely
Foxy9
recon on
with
this.
a decisive swing out. I mean, we talk about
mean,
Bane as the rookie.
Straight up hero round from
We often
Buzz.
forget that Foxy9 was the rookie from last year on the Sentinel roll down this time,
Yeah.
which he's doing such a great job at. But wait, I want to see that replay of Buzz.
Yeah,
I mean, this
good
is
upgrades
just
as well.
Buzz's solo carry.
Oh
Buzz,
my,
you marvelous beast.
that is the most satisfying
The
thing.
fact that he doesn't get
Dude,
traded
the
and
timing on the
over
flash dash
top as
there.
well, just to open up a third kill. Great team play as well.
야, 하이미 오퍼 없겠다, 쟤. 오퍼.
Placing alarm bot.
It's like
He
I
wants
don't
up.
think I'll have an operator, but he does.
Okay, he gets up.
Maybe he was talking about the enemy team. Not 100% sure, but he was talking about not having an operator in some sense. But as we can see, he does. So
He can afford it.
yeah.
The recon that bounced into the corner middle.
Yeah, I
We
think
got
he's
a
talking about the enemy team.
Molly to break the turret over towards
whatever
here.
it
I'm
is,
pretty
whatever
sure he
the case
brought
is,
back the
now
turret. I'm just going to highlight this again. And
He has to connect his
nice
shots.
wide swing. And they are sending it for him.
Because GenG are trying
still
to
has
match
his
the pace,
dash.
trying to go a little bit faster than what DRX can hold. Pop flash doesn't quite work out.
Oh.
Buzz able to connect the shot out to Lakia. Texture continues to push through, pulls out the blades too.
Shot, man.
Oh, swatted down in midair.
Oh
Buzz
my
goes
God.
back in for a third. And now playing around the dice.
He's
it's gonna be Kara who
incredible
takes it
right
down
now.
from a main.
3K into 3K.
Spike
If he gets
planted
attacked with his
underneath
drone, he has his ult. No longer
command
able
pop
to use the
just to
ult
give
with the
himself a
KO.
second life,
Wait, how's
too.
he popping that guy in midair?
No utility. Bane can't quite execute with the Hunter Sphere. He's going to have to barrel through and walk down. Movement speed
Oh,
slightly deterred.
man, if I'm Buzz,
And as he
I'm
swings
so
back, trying to
pissed,
think
bro.
where Munchkin is.
How has my team not won
Lo and
this when I've
behold,
done
the
this?
final shot to put GenG up on map.
Okay,
point.
3 chances.
That's a
Dude, I
big
need
one.
to see this
Buzz
replay.
was getting angry. He was trying to put a stop to GenG by himself again, but it was GenG as a team
Whoa.
who were just a bit better. Karen
한명 남았습니다. 아군이
picks
한명
up 2, and then Munchkin finishes off the last.
Ah, I want to see the midair shot.
And that was a very close round, but GenG pick it up, and now it's looking like we're probably going to that third map at this point. We did
And
a
I'm too used to
split for the
EMEA,
third
man.
map.
I've been tainted by
See if
EMEA
GenG can close
replays.
it out.
That's what's pretty impressive about GenG.
They just give us
Being able to
everything.
keep the vibes up, being able to keep Buzz cool. They pour water on his head. DRX trying to pull off some unorthodox positions given their weaponry,
Wait,
stacks of the
On
Spectre.
purpose? Or...
And GenG wanting to close this out, they play it safe. It's a bit of a default hold.
There they are.
Oh,
Oh, the
Oh.
recon!
dude, did it hit him?
Well, that got very awkward for Stacks quickly. He's like, oh,
Because normally you would, because you wouldn't get the indicator.
nicely
You wouldn't get
played
the
by
indicator
Beside
if you were in
GenG.
the smoke, so you wouldn't move out of the
They
smoke.
just have the 13-9 in their hands.
And then he's
But
moved out of the
four
smoke
members
and
of
it's hidden.
DRX, and they do have
So,
rifles
dude, it has to,
and
it had to have
operator
hit
at
him.
least.
I
Either
don't
that or he
know
made a huge
that
misplay, but I
operator's
just
gonna
don't
do.
think that would happen there.
It's go. Oh, wait.
Timing.
Swatted off the leg.
Time's
He gets
incredible in
the
this.
one!
Might be a
And
buzz
he's got
round.
blade
I mean, they
storms at
need a
the
buzz
ready as
round.
well. I was going to say it comes down to Foxy 9,
Wait,
but
this-
it doesn't matter if Buzz is here to help him out.
30 seconds.
Bane chips in with a Hunter's Fury, although it doesn't quite connect. Texture
Oh,
has slipped
boy,
every
it's done.
single punch, every single cross. Now sliding up on
Textures
top. he
chill on
catches
this
Marco
one as
square
well.
back
Okay,
in the
nicely
head.
done. Huge
Texture.
recovery. Oh my god.
The hat trick
What
to
a
close
what a
out the
good
map for
attacker.
GenG.
They knew where they were coming from. It didn't matter because Texture
Honestly, DRX, the
existed,
kind of
got
rounds they were
their
winning on
base,
defense
took
was
down
just
3
hero plays,
people
really.
at nearly melee
And even sometimes that
range
wasn't enough.
Super cleanly. It's like they didn't even see him at all. He was invisible. Excellent stuff from GenG to bring us to tie score and bring us to a third map.
I mean, this second half for the Tigers, they have just dominated DRX. And it's just such incredible stuff that our desk is going to have to break it down for all of us to see.
We do have a lot to talk about, indeed, about that match, and we are going
I still
into
can't
map
believe the
number
DRX
3
attack,
because
though.
GenG was able to
Can't believe
bring
the
it
spam
back.
of
I
A.
love how
That
DRX
was nuts.
cut the momentum of GenG, even very
GenG
early
definitely
on,
have to
though.
look into
This
that,
was-
but they kind of
this
get a
was a
free
match that was
lesson,
very,
right? They get to
you know,
work
kind of
out
like,
that
oh, it's favoring
their
DRX,
A
and
is
you
maybe a
suddenly
little
didn't
bit
know which way
weak,
it was gonna go, and suddenly
and
GenG brings it back as well.
Well, this was like
and they won the
just
rounds.
stock
Well, and they won the
standard
map
Korean
even.
Valor.
It's like the
Like,
most perfect
everybody's
thing you could
super
ask
good at
for.
their executes,
You get
so
something
execute
exploited, but
heavy.
you
Yeah,
still
I mean,
win.
This is like a throwback to like Valorant from a couple years ago. It felt so awesome to see. Like both of these teams
Okay,
have great
chat, I'm
ideas
gonna run
on
some
their
ads in a
attacker
little
side,
bit, but again,
tremendous
just to
execution, tremendous ability to back each other
remind
up,
people
but
that maybe
GenG's
weren't here
attacker
before,
side
we're doing
just
a
a little bit
charity
better.
campaign as well at the same time with Liquid
Well they're able to
for Earth Day,
follow
and
up
it
on
is
those attacks.
essentially
You
to
see just
remove
how
plastic from the
knowledgeable
ocean.
GenG
So
was in
if you
playing
want to
that
get
post-match.
involved,
Sure,
at the
something
moment
for
Liquid
DRX is gonna try to
is
defuse that spike.
matching
There's
everything
always
up
one
until
person on
5,000,
GenG
so
that is gonna
you pretty much get
stop
double your
that
money if
defuse
you
from
do want to
happening, and it
donate.
just kinda compounded itself
And
over
so
and
far
over
we've got
again in a lot of these rounds.
2,132, which is wild, so shout out to us already. But yeah, we'll be running for the whole week if you want to get involved.
How incredible the shot calling
Or
has
just
been
staying
from
in the
both
stream
sides.
and
We've highlighted the
putting up the
IGLs,
numbers
the
helps it
pre-show. I
have
mean, it's just
vision,
about
so
us, right? Just
that's
because,
also good.
you know, you can tell
Everyone's
exactly how
helping.
these teams are able to perform at this level thanks to how solidified they are, thanks to that, you
Exactly
know,
that.
Stacks and Munchkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly
I mean,
that.
it all starts with the IGLs.
Lead game after
and the way
this?
to work the
Yes.
map. I mean, both doing a really
yes,
good
yes.
job on both sides
Okay.
of the coin.
I'll be
working
back
the
in a
map
little
enough
bit.
that they can find those little openings. You know, if they just get that little bit of extra space, and they can punish you so much because the players play off of each other so nicely. I mean, GenG in particular, like the way they've been playing throughout this entire year, obviously, yeah, there are lurks from Munchkin and Meteor, but there's always at least 3 together in whatever they're doing at their main focus, and they're all trying to play in this sort of triangle-ish formation where they're trying to bounce off of each other. So if one falls, there's another one to step up right behind them. This time, Munchkin leading the way. You know, his bind was something to forget, bounces right back, and has a tremendous ascent.
So here's the flip side. We were talking about how, you know, good the attacking side for DRX was, right? Because we were mentioning this, you know, off panel, or off panel, where, you know, Foxy9 feels like he's doing a lot of gravitating of the attention of GenG. You know what came on the second half? Absolutely nothing. He had like 8 kills this entire second map, and that's probably because of how well GenG was able to do their pushes. Foxy9 couldn't really do his, you know, standard lurks because he was on a killjoy. He has to be planted somewhere else, and GenG's executes were just so good that even when DRX are trying to, let's say, respond, they didn't really have that good timing. You'd see these kind of lurks that come in from Munchkin that was a lot more impactful than what we saw from what DRX was trying to do, especially on that second half.
Yeah, by that time it was too late for Foxy9 to have any real impact, right? But I also think it's just because Buzz had such a great map, you know, here on Ascent, right? We were talking earlier about how, okay, maybe on the Rays, he wasn't really popping off that much, you know, back on Bind, it was really Foxy9's map, but now Buzz, we saw that flick, for example, over onto Catwalk, right? On two headshots just in GenG. He's awake now, Paper Thin. He is awake and he's mad.
No, exactly, and they're going to need it. I mean, they need that angry Buzz. You know, Texture also came alive a little bit at the end there, had that big 3-piece for himself to get himself close to almost an even scoreline in that. But, I mean, Buzz did look a little uncomfortable for, like, the first half of that map and a little bit with the Operator, but then he started to get the feel of things underneath him. He had that sick triple kill with the Operator as well. So now I'm just kind of seeing if DRX can kind of get him heated up for this split, because they're really going to need him. Probably going to be the only, you know, potentially the only duelist. We'll see, but you know, they're going to need him to really pop off on Rays if they're going to get over the line here on Split.
Right. And I think that, you know, right now it's a 1-to-1. It could be anybody's game at this point, and we really do mean that, right? But I think right now, speaking of games, we do have one of our own, and this is the most important game, I feel, for Aserai right now, because while we were discussing GenG and DRX, you know, Paper Thin and I going back and forth, Aserai was just like, how on earth do I rank up in this
He
game
was
over here?
so
He was! He's like, okay, by week 3 I have to do this or whatever, but we do have to give it to Paper Thin. We do have to give it to you.
I told you just got to pick against what you think's going to happen.
That's a strategy that I will take to heart. But we're going to go over here. It's my first day, and I'm already deranking. Haha, joke's on you. This is nothing new to me. Haha.
Okay.
I go down to
the viewers also go up
silver.
anyways.
The viewers do go up. You guys go up to
I just want to add, I have simulations playing in my head about these kind of things, all right? And it is exactly what it could happen. And then if it doesn't, it means that the team that I picked, like, should win that particular question, loses the round.
Look, I want you to watch this.
Okay. See this.
I want you to watch this.
I'm looking. You know, I will take this loss. But see here, DRX pushed A site. If they pushed B, they would have won, and they would have, you know, planted the spike there, and they would have won. They planted on A, and they lost. See?
The massive copium sitting next to me.
I know. Like, this entire time. That's what he was talking about. And now he's like strategizing, okay, I have 7 more wins to do and everything.
He's already planning out like his next
I'm here for 4 days, guys. For 4 days, okay? I'm here till Tuesday. I have 7 more series to get into.
That's what matters.
Exactly.
This is what matters over here. It is quite attractive. I mean, like it's my first time here, and I'm down to silver.
And Will's right there on diamond.
Yeah.
With Valdez.
Should we like? Is there something that happens if you go past iron? I have to ask.
I've got plans for that.
Oh.
I tried to do it.
You tried to do it?
I gave it a go, but
Really?
now I'm winning because I'm picking against my gut instincts.
Ah, okay,
So,
okay.
That's how we're rolling.
interesting. To be
Yeah.
continued. We'll find out if
Yeah.
there is a life beyond iron. But right now, back into our series, right? Enough of these mini games over here. Let's go back to the real one, GenG and DRX. This, I feel like, again, we keep talking about how this is a battle of like pride to, for that, classic of Korean teams, I suppose. But right now, it could be anybody's game. Both teams are at their peak right now, Paper Thin.
Yeah, they are. And this is a map where they both played very, very well for the most part. I mean, GenG beat Sentinels on that 13-5. Yeah, they lost the repeat in the grand finals at Madrid, but still they show that they can hang on this map. They like to run the double duelist. Now, the interesting thing for the side of DRX is they just went up against a double duelist in T1 with Izu and Zaya player playing Graze and the Jet respectively, and they handled it incredibly well. And a big part of that was like Mako coming up huge, Buzz having a great game, Foxy playing a very solid Cypher. So if those things can continue to be there, I think this could start to lean a little bit towards DRX. They have very good fundamentals on this map.
Yeah, at least from what's, what my takeaway from that is, it just feels like the win conditions that make DRX such a scary team is very much more doable on split than, with NSA. Because again,
Right.
I felt like Fox and
We
just
are
didn't
back.
have,
And there's been a donation as well, $10 from Anonymous. So shout out to whoever the anonymous person is. Let's get some slick offs in the chat as well. Thank you for doing that, whoever you are.
Energetic players that is there for DRX.
No, for sure. I think we're gonna see we saw Foxy 9 earlier. We saw
Shout out to you, bro.
Buzz finally waking up. We're gonna see every one of these players at their peak here in Split. I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see Buzz and Texture potentially on that raise. I'm excited to see the lurks as well. You have Foxy 9 potentially up against Meteor, right? Or maybe GenG brings out the double duelist. Who knows? Right now, we are gonna step into our agent select as we head into Split. So let's bring up our agent select and head on over to the stage to see what's going on. And in the meantime, Paper Thin here on Split. I don't know. Both of these teams, as you mentioned, have such history in this map, right? Both of these teams,
Sure.
I would say, are very comfortable on this
Foxy
map as well.
9.
Yeah, no doubt.
You're going
And I'd
for
be
this one.
shocked if there were any changes.
Cypher? Okay.
Everybody's just trying to kind of out, chess battle each other today. There hasn't been much
So
in the
in
way of
theory, on
unexpected
paper,
agent picks or anything
the
like
DRX
that. This
comps
is purely a prep battle right now. And so DRX got the advantage on
because
Vine.
double
GenG
duelist
looks
gets
really,
wrecked
good on
by
the set.
Cypher.
So now you come over to Split, a map that is home ground for both of these teams. They look super comfortable. Obviously, you're looking at the double duelist versus a Cypher. So certainly GenG, struggled a little bit on their defender side against DFM.
They need to make sure that the Cypher's in the right place.
If you can go kind of even, you're probably feeling pretty good. As we saw, GenG was able to bounce back, win like 7 rounds out of the last couple in their defender side,
Yeah.
attacker side.
Well, we're gonna see indeed how this pans out as
It
we
all
step
rests
into
on
Split.
Foxy
Let's
9.
toss it on back to our
A
casters,
little bit.
Black and Valdez.
Little bit.
Thank you once again, Mika Asteroid, Paper Thin. Oh boy, it's going to be down to Split.
Okay,
and
DRX
this is
on
the one
defense,
where I feel like
GenG
it's a
on
complete
attack.
toss-up, Valdez.
I don't
The
know
double
what to
duelist was
expect out of
solid
this
against
one. It's so
Sentinels.
close
It was
between
more
these two teams
anti-strat,
already,
to
and
be honest,
Split,
than anything.
I
But
feel like it's just gonna
it
go
did
the
work out
distance.
well,
Maybe this is the
at
one
least
that
for
we
the
get
first one.
overtime on,
It was
know?
like
We were
anti-strat.
expecting maybe it
First
was
map
gonna
was
be
anti-strat for
blind,
GenG, first
I could
split, and then
absolutely
second
see
one
it
was
happening
anti-ing
here.
the anti from Sentinels.
But I am
It was
worried
fun to
about
watch,
one
honestly,
thing,
from
because
a
GenG are the ones who
coach
left this
perspective.
open, but DRX are the
It was
ones
pretty
who
cool
get
to
the
see
paper
mind
side
games.
they want to start on. And
Okay,
Mako's iron
and
defense
big
on this map is
pistol,
something to
big
behold,
pistol.
because he's able to slip in and out of ropes like a monster. That's something that
Instant
he's done in
skydog
the
over
previous
towards
weeks
heaven with the
in this
deeper
stage of
wall
VCT Pacific.
to get heaven
GenG
control.
has to watch out for that. And I think that's why you see them walking through mid instead of down straight into A.
Yeah, we're
Makes
gonna have to
sense.
keep
Let's
an eye
see
on the
where
trips as well, because the
GenG
trips
will
are gonna
attack
be
here at the end of the day.
pretty much everything for this.
For these
Like this
guys
from
in mid,
GenG, most
heading up to
default
B heaven.
double duelist comps would just sight hit and then take mid later. I think doing stuff like this on a pistol is something that I used to lean on heavy.
Foxy's the one
It
with
was
the
like,
angle,
what does
but
the
Fade's
comp
the one
struggle
on
at
the
doing?
side.
Taking mid, let's do
Paranoid
it on a
tossed down, a
pistol.
little bit slightly off.
Just so they think that it's
Just the
thing that we
slippery
want to be
movement
doing
from
it
Meteor, scraping
starting
left
off
and
the
right.
game.
Both players instantly
So
dealt
I like
with.
this a lot from GenG.
The dive is just too darn good.
GenG got in there really fast, and DRX just were not able to feel that pressure much at all.
Lovely molly though from
It's
Mako.
gonna go down to Mako, but another kill
Last
goes to
player
Meteor. That's
standing.
a third one to Meteor.
Yeah, it's a nice round for Meteor.
And Buzz is alone.
And DRX were massively expecting a site hit. You
Near
could tell. Free
flawless
pass and
for
stack over
GenG,
towards
and
A.
I don't see how Buzz can make his way out of this one. No util. So many targets ahead of him.
Oh.
A wider swing from Meteor. And that's
Where are the
gonna
shots
be
going on this?
the
Okay,
round. Not
and
only the
we got to
round,
say that Meteor is
4 kills
very close.
under this guy's
Well,
belt.
I say very close, halfway.
Yeah, great start.
Halfway
for
to his
Meteor
ult.
as
So we'll keep an
they
eye on
just-
that.
You
Definitely
know,
farm
they
up the
got
ecos.
spotted a little bit late, and then the entry onto this one was fantastic. Long range shot from Dexter, and then just the swift moves from Meteor back and forth, back and forth. And then he just takes everybody out. Very crisp third kill, and then this one eventually gets the job done.
It's just another Tuesday for him.
Same
He's
thing.
back-
Actually, it's
3
Saturday.
rifles, 2 ghosts, so they are allowed a
He's
death
back
on
on
this
top
one.
of that jet.
Aggro A for
Double
DRX.
duelist,
They do
the
not want
Sentinelist
Meteor to farm the
composition
orbs, and they want to
against
try to get something for
DRX's double
themselves. So
controller.
push over towards B. They pick
So
up an orb
far,
on the stacks.
Defense hasn't worked out great. It's only been the
Speaking of
first
orbs, though,
round.
you might see Meteor
So
want
let's
to
see if this
take this.
crossfire with the pistols might be able to do something.
And
And once again,
hey,
it's
push
the
over
same thing where
towards
they
B,
leave
just trying
Munchkin
to.
on the lurk. Oh,
He's definitely taking that orb now,
DRX
right?
tries to make a move, but
Yeah,
instantly gets
do
slapped
away.
down.
Yeah, you know, Buzz, he was the top fragger.
Okay.
Spike
on
But it just makes a lot of sense, right? We look at this default. We
Not
see
gonna
a
get a second kill here.
3-1-1,
But yeah, he
and
was
we
the
got to
top
look at
fragger
their
in,
buy, right? 3
7
rifles.
first
3
kills,
rifles are
and
together.
he was ahead of
Ghost,
everybody else
Ghost,
out of
Ghost,
GenG as well,
Ghost can get info.
individually.
The 3 rifles just dueling
This
together,
time
making
around,
sure they
2 rounds
trade,
in a row,
making
he's
sure
the
no
last
one picks
one
it up.
left
So
alive.
makes a
He
lot of
did
sense,
have
but they
kind of
also
a
can
miraculous
have pressure,
performance himself,
and the
especially
ones can
towards
take the
end,
risks.
peeking into, you know, 3
just
separate
get info
people,
and
getting 3
tell their
headshots,
team to
nearly
come back.
bring them back on ascent. As this time Munchkin was the guy, and eventually they just try to peek out and get what they can get.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know. DRX just
And then they
faltering
get
a
this
little bit,
buy round
especially
because
if
of
Buzz
it.
is not able to quite carry them like
Double
he
rifle
did
on top
the
of
last
it.
map.
And DRX just go for the standard hold heavy over towards middle.
Working against those odds,
GenG,
and that
after
pistol.
pressuring middle a
This is
little bit
tough.
from their pistol, just
This is
decide
the
to
round where they
do what the
really
comp's
need
good
to
at.
secure and cement their
Straight up
footing.
sight here with a smoke over towards heaven. And
Got
I
Buzz
guess they're
up
waiting
around
for a dog to
mail
go
room.
mid.
Mako with his regular
Yeah,
antics up
smoke,
around
block vision, dog
ropes.
goes towards middle, try and create pressure, try and make sure that 2 people are holding mid.
GenG has
Means
got
that
the
there's 1
information
person
that
over
they
towards
needed
B
or
for the
wanted.
sight hit.
So pretty soon it's going to be contact into B. Bane might be able to toss out the paranoia, but he has to back away, and Buzz needs to come back in to give him cover fire. Tries to take down Texture, but very much still alive. Bane able to take down Karen on the cross.
Damn,
The
they
default
get
from
2
GenG
each?
doesn't quite work out.
And he gets out of there? That was impressive from these 2.
Yeah, that was
Solid
pretty
sight hold.
swiftly,
Heal comes in
uh,
as well.
Taken down, and now they're going to get that heal down, and Solaki is just running the other way.
Yeah, Omen Flash was good.
This execution
Omen
on
Flash
the
from
B side did
default, then the
not work.
reposition, so they think he's over
Nice
towards
shutdown
default,
from
and then they
Bane
pretty much
and
just have a
Buzz.
solid
Buzz
crossfire.
up on Heaven, and Bane just holding down the site, throwing in a paranoia to delay them,
30 seconds left.
and that's all they needed. So, Lakia just maybe going to try to get an angle here on a Foxy 9, about to be spotted. Ooh.
A little bit. 15 seconds left. He's got his bulldog.
I mean, he wants to.
Foxy 9's
he wants to
camera on the
take a
other
duel
side.
here,
He knows he
the very
has
least.
to walk through mailroom. I mean, this round is over, but at the very least,
Okay, very good.
it
It's 2
was-
armor
it was
rebuys, right?
exceptional
2.
plays from DRX. I mean,
Not
very
enough damage to make this a swing round, so massive,
minimal room for error.
massive for DRX to try and take the
Slight mistime on that
advantage here as
paranoia,
GenG
and
buys
it
down
could have been a
heavy.
different story,
Nietzsche
but
can rely on
because
his knife, so we'll see if he gets a
Bane was
backup
in
gun.
the right spot, and he even Shroud steps away at the right time. Buzz instantly coming back in. They were able to slow down GenG's execute just enough to actually shoot down every single individual member.
Sure, it's me.
Yeah, sure, it's me. He's having a pretty good time. Held down the back of the site very well. And Meteor, with all those early kills, already has his knives. So he's going to pull those out here in round 4.
I like this change up from GenG, but I mean,
DRX has
I say they invented this wall,
switched
but
up their setup for now.
they use an extra wall.
Anticipating an A
So
push, that's
they
why
use the
Buzz
wall that
is
overlaps over towards
hovering up
A.
around
Is
vents
I mean,
right
it's
now.
a nice adaptation from this. I like
Mako
this
just
one.
making a bit of a
And they
jump
use the
noise.
smoke against them. So this is kind of what DRX invented, just a little bit of a change up in terms of the wall having more pressure on the A side itself.
Deter GenG from
And
continuing to push
good thing
up.
about this is obviously if DRX making it
mid,
up, they know
push
what the
up
weakness is, so they jump up and they get early info over towards
it's gonna
B, where
work this
potentially
time.
GenG think there's two people
Set up
holding B
towards
because
A.
the smoke in theory blocks two
5 members
angles.
grouping up for this one.
Nice paint shells. Foxy9 in the off angle. He's got the camera as well if they are trying to push up ramps.
Guy flash over towards B as well, hit nothing, so they can keep strong with
That's
three people
exactly where
here.
GenG are headed
We've got the
towards.
Benji Fishy angle, solid
Mako
against
will be
double
able to play
duelist
up around
comps.
the ropes pretty soon, but wow,
Yeah,
great movement
that
from
one's on
Meteor.
me, man. That one's on me. That's an
Buzz not
absolutely
quite able
wild
to deal
entry.
against him either.
was sick.
Completely evading every single trap, every single setup.
Yeah, and I mean, he
from
just got
DRX.
so much height that he was never going to get hit by any traps there. That was a
Popped
cool
up by
way of
teammate Lakia right
handling
now
this
as he
round.
continues to hold the angle.
Good news for DRX, they got
Jiggle
enough
towards
money, so
screens.
if they want to try and go for this, they should
Spots
at
out a
least
couple
try and do
players now.
damage.
A bit of a flash just to hold DRX back. DRX potentially looking to save.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta do damage, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it to
That's going to
yourselves.
be a flawless round for GenG.
A little bit of damage.
Just gonna
Oh,
run out
boy.
of that one. Meteor just a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too good on that play. With Meteor over the top, already had his knives in round 4. He makes
lovely
a
from
big
GenG.
impact already.
Gonna enjoy this one in terms of the amount of money
That will be the end of the
for
round.
them.
So GenG gonna go
3,000
up
for
3,
each,
2,
1,000
1.
for the people that survive. And yeah,
Not too much else to say about
everyone's
that
money's
round.
gonna
I
be
mean,
great,
just
basically,
avoids
is where we're
everything.
at. So
Quick execute on
GenG
the A site,
with
hits
this,
a couple of really slick
looking good
shots
for
with the
being able to
knives,
buy
and
most of
Meteor
this
now has
half.
8 kills.
And this is where GenG really gets to demonstrate the full breadth of their composition. This is why they have the double duelist, because Meteor and Texture are able to perform to such standards. Meanwhile, Foxy9 has to dig deep into how many Cypher trap setups he knows. Because he needs to be the player that can deal against a dive.
And the buy
capability
rounds
in
over
GenG's
towards
composition.
here
Oh,
again, close.
just kicking things
Yeah,
off
that's
with
nice
the satchel
though. Good way
movement.
to secure over towards B main and
Almost
duel,
taking away
single
Bane's
duel
life.
over towards
Meteor
middle
will
from a
be able to
Viper. Why
catch
was that taken
Mako.
from Mako?
And already this is starting to look like a GenG round. Paranoia, Shrouded step
Lovely.
off towards the sides.
Lovely
Stacks
kill on
able
this,
to
though.
fire back against Meteor.
Finally,
Okay, so they shut
another
this down heavy
Yeah,
though,
they're finally
and
gonna take out Meteor,
this is a question mark.
who
I'm
was sitting
pretty
on
sure.
9-1 in terms
Not
of
entirely
kill
sure how
to
fast
death
Buzz
ratio,
got here,
and
but it doesn't look like he's even
Stacks just
considering
getting
it.
the drop on
So,
him as he was up there in
and
the round.
DRX
So
did
now
incredibly
big
well
rotation
here. They get the
coming out
kill in
from the side of
heaven, and they
GenG. They're gonna look towards
instantly
A, but this is
play the
already
question mark in
being
terms
read
of
by the
pressure
side of
created.
DRX by
Means they can have
Stacks,
a
who
fast
is
flank
pushing all the
behind,
way out,
and they get a
getting a lot of
three-person stack to the
information
site
from
they're
the
hitting. And Stacks has done it all without using
Right.
any util.
Hence the perfectly timed Dark cover by Bane. If they walk up in towards ramps, Buzz is right around the corner. He's got paint shells too. Try and play up around the ropes.
Buzz gets a kill, he gets
Foxy
his
in the
ult.
same
30 seconds
corner,
left.
same position with the camera at the ready for Buzz.
Yeah, I like how Foxy's just like, well, we can't do that again. The only reason I died was because of the
See
ult.
trap wire, but Bane
He sticks
just
to the
plays
same
around
pulse.
it. Perfectly placed crosshair. Hurt the shrouded step from Charon. Foxy9 has an idea. Swings out, takes
Yeah,
down
lovely.
Lakia.
Foxy, or at least the guy in
Down goes
heaven,
Charon,
heard the
and then
TP as
last
well.
player.
And
DRX.
Stacks deserves a shout out on this one.
Perfect adjustments.
Just gets the kill over
Yeah, I was
towards
worried that
heaven,
GenG
and
were
then
just
the
gonna run away
instant
with that
clear of the
round
pressure.
for free,
Meant that
like
the
they
three-person
have in a
stack
bunch of
was
the other
here.
rounds,
It was
especially with Meteor getting that
huge,
first kill in mid, and
huge
then just
info
kinda
from Stacks.
going up into
Slight
the
risk,
top.
but-
This kill from Stacks, I feel like, is the biggest thing. It stops the momentum.
That
of
was
the
a team
push
flash
onto
in
B,
heaven
and
then, right?
Eventually, they have to rotate all the way over to A, and they were just so ready for it. They read it like 30 seconds ahead of time, with Stacks pushing out of B, getting all the information, saying, "Okay, they're pushing on to A."
Oh yes.
And eventually,
And with this,
nowhere
money is
near
very, very
the
low for
impact,
GenG.
especially
So
with
the
that
round that
regen,
DRX had to win,
on
they
that
do
one.
win.
So, DRX
that saves
get
their
back on
econ and means
board,
that
keep
the
this
save
one
was actually
close,
worth, even.
But Meteor definitely got the
And then
hot
Mako
hand
getting
still
picked
right
over
now.
towards
See if
middle
he can
causes his
keep up with
teammates
the
in
pressure.
to make sure they can heavy hold over towards mid.
They're
And
just trying
this
to
is
play
something
around
that the
mid
double
and
duelist
forward.
comp sucks at. right, taking mid
Was
control, being able to
successful
force
taking
through
down Mako
this.
from before, trying to do the
Don't
same
have
thing,
too
or
much
at least try
util to
buy
force through this,
attention from
really.
some of these DRX players away.
If you do, you're kind of heavy
Because
committed.
V7 has been an angle that they've been using very often, just to foil, just to give additional support to Bane. Oh,
The trip brought him back.
C9, it catches onto one player. Bane able to capitalize. Stax comes back in for the trade. And then
The
GenG
timing
continues
of
to
going
power
through
drive
there,
through.
Munchkin has
Both
saved the
Texture
whole
and
round.
Munchkin able to dismantle all further defense.
And honestly,
Down to Fox
the fact that Texture won his duel was
and he tries to play off the
everything.
Boombot, but Texture
huge shout out to Munchkin there. I
starting
thought this
to
guy
heat
was
up
going
as
down,
well.
and then honestly maybe
Texture's
gets
just a little bit too
the
good on
second
that
as
one.
well.
The
Munchkin
timing of
taking
when
a
they
huge
push
risk,
out of
just
that
like, well, I
tunnel
need
was
to help my
just
teammate
a
on
little
site.
bit too
Forces
crisp,
through
and with one
the smoke,
guy
sees one
already
guy
in
about to
the
shoot his
sight.
teammate in the side.
You saw, so here, this initial paranoia from the side of Bane was pretty good, but he gets taken out. Then eventually Texture's on the site. Nobody is able to take him down. He takes 3 1v1s in a row. Gives us the ha-ha. And moves on.
I love this guy's replays, and we go back and forth again.
both
And we go
duelists
fast
are
towards middle.
at
So
the
I'm saying
top
when you
for
have got to
GenG.
go through
Look at
middle,
the
you got to do it
pacing.
with bodies, and we are
Able to
here
flash back up
fast.
mid,
Dash
in
through,
towards
double
middle
satchel through, all over towards
Got the
heaven. Big
showstopper
shot.
already, but Buzz
Huge
anticipates
kill.
the angle. His
Oh.
own showstopper pulled out.
Wait, he kind of spotted the guy that
As a
jumped
couple
down
of
here
GenG
as well,
players drop
right?
into Ratel.
Or not?
Last player standing.
DRX managed to hold their
Whoa.
own with the flashes.
Yeah,
with
that
the
was impressive. I
cages.
like the idea from GenG to
Foxy 9
force
and
through
Bane
middle though.
take GenG to back
But
again.
yeah, I mean, Boz did great hitting the
Yeah, so
first
GenG
shot,
were
and then
looking really
Bane,
good
he's
on
fragging out
some
heavy. 7-3.
pretty
Managed to kill
standard
2.
pushes, right, where they
I would
just
like to
kinda
his
go on
POV,
in,
yeah.
They get their flashes in, they get their initiations.
Specific
it's great.
replays,
And this time
specific
they really
replays
tried out
worry
the
me when I
tempo,
want to
as
see
you
stuff,
mentioned,
but maybe
they
we see
just
it.
kinda get sniped
So,
in
do we
the
get to see his
face. I mean,
double?
no showstopper value. Pushing out of smoke this
Okay.
time, Bane reads
The-
it really
the trip
well,
enabled it as
whereas
well.
last time with Texture on the site, he was kind of mixed up, but this time he's able to hold down that angle.
Yes, so shout out to Foxy. I
And
mean,
it's a
his trips are
flawless. I mean, there's
doing
only like a bit of damage on
doing
the
good
Buzz,
work
and
at the
that was
moment.
it.
Very
So.
similar to our first map of the day, because both teams are reading off of each other's ultimates.
Yeah.
But once again, we are
Yeah,
here with a
forcing through with the
GenG
bodies
on a
over
third
towards
B
middle,
buy.
but works out again.
2 stingers.
Dog
full of
goes all the
sheriffs.
way over towards
They've
A
already
in
taken
reaction
quick
and
control
doesn't see the
over
omen.
Vents. Mako has been evicted.
So with that, they're like, well, they've pushed close. We might be able to get a
T-Rex
kill.
looking to
So
push
they
out,
group
actually.
up here, ready for it.
Ron.
Man, the
Just
timing
wanna
was
be taken
nearly
down.
off.
Just a bit of damage to Stacks, but it is the Sky after all. Seekers as well committed to here. Stacks taking a bit more damage, but that is going to push GenG back.
Yeah, the Seekers at least
Just
gives
an
them
inch
info
further
to
than Karen would
too
have
close
liked.
A.
The Seeker sent out
One
as well,
middle.
yeah. It's a lot of information for DRX now. So DRX are pretty much controlling
Sky
the
flash
map
over towards A from
full,
Stacks
putting up
again, getting him
roadblocks
info at the important
wherever
time.
GenG tries to
They can
push.
hold this 3-person stack. Stacks is
Good
doing
little
so
pop
good on the
flash
info at the
coming out
moment.
from
30
Lakia,
seconds left.
and they get to create a little bit more space. But Bane still just kind of falling back, bound by bound. He's got his teammates right around the corner to support. Ooh, Buzz, slight whip, swaps over onto the shorty.
Last player standing.
Drops the texture, but it's okay.
Yeah, nicely
as
done.
the rest
Again,
of the
the
team
Stacks flash over
collects
towards
up
A
on
means
all
the
the kills.
3-person
4-4
hold can just
for
be so
DRX.
strong here.
Yeah, GenG were making some nice
Stacks
strides
is just silent MVP at the moment. Very
through
like
mail
medium
and
game, 4-3, but
to the tower, but
his
at the end of the
info
day,
over towards B,
this is really
one
read really
round
well. You got
earlier,
the
this
snake
one over
bites,
towards
delay
A.
even more, the
Because
paranoia
I mean,
as
I still
well,
think they
just
would
to
have
kinda hold
won
things
without
down.
it. At least
Texture
this makes it
making a
easy
bit
for them.
Interesting, but not quite enough. So starts off with this. Obviously, again, a bit of like a half buy ego here from the side of GenG, but still they made things pretty interesting. Texture picked up the 1 kill on the Buzz, but at the end of the day, no reaction from Mako. They hold on to their operator. Buzz will get his hands on that once again.
Just pretty impressive stuff from DRX with how they are reading and controlling the map. If they keep this up, they will
We
be
are
able to
again.
keep the lead.
Skydog clears everything.
GenG has been trying to play
Raze can
along
take
with the
that
pacing of the
angle,
match,
picks up the
trying to
orb,
keep
I
it
think.
fast and loose. But now
And
that they have
with
their
that,
guns wanting to
the
hold on to
3-person
them,
stack once again can hold strong
slow
over
things
towards
down,
B.
slow things
And
down
it's a
couple of
Cypher as
dials.
well. Oh man, gets
Smoke
both
shot,
the
but it's
duelists.
traps from DRX. Foxy9. Great
Oh, Bane, you don't have to push. Your trips are still up, my guy. Oh, and they didn't know about the guy behind. Okay, still though, if he gets a plant, he gets his ult, but Munchkin isn't over towards like the actual plant spot yet.
If Munchkin
Okay.
gets a kill, however,
Yeah.
might be a different story. Yes, he would have his Viper's Pit
Now we just want to ult this.
deployed now, along
Big
with
kill.
the spike plant.
Oh,
Karen trying to play around this, trying to keep his teammate alive.
yeah, the instant
Buzz
decision making
trying
from
to
Karen
just
here was
poke and
great.
prod, but it's not quite going to happen. He doesn't have any teammates to work with. And this is just GenG playing the situation to perfection.
Damn, Karen played this really, really well. I think Bane overstepped here. That was like my main thing with this. Wait, when they had double trip still up, he doesn't need to go close.
The setup, but GenG are able to get it off and once again take the lead 5-4. So we'll take a look once again.
Yeah, that never needs to
They
happen.
get on into the site. Generally, Bane and Buzz have been pretty good about holding this down, but not this time. GenG were just a bit better.
Yeah, just
Some beast plays from Karen as well. I like the
little bit
reposition.
faster
Got an important
what
kill
DRX
towards Heaven also.
anticipated. Even with the Viper's Pit too, Mako was trying to catch them as the pit
Buzz
was
gets
deployed.
out the op.
They have to back off.
The lovely
Oh,
trade though, but they
no.
lose Omen.
Both duelists, pound for pound, going in for the trades again. Question is,
So you would
which team
imagine
does
they
this,
hit over towards A.
give an advantage
With
to?
heavily lean A with the Viper
The
all
defense
being
down
here.
on a 4-4. That's
Mako?
more difficult. Mako comes back in just to reinvestigate, but he gets
Yeah,
punished.
Mako thinking maybe that they've grouped and
Pretty
that he can
soon
get a
with
good
GenG
timing
in the
towards
lead.
middle,
Could
but
they be truly
makes him look
the new
foolish.
Korean super
And they
team?
do end where the wall is.
Well, they've already made some pretty good strides this year, but they're
Shot,
looking to
man.
make another one here against DRX.
And he gets out.
Foxy9, nice angle from him.
Might have made it doable.
I feel like he had a fantastic
Bane
pop
trying to
off
do what
line.
Mako
His
was doing in
ascent
terms
was
of get
much more
info
muted,
so they can 2-pass and
but now
stack.
slowly but surely making an impact here on Split. They're definitely going to need him. Oh boy.
What?
Okay. And they know Foxy's here. Wait, look at the movement. Nicely done from
Now it's
Texture. 30
in
HP.
with the Rockets. Definitely.
And they're
much
putting up
bigger
a
impact.
solid
And
score
along
though.
with the round wins,
He's double
potentially
duelist, so you
swing the
expect him to have
audience's vote
6, but
now. Bane is going in to clear all the corners, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Cover going out.
Well, that's one.
And
Right.
Great little heads
nice
up
round.
duel, but not quite able to. I mean, no way you would anticipate Munchkin right behind you.
Munchkin definitely can be pretty tricky.
Mako, yeah, he's been caught out towards middle a few
Sitting
times.
on
I don't know if it's like a whole game
for
plan
his
thing
scoreline
where
at the moment. Certainly the,
maybe they've looked at
two
GenG
duelists
and they
kinda
like to
carrying the bulk of
group
the kills at the
heavier
moment,
on the
but
sides and sites
this
hit
from
so he can
Texture,
like
fantastic
potentially
straight
get
one
in
back,
from
and then
middle.
Mako tries to
Because that's what it feels
get
like,
some
because
information
normally
in
when I watch
mid.
Mako, he
That
doesn't take these risks.
certainly does not work
So
for
it
him.
might just be like a
And then they're not able to stop this push onto A.
pre-prep
So that's
thing.
gonna be
Yeah,
first
maybe
timeout
he's now
called
saying,
here by
dude,
the side of DRX.
don't do it at middle anymore. It's costing us too many
Make an
rounds.
adjustment. I mean, that's the darndest
But
thing.
yeah,
for
it feels
me,
like it's
because
a
in the previous
pre-prep thing
weeks,
where
or
in GenG
every
maybe just
time
playing
that DRX
heavier over
plays
towards
this
middle
map,
than he thought.
Mako has been such a pivotal player, but he hasn't been given the opportunity to shine, and because of that, because GenG are pretty much evading him at every turn, he's kind of having minimal impact. Meanwhile, it's actually Bane who's up on top for DRX.
Yeah, I feel like Bane has done a pretty good job of holding on to the B site, and they have pushed there a lot, so he's gotten a lot of information, or rather, a lot of opportunities to pick up kills, and he's been doing well on that. But you're right, I do think that some of these veterans on the side of DRX maybe need to carry a bit more of the load for now, because right now it's Bane and Foxy9 up on top.
This is a nice spot.
Buzz, Mako, and Stacks, they don't have the numbers. They have had some good moments, but so far it has been GenG who have definitely been getting the better of them.
And
as
this
a
is a
hit mid,
classic.
just
Trip
to
over towards
hold
middle with
on
the
to this.
ult. And GenG have a set plan that they want to do against this potentially while they're setting this up.
From the shadows,
Bane
instantly from
Insta
Karen
Omen
towards
flashes to
backside.
join,
All of a
Insta
sudden,
Omen also to join them as well.
DRX's
Do they
defenses have been
think that this guy's back to
completely
sight?
nullified.
Karen now backside, able to
Wow,
swing onto
man.
one. Bane with a double kill starts
Damn,
things off.
bro,
And
that
then
was
the
sick.
dodge
Bane
from
insta. TP's
Oh,
out
what a
once
great
they
way
realize
to
that they're insta hitting
respond
over towards
to a
B.
quick play
Bowman
from
flashes
GenG.
in once he's done his smoke and then wins double duel.
Well, it certainly seemed
Okay.
like, you know, throwing
He's
down
been
the
good,
pit
man. I
does
mean, he
make
made that one
sense, but
mistake over
also
towards
if
B.
they are just going to rush into
But
the
other
B
than
site,
that,
it's
he's
gonna
been really
work out
good.
pretty nicely if he can get back onto the B site, which he did. And now Munchkin's just slowly walking away from this one. Just going to hide in the spawn for 50 seconds.
50 full seconds.
Is there really a
Very good
difference
time.
between Masters and Champs
Yeah.
considering
But I gotta
most
say,
teams
I mean,
playing for them?
this round starts
I mean,
off-
I
there might be
think
the
there
From the Shadows
wasn't
play, it might
before
be
this
GenG
year.
trying to pull a fast one against
I think
DRX.
this is the only
Bane
time this year
was the guy
where I
to
would
turn
look
this
at
whole round
Masters
around.
and be like,
He
it
got
doesn't
the
mean
first
as much
two
as
double
Champs.
kills because he
I think
read-
beforehand I would
he
say they're pretty
reacted
much just
quickly to the
even.
situation.
Everyone would matter just as much. This time I think Champs actually
And that's
matters
why,
more.
again, I
And
mean,
even
on
if I
this
was in a
map,
team,
this-
I
the
would kind of be
rookies are
going,
actually
man, I kind of think that
giving
maybe
us the performance
I wouldn't.
that the team
Like, you would
needs.
obviously go
His
hard
reaction
at
time was
Masters, like
pretty
obviously,
fantastic.
but
Even though
going to
Karn
these
got
Masters
the
does
back
wreck
of
you a
the
little
site
bit in the
and
long
he
term
got
for
a kill,
Champs.
Bane immediately
So,
was like, nope,
I don't know if
marked this
it's
guy,
I don't know if
take
it's
him down,
as
really nice
well.
headshot.
Like, especially like with the
Stop
8
Karn from
teams,
doing
12 teams,
any
and then 16
further
teams. Like, they've
damage.
done a good. You can tell they really heavy
out
focus this year on
super-
trying to make Champs more important.
Feeling sad. But yeah, that is going to go the way of DRX.
Yeah, Masters is only big if you win.
Off of
Maybe
their
we'll just be
timeout.
tied
That's
up
the
here
thing.
at the half. What's going to happen now?
Like at Masters at the moment,
Possible. Meteor's
it's
back
great
on
if
the
you
map.
win. Everything else,
Might
you
not
wrecked
be.
yourself for the rest
Yeah.
of the year. That's a huge
I
risk.
know, he is gonna buy up for his teammate. Now we get to witness.
But yeah,
Bane's
I kind of
kills.
agree
Wow,
with
that was a
you up
one-tap
until
for
this
Shane.
year, right? So everything last year, I
The
agree.
quick
Masters and Champs, I put them on the
reactions
same
from the entire
same
team,
level
really,
in
from
terms of what it
Foxy Man
means.
as well chiming in.
This year, I would say that Champs
As
means
we head into the
probably
last
the most out of
round
any
the
tournament.
half, DRX try to adjust their defenses, and GenG definitely
it still means a
slowing down
huge
their
amount.
pace.
Don't get me wrong.
Again, in the previous rounds, they're trying to make full use of their double duelist composition.
But in terms of the bigger picture, what you actually get, Masters isn't as much as you
Yeah, we'll
could
see
be.
how aggressive they get after the half. When they got to play from the defensive side with the double duelists.
I would like to see that.
Yeah. Trailblazers. Buzz spotted. But it looks like Bane's got another good
Was it better
read.
just
Is he
not go
gonna
to
expect
Masters
a
and
knife
save
to the
strats if you
face?
think other teams are doing way better? I mean,
Kind of almost
the
does.
thing is, no one's ever
Nice
going to
sent
do
out
that,
as well.
right?
50
No one's
seconds
ever going to
left
not
for this
try
round.
and go to Masters and all that stuff. But you also have
that
to
little bit of
look at
fifth
every
presence,
single team that went to
DRX
Masters
continues
apart
to
from
hover
Paper X who
up
made a
around
team
these
change.
sides.
They are all suffering
Bit of
from
a
it.
rotation pulled
So
over.
you know
after
it's
spotting
like something
the
that you
blades
know you
on
should be
Meteor.
going for, but you also know it's
Great
going to hurt
call
you in the
to
long
rotate
term.
right
So
back,
it's kind of
though.
like a bit of
GenG
copium for the
has an
people that don't
option
go,
to
just
go
being
through
like,
ropes,
actually,
but
it's
they're
kind
afraid
of good
to.
that we don't go.
Or
Because
it's not-
long
not
term, we
exactly
can really
afraid to,
focus
but
on
they're
champs and we can
being
kind of
very
hit our
cautious
peak
because they
as
know that
champs
Mako could
happens
be
instead
there.
of hitting your
Instead,
peak early
Mako is
and then
actually
going
right
down
around
as it kind
hell,
of gets to the
where Meteor
important
takes him
tournament.
down. Stacks and Foxy 9 though with the setup.
Dude, Foxy
Right
back
around
at sight
backside,
this
the
cage, yeah.
proves
The
too
Sugar
much for
Zero
GenG
smoke
to
is what I would
handle,
call it. Just
along
any
with a
kind of
triple
vision
kill
block
and
at this
one more from
area.
Stacks.
It's so strong.
DRX
And they did good
ties
to get
things up.
6.
All
in
tied
terms
at
of
the half
DRX.
Here in map 3 between GenG and DRX. And I have no idea who's going to take it from here. I feel like DRX definitely did do some good work at the second half of the
Why does it
first
hurt
half,
long
if that
time?
makes any
You just
sense.
show all your
Just to
stuff.
try
Like
to
everyone
claw
has
their way
5
back
weeks
in
to
this
change
one
all of their
and
stuff.
really try to mute
It's just
Hexter
the
and
difference
Meteor as
of
much as possible,
teams that don't go to
because
Masters. You got 5
Meteor,
weeks to
you
change
remember
all
he
your
had his
stuff.
knives in round
Everyone that goes
4,
to
he had, like,
Masters,
9
you got
kills,
1 week to change all your
and
stuff.
I think towards
And
the
you've
end,
been
he was
playing
only
that
at
whole
10,
time,
right?
so
he was
you
held
kind of
to
want to
only
break
1
as
kill,
well.
they were
You've been
able to try and
traveling.
nullify
Oh
that.
my
So it's
God,
like
yeah.
And so
you actually have no
GenG's
time. The difference of
certainly their
the difference of
momentum
4
was
weeks
stopped
and
quite
then
a bit.
potentially
And that
5
gave
weeks if you
DRX
want to take
an
rest.
opportunity to make their way back into this one. They got some better reads on the defense. And now we're going to swap sides. And I am curious to see if Meteor and Texture are
Why
gonna
teams
have
playing
the
worse
same
after
impact
Madrid? Because
that they
everyone
did
else has
on the
had time
defender
to
side
study them.
compared to the attacker
And
side.
it's pretty
I
hard to
kinda
have
like
like
that
brand
they're
new
an
map
even
pools rules.
GenG
I mean,
and
brand new strat
DRX
books on
fans.
7
Although
maps.
there are more DRX fans online, and that's the thing, because this entire matchup is once again about proving who's the better Korean super team. GenG has already put a dent into DRX's armor. If they can take this map, if they can start out the pistol round like they have done so many times today, And that would spell trouble for DRX for sure.
What makes champs this year more
The
important?
rookies
I mean,
have done so
better prize pool in
well
comparison
for
to
themselves
Masters and
today so
everything.
far.
And the
Let's see
fact
if
that
they
the
can keep that
Masters
up.
means
Bane and
less.
Foxy
Like you
9.
can win
Great
Masters and
defenses
still
in
not
this
go to
first half.
champs. Like that's
Now
it
onto the
doesn't.
attack. What are
You
they
don't
doing?
actually get much for it. Back in the day, Masters meant that you could secure
I feel
yourself
like
to
I'm most
champs.
curious about Bane's impact.
And the fact that you're winning a tournament with like 8 teams,
playing
12
the
teams
Omen,
doesn't mean as much as
probably gonna be
16
the
teams.
follow-up man behind Buzz, who's going to get
Like all the
majority
changes do mean a big thing.
of the initiations going for the team.
Don't really get too much
Whereas I would
for
expect Foxy 9 to
winning Masters
play a
anymore.
lot of,
It's just prize money.
off angles away from the team, lurk a little bit, but let's see what they go for. As right now in the pistol round, they're going to all group up towards this A main area and look to push.
So champs is huge for the teams because you get
Getting
bundle
tagged
money.
up a little. Aware that there are some players up around the sides. Now
Bundle
going
money is
back
actually the
in
big one,
clear
to
out
be
the
fair.
actual site itself, nobody's around. It's a free plant out in the open for heaven right now for Stacks.
Oh,
This might mean that some of the DRX players might continue to push through screens.
I like this fast taker
But
here though,
GenG's
but I'm
right
looking
around the
at
corner,
Bane
up
thinking,
around
guys
map.
probably own this round.
Bane left undetected. This could be
Lovely
biggest
molly.
thing
How
that
does
turns
Mako
the
get one
entire
here?
round
And
around.
Bane enables. Do
Mako
they
swings
expect
out
him?
because of the
No.
snake bite and then
And his
strikes
flash on
Bane.
top.
One shot through
So
the back.
good to enable
It's gonna
that
be
kill.
Stacks who holds out the front.
What a play, man.
Karen tries to push out from screens to take control over the site,
Okay.
along with his teammate who is on the spike.
Okay,
but
nicely done. Yeah,
Foxy
Bane deserves a
9
big shout out
just
for this one.
steps right through point blank range.
You got to remember as well, second at
to take the round
Masters,
for DRX.
you get more money
Yeah,
for
as you mentioned,
attending
Bane
champs
kind
and
of
coming last
lurking out
because of the
there
bundle.
Towards the
So,
A main area,
that's
just
like a
behind
big thing as
everyone.
well.
He was undetected, and he was just able to get so much value as they were pushing in. The timing was perfect. Starts off a little bit of a trade, but then Bane on the flank here. Foxy 9 just sprays through, picks up a second, gets the job done. I think he said he was low on health.
I mean, maybe even fast. I don't know.
100%
I
sure,
don't know how
but
much
either
fast
way,
it is.
It was Foxy 9 and Bane. The two of them, the two younger guys on the squad compared to the other
Okay.
three.
Similar
They are the
story in
ones
terms of
pulling
the
the
buys.
heavyweight
Starting
today.
to see that
So
most of the top
much
teams are
on
doing this.
map. And I really feel like it's possibly because they are, the younger players, that they are doing some of these unexpected moves. The protocols to leave Bane behind, surely, but also for Foxy 9 to like run and gun with a ghost into the spike. On to the next round now, and they've managed to buy up a little. We've got 3 rifles being held up. And sensing the stack up from GenG, they've managed to rotate.
And it's a good call on
in
this.
full
And Michi has to do
a.
it all with a Marshall.
Meteor has his Marshall.
He does.
Oh, I actually thought he had one.
He is
That is a
gonna
lovely shot, man.
Step out
A
of
good
the
recovery
smoke
because I
and
was
take
pretty confident he
Stax's
had one
head
there.
off. That's going to give them a bit of a chance here.
Meteor and a Marshall just match made in heaven. Oh god.
It looks.
The paint shells though, just tickling Bane.
Yeah,
well,
not
not
on.
even. It actually did not connect at all.
A little bit.
Okay, 10 HP. Just saw that.
It still
Just updated.
counts.
That said, as the retake goes through without the right
Oh,
guns,
I was gonna say
and
because of the
all
nade, you could actually
utility
get
from
one shot here.
DRX, completely stifling GenG's movements, they're going to have to hang back. I don't think they want to give any more free alt points to DRX.
Yeah, I think they're just going to chill back there. DRX already reading the situation. Foxy is going to see texture. He's got some backup from his teammates just to spray through. Takes a little bit of damage, but not a big deal.
Doesn't every single team,
No
partner
more
team, get a
points.
champ bundle? Yeah, but you get like an
Yes, a couple
extra.
members,
You get
actually
double
3.
the amount if you go
GenG
to.
run into the
champs.
spike. But that is now 4 rounds
Clove,
in a row
yes,
to the
Clove
side
is-
of DRX. Certainly making
Clove
this
is
interesting
available
as they hold on
from
to
now
the
on.
lead for now.
Perfect. And it just says so much about how every round is going to count. We are nearing the end of this series, and DRX have been starting things off. They haven't been great on pistols so far today, but
And
as
the
we go into
outlaw
second
comes
half,
out, and we have 5 people that can get one shot,
rookies,
and this isn't.
we're showing their impact
This is a good
again.
move. Like this a lot.
Bane got a couple of kills from elbow. from
Yeah, I
elbow
like the
position
team
on
flash a
inside in that
little bit
round.
less, but I still like the overall idea of
Working
this.
with the team
How long do they give him a chance to try and take a pick here? Because he's the only duelist.
Oh,
he's got it.
Buzz might be kicking himself for that, but it's okay. It was a very thin angle.
GenG playing very defensively. You know, even still with this double duelist, we're not seeing too much. Texture wanting to stay around the site to make use of his paint shells, but
Yeah, they do swap the guns, so Stax now has it. What an absolute shot from Mako. Buzz gets the kill as he drops down. Karen has to kill everyone. What the hell? Why did that look so odd?
He's gotten a couple of kills now.
It looked like he was on 10 FPS for that jump.
Continuing to hug the pillars, he keeps himself alive. Just waiting for reinforcements, and Stax tries to fight back, but without the weaponry, it's gonna be Meteor that strikes back.
Silent drop.
Foxy9 now back into the fray. Looking to retrieve the spike. Might see
Whoa,
the barrel
the lineup.
if he has the right
Damn, dude, he thought he was behind him.
Around the wrong corner, a fox in a hen house.
Yeah, he thought he was behind him, and he gets the plant as well. Oh my god, that's so much impact. They got an eco, gets the plant for everyone's money. 15 to 7. Yeah, the actual Phantom diff.
Meteor just kind of totally lost. Shout out to GenG though, they made this one pretty dangerous, especially Karen, you know, dancing around the pillar, buying time for Locky to get in, pick up a kill, but then Foxy9.
Whoa! And that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's such a massive round to do it. It really is.
And DRX could just find their vengeance against GenG. I mean, it might have been paper thin in the video, being the doorman to deny DRX that Masters Madrid play, but let's be honest, it was GenG. GenG were the ones who shut down that door in Stax's face. So it means so much if DRX could take this map.
And they are so close to doing so, just 4 rounds away, and so far they've been in control. Pick up the bonus.
Could be another Brent Pick'em. Oh, you know he's tweeting about it.
Who again was
you know he's gonna tweet about it. That's for sure.
Maker in the first map of Bind. He was really the one carrying the team, and
he's got the tweet loaded.
On the Cypher.
Right now he's literally just saving the image, having the he's writing out the tweet. He's tagging everyone.
On top. So timeout called here by GenG. Obviously they're not gonna have
Bucky, Stinger, Triple Sheriff.
We'll see if they can mount a comeback. They've been good on thrifty rounds. It would be really nice, just in a mental way to pick up a thrifty round or to
this should be 10.
Have a good round in general and build up into something.
Got to keep an eye out. So into these eco rounds, this is like really important, right? These two especially. Boombot. Dog.
DRX very much in control.
Boombot to clear middle. Try to get them some info. Probably want to follow this up. Yeah.
You also have Mako.
And then Dog over towards here as well. This is great.
Someone pushes out. It doesn't matter.
If you're GenG here, you're looking at this eco. You hear the Boombot go out. You kind of want to shoot it and then hope the Dog goes out and then just heavy sack sights. Because that's like their only bit of hard clear info that gives them info as to like where you actually are in terms of numbers. So.
GenG players holding the site. This is a flawless take. DRX.
Yeah, nicely done, but I think GenG could have played a little bit better, but they decided to fight over towards middle. So, Reformed Catboy with the 11 months. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the tier 1.
Just how fiery he's
almost a year, bro.
But
thank you for that.
Yeah, DRX really taking advantage. I thought Munchkin had the angle.
Ray Graphics, did I call you out? I think so.
A little bit too slow in mail to hit
think
that
so.
shot. Maybe
Thank you, Ray.
Traded 1 for 1, give them a little bit of extra time, but not quite able to land it, so yeah, should just be pretty flawless here from the side of DRX. Buzz is going all the way around the back as well. Maybe expecting...
Oh, he would catch Slakia.
Yep.
Oh, no. That would just be the clean round for DRX. No joy, nothing found from GenG's side. And this juncture... 10 to 6. You got 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, do the deaths matter? I mean, a little bit. How did they actually go down here, though?
Right for DRX. I certainly hope there is a bit of an impact from.
There's some bad comms on the plant.
If not,
They thought they could survive in B main.
Going DRX this way, and Valdez is going to be very happy about his prediction.
Might actually, dude, I tell you what, that might actually
Always thought there was a chance.
matter a little bit. I
DRX
know the money's
definitely
really good,
seemed
but
to have leveled up
yeah,
coming
they're in
into
B
this
main,
split.
and I think
This was going to be the moment to prove
it was a safe plant, right? And I think they thought it was a good plant, which means you can't save there.
But
Something
this
like
is
that.
the most important round. GenG
Up
have to
goes
win this one
in.
if they want to have a chance.
Holy, there were so many people in this guy's
Lakia
POV.
able to trade out, but instantly traded right back by Mako. Neo Theft being deployed by Foxy9 as well, and that's so much information.
Yeah,
they, see the
they get
rotations,
over
they see
towards
that they
site.
have the timing
He even
to
has
set up on
trips for
site.
the after plant on this, and a cage, and they have the smoke.
They're going to get in. GenG certainly trying to go for an unexpected play there in the hallway.
They got a lot of retake
let's see how the
util.
retake
Nade,
looks.
Omen Flash, smoke. Double molly.
Well, this is just
Smoke
perfect. I
goes
think
onto the
Kieran
one
has
way.
to shrouded step through
This guy can
somehow.
get out of heaven. Molly goes to
Snakebite
back of
doesn't even
sight, doesn't hit
tag
fully.
Mako.
Oh,
And it's like a perfect, you know,
they were nade and
multiple
Omen
crossfire
Flash.
setup. If they
Omen
walk
Flash
through
goes pillar,
pillars
nade
one way or
goes
another,
back of
they're
sight.
gonna be dead in the water.
And just all of the util kind of missed the mark a little bit
And that's
there.
it.
Maybe could have been better. DRX massively in control.
That could have been the entire map right there.
GenG just
Yeah, we're about
totally
to add
flat
another team
here
to the top
on
3 of
the defender side. They have
Pacific.
not
I think
taken
so.
a single
I
round.
think no matter what, it's
They try to
looked
get
good enough
aggressive out
anyway.
Here, but it's traded, you know, 2 for 2, and DRX gets set up pretty much for free rather on the sites. They get the neural theft in. They get so much information, and it just delays the chance of GenG to have any chance to go for the retake. So now Meteor's got knives. They still have the ability to buy up some guns. So they have lost quite a few rounds in a row here, but
Hero
certainly
judge.
just feel like DRX are totally in control at the moment.
I might have actually just wanted to see a double timeout from Coach Solo, but I guess we don't have that yet. It's going to be Karen with the judge to try to catch
Damn,
Buzz.
I mean, he's done so much with it.
He's able to take down Karen.
Yeah,
but
and
he
we
takes
get a big
himself
duel
down
over
as
towards
well.
B. They expect him
Munchkin
close. No, they
hiding in the
don't.
cheeky corner, able to take down Mako. So round with
Holy,
GenG pulling out
DRX
some
might kick
unexpected
themselves. This could be the
moves,
round that
actually
they
flips
remember when they
table
look back at
around.
this. We'll see.
Yeah, GenG getting pretty tricky with it, I'd say.
When
this
in
one,
doubt,
and it
you just
pays
buy
off
the
in a big
judge,
way for
especially
them.
on
The
this
judge
map.
play
That
it
is
mail.
lower, higher, and an even higher stack.
Don't do it, Foxy.
Look at it.
So well, GenG finally get back on the board. 7th round for them. I said the round before was really the biggest one, but
Has died to his own ult, bro.
Gee,
He
they found a way
tanked
to
the
make
judge,
this-
though.
this next one important as well.
Like, he did 130. He was on 20
Karen,
HP from it.
We're starting to see DRX going for some more common pushes. And the teamwork working out for the team, but for GenG side, they have to make these adjustments, and with weaponry like the judge, they actually make it work because DRX don't expect it. Now we're back to Meteor on an operator.
Flash Heaven didn't
It's
hit
time to
anyone, so
shine.
they're going to do the thing where they... Okay, they sight here
Fortunately
with it.
blinded. He's not able
Damn,
to
Buzz
see
has to do a
anything.
lot here.
Buzz now trying to play
Omen Flash is
around
incredible.
the
Hit
sights.
both.
With further utility from Bane, he is enabled.
Yeah, Bane's
He
been
has
great, man.
awakened.
We got that
It's
one
the
mistake
double
on
kill.
B, but in comparison to
Puts
all of the
GenG
good
down
he's
in the
been
dumps.
doing,
How do you
we probably
retake
need to forget that
a
round
scenario
because
like
he's
this?
doing so well. The body block, I mean, yeah, they were both blind. Couldn't get around the corner because the other guy's
Now as
close.
well.
Wondering if he's going to get jumped on or not.
Just a bit of off timing,
How is
able
this
to
so
catch
close
down on a
now?
couple of players, but Stack straight
You would
right
think that
back.
Foxy
Still
has
very
it
much in
secured.
control
Bane,
of
of
it.
course, still.
Bane having the angle, and it's all down to texture.
Jesus, how many is that, bro?
He's made a lot
I'm still
of individual
scrolling.
impact before, but can he do
50.
it again? He doesn't have the time on his side.
Slimmetry,
Zooms
you
into
mad
double,
guy,
catches onto
dude.
Bane,
What the?
But look at the double peek from both opposite angles.
Hey,
One
nicely
up
done from
Heaven as
DRX
well.
on this. 5
Stacks
chances.
will be able
Speaking
to
of 5,
secure
times that by
match
1050.
points for
Slimmetry.
DRX.
Yeah, I need to see a
Oh,
lot
just
of
a-
Slug
just a
Oilers getting
beautiful
spam
entry
for that
there.
one.
I
If
mean, they
you
get
got
so
gifted
many
as well, make sure you
flashes
say
in
thank you to
Meteor's
Slimmetry.
face. It's not even funny. And also the way
50, man,
Buzz plays
that's
behind
lunacy.
Screen is just able to spray them all down. But yeah, I mean, they had paranoia in their face. There was a trailblazer. I mean, it was a million things in their
That's
face. There was
crazy.
just
I
no
think it said
way
160
for
done
them to
altogether
hold
now
on
as well. So
at
that's
Crazy.
absolute mad numbers.
Completely and utterly Valorented, fellas.
Again, make sure if
That's why
you
can't see anything,
if you
just all the
got
utilities
gifted,
thrown
you
at
say
your
thank you to
face.
Slimetry. Thank you again, man.
And this is
Massive appreciation for
potentially
that.
the
That's
last round.
insane.
Let's see
Holy.
if they have any hope of stopping the onslaught that is DRX at this point in time.
Whoa,
gonna
bro,
be
what are
playing
you doing,
here
man? Why have you
once
added
again.
40 onto that?
looks
Wait,
like DRX wants to
Slimetry, is
slow
someone else
things
on your
down.
PC? What's
They
going
just
on, man?
know that at this point,
You cool? What's going on?
there's not a lot of ways to mess this up. They just need the one round.
Again, 40 more. That's 90 in the space of about a minute. If you got gifted,
GenG
please say
feeling
thank
the
you to
pressure from
Slimetries,
this
because
as
that
well.
is
They've come back
crazy
so
numbers that you're
far.
pulling out here, bro.
Saving the Viper's Pit too?
You're in charge of this, right? No one's on your
Down
PC
to
doing
Lakia
this.
If it is the A site, and Lakia's in a
What the-
pretty open position. I'm
Okay, so
very
that's
concerned.
200 gifted altogether from
Buzz
you, making it
definitely
to a
looking
round
for his
number.
flight path into the site.
Mad.
Pretty soon it's going to start
40
off.
seconds on
Tries
this
to
one.
slow it
Sight
down.
hit,
Hate
and
shells, but
Stacks gets the kill.
unsuspecting Stacks
3
comes
people
up
on
from
site,
vents.
though.
The
Are they going to make
Seeker's
the most
out,
perfect
tries to
pivot?
push
Seekers
GenG
all go
further
sight.
back as well, but look at
Stacks
where
has
the
owned
spike
it.
is going. Oh my goodness.
Guy over
sudden
towards spawn.
rotation
They have
through.
no idea he's in
Munchkin
spawn.
has to stay hidden.
And
Bait still right on the site.
the only hero
Doesn't
play at
see
the
anything
moment
much,
is
and he's waiting
Munchkin
for
on
a seed. They
site.
finally
15
arrived.
seconds.
But all the footsteps around Munchkin, they have not yet found him. He tries to go in for the spring
They've done it.
transfer, but darn,
I mean,
only
they've
able to get
absolutely
one.
done it.
Lakia and Meteor
You would
now
imagine.
right around the corners. But they don't have the positioning. It's the same setup from before. One in garage, one on pillar, one back site.
And I think no matter what, we can kind of confirm the DRX are in the top 3 of,
Spotted up
or at least from what we've seen so far.
doesn't
Obviously,
have
there can be
time.
upsets in playoffs, but
Meteor has to go in quick alongside him. They have to
Looking
dismantle this
impressive.
crossbar right quick, able to
yeah,
get down
looking
to
really
first, but
impressive.
then
And
Bane
for me,
swimming
Bane had a
the
standout
double
game
kill
as well.
to close out the
Like the
map.
best I've seen him play.
DRX back on top against GenG.
Well, that was a very dominant second half
Hey,
here on Split.
lovely
DRX
game.
do
Slimetry again,
declare
man.
that
Thank
they
you so
are the
much for
better
everything. That's
Korean team
the
on
numbers
the
you're doing
day.
is
It
silly,
got pretty
bro.
close down to the third
really
half.
do
It could
appreciate
have been
you.
anybody's game, but especially that second half of Split. DRX made
Slimetry,
it
the
very clear
DRX CEO.
that they were
Vamos.
here to take the win tonight.
Thank you,
Shout
man.
out to
Thank
GenG,
you.
They had some nice moments, but was not
Okay,
enough to
big
match
win.
DRX here.
Big
And
win
it
for this
really
team.
makes you think, like, what is up with GenG? They had such an incredible performance from the weeks before, such incredible performances against bigger
Slimetry,
teams.
man. Appreciate
And
the
then
kind
when
words
it
as well,
comes
dude.
down to
Thank you so much for that.
DRX
Yeah, that's
has shown
a lot of love,
improvements. DRX has shown evolutions. Could this be the new era of the Blue Gods, Dragon and DRX?
Yeah, honestly, with the
Feels like
curveball
it
that
at
they
this
got
point, I would say.
in terms
You
of
can see they're
flashback,
very
I did
happy
not
there
expect
on
them
the
to look
stage. They
anywhere
know
near this.
The impact that they have done today, and now they're going to sit at 4-0 here in VCT Pacific. They have
Yeah,
not
and they
lost
might get
yet.
the first seed.
And that just could be the play into playoffs too. I mean,
They might get the
entire
first
team
seed,
has
which
been
means we have
shaping
a
up.
singular limb
Maybe
from
not
2
such
people that we would maybe
loud
expect to
performances
go,
from
right?
players like Mako as of old before, but definitely much more
We'll see.
impactful ones from the rookies, Payne as well as Foxy9 today.
The best player in VCT, Bane.
Oh, indeed.
Well, he certainly had a huge day tonight. Him and Foxy9. And we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break this
Yeah,
one down.
man. What a big win for them.
Look at the smiles on those faces. You can tell they knew
Who do they-
this
who
win
do they
was
play?
important, not just because of the championship points, not just because it's week 3 here at VCT Pacific. This was a moral
Damn,
victory
one
as
game
well,
left and
favored
it's
them.
against
Oh, yeah.
Bleed.
I mean, everybody
that-
was fired
that's
up on both
fast,
sides.
dude.
Both teams wanted this so bad, but you know, for DRX, obviously you got to see it on their cams. Like Stacks was popping off, you know, letting GenG know. Tremendous performance from Foxy and Bane.
What's
young
the
guns
score
on
against
this
Paper
squad
X with them
to really back
map-wise?
up just
8-2?
A great game plan.
Oh, this
through
is
a couple different
close,
maps for
bro.
DRX.
Yeah, was DRX ever gone? It was just a hiatus. You know, they just took a bit of a
We're
nap.
just recalibrating.
Yeah, recalibrating. That's the word for it. So, you know what? Predictions? Ian Valdez gonna be sleeping
Oh,
good
here we
tonight.
go.
Oh,
Okay,
boy.
yeah.
Like, this
You're
stuff is
not
close,
reflecting
chat.
on us. Again.
It's the only thing I can do at this point. But yeah, really good performance overall for
Hey, this is
DRX here.
this is
I wanted to add as
interesting,
well,
man.
I mentioned, you know, game 2, Foxy9 felt like he couldn't really do too much. This game, one of those big adjustments.
Yeah, it's going to come down to maps.
PaperX
need to try and need to try 2-0 everyone.
They were able to took from GenG just because of
Who did
the
PaperX
impact that we
play?
saw from Foxy9 in this particular map.
Oh yeah, so much information.
Secret
was
and
given.
global?
He was
I
able
mean,
to
that's
put the
2
stop
potential
on GenG,
2-0s.
especially since they were on
Okay,
the
so they
double
can't drop a
duelist,
map.
right? I actually love the double duelist look on GenG, but when you're up against DRX, they're one of those teams that can you really pull that strategy off against DRX, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
They can drop one, yeah, but then we get into weird, like, round territory, right?
You know, through every iteration possible, basically, you know,
Sure,
whether it be
yeah.
here in Pacific or at the international stage. He has a pretty good
Bleed
read
as
on what
well?
he's gonna do,
Okay, yeah, I
plus
didn't
to
see
it,
bleeds.
previously
I didn't
against
purposely
DFM when
leave them out, I
GenG faced them,
promise.
so he had a lot of
I'm not joining the
information on what they
haters.
wanted to do. And that is something that really translated into what impressed me about DRX in this
Okay,
map.
3
was their ability
games.
to make
They gotta
adjustments,
not drop
right?
a map.
Like, they were so good on their defender side saying, oh, okay, we're not playing good on contact right now. Let's pull back. Let's give them space.
Honestly,
and then
Symmetry, I
make
have
them
no
W,
idea
so
what
wait for
happens in
these,
that situation.
you know,
I dread to
mid-round
think.
takes where they're kind of trying to get the plant, and then they were cutting them off there. And on the attacker side, just like deathballing around, kind of doing a really good job, kind of cutting GenG's defenses from out underneath them.
I feel like for GenG as well, it felt like there are a lot
Playoff,
of
yeah,
rounds
just
wherein there were
make
like,
them play each
desperate
other,
times call for
maybe.
desperate measures kind of thing. Let's bring out the judge, you know, let's bring out something ratty. And they weren't really pulling it back, you know, as in terms of momentum wise for DRX. That's why they couldn't really get the ball rolling, especially towards the later rounds, Azure.
Yeah, absolutely. Again,
Let me
it felt
tune
like
in
there was
as
just a lot
well.
more
What do we
refrag
got?
that we saw
Take
DRX.
Pan
What was
has
very
gifted
interesting
$1
about
as well
this
to
is
the
how perfect
donation.
the
Thank you
post
for
fight
doing
both
that, bro.
teams
Chat, you know what to
have
do. Let's
been.
get that
So,
off in the slug
it
off.
felt like, okay,
Bringing the
GenG
campaign
had
up
some
to
stellar starts at the very beginning. We saw how
2-1-4-3
explosive Meteor was, you know,
right
being
now.
on that
So,
Jet himself. It just
Take
felt
Pan,
like
if you're in chat still
afterwards,
as well, thank you for that.
you know,
Every
it was
little
the
counts,
big
so I appreciate that,
first
bro.
take here for GenG. Didn't really have anything to kind of truly follow up here against DRX.
Yeah, and I feel like for DRX, you know, this is a statement also because like this is the iteration of DRX that we're going to be getting for the rest of stage 1, right? And there's no more changes. This is it. This is us. And I feel like, you know, up against GenG, who many have touted as like, you know, probably the Kings of Pacific, they're like, no, this iteration of DRX right now, we can take
Oilers
it
for
down
half days, bro. We had some
Oh, yeah,
Oilers
yeah.
yesterday,
They are
man.
back, and
People
they
going
are
crazy
not
with it.
going anywhere. I mean, it's super impressive how quickly Bane
Live for the
has
Sentinels
integrated
game
himself into
today?
this
Of
roster.
course, dude, of
I
course.
really,
Gonna have a little nap
wanna give a
before,
shout out,
but
not
should
just
be
to
all
him
good.
Because of the composure he's shown. You know, he's called himself the Korean Zelsis. You know, he's there for the vibes. He's bringing everybody up. But I also want to give a huge shout out to
He's a
coaches.
vibes guy as
The
well?
way that they've been able
Interesting.
to take these young players, and they've done this so many times in the past, but continue to be able to take young players, put them into their system, and get them functioning so quickly is beyond impressive. And also the game plan they had today for GenG was really thorough.
Yeah, I think like, you know, as you mentioned,
I had to, my
making
head's
his
dry now.
debut, right? Foxy9 also, you know, going through, you know, last year and becoming this player right now. We mentioned earlier, it's like, okay, is this the role for him? It looks like it definitely is because he looks so comfortable on the Sentinel role. He has massive impact
And
as well,
DRX
as we
can
saw.
defeat
We mentioned,
PaperX.
like, some maps, maybe not so much, but it's
I
undoubtedly
mean, yes,
that
they
he,
can,
you know,
but like,
definitely showed
I
what
would
he's
say the
capable of
PaperX are
in
the
this series.
favorites,
And
obviously.
as we mentioned, Bane, again, it's like, as you mentioned,
mean,
it's a
hopefully we get that
testament to
matchup.
coaching staff. It's a testament as well to how ready and how hungry these players are for that win, to see what, to show the world what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good for DRX to think about this, that you have the big three, right? You have Stax, Mako, Buzz.
I was
who've
4
been
for
there
4 for my
forever,
plat chat
just-
preds for
well, we know
EMEA
they're
this week, dude.
world-class
That's a
talents. We know how
one-off,
good they
man.
can
Don't
be.
look into
To
it too
have
much.
Bane and Foxy stepping up behind them now, that makes this all of a sudden a threat, not just here in Pacific, but globally as well. This is a team that it looks to be well on their way to going to Shanghai, and if they go there, you cannot underestimate this team with the way they're playing.
Yeah, you cannot stop Stax anymore.
Yeah,
You
no,
know, he
he's-
always goes.
But can. Look at that. But can here's we're talking about EMEA winners.
Powers that be told you.
And after winning the game, he just comes in with the 39 months. Thank you so much,
I
Bacan.
don't control that.
Thank
That's
you,
not
thank you.
me.
Appreciate the tier 1.
But I'm excited they're looking to maybe go back.
Yeah, I think that, you know, right now there is no stopping DRX, especially since, like, you know, this momentum was so important to them. And Azurai, I think for GenG,
Congrats on the win,
this doesn't
Bacon.
necessarily
Congrats,
count
congrats.
them
We
out,
got
okay?
a
Not by
got
a
a
mile, but I
good
feel like
amount of
there are a
clips
lot
of you.
mistakes here that they really have to go back to the
Yeah,
drawing
keep it
board
up,
for,
if anything.
But in the meantime, you know,
My
many
favorite,
last
probably
thoughts
the
of series.
Bacan flail.
I just
I think that one's
that's
good.
Gonna go up against DRX, hell of a time to just like study these VODs because it's gonna be very difficult to one-up them at this point. when
Oh,
they're looking at
honestly,
the strongest.
Oh yeah, well,
the smashing
I'm
of
eager
the
to hear
desk.
A lot more on how
Okay,
the
no, I
series
take it
went
back.
on. Of
The
course,
Bacan
we do have an
desk is
interview,
incredible.
Standing by with Jen on stage with, I believe, one of our winners on the side of DRX. Eager to hear more on what they
Wait,
thought.
how
The
had I
series,
not paid
especially since it
attention to
was
the Bacan desk until
challenging.
now? That's
so
so
let's
sick.
toss it on over to the stage with Jen in just a few seconds.
I need that.
There we go.
Yeah, I think that's maybe on my background to this desktop.
Thank you guys. I'm now standing here with DRX's
That's
Bane
sick.
after their 2-1 win against GenG.
Let me change that
Now,
later.
Congratulations,
Yes,
Bane,
I
on your
yeah,
win,
Lexi,
and
please send
also
that to me.
on your first Pacific
I need
interview.
that.
Now, Termi, before the match, actually said, now it's time to admit that GenG is the #1 Korean team, and DRX is here to challenge them. We're here with the underdog mindset, but from the players' perspective, what was your mindset coming in? What was the players' mindset coming in tonight? 오늘 언더독의 마인셋으로 오겠다라는 터미 감독님의 각오가 있었는데요. 선수들은 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기에 임했을까요?
사실 언더독이라고 하면 저만 그런 마음을 했던 것 같고요. 다른 상대들 들어보면 그래도 1인자의 마음으로 했던 것 같은데 그래도 같이 즐겁게 해서 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, actually, when it comes to the underdog mindset, I think I was the only one with that mindset. And other players, they had that, we're still the #1 type of attitude. But overall, we just had so much fun playing together, and I'm glad that we won against GenG today. Now, next thing I want to ask you, though, do you feel like with this win, DRX claimed the #1 Korean team title back? 그러면 이제 대한민국 #1 타이틀 다시 탈환했다고 봐도 될까요?
Of course.
Of course. Oh, of course. I love the confidence then. Well, I just want to ask you about your journey here personally. Took you almost 3 years to make it onto the Pacific stage. It's been 3 weeks so far since your debut. How's it going? And what was your mindset? What was your reaction when you were first called up? And how's it going so far for you? Is it everything you've ever dreamed of? 이제 콜업 됐을 때 정말 오랜만에 콜업이 된 거잖아요. 그때 마음은 어땠고 또 3주차 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 궁금합니다.
사실 콜업 됐을 때는 엄청난 감정이 오진 않았는데 솔직히 그 3년 동안 많이 힘들었고요. 그래도 콜업 되고 많이 긴장은 했지만 3주차까지 잘 마무리할 수 있어서 마지막 4주차까지 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I was very numb, to be honest, when I got called up at that moment. But for 3 years, almost 3 years, took me 2 years and 10 months to be up on the stage and perform in Pacific.
Long time.
Those times, I cried a lot. I had such a hard time. I had to push myself. I had doubts in myself. But I really had to work hard and believe in myself. And now that I made it here, going through week 3, I'm so glad that I'm able to close out week 3 with such a great game. And I just want to perform very well on week 4 as well. Fight to the finish and start strong, but finish stronger as well. Now, the next thing I want to ask you about is DRX's style change. It looks like with you on the roster, DRX look more fluid and you guys are able to adapt more to your opponents as well. And that's something that Termi particularly wanted to work on since last year. So is there anything you guys are doing, especially in practice, to kind of be more fluid or to be able to adapt more on the fly? 그 DRX가 이제 교전으로
Dude, that's impressive, man.
풀어가는
3 years just
그런 능력이
grinding
많이 향상된
to
것
get the
같아요.
shot.
감독님이 굉장히 그런 부분을 작년부터 강조해 왔고 바꾸고 싶었던
Respect,
부분이었는데 좀 연습에서
Hard to keep up a
부분에
positive
집중하는 부분이 있을까요?
attitude.
그렇죠. 사실 교전으로도 많이 연습을 했지만 택틱도 물론 연습하고 있고요. 근데 사실 스크림에서는 제가 총을 좀 못 쏴서 그게 좀 걱정이었는데 스스로 오늘 잘 보여줄 수 있어서 좋았던 것 같아요.
Yeah, we are definitely working on our firepower, how to take an advantage of that as well. But we do have some tactics ready too. But in scrims, I wasn't able to hit heads a lot, but I feel like I performed better than I did in scrims than on stage here today. So I'm really, really happy with how I performed today. Now, you mentioned tactics, and beautifully timed, beautifully disciplined tactics is DRX's trademark. So are you guys trying to be more fluid, change your whole identity, or have those tactics in the back pocket and save it up for bigger stage? 그러면 이제 택틱 같은 경우에도 DRX의 트레이드마크였잖아요. 아껴두는 걸까요? 아니면 그냥 교전 위주로 풀어가려는 체질 개선일까요?
어떻게 보면 교전으로만 해도 이기니까 저희가 승리는 거 아닐까요?
오.
더 강해진 모습 플레이오프 때 기대해 주셔도 좋을 것 같아요.
We're hiding our strats because we don't really need to use those, but you can definitely expect stronger DRX in playoffs. Now,
Oh.
last but not least,
All right.
DRX is going up against Bleed next. Zest is up there, getting ready for his matchup. So, anything you want to say to Zest?
You will die. Okay?
Pretty sure he heard you. Okay, well, thank you very much, Vane, for your interview, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Now, we'll see you in your next match. And that was Vane, everybody, with the post-match interview. We're going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we have Bleed going up against DFM. We'll see you soon.
In-game, surely in-game. Don't worry about it. In-game, chat. In-game. Dude, it must suck for him though, man. Walking onto stage, going to, and just seeing your old team just coming off a big win. You've been struggling in your team? Holy. Cool though, man. 3 years of grinding finally gets the payoff. And he's really making sure it counts. He had a great game today. Right, chat. We got Bleed coming up. You guys need to... I mean, the thing is, I know that... Tell me FNS is live, man. Just tell me FNS is live and we're going to have... And all the flamers can go there. That's all I want to hear. He is live? Okay, we're so fine. Then we might not have to put it in sub mode. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if we can get through a whole Bleed game without putting it in sub mode. That is the goal for today. Ash, by the way, Ash, if you're still in chat, 50 donation to Earth Day. Thank you so much, chat. While I go for a little break, you know what to do. Let's spam the Earth slug, the Slig Earth. Let's get that one spammed. Thank you so much for the 50. And again, Liquid is matching up until 5,000, so that is pretty much double. So thank you for doing that, Ash.
Let's go.
And if anyone wants to get involved, I think the thing next to my head you can scan. It's still there. Where are we? Scan. If you want to get involved. Again, Liquid is doubling everything up until 5,000, so at the moment you still get double for it. Okay, I'm going to spam some out chat. We'll be back in a little bit. And Ash, shout out to you again for doing that. And Slimetry if you're still here as well. Absolute hero. Right, be right back. Riv as well. Riv's here. Riv was involved. 100 from yesterday as well. Madman. Okay, I'll be right back.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今、大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We are about to head into our second series of the day, Bleed versus DFM. Let's take a peek into how Bleed is feeling today with Jen.
Hello.
Hello, Scary. Now, let's see your victory dance to hype us up for the Bleed versus DFM match, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now you gotta do that when you win today, okay?
Okay, got it. I will do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have something to look forward to, another additional thing to look forward to if Bleed wins. We are holding Scary to that promise that he will take that dance with him on stage if they can get past DFM. Paper Thin, what are their odds, you think?
Honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I know it's been a struggle for them, and there's a lot to break down on to why it's been a struggle. So, look, they're still taking maps off of good teams. They're just not able to really put it all together consistently week over week. I think they're struggling to find the right maps in their pool that are kind of benefiting this current iteration of the roster.
Before we proceed, though, let's head on over to DFM with Jen once more to see how they're looking forward to this match.
Question. Yay raise, May raise. 3, 2, 1. May raise. Now May, not afraid of El Diablo?
He's not El Diablo. He's Angel.
He's Angel. Wait, Angel from the above or EMEA Angel?
I mean, if he's Angel, I would still be scared, you know?
But yeah, Angel's scary because you never know what the heck he's gonna do.
Yeah, yeah. Suddenly, it's like, oh, we got our first clove of the tournament, right? But Azura, you know, we discussed earlier about how this match is also very, very important for both of these teams.
Absolutely. Even though, you know, DFM, they've had their recent loss against GenG, there's still a glitch that they can do, you know, in the Matrix. So.
No, I understood.
Okay.
It's okay. Go on.
Thank you. Anyways, moving forward, yeah. Big reason as to...
You broke Mika on that one.
Big reason as to why DFM is still a team to definitely watch out for is how strong the impact of May has been. I was kind of thinking as well about how there was that switch of roles between Medusa and Net, and it actually has kind of well-rounded the firepower that DFM was looking for in those matches that we saw with T1 and GenG.
Yeah, I think that, you know, these two teams, of course, Bleed still needs that ever-elusive win on their side, right? And DFM, they're looking for that second win. You know, there's this saying in like the art circle, the independent art circles, like it's like congrats on your first project, but it's the second one that matters the most. Because it's the second one that cements you as somebody who's actually consistent, right? So I feel like that's why this match is very important for DFM as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you can get that second one, then it feels like you can win a lot more. Winning comes in bunches a lot of times, so definitely could see that being kind of the catalyst that DFM needs to take a step up. But for me, it's going to have to come from the backline behind May. Not just setting him up well, they do that. They have good utility usage for him. Obviously, he's cracked as heck with his mechanics, but I need to see players like Neth, like Medusa, like Sesu really stepping up because their scorelines aren't that bad, but they're not that good either, and that concerns me. If May has an off day, if May just isn't in that form that he has been for the last couple of weeks, that it may kind of fall apart for DFM and they might suffer a loss against Bleed.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just shows how much reliance they have, you know, on this kind of star power that May brings to DFM, to this Japanese roster, and that's again what they're trying to step away from. Sure, they'll be happy if May can, you know, create these amazing plays, but if they can bank a lot more on that, you know, on that clutch power, the clutch prowess that we've seen from Cess, the extra bit of flirt that we've seen from Neth, that will really again help out the case right now for DFM when they're so starved for this next win supposedly.
I have absolutely love as well the confidence that DFM win has given May, right? Suddenly he feels like he's invincible, and you gotta have that confidence, especially when you're going up against a player like Ye, who has already made a name for himself, right? Here in Pacific, of course, it's like it's new ground for him as well. He's adjusting as well, but you know, it's still a matchup that is definitely like, you know, there is a clear underdog here. May is definitely wants to prove himself here against somebody who's competed all over the globe.
Yeah, and that's crazy to think that maybe May is actually the better duelist in this match. Like, you know, coming into this year, you know, you would think, oh, this is going to be a tough task for May. Now you're completely flipping that script. You're thinking,
now you're like 50-50.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Ye, because Ye seems a little bit off balance. He seems like he's not quite as comfortable, not quite as confident as he would like to be.
Little off balance.
And I get it. It's a tough situation that
Dude, I
Bleed's
saw,
in right now for, again, a bunch of different reasons. But
whose stream was it?
He needs to kind of figure
Was it
himself
Choba's
out,
stream?
start trying to get like that ace we saw
But
on
he
the
said
last
that
week. See if he can start
he's been
getting more
told
plays
from
like that
Bleed
underneath his
himself,
book, cut the legs of
someone in
DFM out
Bleed,
underneath them and outduel May.
that it's
Yeah,
Ye
and
that
again,
doesn't want
this
to
is
play
such
Chamber.
a big one because I mean, it showed
And I
their
really-
that they have like 3 matches.
I really
remaining.
imagine
And
that the
remember, if Bleed loses
coach
this, the next matchup for
or
them
the
is
team
GenG and DRX.
knew this before
so
picking him up,
That's
because
huge.
That's an oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon that would have been a bit of
one
a
indeed.
deal
It's
breaker
just
for
gonna
me.
get harder and you know, much more difficult at this point for Bleed. So this is their best shot. This is their best chance, right, going into this. And for DFM,
Hello,
this
Reprovice. How we
also
doing?
is a massive opportunity for them to really show that, you know, they are this team that can take the wins. So right now, let's jump into our map picks to see what these teams have got.
Makes sense. I'm not sure it does make sense, Fuckers.
DFM is heads and Bleed is tails.
We have our
I
coaches
get what
here,
you're
and
saying
we have
there,
our
but-
IGLs at the ready. What are you thinking, Paperthin? I think
Someone
I'm
on Nova says he
expecting
does good
maybe
in
a
scrims. I mean,
split bans as well, because
when we
Bleed
used to
have been
play
banning
against
that
him and he
out,
was
and for
playing
DFM,
like
I'm expecting-
Jed
I
and
think we're
scrims,
gonna
he
stay
would
with
always
Vine.
drop
Yeah,
30 bucks
I think we know
against
what
us as
DFM is
well.
going to ban, but Bleed's
But I
been
think
changing
just
it up
the
a little
system
bit, so
might
maybe
have been
they
better there.
aren't feeling comfortable on certain maps with this new lineup with players. And yeah, so Icebox this time, a map that they've been struggling on, to be frank.
I do think the calling's
standard
lacking a
ban.
lot
Yeah,
from
Bleed's
Bleed
pretty
as
good on
well,
Lotus.
though.
That and Ascender, they're two best
I will
maps.
say that
so
much.
Not bad, not a bad choice at all.
I mean, Bleed have
I mean,
been one of
it
those
looks
teams
like they
where
have
I
a
feel
lot
like
of
they've
issues.
Also had like
I think
some
Lotus is a good
out-of-nowhere
pick.
hooks
DFM
on their map ban, so I was kinda
haven't had
thinking
good
maybe even
results
Sunset,
there,
they had a
really.
pretty good match against Zeta
They've
Division.
been
We were
looking,
talking about how, hey, Zeta Division didn't have the
they've been
best
looking better on
depth.
that map,
Phoenix on that particular map against Bleed. Redlow was really charging or coming out of nowhere to get a couple of good kills.
They just
so
wanna
that
get
was
rid of
also, I think,
Ascent.
something in contention, but Lotus definitely
And
puts a lot
Sunset,
of
okay.
emphasis here. Where we
DFM will
saw
want to
May
play
just
Ascent, right?
manhandle GenG that, what was it, like 30 kills, 20 kills above Texture? Even though, sure, they lost, but he was firing on all cylinders on
and
Lotus.
the way that I'm
Sure, and
looking
he's
at this
probably
is
riding
I
on that
feel like
confidence as
DFM
well,
kind of
right?
owned
He's
it a
probably
little
thinking
bit
like, okay,
because
I
I
know
thought
this
they
map, I
might
know
pick
the rules
Ascent
here,
because
but
in my
that's
mind they
something
were going
also
to win
is hard
Ascent.
that DFM
And then
have
now they
been
get it
shown,
at the
and then
third
Bleed
map. It
are
means they
gonna
could have
know how
heavy
to deal
prepped
with.
into
For
picking this,
Bleed,
which
you know,
maybe
big question for me is like
Bleed weren't
how
expecting.
have they solidified themselves? Have they finally come together?
Yeah,
We
I
know
like the
that
map
the
pool
pieces
for
work. We
DFM
know
here.
the pieces are good.
Maybe
It's a
not as
matter
much
of how that
Lotus.
jigsaw puzzle comes together.
Yeah, and I think that's why
We'll see.
DFM chose
Bleed-
split over
Bleed just
Sunset
haven't been looking
here.
great on
They're
any
pretty
map,
good on
so
Sunset as well as DFM.
don't
We
worry
saw it
me
against
too much.
T1, but this time around, it probably is like, all right, look, Bleed has had a chance to play split on the stage since kickoff. So
Dude,
with
look
this
at
new
that.
roster, we
Dude,
might
look
be
at the
able to kind of
percentages
catch
on
them
this
at a
map.
point where
It
they're
has not been
quite
great
prepared.
for
They might have
anyone
been
here.
expecting Sunset. I get what they're doing there for sure. So yeah, DFM has to be feeling confident after that GenG match. Like, they played that map pretty darn well, and they probably feel like we could have done a lot better on our defensive half. We could have really shut GenG down had we done XYZ a little bit better. Now let's see if they can actually put it into use.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, DFM right now, they are, you know, they
If
are
I'm out to play
riding
the
on a high.
T1
Even
Lotus,
against
that's true.
GenG, it felt
Mhm,
like
that
they
is very
did
true.
a lot better than, you know, a lot of people were expecting.
Surely
them to.
Chamber. I mean, I've given up the Chamber hope now.
Yeah, absolutely.
First of all, we've seen
I
all the
guess one of the
maps.
things that maybe
Second of all, if
add as a
Dubra's
critique
literally
here for
going up there
DFM
saying, I don't want to
is
play
it
this
felt
agent,
like
then they're not
there's
going to
one
make him
particular
play an
player
agent.
that seems to kind of struggle to follow the flow of the team. You know, we were talking about how DFM's very strong when they go for those aggressive 5-man pushes. It felt like Medusa
Why
was
is
the
no
one
one
who was
picking
kind of lagging
Clove?
behind ever so slightly.
You gotta
You know,
remember
when,
as well,
they're gonna go
for
for that contact,
to
it
make
feels like he's
Clove
the
work,
the
you
first
gotta
one
have a
getting
lot of
picked off,
practice,
even though May was the
first
one
of
that's
all.
getting into the side
And
faster
to
than he
do that
was. So
mid-season,
these kind of
you're going to have to
things would
change a lot of
definitely
stuff
hurt
to
DFM if they can't
actually actually make sure it fits in. So that's probably
against
not worth mid-season, so you
That
won't
is a
see
good
too much
point, and
mid-season
Medusa is
unless the
also one of
team's in
those
like a
players
really
that
good
I'm eager to
spot
see
and they
the
have
next
time
level
to kind of
up, right?
experiment
We
with
do
that
see some,
stuff.
shades of brilliance from him, but sometimes
The
it
map
comes
pool
maybe
isn't
like at the right
great
time, maybe at the wrong
for-
time. We need a little bit more of that consistency.
Clove.
Final question for you
But
guys,
there's a
because
few maps.
as we're entering week
There's a
3
few
here,
maps that might
this
work well.
match is like one of the probably the most high stakes match that we have, especially for these two teams that are
But yeah,
somewhere
the main
teetering
reason is
towards the
mid-season,
bottom of our
basically.
our wonderful tier list that we saw earlier there. How do you think these teams perform under pressure?
I mean, I think that DFM
All
probably has
gamers
a very
beat
slight edge
BLG.
here,
Wait,
just
all
because
gamers?
May's tremendously confident.
All gamers
If
beat
your
Billy
duelist
Billy.
is popping off, that's generally going to
2-0.
lead to some level of success. Even if you're not maybe taking maps, you're making them really, really close and keeping your opponents off balance and stuff like that. So, and I think Bleed, again,
What's going on?
you gotta focus on the
What's going
communication,
on?
that kind of stuff.
Really?
That's your only issue, or not the only issue, but that's that's your biggest
It's
issue.
a major issue, yeah. it
Exactly,
is.
that you're facing right now. So, week after week, how much is that going to improve? I think you've got a little bit of time to kind of figure yourselves out, kind of take stage 1 and say, okay, let's just practice what we can. Let's get better at what we can.
All gamers,
Whereas
I
DFM,
mean, yeah.
now the pressure's on
But-
them to start winning because they just got a big win.
But
Are
that's
they
a
going to
big-
be able
that's
to
a big win.
kind of continue finding success
really
here and
big
be a
win.
real threat in Pacific?
Yeah, for me, it's real quick. For Bleed, I feel like they're at the turning point right now. It's now or never at this point. So I feel like that plus the pieces that we're talking about.
Mr.
should come to
Duality, we
emerge
watch pretty
right
much
here in
every
this
game,
series.
dude.
Yeah, definitely.
We watch every game. The only games that I miss are Saturday and Sunday for the Chinese
it's a major
games.
problem, especially on
Other
a stage
than that,
like this,
gonna watch every
especially
single
in
game.
a match like this, where it has to, it has to already be fixed at this point.
Billy
DFM
Billy
has a much
beating
better
FNS
foundation
twice and
so
then
far,
dipped.
but we're
Bro,
gonna
it's
see
like,
as we step into our second series of the
You know
day.
when like
it's
you know
gonna
like
be
when
Bleed
teams get to the
versus
top
DFM.
and
Let's
then
head on
they
over
kind
to
of
the
it's
stage.
hard to stay at the top. I wonder if that was like the same for Billy Billy. They kind of got the 4-0. They got the 4-0 and they're like, well, that's our top here. That's pretty much a huge win for us.
Formation focus
Now
team.
it's then they all just took their foot off the pedal. Kind of crazy.
I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go.
How long do you think I can keep up the schedule? For the whole season. Easy.
A match to prove that one team can live up to their hype and that the other isn't a one-win wonder. You just gotta love how contrasting the red and the blue is on that stage. You can see just how far apart these teams are in everything.
Thank you,
how
Baker.
much they
Thank
need
you,
this
thank you.
win. How far apart they are in terms of their journeys as well, Paper Thin.
No doubt. I mean, it is really interesting. I think there's a lot of hype with Bleed coming into this season, so certainly expectations came crashing down to earth, and this could be a bounce back match. Again, they can win.
Man,
We've
Ye
seen them
Ye
take
saw my
maps.
video,
It's just
man.
a matter of
Ye saw my
getting it
video
all
about the
together,
vibes,
with
and
these
now
new
he's just
players,
coming out
with
here
the
and he's just
communication
smiling the whole
systems,
time.
different
He's
language
like,
barriers.
I'll bring some
For
vibes.
DFM, it's like
I'll bring
continuing
a
to
little bit of
build on
vibes. Don't worry
some
about
of the good
that.
things that you're starting to show. You're starting to show good protocols.
You want
good
some smiles?
defaults.
I'll give you
Now
some
let's start
smiles.
to build on top of that.
That's what.
Get the
If
rest
that's
of the
what
players behind May
I think is
firing as
lacking
well.
from the team, he's gonna give me some
You just
smiles.
gotta love how these DFM players are smiling. They came together and they kind of have this sort of like nervous energy that is so
Yes,
positive.
I
They're like,
can,
we did this
Lexi.
before, we can do it again.
what
On the
is
side
the
of Bleed,
description
you kind
of
of
it?
feel this like stern kind of like we need to prove ourselves because as we mentioned, the pieces in Bleed work. They are stellar players here. We just have to know how they fit together, and can they do that under this amount of pressure?
It's hard to imagine because again,
The description.
this roster
Oh,
just came
okay,
in
I
from
get
split
you.
one kickoff. It was
Say games that
two
aren't,
players
yeah.
that was still again that just went away from the team. that
Super
was
G
Egoist as well as,
626.
I think it
Thank
was
you so much for the
Razer
tier 1,
or
man.
something.
Appreciate you.
So again,
Thank you so
there's
much.
so little time for Bleed to get this working for themselves.
3
Not
months
only
in a
that, they
row
also
as well.
had,
Thank you for
don't
being here, bro.
forget Ye that was playing on so many different roles. Darion was the one initially
how
on the
on earth
duelist,
do
and
I do
now
this?
Ye got his. Or maybe the France got their wish where he's back on the duelist, but then he's not able to bring out that output that we
I'm
were
just
kind of
gonna
hoping
remove
for
it,
since
Lexi.
maybe
I
it's
think
because
it's
it's been a
easiest.
long time or whatnot. There's so many things that is countering
let me
Bleed right
put the
now,
teams in.
and like you mentioned, there is. Maybe that's the reason why we have that stern energy coming from them.
Well, here we go into our second series of the day. Bleed versus DFM. Once again, here are your casters, Quack and Valdez.
We can put it in the title as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be Bleed versus DFM. Hey, I'm Quack, and this is Valdez. Bleed's looking for their first win, but DFM's looking for their second.
Yeah, I think that both of these teams have showed some good sides of their play, but also for the majority, unfortunately, haven't really shown what they're fully capable of.
What's the QR code beside my head? Thank you, paid chatter. The QR code to the side of my head is for the charity after day. Doing it the whole week, trying to get the plastic out of the ocean. And so it's a very good cause, only one off. And everything that you donate at the moment to the charity is doubled up until Liquid hits the 5,000 mark, which is they're currently at 4,459. So if you do donate, it is doubled.
As we do move on to Lotus for our first map. I mean, yeah, looking pretty standard.
So,
nothing
yeah,
too different. For. Everyone's pretty much going for the same thing. If anything, it is that mirror matchup. So
okay, what do we got comp-wise?
It's a bit of a test
lost
to see
everything
who's
on my
be
second one.
better coordinated or who's going to be calling the better strats. And in the past, or at least every time that Bleed has played,
normal comp. Okay, it's Lotus. I don't even need to look at too much.
This is going to be a bit of a challenge for DFM.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get that going on their first map here for this best of 3. Our first match, win 3 maps. Would not be surprised if this one also goes 3 maps. I think, yeah, these two teams could be very close in terms of their ability.
Right,
down to
we have Bleed on defense, we have
DFM
on attack,
to the higher level. We saw
and
last time
just keep an eye on pistols. We've got
came out
3 classic armors,
really put
alright.
up some big numbers. Hoping to see them have a similar performance. Same could be said of May on the other side of DFM, who certainly takes that duelist role into his own hands and tries to solo carry the team.
Okay, let's have a clean game, chat.
Obviously enabled by
know what
his
I mean?
teammates, but definitely the guy who pops off more often than anyone else.
Definitely the guy that we want to pop off as well, but
a fade eye over towards A.
As we start
the problem with this
off,
fade eye is it doesn't scan like anyone close, so you can just
differences in how some of these
wait it out.
Operate, and
does normally at least give them a good amount of info.
Coming from teams like Team Secret,
DFM
or
just
RQ,
waiting because a lot of people have been doing like a CB pinch at the moment for their pistols, so I think holding a default at the beginning makes a lot of sense. Also, you can see if they go aggro over towards A. Prowler goes in, they want to see if anyone's over towards rubble, clears all the rubble.
No better opponent to defeat than DFM. No better opponent for DFM to beat than Bleed either. We start things off very safe. Not a lot of contact, not a lot of information from both sides.
Yeah, it looks like DFM here playing from the attacker side, trying to see if they can get some contact and get a little bit of damage done. So far, they chipped away at Retla. But
all pass and stack.
Haven't committed to any of the sites at the moment.
Info if they late push here, and this is going to be a retake of A. And honestly, the stack at the moment is looking good. We're really having a 2-person fake.
But DFM are waiting until pretty much the last second to go
I mean, yeah, it looks like it.
Push,
I don't know why you need 2 to open the door and do a Prowler, but here we are. Does pull 1, 2, 3 rotates off as they walk in, and even Ye was looking at the minimap, to be honest with you.
Just getting a better position, but trying to hold things up from around.
There's a lovely molly that went over towards the back of sight to potentially stop the plant. It's hit by the Omen Flash, but gets a kill before. Damn, bro, look at this guy go. Molly towards Heaven as well, gets an extra one.
That does not give Zest any room to work with, so you already have the
while
sight.
it's been going on, we've had a luck towards spawn, so pretty much an impossible pistol for Bleed to win.
How can Bleed retake?
May, yeah, May is so good.
There goes the first body.
Did are people here for when we raided May and he was just playing TDM? That's an actual beast, man. There's a few players where like I can just watch them for a long time play TDM. It's like Tens when he streams, I can watch that. Something when he streams, I can just watch him play TDM, and May's been added to the list. Oh, fun to just watch him play TDM and just one-tapping everyone. Scream, oh yeah, Scream would definitely be one of them as well.
The positioning was good, but May's crosshair positioning, as you mentioned, was just better. And he was able to lock down a couple of kills. Team was able to get in with a pretty safe push.
Yeah, I imagine Jing's great as well. I haven't seen that, but I imagine that's similar level.
Once he gets set up there, you know, it's pretty difficult to retake that one.
Sometimes that's all you need, right? Like just that few seconds before your screen really goes blind, and May's still able to get a sense with the muscle memory to aim over onto his head. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Bleed. I mean, the ideas are still just about right.
Not like
nonetheless, May
Oh,
wins
okay,
out
we're
the
fine.
battle against
We're
Ye
good.
for
Don't
the
store
time
it.
being.
May versus Ye. Ye versus
Clutcher, that is true though. That is very true.
That's right, that's right.
Who's got the better raise?
For now, it's going to be May. But I would not put Ye down. I mean, a lot of respect to all players on the server right now. As Fleet pushes out onto Mount. Oh, with
yeah,
the classic
double
scary
dinks.
length
We're
of
seeing coming
shots.
in. Spike
Bit
is
of
down.
support coming out from
Yeah, they
Brentla
got to
as
pick up the
well.
smoke, and they
he
want to try and
continues
juggle
to
the guns
pepper
away
them
at the
full
same
of
time.
bullets.
Neff, meanwhile, gets a kill over towards A, so he could potentially get some map control. And Scary's killing it. There's no way he aces on the eco, right? Oh my god, they're trying to enable it.
Continuing to shoot through
Oh my
with
god.
pistols. Are you kidding me? Do not
Holy.
give me a classic
I've
ace
never
in the
seen
second
that.
round.
I've never seen a classic ace against the
Tries
full buy in a
to
pro game.
stabilize the
That would have been
team.
mental. I'm not even sure I've seen a 4K
Round
with a classic, to be honest with you.
horrendously wrong due to a classic.
Yeah. I mean, it was a classic 4K, which is bad enough. How did they let that happen? They were like, oh, okay, you want to fight us? Sure. Sure, they
Yeah, the
will
mound
just
duel
hit our
looks pretty
shots, you know, your
scary.
head's peeking above mound, like, that's easy enough.
There's
We got a
people like
bulldog,
that.
And then they just
Seen
kind
a
of miss
few like
everything.
anti-ecos
And
go
Scary
over
doesn't
towards
miss a
C and
single
get
shot.
punished.
That is the most impressive
You're
thing
just
for
so in
Bleed right
control
now.
of, like, I mean, it's an
as the
unfavorable duel,
controller,
right?
he's being
This guy's in
supported
charge
by
of
his
how much of the
teammates
head he
to
shows
push
and when he
out,
can
to collect
peek. You're out in the
knock-on
open.
kills. The IGL calling such a strategy as well. I mean,
This would be a
perfectly matched.
massive win. Does have just a
little bit
classic 80 HP though.
Misinformed for TFM,
Turret,
if anything.
the Neff goes out,
Ye down to
and he has a molly,
It's a 1v1
and he's got a
here
lot of
between these
util.
two. I
Is
mean,
one molly or
Ye
double molly?
also has a classic versus a
One molly.
Vandal. I
If Ye
hope.
wins this.
Also, there's a turret.
Whoa.
Okay, okay.
Just hold it.
Faking the door a little, I guess, and Ye just decides to hold it. Thinking
I was
that
worried
maybe
for a
he's
little
gone
bit.
through
Did
the
connect the
other side of
shot.
door.
54.
Apparently, that was a clutch.
And this was a very good eco.
Fantastic clutch going
Very
the way.
good eco.
Excellently done.
Yes. Who's up by 4 kills now? Well, Scariest 4 kills of his own. Okay, I really got to see this because it was not much utility. You got the pink shells, I guess, coming out from Ye. But Scary, just perfect, pristine crosshair placement. Nothing too far up or down on the Y-axis.
Yeah,
and
the
he's
guy
just
saying
able
4 kill,
to
who got 4 kills saying
smoothly
nice
go
try,
from
that's what
head
you
to
want to
head.
hear.
Timing and the
It's
rhythm
gonna
and
feel a
how
little
he
bit hard
controls the
done when you
recoil
do
of
all
the
of that.
classic as well at that range.
Big buy run for bleed, and they
Because
go
of that,
aggro over towards A, take control. We'll see how many people they manage to set up. DFM,
Anthem on
just
just
again,
Sheriff.
just chilling. I wonder how often we're just going to see them just hold a passive default.
Yeah,
Very
they have like
potentially around for Bleed.
2 Vandals.
Ooh.
Bit of damage already done to May, who, with the Vandal himself, is trying to get his team out ahead, but takes an aggressive angle and takes some damage.
Right. I mean, the desk was right. There is a lot on May's shoulders. He's often the one trying to look for those opening tools. Rotations made across the board, but the spike still hovering around A.
C control, question mark created.
Trying to pull the rotations.
Turrets here, so
They're
they know they
able to
have
take
full
down
B
A as
control, no
well
one's pushed
as
aggro,
Scary right
and they
now.
want to go back to A and
That would give
take them
them
off this
the
angle at
sight.
30
That's what
seconds mark.
DFM's looking for.
Normally means they're kind of
He
committed,
tries to
but because
blast
this
back
guy's
in.
here means they can
Manages to
pivot
do
over
so, but
towards
at what
B.
cost?
A is on 4
Oh,
HP.
Scary.
We got 20 seconds right
It
now.
was pretty close to getting his head taken
Scary?
off, but May essentially already is. Down he will go. Scary
15
takes him down,
seconds.
gets the contact, sees the pressure,
they gotta
calls his team
go.
over.
Just double
Oh my god, he's
back.
fragging so heavy.
Contact
8-2 and
continues to
3 rounds in.
collect. Quadruple kill and pretty much DFM's dreams of winning this round dashed and down in the dirt.
This was not a good round from DFM. Like, the overall map
Taking a little
control
too
was
much
cool, but it was
time
just
and
like a little bit late because they held the
Bleed doing a
passive
phenomenal
default for like
job at
maybe a little bit
controlling
too
the map
long.
doing
They then took
early
C
damage to
control, had
DFM.
this control, but then they're re-clearing
Scary
rubble
able to pick
control
up
at
the majority of the
35
kills.
seconds.
Really
That's a
crisp
nightmare
stuff.
to
I
do.
mean, you know, pokes out, doesn't take any damage, and then just lines up. Very nice crosshair placements, he says as well.
I mean, Scary did incredible
And
as well, but they had to kind of
little
rush their peaks a
reaction,
little bit, right? There's
but
no util to
so
back
far
it up.
seems like he's pretty locked in. Talk about Ye versus May all we want, but
Nah, it's scary.
Scary is actually on top. with a 4K classic
one-way smoke
epic montage.
with the fade eye as well.
Yeah.
Good to see it's the good one-way as well.
Another person. We saw Zest, we saw Ye.
One away from Razor, and we've got to start looking at some of the money because this is a massive swing round. I say that.
For now,
they're
though,
probably
DFM
fourth,
trying
right?
to change things up. They want to be a little bit more decisive, Valdez, about how they want to hit a site. So a lot of utility just to take control of a round. They don't want to repeat of that classic round. But then holding, just in case they lose any early players. Sneth on a bit of a lurk will be able to find Ye's head. Now rotations pulled and split across. Perhaps slightly easier for them to take down C. No, still playing around the door.
And it could go quickly into B here. We do have Zest in position trying to feel this pressure, but he's got a lot of utility.
He tanked a lot of utils. Still two people here. Killjoy decides to make a play. And how on earth did the Omen not kill him?
Takes down Anthem.
Yeah, Molly's good to potentially stop the plant again.
It's almost
Two people heaven. They get a plant and he spams on this.
Looking for some of these
That's not the spam I was expecting, but they'll take it.
Not able to trade. They don't want to allow DFM to trade.
Scary is pretty scary
3v3.
Right now.
I mean, Scary
so
has
locked
Omen
in.
Flash. That is the big thing right now.
I believe that's like his 9th or 10th kill at this point.
Omen Flash goes 1-2. Hit everyone but the Killjoy.
They're all kind of split up. He's got his smokes, and that's what he's known for. That said, it's not going to do all too much if DFM has the spike and they're playing the time of it.
Good reposition.
Zest trying to take matters into his own hands.
15
Scary
HP.
makes use of Zest's position to come back in.
Oh my god, he's
for the
11-2 by the way. We're 4 rounds in.
He's able to get the defuse as well. 11 kills right now in round
He's coming
4.
for the kill record.
What is going on with this guy? I mean, he's not missing a single thing. And this one is a real clutch.
This one is an
watching how the
absolute
fight
shot.
plays out, right? That's really how Bleed operates, because Scary is the IGL now. The first 2 rounds where he got all those kills as well, he gets the information because
I wonder
he
how
makes
much
use
damage
of his
that Astro shot
teammates
did.
to go out and retrieve the information for him. And then he's able to collect
forces them
all
down
these
to an
kills.
eco,
Yeah.
so
He
massive.
looks so happy.
Massive round, and
He's
Ye gets the
nice
op
clutch
out.
moments. Yeah. But remember, if he wins, he's got to do that little dance.
He does, yeah. Maybe he really wants to do it. That's why he's popping off so hard. He's like, I got to get that dance in. I got to show everybody my dance.
There.
Uh-oh.
Wow. A little bit of an unfortunate whiff from Ye.
That's going to open things up here for DFM to potentially push on to B. It's almost certain at this point. So there's some extra utility
Do they just? Does someone try go for the gun?
Along with the lockdown and the blast packs, just to
If I'm
bypass
chat, I'm one of these guys right now.
Get a little bit more space.
Going
now
for that
spike
gun.
planted.
Like, if I'm the fade right here and no one opens the door in like the
Not
next
really
5
exposing
seconds, I'm
himself too
opening the
much.
door, getting that gun.
Waiting for his teammates and reinforcements to arrive. Cess gets further information.
What?
No, he actually
Why?
Huh, interesting.
lets the ultimate complete. Meanwhile, the rest of DFM, though, because the spike
Gotta
is
keep an
down,
eye on
because
Medusa at
they've
the
got
moment. He has
Showstopper,
double mollies
they're
lining
actually
up for them.
hanging
May has
back.
his ult as well if he wanted to send it in
Spike
at one
continues
point.
to tick away.
Molly, first one's gone out.
Yeah, the snake bite down as well.
Yeah, and they just have too much util for
Just
this.
buying time.
Too.
Just gonna let it happen. There's not
Yeah,
much they can do
someone
about
could
that.
definitely go try
Lots of
get this
nice
gun over
lineups
towards
there
them.
As May will go down, just making 100% sure that they do
Killjoy
not
get it?
defuse
It's
that
close.
I
think
still
so.
like that. I can respect that a lot from DFM. I mean, first of all, incredible shot from Medusa onto Ye. But secondly,
I like the strat though. Like the overall
making
strat
use,
is
like,
great.
clear
Killjoy ult take
strategies
them
to
away
push
from here,
back
and then they
lead,
just have
get
double
the spike
mollies
down,
and then like lineups in terms of Viper
and
lineups
strats
as
to
well.
secure the site.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Imagine using strategies instead of just shooting them in the face.
Yeah.
I know.
Just straight up
Crazy.
strategy
But
there.
which one's more fun? The classic
11-2,
kills or
and then everyone else has 2 kills.
Yeah.
post-plant lineups?
I think shooting them down and know, getting the audio cues.
Why did the defense not do anything? Bro, they couldn't, really. Killjoy Molly into Killjoy Molly. So first of all, Killjoy ult, so they're far away. So then they got to read clear all the areas that they've been pushed off of. They use util for that, and it takes up a bit of time. Then they got to go into sight. Then there's a Killjoy Molly going off. That's 8 seconds. Then another Killjoy Molly. That's 16 seconds. Then a Viper Molly starts landing, and by that time the spike's like what? 10 seconds left, and they got all guns, and they know that another Molly's coming later, and they hear the Raze ult that they want to avoid.
They still got the win. They got a lot of money.
There's no
back in
time.
their pockets. They're able to buy up now.
Bomb grenade out.
And get into a position where they can actually challenge for the future rounds.
Toxins going up there.
Back to their pistol round strategy, though, Bleed. Pushing out together as a bit of a squad just to take control over B main.
There's a Raze nade in there that I didn't talk about as well.
That would be cool as well.
That should never be happening, man. How are they allowed to just send it in there like this? It was like next to no util.
Also a bullet to the face. Viper's Pit now available for DFM, and that blocks off Waterfall.
It's just so much.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying DFM at the moment. It feels like
it's gonna be difficult to even get
it feels like, you know, when you have perfect Valorant where it's like one ult round into the next round, which is secured by an ult, and then you have your next ult. It's like that stuff. That's what we're seeing at the moment. Potentially, if Fade can try and get 2 kills as well,
I mean, they're
that'd be the
holding
one.
out defaults, slowly moving across the map, sustaining minimal damage, and once they get the sensing for
if I'm Fade here, what's
Bleed
people's
setup
money?
on the
I mean,
site,
technically shouldn't
that's when
be
they go
hunting,
in.
but I would be
And
tempted.
Darren's none the wiser.
Yeah. Darren goes down. Bleed are just going to save after this one. Viper's Pit committed to.
Yeah, dude, the guy in
used
sight
3 ults
on
to win
C
the
has to
last
get one here.
couple
No
of
doubt about
rounds,
it.
But I'd say 100% worth based on the current state of the game. Unfortunately, they're not really able to punish Bleed on the backside of it, but that's just fine.
I love how we can like kind of hear the audience clapping a little bit off of the win.
Yeah.
As soon as,
If
like,
you're a
the
duelist
DFM
and your aim
fans-
is shaky in the
but
game,
because
you
it's
try
like
not to
super
go for the
loud
off.
roaring applause,
It's normally
it
like, that's how you
makes
get
me
easy
think, like,
kills
it's like
normally.
tiny
That's how you get your
golf
confidence up sometimes. If you can't rifle, you just go for an op because it's just hold angle
especially
quick.
after a round like the last couple where it's like,
You maybe
oh,
just
we
don't
got
feel
this
confident
very
with an op,
strategic,
I guess
very
is
nice,
the only thing I'd say there.
entry onto the
The
site,
ops are the
and
easiest
then
kill in the
nothing
game, man.
happened for a minute.
Very fanciful.
Yeah, it's kind of
Just expensive.
the chess match rather than the boxing match. Bit of spam, gonna do a nice amount of damage already.
Like, maybe this
Bang.
gun's the easiest
And
kills in the
Sessa
game.
already taken a bunch. Somebody get Achilles on the line.
Yeah, Scary really trying to shut me up with
Snowden's
this
getting
again.
Too much value.
I do admire it though, what Bleed is trying to do. And I admire how DFM is trying to
I hope you're not
haul
talking
their
about
way
opping on
around
attack
this
though,
map as well.
as a
But
duelist.
if you pay attention,
In which
Jay
case,
has
just
pushed out
buy
to ground.
a run and gun,
Great
man.
positioning
Buy a
to be
stinger
able
or
to
something
pick
and
up
just
on a
send it
single
in.
kill
Buy a
if
Bucky.
he's able to find it. Question is, will DFM anticipate it? Foot's been spotted, Prowler's been used, and he unfortunately has to double back.
Good pressure though, they know that someone's still out over towards A, so they have options. Bold swing, man, but Scary, I mean, he's fragging heavy, why not?
Scary, back on the board.
I think I would not have shot
Awareness
that.
from Anthem, but Scary as
And then
well.
create
just
pressure
to
that they
stay
could have
tucked behind a little corner.
gone a bit aggro.
Fire off safe shots against his opponents. Now Zest controlling trees still.
A good amount of pressure over towards A though. They're walking towards B. They got none of the afterplan util, and May wants to try and get a kill.
Trying to seize the space,
And
but
yeah, this is much better. A lot of people surviving here.
Or the timing. So Darren will be able to shut him down. Neth is the only one left on a bit of a lurk, and the entirety of Bleed squad working against him.
10 seconds left.
Well, swings that again, tries to take another, but kind of just tries to stand his ground, get some values. Not gonna just run away from that one. That entry on a B felt a little bit lackluster. You know, some low health bars already, and they didn't quite root everybody out before they actually went for the plant. Also, the fact that they lost a couple of members before going for it just made it feel a little bit desperate. So Bleed back on the scoreboard at least, keeping things close. Pick up their 3rd round win.
Neither team really seeing a need to invest timeouts just yet. Seeing as how it's pretty evenly matched for now.
Uh-oh.
The IGL
And they were
team
so
do all the
committed
work
out there.
here
The Killjoy heavy
to secure
committed.
a strong lead.
Yeah, at least this time they're doubling over. Oh my goodness. Okay. And they're
Now
both
we're
committed
headed
over towards
C,
site.
but
Big
guess
shot.
what? Ye
That's
is
the
here with
ult.
an operator still.
Right?
Flicks the shot out towards main. I guess we have our answer for now as he pulls out the showstopper. DFM no longer able to break through this door
better
set up
shutdown
around
here.
C site. Instead, they're going to go through the rotating door.
I think you might see a
B
timeout from
potentially
DFM here because this
holding
was
up
like
around pillar.
maybe a
Scary.
bit
Playing
too.
it safe around. C main,
Oh,
A
let's
main,
wait.
excuse me. Unfortunately, receives contact against Anthem. Ye will continue to explore and sound off his operator, and that puts us down to a 2-on-4.
Yeah, Ye has just been, he's been desperate to get value out of this, and finally in this round, it's very apparent that he's getting quite a lot of value out of the
Yeah, and he's been
operator.
moving
Already
around
3
a lot.
kills, one with the showstopper as well. Medusa gonna pick up another kill for
That
himself.
was a bit too much though. Just heavy focus, thinking they were both over towards door. Hey guys, please.
And it's all up to
Don't
Darion
do
now.
this stuff.
All of a sudden, somehow,
Oh
DFM
my
find a way
goodness.
to get
This
plan
was one
down.
of the worst we've seen. That was why? Just why for all of the
All across
decisions
the
that I
map,
saw?
divided, they fell. DFM
Just from one door opening, they think they're
worked
both
together
over
with this
towards
little
door, so we
buddy
walk
system
down
where
here.
Medusa struck from behind, and
Then we're
now
just
they've
taking
got
the
site.
solo duel when you have map control and you
got
can
his
just
work cut
take
out
all
for
of
him.
this.
Turret and Nanoswarm
Because obviously this
available,
guy
but goes
can't
further
be
in.
here
Explore
to
first
open the
catches
door,
Anthem off
which means that
timing.
they're both A. So you can take all of this map
Slightly more
control.
doable, but will Medusa get the drop on him? He hops off at the halfway mark, but
Oh,
Medusa
boy.
just a little second faster.
Crazy.
Hence
Well,
DFM up by
it's a
2
massive
rounds.
2v4 to lose.
Nice try by Darion, but that was not a round I think that Bleach should have lost. I mean, they got
4-2.
so many initial picks that go the way of EA, and then it's just a couple of members that are trying to opportunistically peek. They get caught off one by one, and eventually it goes into a 2v1 scenario in favor of DFM after they get
Hello, Yampy.
3
How we doing,
picks,
mate?
essentially for free.
How we doing? Nice win the other day.
Unfortunately lost, and it makes you wonder if it
Have
still
I
is
eaten
some
today?
of
No,
these,
not
like,
yet. I'll eat
communication
after
or
the
language
this game.
barriers. But whatever the case is, it's unfortunate and it's tough. Each and every single one of these players definitely have the individual capabilities to pop off, just like what we saw from Ye. You know, sometimes LS, you get dealt the cards that you have. You have no choice but to play them, however, the best way that you can.
Cover going out.
So, back to it.
It's weird
trying to
because this
control
guy
A
can now
Rubble.
clear this angle and tell
Smoke
them they
setup
can
and then they
walk
fall
through
back.
the smoke, and then they can potentially
Yeah, DFM
walk a
certainly
little bit
not
closer, and the
scared to
boombot
take
misses
their
the
time,
mark
maybe
as well.
Getting the read that Bleed is just going for these very
They still
risky
hold the double
peeks,
setup A,
although
which I'm impressed with
oftentimes
considering they
maybe trying to
util.
get value out of that.
It's a great Omen flash.
Paranoia through. Advantages duels as he peeks out again.
Ah, he's
Trying
done
to
so much
hang back
damage.
around the corners.
Holy,
And
it's
that's just
so much
incredible
though.
one-on-ones. DFM.
How many
not
rounds is
quite
he
having
just going to be
the confidence
responsible
to
for
take
winning?
it on against him.
30 seconds left.
3 members gone now. We're back in another 2-on-4 situation where a single player is taking out 3
He's
players.
just getting multi-kills all the time. Okay,
2v4.
it's a 2v4, but there's 20 seconds left, so I'm
Shouldn't
not
be,
worried.
but-
I'm not even worried, not even a
Let's see
little
how
bit.
Bleed, you
There's
know,
no
they
time
kinda
for them to
lost
mess up
from
this
the
bad.
scenario last time somehow, but
10 seconds
well,
left.
yeah, there's only 10 seconds left, so they're just gonna wait.
Hey, what though? Bleeds are actually
And,
getting like a
that's
good
maybe
amount of
the round
rounds
doesn't
here.
look like they'll even push.
Like 4, 5, they're in a
But,
good
definitely
spot.
A better look this
Been a
time
lot
around.
down
Nice
to
defense
Scary.
out there from
They
Rubble,
pretty much
especially from Scary.
all
who was
unscary,
able
but
to line up
okay.
some really fantastic angles to allow him to take a bunch of consecutive 1v1s.
That's just incredible. I mean, I gotta see this again because the way that he
Yeah, his
takes
Omen
on
flash
some
was
of these
incredible, yeah.
duels,
This shot was
isolating
great as
every
well.
single little angle. He knows when they're about to peek out against him, and he hangs back behind the little corner of the wall. And he
Yeah,
uses that little
his
spot to
movement
actually wall bang
sidestepping and
against
just
them.
like knowing when they're gonna
Very,
peek
very
him
incredible
and just
stuff. I mean,
pre-firing
it
essentially
looks
is
a little bit
perfect.
cowardly, but it's the right way to take on
Movement
those
is
duels
the
when you don't
one.
want to expose yourself to too many angles.
It's the best way to play, cowardly or not, you know.
Tactical.
Yeah, tactical. It's a
That's
better
the
word for it. So Bleed
Dom,
actually calling
but
the
Dom's
timeout
here as well.
Even
The
though they didn't
Thanos
win
of
that
Polaris.
last round.
Pretty much.
Just saying, okay, well, it's not exactly the cleanest game I've ever
What
seen.
is this timeout?
So
I think this timeout is
take a
so
moment
fine,
here
bro.
early on,
I'm so fine
somewhere
for them to
halfway
take a
through the first
timeout
half,
here.
near the end
There's
of the
been
first
so
half,
many
to say,
mistakes
okay,
and
let's
Scary's
calm
just
things
bailing,
down, let's
bailing
fix
them
this
out.
here.
He also might have a read in terms of what
And
DFM want to do,
see if that does
so
work
there's
out for
that.
them.
But I think there's a
I mean,
lot of
yeah,
stuff
right?
they
Like,
need to
you
fix
know,
at the moment. So
not the cleanest rounds, but some of these plays can be really clean, especially when you have these players from Bleed who are able to perform to such standards.
like this
Then you
is
gotta think
not
about the
consistent,
timeouts
bro.
as
You
well,
cannot
because
rely on just this.
Lakia has some kind of an
15
idea,
to 5,
to
round 10.
take the lead in this first half. This is their map pick after all. They might have fallen to Zeta last week.
Yeah, so
but
they shut down heavy
there is a
towards
chance
A
for them
and
to
here, and
really
they were
take this
expecting
win
C, so we
against
got
DFM.
more of a
Remember,
kill
Bleed
setup
are
for when they
still
satchel in
looking for their
towards
first
site as
win
well.
in
So
VCT
I think this is a
Pacific
good
Stage 1.
change-up from what I've seen here. I goes in, I spots a lot there.
A couple of shots fired through. Still kind of controlling around it. Scary looking for an angle as he plays around the door. Very smart.
There.
Just gonna ping it. It's funny too because we talked about Ye versus May in terms
I think
of
I
the
like
race
how
battle. Both of these
DFM
guys are on the
changed
bottom
it up
of their
from the
respective
timeout as well.
scoreboards.
Way more
Ye trying to
decisive.
come out here,
They're getting wrecked
trying
by
to
the clock.
challenge
So
from behind the smoke.
got to go
see
a
if
lot
he can pick
faster,
anyone
and
off.
this is
He will
I
not
mean
be
this
able
is
to
essentially just
yet.
map control into sight here.
Very controlled plays.
And they killed the raid boss.
DFM having the coordination and teamwork to take
A
multiple
lot of
duels
damage
along a
done.
single player. Take down Zest and Scary. Getting the spike down now.
Big
Trying
nade.
to catch the time against Ye, but Ye's just a little bit sharper.
Big nade for these guys.
Reloads and waits for
Comes-
teammates to arrive.
comes to the
Darren
damage.
does have the lockdown if he's
Be a
able
better
to
nade
arrive
than
from
that,
behind.
not gonna lie.
Medusa, though, does he have the awareness to check around his back? Alarm bot goes off. And that should give him all the signals he needs. Gets the duel on towards Darian. Retla trying to fire off and trying to hold Neth back. Neth continues to push out front by himself. Now Medusa joins Neth, and they
Yeah, and I think they had to swing earlier.
together walk in towards the Viper's pit, where
30
Retla will be
HP
able
got
to
pretty
spin
close
around
though.
and spray
Nicely done.
them
Yeah, I think they had to swing when the
downtown.
Viper was going
Back
out, but
up
honestly,
5
it
to
pretty much
5.
was 50-50 at the end here.
Managed to secure the round.
Yeah, nicely done by Ritlo there at the end just to get that
Yeah,
get
big
that
run
pit
from him.
up and hold on for dear life. Again, not the cleanest gameplay I've ever seen, but a win's a win. Yeah, nice angle here. You know, he's able to go for the double peek with Retla as well in order to get that pit online, and then essentially just sees where the shots are coming from, and Retla is able to spray them down.
Thanks. And that's he's like,
no problem, Retla.
Nice round. Thanks. I mean,
A lot of
it's
ults here
incredible
as well, so they
because
can really get a good
DFM
half from this.
I mean, both
And
teams
this is already a
sometimes,
pretty
they have
decent
these
half.
advantages where they are actually able to sneak out rounds. Medusa was able to hold it down with Seth. But once they tried to walk into the Viper's
What am I
pit, just
watching
kind of
over
not
towards
covering
here,
each
man?
other or some
I
stuff,
did not want to
there's
see
nowhere
that.
due to,
So, Zest,
not so well
there's a
coordinated
reason that
plays.
Zest no
They
longer has
actually
double
lose the
Prowler,
advantage to
and
Bleed, and that
they messed up
means
the
it's
timing
credit
with the
to,
door,
individual
and the
performances
Prowler
like
didn't
Retla.
make it through the door, so the Prowler was stuck here, so then he has to re-Prowler over towards Rubble to clear over towards A. We've got no Prowlers for this retake, so let's hope the guys on site can kill everyone.
Aggressive into the site, but they burn down to the defensive setups from Bleed. May still kind of stuck in there. The call has been made to hang back, and as he tries to step back out, Scary along with Darren will be able to find these
Don't have
angles.
to retake this one. Weird,
just
weird
shoot
not
them down.
expecting
6
any
to
of these
5.
angles after they've done
Yeah,
the
they got
ult.
pretty delayed by that lockdown, and then a couple of dinks, nice shots there from
And they
Darian.
could get really good half.
From range
Get an
to
extra one
push
here?
them away. Lockdown did get destroyed, but they were already backing out and kind of on their hind heels, not really ready for the pressure. Right, good position there, kind of delays the push as well, and then Scary up top as well. Able to line up a couple. This guy is really on fire. I mean, he's
Yeah,
almost at
and not
20 kills.
most
before
maps
the
for
first
DFM
half
have been
is done.
pretty complimentary of like the
So-
macro play of like how they
Remember,
approach
4 of
the
those
map
were
and just
classic
create question
kills
marks
from
and
that
just like
second round.
That did happen,
have a lot of
yes.
pressure
Almost
everywhere.
reminding me.
This map,
Double
it just
the
feels
top,
feels
fragger from
not
DFM. That's
doesn't feel like the
unbelievable.
understanding's great on this.
Now Nightfall has been invested just to either push
They're
push
forcing
DFM back
so
or get
much.
further information.
And the
DFM's
comp that
already
struggles
lost a
to
player
force.
now. Trying to find another opening.
They got a little crossfire here. In be me, and that's going to be a kill going over to Ye already. But look at this. And now they get contact, and then Zest is able to swing out and take down another. Going to be big advantage to Bleed here as DFM. Seems like they have fallen off the horse a little bit.
Okay. Just a little. We'll see if Cess can bring us back from the brink. From the shadows back in towards A site. Goes in to check stairs. But look at the positioning from Bleed. I mean, this is great. How they're holding around these
He has no idea,
corners,
but
not
kind
in
of
open
picked
areas. It's going to be tough for Cess
the
to find
worst
even a
possible
single one.
place he
If
could have gone.
does,
Oh, maybe.
finds
Then does he
Darian.
ever get this plant off?
Retless should be able to swing out. 10 seconds.
Oh.
He takes a little bit of damage. Scary right behind him.
Okay, almost.
Will be able to secure the
This is a
frag.
nice try in
That's
the
a
1v3.
19th one for Scary right now.
Excuse me, what the?
As Bleed ends this first half. With a 7-5. Whoa, a little whoopsie.
Yeah. Scary going to end the first half with
19 to 6.
kills.
Yeah.
And
Good half.
certainly the main character at the moment.
The vibes.
Multiple
The
big
vibes are there,
clutch
man. They're
moments
mollying the
himself.
diffuser. They're all having a laugh.
DFM, not the cleanest attack.
Yeah, he
side,
came
I would
onto the
say.
stage
I know I've said
smiling.
that, a bunch of times, but certainly coming out a little bit sleepy here. I think May not really able to get much going on the
Vibes
raise
confirmed.
either. Not any big entries
Thumbs
or
there.
big moments from him.
Change
And
is
now they're going to have
happening.
to move over to the defensive side. So Bleed definitely in the driver's seat at this moment, winning 4 rounds in a row. And feels like, you know, even though things were a little bit wishy-washy early on, they kind of just hunkered down and played better Valorant and were much better there defending
Back. It's the
in the
Bleed
second
fans.
half. He came here from France.
That's so cool. Sign in Korean as well. I mean, I do feel as though
Ren
it
had
really
1
is
hour of them.
because
Maybe.
slight moments of hesitation from some of the DFM players. But apart from that, also Bleed doing a really good job. That's a really cool drawing. Wingman. Bleed doing a really good job of stopping DFM as they try to execute. You know, you always have these traps from Darian or maybe Retla, a well-timed snake bite or two, or maybe just Scary holding down a position by himself. And DFM not having the coordination nor the confidence to really dive in. Slightly different from the games that we saw from before.
Right. DFM, we've got to remember as well, they got a
We'll
pistol
see if
into
they
that,
can
so
redeem
that's even more
themselves in
impressive
this
from
second
Bleed.
half, because if not, right now Bleed are in control.
Yeah, they definitely are. I'm excited to
The
see
sign,
how
I mean,
fast
it was
they're
like,
gonna
it was a
come
good
out here
drawing though. Give him
and
that.
how spicy this is going to get for their attacker side. I think when they've got this much momentum, you really want to put on the pressure as much as possible. Let's see how their pistol round is going to look at
Fade
first.
info.
They
See,
clear out Mound,
question
and
mark
now immediately
created.
rotating over
Similar
towards
situation,
A.
just different team. Right, create a question mark.
You
They
have that
could have gone
toxic
close
screen
over
that
towards it
allows
with a
them to
fade.
walk
Maybe
up,
nothing.
Take control of the door.
Yeah, they got to be scared of rubble because the eye came in.
Meanwhile, it's a little bit
DFM
more
going
crucial
for
DFM
contact
to take
into
matters
Prowler
their
into
own
Omen.
hands.
Flash
Wanna see how
over
the
towards B.
calling from Anthem can really shake
What is their
things
reaction
up.
protocol from this going down?
If they
Prowler
are to
take
find that lead
control,
again.
break the turret.
Sends out the Prowler, doesn't see anything around pillars, opens door. We know they're not around C. So Neth's calls should be accurate, but it's a little bit too short, too shallow. Bleed has the timing to get the spike down, and a little bit further for Ye to
And
peek out and get a single kill.
you would imagine that this retake
Yeah,
should be
just,
pretty
free
hard.
entry
We've got
into A.
Fade Eye into
Go for the
nades
retake,
into
but that
Omen Flash
one
as well.
Pickoff on Annette is huge here for the side of Bleed is now everybody just running in.
Yeah, they didn't take
towards the
too much
site. They know
space for the
exactly which
util.
direction they're coming in from. There's a lot of work to get done here from the side of DFM, but they've only got a couple of members left, and Anthem is super low.
Last player standing.
That's
Right,
gonna
nicely
do
done.
that. So Bleed right
1-1
back
in
on
terms of the
board with
pistols.
a extremely dominant pistol round.
Yeah, it was convincing.
Just to get it started once again.
Bleed just knowing how to ride this bull. They know exactly how to play this map. That's why they picked it, especially on the attacking side, with the rehearsed strategies, with the way that they know how to go around the map and get information as to how DFM are defending. It's that much better for them. Meanwhile, DFM, they try to get some of these reads, but it takes a little bit too much time.
Right, it's
The
a heavy
rotation's just
commit.
not quite fast enough.
Heavy commit on the bonus. every death
maybe the decisions aren't
is pretty
quite,
impactful if you're DFM.
enough, it feels like.
Wow.
Okay. Hey, Bleach, he changed up his
Well,
smoke.
that's significantly
I
decreased
flamed him
the
for having the
chances
smoke too high the other
of a
day.
Classic 4K.
The
here in
vibes
the
have
second
changed.
half.
They're
I know
hitting
we've
their
had it
smokes in
first,
terms
and a
of
lot
changing them
people
up
were
as
very
well.
excited.
Oh,
The chances were like what, like 25, 50%?
we're improving. It's a lower one-way than it was last time we used to default like this.
Scary.
Continues to pad his stats as he finds more targets to click on. Picks up a couple, now swings along with his teammates, always behind them.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They don't want to lose any guns here. So,
Cess,
although they want the orbs,
along
it's
with
not
May,
really
just trying
worth.
to possibly find
I could
some
argue
right
this is
clicks
worth farming, but
it's not quite going to happen. They know they have to die to the spike, so they're just trying to set up for it.
I mean, Bleed, they had a decent position to deny it as well, I feel, but maybe not
still
wanting
a
to take
good
any
round,
chances
though.
themselves, and they're just going to wrap around a little bit too late as they're already in onto the B site. Will be 9-5.
yeah, everyone's surviving.
In favor of Bleed.
I'm interested.
That
Hopefully
is their
EA doesn't
sixth round in
rebuy
a row.
armor, but I'm just going to highlight
And
it just in
I have
case.
to say, I mean, a lot of the last bunch of rounds as well, there has not been much of a fight in the side at DFM. Obviously, this round we weren't going to be able to do much, especially with some free kills going more in favor of Scary, who can hardly believe it himself that he's up to 21.
I mean, he is up by 21. That is incredibly impressive. You have to admire how every single one of his movements is so tactical. Even when he got that first kill, he had a one-way smoke that gives him a bit of an
no armor
advantage,
rebuy on that one, which is a good
even if
sign.
his
And we get our
opponent peeks out
first full
against
buy
him.
rounds. And I mean, the bonus from Bleed is great.
It's always these tiny little
Comes the actual buy.
tactical
Wanting to go
advantages
over
that he
towards
gets
B. Feels like DFM had a bit of an
enable
idea
him
this was
to
going on. I like this
make such
early alarm bot
calls,
over
to
towards A. This
find
gives them
such
so much
skills.
info. Even if you re-clear rubble,
Bleed
they
up
still
9
have to
and
go
5.
hit this alarm bot. They have to
With
like
full
pretty
buys now
much
from
commit
DFM,
into it.
hopefully
This
they
might
have a
give
little
them.
bit more confidence
I could see
to
more teams doing something like this.
get
Could
some
probably block
information
this
and
as
get
well
some
with your
reads
wall,
against
right?
Bleed.
See some
I
trickery
mean,
there.
it will get blocked
Yay,
anyway once you see the smoke
sneaking
go up at
past
the
Viper
beginning.
wall, trying to open the door and see if they can pick off the guy at Mound, but Sass was able to feel the pressure back away
This is gonna be interesting.
and survive. So it doesn't get picked
Is
up.
this-
They could have easily
I wonder if
sparked
this
a
gives them
full-on
hard
rush
info.
from Bleed into the C
You could have a
site,
good
but
protocol
not gonna be
around
the
this where
case.
this alarm bot goes off
Prowler
and then
to
you
check
prowler
pillars
out
as
here.
well.
If the prowler doesn't hit,
They've
they're
rotated
committing
around
A.
to
If the
see they
prowler
don't
hits,
see
you know they
anything. The
split.
Hunt was invested too.
Like, I like this a
So they
lot.
should
I
be
think more teams
rotating
could
fast
heavy
enough
use this.
onto A. They're making the moves now. Neth tries to spray them down as they take control over tree.
It goes in. We've got
Site.
25 seconds on this one.
30
And no one's hit this
seconds
alarm
left.
bot, so they know they're all
Bleed
going
needs to
tree.
get the spike down.
You don't even need to worry, my guy, about the left. Oh, you're right,
Great
even.
way to kick things off. Spots out the first, and Ye has been eliminated. The rest of Bleed now. Nobody wants to push out and try to go that
Oh,
smoke.
I think Satchel would
10
have been better
seconds
there,
left.
but
Now they make their move in. 6 seconds,
Prowler,
and the spike starts
Fade-Eye.
to go down, but Anthem
Fade-Eye.
is here, and he's
Prowler.
ready to wreak havoc.
Got. Just shoot him.
3 kills, and then
Okay,
the
nicely
final
done.
one
Dude,
coming out from
silent
Cess.
MVP with this alarm bot. I'm telling you, that's sick.
DFM getting the good reads because of the information gathered from B, from C.
Mr. Monster, thank you,
Bleed's
thank
a
you.
little bit too
Appreciate the
much time.
gifted. Thanks for
This
doing that.
round also comes down to how well timed that dark cover from
Yeah, I
Cess
mean, they
was.
know they're all there just from
Yeah,
the
that was
info.
pretty nice. I think they gave a bit too
That's
much
why they
time
got too many
over to
people, yeah.
DFM, as you mentioned, to just kind of get
Not
in
a bad
position.
bonus, a
DFM
really
been
good
bit
bonus in terms of the amount of
slow,
damage
to
done. You take
respond,
that.
So I feel like Bleed were getting a lot of advantages by just kind of getting in,
Jez
being
underscore
decisive,
W as
making
well with
plays,
the tier
but
1.
that time they just, you know, they waited, and then there was
Honestly,
like 3
Jez, you've been
utilities
at
right
that
on one
for a
spot,
good amount
which
of time.
easily all just got sprayed
Maybe
down,
one
and
day.
it was just like, huh.
That's right.
Well, that wasn't really the entry we were looking for. So,
Whoa.
yeah, Bleed not gonna like that one. And now May out
Oh,
here.
with the Omen
out
flash on
of
top,
bounds
and
is
they're
going
kind
to
of
be
making it
spotted by
look
the
like
turret.
a pinch that people would normally do, but there's no pinch involved.
So already pushing in here is Bleed.
But the Killjoy gets full
Both
info.
teams trying to play as cautiously as possible, but sometimes to
Shot,
their own
man, and I
detriment.
thought he was going to get caught out
Nightfall
with
now
his
being
molly in his
invested,
hands, but
Neth able to answer back in kind. That was a single peek from Ye. No support. Retla might have been able to use that timing to sneak up onto stairs, but he knows that he can only hold this position now because he's been spotted. The rest of the team, though, trying to get the spike over onto the site.
Dude, people are crouching so much recently.
With teammates now.
It's wrecking everyone's pre-aim.
And it's too many targets for Retla to hold.
Yeah, good duck as well from Mage.
Yeah,
avoid the line.
it is a good duck.
Medusa
I see it all the time in pistols
and
to
he's
wreck
not gonna
people,
win
and
that one.
I'm
Scary.
seeing the crouch swing
Back
way.
to the stats even more.
Whoa.
Wow.
Wait,
Always
OHP's
good on the
2 and 5.
Zest here to back him up as well. Down to low HP, and Cess now
Down A.
is looking for the final target to hit.
As his ult if he can pick up the spike.
Spike is not
30
yet planted.
seconds left.
He does have
Imagine this guy
his
walks over
ultimate, though.
towards C already.
He's gonna
I mean,
make use of
he's
it to
here
bring
relatively
himself
early.
all the way across the map,
Spike
cutting out
planted.
space, and that's going to be Cess now trying to find his
EP out
positioning.
is good. And it's a plant that
This
can be
is
for
where
anywhere.
Scary shines the most, even
But
with
the
low
good
HP,
news
I
is
do
he has
not
the
wanna
best
doubt him
agent for
whatsoever.
this. You can smoke
Got a
the
nice
spike,
lineup
tap it
here
out,
onto
and
where he
create the
planted. Let's see if
pressure.
Cess can suss this out.
Gonna check heaven. Oh my god.
Looks like he has.
Damn. Nicely done. Good attempt from. I mean, honestly, Bleed did good in the
Fantastic shot as he swings
3v5,
out.
is it? To actually
Anticipates
manage
some
to make this one a
Omen
little bit
players,
close.
No Omen players. They're bromans.
They're bromans.
Yeah.
Well,
A little bit of a Dr. Seuss moment. Susses him out for sure, Valdez.
yeah. Yeah, Ye kind of solo peeks in net, even though he doesn't have audio, doesn't matter.
Standing.
They take out Retla, and then,
One enemy
you know,
remaining.
honestly, Bleep should not really have been in that position. They did a great job to clear the site. Scary picking up another couple of kills. Pretty happy about that one.
Get an
But,
outlaw
yeah,
out on the
they got pretty
killjoy.
close,
So
but now it's DFM, a couple of rounds
all
under
people
their,
that can get
their
one shot
belts.
here. Nope. Decided against it.
This is getting closer by the round.
That's right. 2-round deficit for DFM to
Yeah,
catch
and this
up
is just a
onto.
massive round
Just gotta
again.
be a little bit more
Just
decisive. I
another
think that's
one where whoever
the
loses it
beauty of
has to
Valorant
eco.
is that you have all these
Got 2 ults
interesting
to combo well
agents
together if they want
that
to.
enable you to find tactical advantages, even if you don't play, you know, that safe and that slow, that cautious. Sometimes you need
This is
to
nice
have
though.
the
They
confidence to be able
prowled
to
all
dive
the
in
site. It's like a
shots and have your
prowler all
teammates
over
here to
towards
back you
site at
up,
the
and
moment.
that's
What the
exactly
hell
what
is that?
DFM's trying to do right now in this retake. The Nightfall sent out, Showstopper deployed. He's looking for Ye.
Yeah, and
he
that's the combo that I was
finds it.
talking about. Minus
Explosion
80 to
goes
the
off.
Razor as well.
Now Cess comes
Doesn't
back
have to
in
get
for the
too
trade.
close.
Bit of a double
And they
kill.
did
Anthem
so
snaps
much
onto
damage
Retla.
with that.
Darian coming back in to trade up, but down to
Oh.
the 2-on-1. He sees them stacked up, and he's
Oh.
trying to play around
Dude, he got
the
an extra
corners,
dink in there.
just like
I
Scary
thought it was
does.
done.
But
Wait, he almost double
Anthem
dinked them
swings
both.
out against him, takes the initiative
Yeah, the
instead.
Fador just did so much,
DFM
man.
now
It was really,
one
really good.
round
Fador minus
away
80,
from
get the kill in
tying things
heaven.
up.
Then there was like a body shot from it as well.
That's
They got a
pretty
lot from that.
chaotic rounds that time.
It's Mike. Thank you so much, man.
getting in
2
onto
gifted
the B
subs
side, the
during all
Showstopper
of
to
that.
take down
And
Yang as
Trico
well, as the
SSBM
two
as well with
Rays
the Prime.
still
Thank you very
battling
much.
at the
Thank you,
bottom of
thank
the
you.
scoreboards in the 1v1.
It's a Mike. Thank you very much
But
for
yeah,
doing
they were able
that.
to get on in there, and it
Double
was
gifted,
made
bro.
pretty close. But DFM
Appreciate
once
that.
again continuing with their onslaught.
And Trico,
that
thank you for the
was,
Prime,
a
mate.
bit of a buy round last time from Bleed as well. So
Yeah, big swing round,
just
and
gonna have to
with
lose
that,
even more
go
momentum.
down to an eco.
And TFM now
The next round's
definitely
going to be
feels like
manic.
they are in the driver's seat.
Oh, they're kind of really ahead in the auto
One
economy.
away from his own showstopper.
So most likely we
hoping
go
get
to 9-9,
revenge.
but then oh, why don't talk, man? Look at this.
All right,
How does that
I was
even
just
happen?
gonna say, very much better from DFM as they take
I didn't
more
miss
space
that.
across the map, but then
Oh
once they
god.
start to expose themselves in these open areas, you get that shot from Ye, picks up the
Whoa.
showstopper, tries to swing it through, but the space has been made for his team until Medusa swings back around on a double kill. Ratla takes him back down, but the team from
W
DFM
forwards, and
has arrived
Ye was
on
so
the
sure
scene.
he's running back.
Darian and Retla, both Singaporean players. They know each other really well. Hopefully trying to
Oh man,
play off of
it
each
was
other,
in
but
their hands.
just
It
proves
actually
too much
was.
to
They had
hold
this
and
round.
handle once you have utilities.
He went forwards
and
round the
entire
corner, and
force
he
of
was so
DFM
confident he ran
running
back.
up against you.
I mean, it was nice decision making.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, nice try from Ye. Does open up the site a bit. He was very close to hitting a showstopper, but Medusa did a great job of just evading. Wow. And then he lines up 2 incredible headshots as well. So credit to him for holding down the site, giving time for the teammates to come on over and kind of avoid a catastrophe if they lost to 5 sheriffs.
I love that. I mean, we said, you know, especially on the desk, that there's a lot of pressure on May's shoulders because he's often the entry fragger opening things
two
up
on
for
each
the
team that can't buy next.
Now we're seeing Cess and
Ever
Medusa
nade
finding
gets
some of these frags,
dodged.
finding their impact in the
Omen
map.
flash for the side where they had to have dodged the util though. That's kind of
Exactly
nice, but they still hold
what
on
the
to map
Doctor ordered
control.
for DFM. Taking decisive
And they
control
used
over Mountain
everything.
now,
They used everything and they didn't
which
take
funnels Bleed
anything.
towards other sites, and that's where you have a lot of traps and
Ever,
kills our utility
Prowler,
up around
Fade
A.
Eye, Nade, Omen
Anthem
flash.
ready with his Prowler to get information outside of B
All a
pillars as
util
well.
basically.
Just gonna use the swarm grenade just to make sure.
Has he fired his Odin yet? Oh, a little bit.
Of course, I mean, if you have an Odin, you got to fire through some kind of wall. Otherwise, you're not doing it right.
That's true.
Yeah, once they did the Omen flash
Not
and they
sitting
knew
there
they
with
were
the
that
Bucky in the
side, I think
corner.
they've got to send it, even though it is
Gotta
a
make
one-way.
yourself known.
Like, I think you have
Speaking
to
of
send
which,
it.
Ye is leading the charge for the team.
Okay. They should be able to hear these footsteps up around heaven now. Toxic screen comes up at the right time. Oh,
Rotate
saved by
just came
two.
in as well.
Look at this. You even
Omen
have
flash
Cess
ready
with
to
the
go. This guy
paranoia.
said,
They try to open the drawer to maybe barrel through C.
now he's alive.
But there are
He's lucky that his Omen's
many
flash hit so many.
obstacles in front of Bleed's way.
15 seconds, get the melons ready.
Who's going to be the first player to throw themselves in harm's way to open it
God,
up
this
for
is
the team?
absolute melons. It really is. They
Trying
can't even
to
get up
fan
to the
out,
top
but
of
now 9
sight.
seconds left. Spike is taking way too long. Cess is already prepared to take them down as they try to walk on through.
Oh,
That's the second
man.
shot now. Anthem with a double kill to give DFM
Guys,
the
there's
lead.
no time
They
for
didn't
any
have
of
it at
that.
the start of the half, but now in round 19,
This
round
was
20,
this was a
Call a timeout
shambolic
after
round,
that
bro.
round. They do.
Oh
The
my
timer-
God,
timer stopped.
dude,
That was,
you
I mean,
gotta
they got
take
themselves
space when
into
you
a
use that much
position
util
where-
with mounds.
By the way, great play here from Made. Just once again, we saw this actually in the first match as well. Just run through the swarm grenade in this case and get the jump on them without them expecting it. They think they have that closed off, but yeah, I mean, they were in a position where it's like, okay, they're either going B or C, and there's only 15 seconds left. And so everybody on the side of DFM is just waiting on B or C and like throwing a bunch of utility into the choke.
Good
and playing
timeout
like, well, I guess
because
we'll just try to
you
send
got
it to C.
you gotta say
And they
that,
just
man.
get
You gotta
absolutely mowed down.
take space when you use that much
And
util.
Spinoti covering the flank.
You have literally a combo
Just felt
that
a
you
bit
know for
desperate.
them to dodge
Yeah,
it, they
really
can only be in
unfortunate,
this side.
'cause you want to
Then you
have this
Omen
game
flash
plan.
this
You
side.
know
That's
that
so
the
sick.
single side
Right?
has
You have a
already
really
been
cool
blocked off,
little setup.
but
You got a really
every
cool
single
play.
other
Go one way up on the
pathway,
top
every
here, so you know
other
they can't
road
be on the left.
has
Omen flash
some
goes
kind
in,
of an
hits
obstacle in
2.
front of you.
No one sends it.
But I like this timeout. I like that Legia's getting active and trying to, direct them as to where they're needed to go.
I'm not even that angry about the time thing, because the time
Perhaps
thing only happens because they used all their util for this
more
and got
coordinated
nothing.
set play, something of a decisive execute from Bleed to take matters back into their hands. They do have, Viper's Pit, a lockdown available to them.
IGLing?
We'll
Yeah, I
see
think the
what DFM
IGLing
has
is
coming for
struggling a
us as
bit.
well.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
I do feel like you're onto something. I think Bleed should have some sort of set play.
At least he's
But
fragging
let's see,
out
It's
heavy.
actually going to be May. Comes
Whoa.
out here quickly.
Wait,
looking
it's
to
the
punish.
BC pinch, but they've
And
added
he
a
just
little
gets
bit
blinded,
extra
still
in.
gets
I
the
say it's the BC
kill.
pinch, it's the C pinch
So the
just
rest of
on
the
its
team is there
own,
to
so it's
back him up as
essentially
well.
a C push, but they have a lovely molly that
Instead,
goes
it's gonna
here.
be DFM with the decisive set
Yeah, I
play.
like this addition.
Well, that's something you can
Extra
do,
molly into
opponent
this
calls a
area, which
timeout,
most people
you're
are
like,
falling
okay,
back to,
here's
so
what
they
we're
tank a
gonna
little
do.
bit of damage. That
Let's
was
get
cool.
right in their face. Do not allow them to set whatever they want to set up.
Dude, I was really expecting
And
people,
we'll
or at
just
least
take
someone
them
to
down
face from B
first.
here.
That's incredible. I mean,
It
this
was
is
just
how
a straight
DFM
up
could
C.
actually
Send it.
reach map
Molly
point
behind.
first.
Clear all this info. They get the spike.
Now just
Couldn't be
holding
any
up
better.
around the edges of this,
And it was a good,
dark
and
cover
we'd call
where
this
the
every time we see
spike
it.
is.
The attack timeout
Not quite
into
sure how
some
Bleed can
defense
fight their way out of
aggression.
this one.
Everyone's
Now
like,
what's gonna
okay,
do it
cool.
has to
Remember what
do with these
Legia said?
players.
Remember what we're all doing into this round?
Given their
And then just they're all
familiarity with
talking
each
about
other.
it, and
Look
they
at
just
what's
get
happening.
exec'd on.
Darren's actually running all the way across
Crazy
the
how
map.
many
He's,
times it happens.
On a bit of a solo mission.
We mention it every single time
Sure.
it happens, so I know the OG
Might
viewers
as
are bored
well.
of hearing it, but you got to call it
And,
out until we stop
you-
seeing it.
They don't have the spike, but at this point, maybe they're just trying to
Got to have that guy in your
survive.
team that just goes, hold up, guys.
Hold on to their guns.
Go to
I mean,
timeout. They're gonna
just
probably.
trying to get to a safe spot here
end
at
it.
Rubble where they know DFM are not. And with their economy in ruins, I mean, trying to hold on to a couple of rifles to try to give yourself a chance to win the next round. Perhaps this is their best play.
30 seconds.
Yeah, lovely call from DFM on this one.
Medusa just
Better start looking over
trying to
towards
craft some
here.
random timings so that he doesn't get
The
his shot
1,000
in
on top
case
of
there
their
is a
surviving
around the
players.
smoke too. yeah, both teams just trying to play it safe and trying to hold on to whatever advantage they have. I definitely did not expect, I did not think that DFM was going to go hunting.
Dude, they might do it again.
So now,
so many ults
economy not great for Bleed. They do have a lot of health.
Obviously not the same strat, but they might go aggro
they
again.
do. It would have been nice if, you know, they could have used a couple of those in the last round when they had the
They got Razor,
to get something
Fade.
going, but
Fade could
DFM
definitely get
just
this
got
orb
in their
over
face
towards
too
here.
quick.
Just fantastic stuff from DFM. Whether or not it's the coach or the IGL, great call to seize the day around C. Carpe diem, now we're on to the next
The
round.
alarm
and
bot that we were
Bleed
talking about as well.
Trying to
Love
make
that I
use
see
of their
this in there.
current weaponry. Pushing up on towards
now they actually
A.
find it as well.
They do have control over Rubble, but here is that Odin. It is
They
a
cleared it out
stationary
early.
turret, though, if you're firing
But that
off
kinda
on
means
this
that
thing,
they're heavy
so
committing.
You're still susceptible to wall bangs, and that's what Bleed is looking for.
Oh,
Brilliant shot from me.
Why is the Killjoy
This
taking
time
fast
it feels like
duels?
Bleed are just like, okay, we're just gonna send it, you know?
They kind of have to.
Yeah. At this point, they are pretty committed. But there's not a lot of rotations, not a lot of, you know, change-ups in what they want to do. It's essentially just let's slowly push forward and try to win some duels.
That's right. At least Retla opened up the door, so there is an alternate route if they want to take it. I have to respect Ye a lot, though. I mean, look at how he's trying to open things up for his team, pushing up front, you know, smoothly, safely checking every single corner. But unfortunately, it's not quite
nicely
there
done.
with him, and DFM
Why
are
did it
just
never
able
feel
to
like
pick
normal
apart
raises that I'm
Bleed.
watching though?
Each and every single one of these
Like, you know
members
when
from
you
the
watch a
squad
team with a
just
raise, it's
fall
like
down in the dirt.
util setup
Yeah.
for a raise to
They're
double
not able to
satchel.
use
Why
any
does
of
it
their
feel like we're
ultimates.
playing?
They're not able
Why does it
to
feel like we're
set
playing
anything up, not even a Nightfall
the-
coming through from Zest. You
the
know, some
raise like a
shots fired
chamber?
through,
We're
but
just
it's
going
almost
for
like
individual
they're
angels
trying
on
to
the
set
floor.
something up, but they don't actually ever commit to making the play.
You get what I mean? It's never someone just
rounds in
just
a row
sending
for
loads of
DFM
utils
now.
so he can go in and frag people with double satchels.
And I think the thing that the
It's
straw
just-
that really
it's
broke
just like
the
picking.
camel's back on this
Weird,
map
man.
was the one after
Oh.
the timeout.
What's going on? Okay,
Yeah,
3
that went
chances.
so heavily in favor of DFM that it was like all the air was taken out of the sails of Bleed.
And they
Now
lose
this feels like a
their
very one-sided
smokes
affair.
over towards C.
Fury already going to be taken down, and he's the one with like 27 kills. So the one guy who had the big hot hands from the beginning of this map is now down.
Man, it's
Keep
such
in
a
mind also that
disaster,
this
isn't
was
it?
Bleed's map
Really is.
selection. And you know, they've looked decent on this so far this tournament, but tonight it's kind of hard to say the same. And DFM have risen to the challenge in a big way.
You should run.
Truthfully. Again, I mean, the battle
Killjoy
between
for
these two
Killjoy.
teams.
Do they now
Bleed's
try and
looking
send
for their
it?
first win. And DFM's looking for their
Eight.
second, just to prove that their win against T1 was not just some kind of a
Oh
a
boy,
silly
called.
fluke. It's not just a one-time wonder.
Oh boy, okay, well, I thought
Definitely trying to make it happen.
I thought we were
again
going
now.
to get wrecked
Both
a little
sides
bit there.
having the
They didn't
ultimates
hit
to
the mark. I thought they were going to
barrel
run
on
into
through.
it. Ult goes in, clear over towards
Another
site.
Nightfall
And they
sends
get the
out
plant down.
into C-side.
Anthem also
Yes.
has his fade ult. Yeah.
Trying to take
And this with
control
the
of
spamming
things.
could work
Retla
well.
making use of his Viper's Pit, but you do have a bit of
No
a
way he's going
counter
for this plant.
from Anthem's Nightfall. A lot of utility
There's
being
my guy
tossed
Heaven
through,
dueling
but still
here.
not quite enough space. Zest, unfortunately, trying to hop
Lovely
back
molly.
over
Oh,
into a
man.
safer
Complete
position,
madness.
exposes himself, and that's going to be a shot down in.
Got shots on site though.
Bleed. Darian tries to take matters into his own hands, holds the angle and takes down 2. But Neth with the operator chimes back in. Initial pit falls. Bretless still
Yeah, he got
alive and
forced
up
back
and
from
running.
his ult.
Ye trying to protect his teammate as
They just wanted
best
vision.
as he can. But unfortunately,
hell.
the numbers prove too overwhelming. And the teamwork from DFM
Yeah,
exposes
I mean,
some of the positioning from the Bleed
it-
players and gives
It
them
just doesn't
the
feel like a
targets they
normal
need to
attack
hit
half
in
though.
order to
It really
get
doesn't feel like a
13 to
normal attack
9.
half.
DFM closes out Bleed's map selection.
It looks
Yeah,
so
great job
buggy.
from DFM. 8 rounds in a row. They go
I still can't believe
without
that
any defeats
util
there.
to
And
mount
once they
with
move
no one
over to the
taking it.
defensive side, it's
Hey, with the
lights
prime,
out
thank you
pretty
so much for the
from
9 months.
them.
Thank you, thank you.
After only losing the pistol and the follow-up round lead, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board because that attacker side was a bit rough. And they'll have to figure it out as we do move
Yes,
on
it
to
was
the
a bit
second
rough.
map. But for now,
Very
DFM
true.
can enjoy their very nice first victory. We're going to go to the analyst test to break down that first map.
Well, it took a little while for them to heat up, but DFM, they managed to take that map. And it looks as though spirits are high, as you can see them exited the stage, you know, with all smiles and, you know, looking a little bit more relaxed on their end.
Yeah, and as the match went on, they seemed to find their groove a little bit. At the beginning, I felt like they were a little bit off in terms of their coordination and their communication. Players kind of peaking when they probably shouldn't, being out of place. I mean, it didn't help that Scary was absolutely popping off in the beginning of this match, just absolutely dominating rounds. But as time wore on, they seemed to kind of get their ideas together, get their heads on straight. Even
do you think VA's got what it takes to be a tier 1? I mean, it's proven, dude. This is the thing. It's proven with a good system. So we don't need to worry about that. It's just the fact that roles were. I mean, it's just everything else.
They never left.
Like, you don't have to worry about, like, is it there? Like, it's there. It's been proven before. But it's like everything had to be there for that to happen. Everything has to be right. They had to have a good cooler in terms of FNS, in terms of like mid-rounding. They had to have a good system in terms of setting it up. He had to be on Chamber. Chamber was a little bit better back then as well. But we still have to know that is like the things were right for it to happen.
This is amazing.
But I do think that they need to lean more into a chamber. But if I look at this map, this isn't about like the comp or anything here. This is literally just about on attack. When we're dumping util, take space. Why am I never seeing like a nice? I'm never seeing a nice site.
I like that you brought up that you know.
Like even when DFM were forcing into sites, even though I don't like when teams have to do this without like proper map control, at least they're forcing it in. And when I watch May, like at least there's good util around him. I'm never seeing that. I'm never seeing like good util going in to kind of enable the space to be taken. It's just, sure, I'll walk up. I'm the duelist. I have to take the first duel. But it just feels like there's no site XX. And I'm not sure whose problem that is. It could be anyone's problem. Like something's at fault, but it just feels like at the moment everything is just going together. Like the mid-rounding's not good, no one's sending it in, the side XX aren't there. Like, and that's just everything. I can't believe that mound round that I saw. I can't get over that.
It looked pretty clean, and you can see that the potential of all these players on Bleed is very, very, very high. It's just they can't consistently put it all together.
Oh yeah, we were talking, you know, backstage, right?
On paper, Prodigy, again, thank you for the gifted. Thank you so much, man.
Incredibly stacked. It's incredibly scary, right? Not just because Scary is there, but again, you know, these are very, very skilled players. It's just the circumstances that they're in where they can't perform to the level that they want to. And you obviously know that they do want to, right? On the side of DFM, though, I felt like they were actually, Bleed was, you know, getting into the rotations a lot faster, a lot better coordinated earlier, in the earlier side of the map, rather, for more so than DFM, right? DFM was playing very passively at some point, and they weren't even on attack at that point. Once the side switched, Bleed was like very, very aggressive.
It just feels like it's always their attacks.
It looked like it was
Man, I would love to go back and actually watch. Like, what are their stats? Like, what are their overall stats on attack? Has it always been like this? Do they always just struggle on attack? And the defenses have been okay? Or is this just a one-off? I know they haven't been getting like incredible scores everywhere, but
potentially making a splash in Pacific, but so far it eventually just kind of, you know, fails to happen. They have so much firepower, but they burn too bright, right? Like, and then they just get extinguished.
On the run they dumped util, it was a miss satchel, so it didn't take space. Oh, okay. I mean, that's just a round loss then.
They did lose that match that we saw them play split on, but that was against, you know, a very strong team in GenG. So that, and them staying.
Dude, I think in terms of what I'm seeing, and maybe you just put him on a jet then, or someone else on the race.
Concern here for Bleed, and just again, just looking quickly step back into that.
But it also feels like the util, the site hits isn't there. But yeah, that mound round is just like what?
Scary was doing a lot of his own. It felt like Bleed wasn't.
Man, there's so. Do you know what it is, chat? It's just like just a jumble. There's just so many issues that I can't even pinpoint what's going wrong. Like it's just all of these combining into like this giant circle of. Really is. It's kind of like K-Corp last year. it
weird
to an extent.
decisions for
What
Bleed
they
to
feel
take
like.
fights
There's
where
just
it
so
might
many
not have
issues,
been,
and you
know,
can't work
too
out like what
wise
is
to
the
do so,
actual
really
main
cost them
issue.
some very crucial
Like
rounds.
pretty much
Sure,
everyone's
I would
right
say
when they
actually
talk
the
about
same
the
for DFM.
issues.
Yes.
You know, they were making those mistakes as well, especially when, you know, earlier in the map when Bleed was on a roll, especially when, you know, Scary was looking, you know, really, really scary and really, really on point. I thought that he was probably going to take the whole series by himself at some point. But yeah, I think that for DFM, you know, you're still seeing a lot of
Okay,
mistakes.
chat, I'm gonna spam some ads. We'll be back in a little bit. Let's
Yeah, and I mean, I think part
let's
of the problem
let's see how
for
this one
DFM,
looks.
why
We'll
they
focus
had
on
such
their
a slow
attack a
start
little
was
bit.
May was not
Split's
playing
a
up
map
to
that you
his
have to
normal
mid-round as
potential.
well,
Now, he
so
started
that'll
to
be
kind of get it
interesting.
together towards the end, but when you look at like kind of what DFM's been doing this stage in terms of their like one, you know, XV number situations, right? Like let's say 2v4s, etc., etc. I went through and looked at them in almost every single odd man situation when they're on the back foot. They don't actually win rounds. Like they literally have like a 0% win rate in like 2v4s, 3v5s, all these crazy situations where if they lose that first player, it's almost round over.
They need the numbers advantage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They need the numbers advantage, and they need May to be opening up space for them to have success. And that's something I'm worried about as time goes on with DFM. I think they're okay for this game, but going forward against other teams, I think it is going to be something they need to address.
So speaking of which, because we do have our little game that we always play here, which Asura is very, very excited for, we have a question here. Which player do you think will get more first kills on map 2? Is it going to be Ye or is it going to be May? So we have our... I had to do it. Come on. I had to do it. We have our little... what do you call these?
Paddles?
Paddles?
Yeah.
Paddles?
Paddles?
Okay. We have our paddles here for Bleed or DFM. Obviously, raise up Bleed if you think it's going to be Ye, and raise up DFM if you think it's going to be May. I do this with one hand. It's so challenging. How does Victoria do this
Just pick
so
one.
gracefully?
Yeah, like we do it like this.
All right.
I'm not showing you which paddle I'm picking.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh!
Even I
okay.
can't go against my instincts on this one.
Yeah?
May was too good on this map against GenG. It's hard to imagine, especially with him coming together towards the end of that Lotus.
One word. He's meticulous.
Good job, Azurai.
He's amazing.
Good job. You're doing so great.
Congratulations.
This guy. Congratulations to you. You get another pun in.
You know, puns don't move you up on that board, right?
I know.
You are not competing.
You know, just like me, I'm shooting my shot. You know.
There you go.
Sure. Okay. All right. We'll give that to you. But I also think it's gonna be May there because I think that that wasn't a pun. I was really talking to you. Okay. I think that Scary is having a great series right now. I don't think that we'll be seeing Ye with the numbers in this one as impressive as we think that May is going to have. So I think that it's probably going to be Scary and May for this coming map.
Could be. I mean, the only thing is we don't really know exactly what this is going to look like for Bleed. You know, we did see it against GE, but that was the other iteration of the roster. It was the beginning of the year. Things are very different now. Who knows? Maybe this is just a map where Ye feels comfortable just in his own, skin. It's not the most complicated map in the world, right? It doesn't require, I think, frankly, as much communication as the other maps like Lotus, which is a much more intricate map. So maybe you can just get an operator and go to town. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the the stats that you said with DFM. The stats that I remembered I pointed out back then with Bleed is that Ye has one of the lowest first kills win percentage in any of the duelists that we've had here. Sure, he's gonna get that first contact, but he doesn't usually get that W. And looking at that Lotus stats real quick, it's kind of still the same thing that's happening for Ye here.
Yeah, I think that, it's, I don't think that it's not going to be a poor performance indeed. We could see something, we could see Ye finally get his moment here.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be like the numbers that question.
Split, do you know what's going to be interesting about Split?
Right? But we're going to see indeed as we
Is it
step into
duelist?
our
You
next
gotta
map,
send
it's going
it.
to be Split.
And let's see.
Let's check out the agent comps that we're going to be seeing
If
over
there's a
here.
raise here, this could be interesting. But they should just lean on double duelist, right? You would imagine.
What surprises do you think we're in for?
I think you could see Bleed lead into double duelist. You could run Raze Ye and then Jet for Darion or something. Like, that would be kind of cool, but yeah, exactly.
This makes a little bit more sense because then you've got someone that can send it and then someone that can kind of just chill a little bit more and play how he wants to play. Double duelist, but they are going up against the Cypher again, so we'll have to keep an eye on the Cypher trips. This should suit this team the best out of what we've seen so far.
we're gonna hopefully see that come into what is going to be the most important map.
Maybe I
right
would
now
just
for
switch
Bleed.
these roles.
Yeah,
but
the most important map indeed, and this is also as important for DFM because
the
they
actual
could
duelist who
take
they're on.
this series, right? The first map is theirs. They could close this out
But
and
I
get
think,
that
I
second
think a lot of the
win. It's gonna be
time,
so important for this team.
and we
no,
used to
it's
do
huge
this
if
as well.
DFM can get that win,
Like a
the
lot of time, if you have like an
confidence
issue,
Absolutely. Let's
it's
see
best
if
to just
indeed
like
VCT
tackle
can go
the issue
sky
head
high as
on.
we step into split
So if it's
over
like
to our
getting
casters,
used
Quack
to
and Valdez.
Raise, then someone should just be playing Raise all the time as much as possible to get the kind of practice.
I would love to see a very confident DFM
So
for sure.
that might
but that
be
said,
one of the
you
reasons
never
for
quite
it.
know what Bleed is
DFM on
capable
defense,
of
Bleed
either,
on
because
attack,
Asteroid said
and
they have players who are Swiss Army knives.
Right.
They definitely do. It's better to be a Swiss Army gun in this game. Yeah,
yeah, don't bring your
good to have a cool knife, but generally you're not going to use it here in pro. So
No Cypher on split. I mean, you don't need Cypher. It just makes life
what
a
this
little bit
match
easier.
does look like.
You can just go
I
aggro
really
when
like
you
the
have double
call to
duelists on
go for
defense.
double
You just take
duelists
map
and
control a
send
bit
it
more.
And say, okay, well, the strats aren't working too well. You know, the communication may be a little bit off. Maybe the morale a
We
little
go
bit low.
fast
Still looking
over
for their
towards
first win,
B
so
just to see the reaction. We want to
double
try and
duelist
get
it up,
the.
see if you can get some wins.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, May trying to get out
Yeah,
there.
we want to
and
try and
pick
get
up
some
a first
util
kill
out of
for
them.
himself to potentially help out our desk.
Woman
move
flash
up
is
the board.
used.
I definitely don't mind it at all.
Oh.
Jet is
8-person
Darren
duel
was
at
the
middle.
duelist before Ye, before Scary even came in for Bleed. But as we head on into a full-on conflict,
Absolute chaos, man. The
against
frenzy
mid,
comes out on top.
Darren comes out on top with a frenzy.
And Ye got the first kill.
Wow. Okay.
Uh-oh. That's not a good start for our desk. But it is a great start for Bleed.
Ooh, lovely smoke to get out of there.
Here. Not sure if they're going to know that Anthem is already in onto the site.
Look for the last one, though. Not quite having the range on
Yeah,
the right click.
could have
It's
set
gonna
up
be
himself
Retla
before the swing.
who opens up the pistol round for Bleed.
Wasn't a
Pretty
great
good
second
start.
swing on this.
Essentially just a massacre in mid, going very much back and forth. And he just kind of, he got the first kill, and then sitting back with the frenzy, lining it up. Nice second kill there as well. And then Retla.
Brilliant. Yeah, gotta keep the morale up.
All right, and in terms of the pistols,
That's
been
exactly
even right
what
for
you
the
can
pistols.
Expect a lot from for
You won.
Darien, but at the same time, coming back into it.
The insta 5-person stack. This is interesting. I spoke about this a little bit on stream. How like this can be good, but you can't do it all the time because then the ante against it becomes too easy. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've seen them do this.
I mean, I guess these are kind of meta comps. So.
But I do wonder if if Bleed can win with their composition, and
yeah.
Darren with the Outlaw right now looking for an opening pick.
In terms of double
DFM
duelists,
just
you're looking
trying
for
to
around
go
6,
for that
maybe
pistol
7.
Squad. Stack up
Is a
on
little bit
8.
harder against this comp, but you're still looking for around 6.
Just pushing on forward, taking over the whole site. Here comes DFM. We're going to see if they can catch anyone, but nobody is here. Little do they know. Not even able to get the orb. So
unfortunate.
They're just going to run all
Wait,
the
this
way
guy,
over to B.
this guy could really farm.
Into the hands of Darien, who does have first contact here. Not going to hit that shot.
Speaking of farming.
Wow. Yeah, instantly coming back in just to double up and collect on all the final kills. Similar story to before.
Well, Razor's kind of close now after that.
Finds 4 kills.
Hey, Quack, is that the second first kill for Ye?
Wow.
Already in round 2?
Oh, well, there it is.
Our desk is going to suffer, aren't they? So yeah, pretty much just moves around. He's got a Spectre. It's a done deal. Denied from the ace.
But I do definitely love how, it's just that
All right,
setup.
big
that
bonus.
Bleed
Bonus
has.
isn't looking
Darren
great
holding
other
the
than
angle, and
this.
then Ye there
He
to
was
support
tempted
or push
to
out if
buy
needed.
some armor. But in terms of heavy armor,
Bleed
but decides
definitely
against
feeling
it.
like stretching their legs on this map. They're not so cautious, too overly cautious or too afraid to peek out. Going in for some confident duels. That's what we need. Especially with the double duelist composition. It's going to be
Yeah,
Darren
and this
with
gun
a
does
swing
shoot
onto
so
its
fast that
cess.
you can get away with that stuff. Goes away, gets to the hill. Now this Razor becomes a little bit scarier
already
over towards
rifled
sights
on.
as well.
Ye has the
And
rockets.
it's a simple
available as
group up at the moment. Smoke, wall, send it site.
Important to have the rockets online.
Okay, just smoke, send. They're
See
going to keep
how they
defaulting.
do enter onto the site. Cess already down. Anthem up in heaven, taking a bit of damage already. Taking
Yeah, I kind of like
more.
this though. Smoke
Paint shells thrown
into
forward,
wall
just trying to take
get the gun
over.
upgrade.
That heaven area is bleeding
Dog
at
on
the
site,
moment.
and we raise all
Looking for a
heaven.
bonus.
Whoa, he goes all the way through spawn.
Very likely able to get it as well. They continue forth with his momentum.
Damn, I mean, this is the
So much
bonus.
space being collected on. I don't know how you can retake this.
No one's
We
expecting
do have
this right
some
now.
players approaching from behind,
Wait,
but
how's no one expecting
I
this?
believe Bleed are anticipating this as well. Zest already watching down this right angle.
Yes.
Scary watching ramps as well. A lot of it is being marked as the spike goes down.
Yeah, at this point, maybe you just want to back out of here and save up because wait, he re-peeks it, looking for the kill, not going to get it.
I think it's like it was a Spectre, so he thought maybe.
Yeah, it's solid though in terms of the gun upgrades.
Spray from that range was actually pretty clean. And now they're going to be able to pick up rifles.
Sending it, yeah, I
See if they
preferred
can
this
find
round for
Anthem,
sure.
But it doesn't look like they will be able
Definitely
to. So
sending
Bleed
it on
gonna
this
pick up
one.
the bonus here with 4 players alive. So coming out, double duelist, very aggressive here on split already, and a pretty demanding lead, commanding lead rather, at this point in time.
A very strong one. Because not only do you have the round, you've collected on so many kills. Darien is now 2 points away from his Blade Storm. And it's nothing too, strategic either. If you take a look at how the round breaks down, it's just Darien opening things up with a peek into A ramps. Having the confidence to go for
DFM
something
we're
like
expecting
that.
a double duelist. I was
And
just
firing
thinking
off
that,
the
right? 'cause
Outlaw.
Bleed had never shown
DFM
this map.
weren't
This is a good,
prepared or
this is a
weren't
good
quite
way of kind of
ready
working
to
out
take on
how
some
much
of these
impact the
duels,
coach
and
can have
as they go in for the
when you're playing
retake,
against a team that you
continuing
have
to
no
lose
data
players
on.
left and right.
So it's kind of a lot onto the players and just playing your own game. Instead of potentially like a game
Couple of
plan that
guys
could work
bouncing
against
back
it.
and forth, trying to
This
spot each
might
other.
give us a good idea on just how much
like
the
they
coach does
have.
as well in terms of the team. But also you can see the comps when you go in.
Same for
You do
DFM.
know a little bit in terms
Don't
of
really see much
what you're
towards
up
mid
against.
for the time being, though. They might have heard
Got
some
like
footsteps.
2-3 minutes to talk about it.
Interestingly enough, we just DFM completely vacated the A site because they do have a camera around it.
So just going to utilize that and just be ready for a quick rotation towards B. It does come through. Trailblazer through here for Zest. Going to barely see one guy.
Yeah, good amount of pressure, and they feel like they create a question mark over towards here with the vision block. Now they can hit over towards site, but honestly, we might have a full pass and stack if the Viper gets here. Viper might even go fast behind, which means these guys on site should maybe leave, but the Omen Flash is great.
Bleed dives straight in with the execute, but Ye unfortunately is the only one who makes
Gotta
his
keep
way
an eye on this Viper, by the way.
through.
Dude, Viper doesn't even need to
And then
activate,
just
everyone's
the alt
dead.
angles being held by Ming and Cess. Even with the Sheriffs able to accurately fire through. Now Medusa with the right click.
Oh no.
Okay, lovely
Scary
round from
hopping
them
all
in
over,
terms of the
making it
gun
tough for
upgrades.
him, making him miss.
Yeah, and DFM gambled great
that
here
he
as well.
did.
And you gotta,
Interesting.
even though he
call
missed the
complete
kill
there,
at the
just
end here, Medusa
saying,
does
okay,
deserve
well,
a bit of
we
a
see
shout out because he
like
did
the
good
one
over
guy
towards
in
middle,
mid, so let's
insta-clearing the
just send it
information
into
in
B.
terms of the fake push over
But even
towards
for all the
fence.
smoke, just trying to peek on through, no flashes. I mean, Cess is just sitting here with the Sheriff getting free shots.
and
Nobody's clearing
I
the
mean,
back
they
of the site.
just
And DFM
didn't see
in
enough sends
position
there though.
for
I think
that
similar
one,
issues,
pretty
like
easily able to stop it.
I mean, 1 cent.
Bleed would have won that round if they were a lot tighter, a lot more coordinated on the execute as they rushed out. Unfortunately, it was only Ye who went out
Yeah, they
first.
kind of needed a bit more. But I mean, honestly, the Omen
Even though
Flash
it's
was
the same
everything, man.
compositions,
The Omen Flash was the one that
different
just wrecked
players,
this.
and we're seeing different looks as compared to what we saw from GenG versus DRX. That's what I'm thinking about because
Maybe I have no idea
the
that Ye's
ideas
is
are
close.
the same, but the execution not quite.
Oh, timing
Trying
was
to dive
perfect
back
though.
in, but
Skydog goes over
quite
towards
worked out.
A.
So now we're
He's
back
one.
towards mid and trying to play a little bit more slow and careful. We've positioned Ye up around mid cubby. The rest of the squad still trying to explore around. Oh, but as the smokes dissipate, it's Ye who loses his head.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, no first bloods this round, Valdez.
Nope. Not to the two players that are trying to get them for our mini game. And now push coming in here towards.
Camera should be able to spot this. Flash goes over towards B main that hits one. And they can keep the three-person stack. Medusa going to get over towards site as well. Camera sees them in heaven. And someone's got to frag heavy on site.
Not as fast as they had hoped. Now we've got the utility set up, but Darren's able to fire through with the operator. More players from Bleed starting
This
to
one crumbled
show up
apart.
on the
They had
board
numbers
as they
here.
push through together. That gives them the site.
Spike planted.
They get on in. It didn't seem like DFM were doing pretty good on those first contacts.
Yeah, they
I mean,
didn't
we
really
saw
have a great
they
setup.
were set up on the site. They kind of knew which direction they were coming in. They just could not land the shots. And Bleed just swarming the site just a bit
Timing
better.
of
Nice
going
shot
through
from
the
May.
smoke to dodge to the flash here was the best it could be.
Blast pack to clear some corners as well.
There's
Has an
no
idea
idea where
they
this other
might
guy is.
be, but wow, Paranoia tossed back in.
Hey,
Just
nicely
to
done from Bleed
secure
here
the
as well.
round.
I think DFM, and I've
Bleed
seen
takes
this
down
before
a
as well, it's like their defensive
4-1.
decision making sometimes lets them down.
So Ye goes
certain
down
situations.
in mid, and then they just group up as a 4-man unit and push onto the B site. You see
who's meant
3
to-
members of DFM on the site.
Who's
Doesn't
meant to
quite
help out
matter.
who here?
Zest,
They're both stuck in
Bretlar
like a...
pushing out.
There's no like
Tunnel, they're able to
crossfires, they're
clear
just
out
stuck
that
in a
angle.
little square.
Not a big overreaction, just trying to keep
It's
up
not
with
like
the
a
momentum that
not
they
like a
have
one
this
at the
point.
back who can then focus over towards here, who can then focus this,
one
and then
way
he
to
can
play the
focus
map,
heaven.
if, you know,
This guy
use
can
Ye
focus
as a
heaven. It's just all
sacrificial
in this
lamb
square.
and
Just
use that to kind of play
they're
off
everywhere.
of how DFM might read you. So it works. But on to the next round now. And we're back towards defaults. DFM not really peeking out too much either. We don't see any set plays to take over garage control, for example.
Oh, there it
Oh
is.
my god, the boom bot finishes
Yeah, they
as
knew
well.
they got the stun down, so Ye just sends the boom bot in and gets
Take
the
that
kill.
as a first
Yeah,
kill.
triangulate his position off of the boom bot. A little bit of damage being sent through with the shots fired through the smokes as well. DFM wanting to re-aggress and find some trades perhaps, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work out in their favor. Trap will be able to catch a single player as they try to push on through in towards A, but unfortunately initiative and timing not quite on Neth's side. It's going to be Bleed collecting
looks,
on all the final kills in this round.
It's a lot
Again,
better here. I
as
mean,
they
this guy
find
just got caught out in middle.
Successful early contact.
Damn.
Yeah, pretty good stuff there in mid. Playing as a team, using your utility to kind of root out Medusa within all the smokes. You get that first pick, and then they read DFM really
Yeah,
well.
the
like you
dog's
mentioned,
stun
you know,
into the
retakes
boom bot
come
into
out,
the
the
spam was
re-aggression
good.
From the side of DFM, they get punished in
Took a
mid,
lot of space here once they realized they
and
were fighting
everybody
towards middle.
eventually picks up a
Tried
kill.
to take a timing once they grouped
Carry
up
on
towards
himself
middle after
as
maybe
well
getting a kill.
at
Didn't
the
pay
very
off.
end.
Forced them down to low eco.
Bleed just
Double
off
hero
to a
gun.
roaring start in this one, 5-1 already.
Yeah, very cautious, but still a lot of rounds under their belt, and DFM not quite able to find all too much. They managed to get some reads, but the reaction's not quite there. Now with slightly downgraded Arsenal, Cess tries to play an off angle around B. Wow, catch a scary.
Surely
Who
not
does
another
not
eco.
expect it. That's one way to start things out.
Yeah, that's
No
certainly going to help.
smokes.
Sterion's just trying to poke his head in here with an operator. That's not going to work. I think he... Very aggressive play, you know? Risk versus reward.
That's the thing about Bleed. It's, you know, sometimes it's not quite clear what the game plan is.
Sometimes we have no idea what the hell they're doing.
Follow through on him.
Basically, the
It would've been
translation of
pretty
that.
cool
If he got the kill, though.
That's right. Mid-air.
That's what you got to think about, you know? Like,
Well,
imagine if he
there's a
got
lot of
it.
gun upgrades after this one.
I know what he's trying to do, though. He wants to go onto Heaven
Good
just
yet.
to get further space, but his team
He had
isn't
so
quite
much time.
going along, and he spotted
Why is
out
he
the player,
sending
so
it in?
Unfortunately, the dash went out straight in the open instead. So the ideas and again, the individual performances
Look
are
at this guy.
actually
This guy must
pretty
look at
darn
that.
good.
Bro,
But
if someone
the
did that in your
coordination
ranked, you're
sometimes
reporting them.
goes a little bit off.
That's the
off
mad thing.
balance,
Someone does
and
that
that's when
in ranked,
DFM
you're actually reporting them.
capitalizes. So we've got DFM
Especially when you
on
look
the
at it from
second
there.
round
He's
win
dashing
now.
in on his own. We've got
He's
a wall
picking
to
up the
cover.
operator. Let's see what more damage they can do. A little bit more
Higher,
courageous,
lower, and they
holding
manage
the
to get
angle straight
out.
up front.
30 HP, heal comes in.
Just
I
elevation
understand
to
like the fact
snipe
of you
down
lose
Derry.
the smokes, you need to try and make a hero play, but I mean they got an op. You can just
garage. Does come back to bite them.
you can just
So that's going to be healed
take
up
your
as
time.
well. So now Bleed down a member. We saw on the first map, Bleed was able to string together 6 rounds in a row.
Unless they had
were
some kind of
very
read
handily in
into
the
something
lead.
and the sight
the
is
map that
left.
was Lotus,
If they
but then
see
they
something, that's the only thing I
lost
can
control
think
of
to
the
make that
situation,
play.
And they lost 8 rounds in
I'm
a row,
really
so
reaching.
hope we don't get that kind of streakiness here. Once again, just for Bleed's sake.
What
Although,
good games, good matches to watch. High-level gameplay.
Yeah, this guy's
Incredible
dominating A Heaven at the
mechanics.
moment. I feel
Redla
like
able
you need to fight A Heaven to
gun
stop
down a
this.
single player as he holds down the entire
A Heaven is getting controlled by them. They feel
ensuring that
great.
DFM doesn't quite get the space that they are looking for. May, though, does not
Whoa.
care, deploys the rockets.
From
just
low
eliminate
HPs though,
him.
this 2v4 from Bleed is very doable.
And now they've
Gary
got a
still
little
has
bit
a
more
flash.
space. Anticipating further
Good plant for
positions, though,
Heaven.
they try to peek out together. Scary's not
Holy.
quite able to take down 2 or 3 targets
Looking like
by
the Red
himself.
Guard clip from yesterday.
Not when they're peeking together.
they throw out the Seekers, and May's like, oh, he's with me. A little bit too late, though, as May was very low on health.
Should be able to stick to defuse, though. Being able to keep himself shrouded in mystery. Oh!
Wait.
But Zest knows exactly where the spike is planted. Zest tries to take his place and
Oh boy, man. Fair play.
not quite able to protect
Yeah, and
himself.
I understand the
Using
guy's
smoke,
decision
not
making.
taking
Like
the
the
shot
guy
out
on site
against
decided
Zest
to be
either.
pretty smart here,
It's
I
gonna be
think.
Bleed right back up on
That
top.
he was getting spammed, and he was
Yeah,
on
it's
the
a great
corner
win
and got it
for
half,
them. I
and
mean,
then he
that was
repositioned
up-
into the other
Up
corner.
against the wall, Retla, you know, starts
reposition
off with
to
the
where-
one kill,
where
and
he's
then
already
it's up to
spammed.
Zest here. Handles it perfectly. I mean, throws out the Trailblazer, gets the information, lands
Yeah,
the
it
first
didn't
shot,
really
lands
go
the second,
great.
clutches it, and now we will have
But yeah, it's always a
first
very
timeout
doable 2v4.
going to DFM.
That's right, it's DFM.
So like multiple different
Wilson
logos
Chamber
on
on this
there.
map. It's one of the worst ones.
DFM,
It's not as good as
slow
most of the
timeout.
others. You can kind of force it.
Kind of makes sense as they're down 6-2.
And you got to consider the fact that this is their map pick as well. I mean, we might have said the same thing for Bleed on Lotus, but DFM has been picking this map against their opponents so far, and they haven't really found all
Foot
that
play it
much
pretty well.
success.
I guess there's that.
Not yet. Especially on the defensive side, it feels as though there are some of these moments where the reads aren't quite there, or the reactions aren't quite there, and it just feels a
But
little
they've
bit
only
off.
won ecos at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a slow start here for DFM, so I don't mind taking the timeout. Could have even seen it earlier at like 5-1, you know, where they just start to slowly fall behind. But we actually saw them not take a single timeout on the first map, so being a little bit more cautious about when they want to stop and actually
Maybe they go over
talk
towards
to the
Heaven.
players.
Okay, let's see if they can actually
Maybe
win
not
a
take
buy
them out of
round.
their
I
flow
think the
state.
timeout's good in terms of the timing,
This
obviously.
time they will, as it doesn't seem like the flow state
And
is very
Bleed
not
just
there
decide
yet.
to straight up go over towards site. Gatanade breaks the trip on site.
playing
They
this
were
map against
so
GenG
ready
last
for
week.
someone to send it into Heaven. They had a trip
a
hit and 2
6-2
people holding.
2 rounds. They only won 2
Lovely
rounds
kill
of
though.
defense, so
Yeah, and they create a lot of pressure here that
this
they
will
have
be
to
a better
re-clear.
performance if they're able to
And at the
take
moment
this
we're
one
looking at
against
Scary,
Bleed.
and he's the guy
So
that
far,
can win
Bleed
this
now being
round for
decisive
sure.
on their hit. 'Cause again, when you call the timeout, your opponent's coach can talk to their team as well. And we see a set strat coming through. DFM, though, trying to make use of
Yeah, and
every
Cage is one of the
single
better
angle
ones to block
possible.
this because you hear
Come
obviously
back
if
down
someone
from
pushes
round
through
A
it.
ramp. They managed to eliminate the first. Retla now comes back in with a kill of his own and then deploys the Viper's Pit, eliminating more positions. May has managed to sneak through screens now, and he's able to look for even more, but he knows not to repeat the same mistakes from Cess from earlier. So he's looking to eliminate the final few
Yeah,
players.
just gotta get out of there. Nicely done from
Fortunately,
Bleed. I
though,
like this one.
takes up a little bit too
They
much
handled
time
it well
and
in the
has to
after
use
plant. I
blast
mean, it
back
all came
on
down
the
to this
evade.
kill over towards spawn as well,
Dodge
and
get
Scary's
away.
positioning.
Yeah, had a chance to take out
Rattler got a
everybody,
very
but
important kill
at
on
the end of the
towards
day, he's just
Heaven as
gonna
well.
Take the slower approach. Nice try from May, but at the end of the day, it is a 7th round now going in favor of Bleed. as they got in there pretty quickly. You see the cage falls.
Good job, guys. Good job, good job, good job.
Once again, just trying to keep the hopes alive, try to keep the morale high. Already 7 rounds for Bleed is a pretty good spot, I would say, on DFM's map pick, and has been very back and forth, very streaky.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it should hit both of them, right? I mean, obviously the ship's up here, actually.
Should be able to.
Detonate again, at least gonna hit the one in sight.
Not seeing all that much impact.
No one going up towards heaven this time. Jet sends it in.
To get a lot of those one-on-ones in the final few moments of the previous round. Now back to it though. I mean, this is the
side's clear. No one else has to get over there.
Strategy that we wanted to see from Bleed. They have this double composition, double duelist composition for a reason, and it just works out really well. Scary now collecting on the 2 from behind, always from behind. Yay with a showstopper.
Shot from Scary, and this is looking very convincing in terms of the in terms of the scoreline.
Yeah, first looked a little bit silly for Mihei, but at least he did get the kill. At the end of the day, just a quick entry once again. Bleed. They say, well, this has been working. The first time
why am I laughing? The original satchel wasn't great.
And they're just
it caught me
sending it
off
over
guard.
and over again. They're utilizing their double duelists. They're creating a lot of space. And DFM just are not finding the answers. So Bleed are like, okay, we'll just do it again. And we'll do it again. Why not?
Not really, yeah. Oh, seeing any plays to kind of slow down the offensive push from
Bleed. And they get over towards side. They've been doing a good job of mixing this one
round,
up.
They are not anywhere to be found
double
on
A
site,
hit
so
after the timeout, then straight into the B
real
hit.
estate
And I like it. It was like they tried to go middle at the beginning to make sure that they can go middle.
Oh boy.
And ever since that timeout, they just switch it up to straight up fast hits. Something that the double duelist is good at.
This is where I'm worried for DFM. You can't individually stacked players against Bleed. If you're not going against Bleed with teamwork, each and every single one of these players can frag out against you, and that's... Although Anthem collected a couple of
I don't know how you would
kills,
make it work, but I feel like after you watch this, I feel like double duelist would just suit this team a lot better. Not that I think that... I mean, I do think there's a lot of stuff that is struggling on the defense here.
Right? As you mentioned before, it's just like free real estate on the B side. Bleed just kind of waltz on in, they plant the spike, and DFM trying to go for a retake, but... What the fuck? I think that says it all. Even the Bleed members are like, what is going on?
Dude, I love how the replay guy's been really careful, blocking a lot of stuff out, and then this one he just absolutely sends it.
Perhaps.
Could be part of it.
On to the next round now. DFM buys up. It's the last round of the half, and they're looking for slightly better positioning as they move on into the second. May watches the angle. Bleed's gotten a little bit of space already.
Just a little bit.
Though, okay, Neth.
Tell you what though, this setup's a lot better.
Darian evades all of it.
Double trip over towards sight.
Neth pops up the cages just to play around.
Omen needs to help him out with the smoke here.
Dive composition. Able to take down the first player, but
help
not
him out
on
with
the
the smoke
second.
here, my guy.
Northf continues to pulse through. Further information as to where the players might be positioned now.
And strong rounds. They take sight, you take heaven.
Not quite seeing all too much though. And slightly disjointed peaks. It's DFM going in one by one, and
10-2.
Bleed completely feasting.
Why is it always this
on
map?
each and every single one of them.
I mean, they had that angle covered by about 3 people, and there was no peek from heaven at the same time. So one person goes and dies, another person goes and dies.
Okay, nice half from them though.
Yeah, it was like a nice hold on the site from Neth to get the 1 kill and delay the plant, but then they still got a free plant, and the retake was very lackluster. So Bleed, total control at this point, and they are sitting here at 10-2 at the half.
Incredible stuff from Bleed. I would not be surprised if they took the pistol, and if
much
they
more
do take the
comfortable.
pistol, then
double
it's going to be a really fast
like
map.
the one.
DFM definitely struggling a little bit somehow.
But I do think, again,
DFM's
DFM's
what's going on, but
reactive stuff on defense.
You could see like some slight, you know,
it
errors
is just a
in the
little
way
bit
that they're
off.
coordinated. Some people not really peeking together or not really looking at the right directions. and it's just a little bit chaotic sometimes. Meanwhile, Bleed have been doing so well at how they're just diving in together, and that's exactly what our desk was talking about. The fact that they're able to execute together with this double duelist composition.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta send it as the tech pause is over. By the way, guys, we go straight into halftime. Still have the halftime downtime, so the teams can discuss what to do better or to, you know, take a nap. That's also an option. Obviously, not taking a nap, maybe a little rest, resting his eyes. As you can see, maybe some fatigue there on the side of DFM. They do not look too pleased with the way that they have kind of been just handled here on this map. So really got to see something better here from the attacker side. From the side of DFM, they do not have double duelists, as we have seen. They've gone for a more standard composition.
Excited for 4 best-of-3s every day? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. If they really got to take this halftime to
solid week this
try
one.
to just reset their brain and maybe even just say, okay, let's try our best, but maybe even just look towards the next map and try to discuss what we're going to do on the next one, because so far 10-2, pretty difficult to come back from. Let's see what DFM have in store for us.
Certainly going to have to try.
Raid boss. The armor and the frenzy out. Maybe we're sending up towards heaven with this double satchel.
We've seen how mechanically gifted any one of them can be, whether or not it's scary or yay or may.
So double satchel, then maybe sky flash, and if the sky flash hits you, omen flash.
Sometimes just.
And then let's see what they do after. Probably boom bot for this, and then just send it into sight.
Swapping sides now. DFM on the attack. What can they provide?
Into both as well.
Start things off with some strategies just to take over a ramp.
Okay, yeah, we buy armor, right? So we can't have this.
Trailblazer will be able to find a bit of information. May now doubling back in just to hold the angle. Finds the first.
Holy, the team flash kind of saved the raid there a little bit, I feel like. W's forward. Imagine gets another NATO.
Now tosses the paint shells, and it does discourage a couple of players from Bleed.
Keep an eye on the Viper v Viper, Joel. Because Rattler on 21 HP is trying to make a round-winning play.
Medusa able to fire off another shot too. And Bleed are just trying to fight back against them, but to no avail.
Okay, surely
so
not
a 10.
Too
bad. DFM actually starts things off with a pistol win on the second half.
Yeah, not half bad. I mean, they come out with a set play onto the
Why am I already worried?
Essentially, they just say, okay, May, go kill a little bit. You know, send you in the front. You have a frenzy. You've got a Viper wall to protect from one side. Pick a couple people off here and there.
Oh, wow.
As at the viewing party, everybody is very excited for DFM.
Yeah, everyone buying into this one to just make sure that they don't get eco'd. We are sending it straight towards site, and we've got 5 people here. It's a 10,000 Joel. Go aggro with the flash might actually get an okay amount on the eco.
Straight into DFM. The better firepower.
Yeah, I mean, every kill matters in terms of taking guns out of their hand, making sure that the bonus is weaker. So 2 is great. Got an armor rebuy already. Not bad at all. And an extra armor rebuy. They did great.
Yeah. Just a good old-fashioned 5v5. Everybody stand and look at each other and see who is going to win. Not a lot of utility, no need, especially for the side of DFM.
5v5 standoff.
Is Neth going to buy anything?
Oh, he's bought his teammate a rifle.
And a sheriff.
What's going on there? Oh, okay.
That's about it. Got
Who's
one
just
Vandal,
sent it?
full armors for everybody else.
Drops his gun away.
It's quite the number of players from the previous
Or an
round.
extra one. Dog goes in.
Now the question is,
the
how
dog
is
sees
Bleed
so
gonna
many behind this wall, and this guy's like, well,
Try to push down ramp.
cannot believe he sticks around instead of
Providing
dashing
Garen
out.
with
How many
further
did the dog
support
see?
from the top. It does do a little bit of damage against
Duelist for a
DFM.
duelist though, so maybe.
Neth continues to lurk because he's got the sheriff.
Spike dropped.
DFM continuing to try to aggress onto this A site. They have not tried anything in mid or B yet. This is only the 3rd round. Maybe they're going to look elsewhere.
Yeah, and DFM have a lot of options. Again, with the Viper
one
Cypher, there's just so much you can do in terms of
down,
your actual default.
might look to mix it up.
It's just so fun. You can have this wall, you can have smoke, you can have cage, you can have ball in B, you can have smoke in B,
all too much.
smoke middle.
The timer continues to
whatever
tick
the hell you want.
away. Anthem can't
The DFM have
really
options.
find anything because of the anti-flash positions being played by Bleed.
30 seconds left.
This is a lot better from
So
Bleed,
they
though.
might
I
just
definitely want to
decide
take a look
to
at Scary.
walk
He's pretty
into
far away to
A
get this
site
smoke
kind
that
of
these guys would
blind.
need on
I
the
mean,
site.
I'm
We've
not
got
sure if
20
he's using the
seconds,
guiding light to
and they could
kind of
definitely just play
create a
off
bit
each
more
other on
presence
site here.
towards B
Omen Flash
before
doesn't hit
deciding to head
anyone.
into A. But unfortunately, I don't think the fake's all too good as Zest manages to hold his
What an
own
absolute hold,
triple
man. That
kill,
third
and
kill
then
was
Ye to put the final one on
unbelievable.
the board,
Yeah, that was the
and
one.
That gives us Bleed on an 11th win.
Yeah,
Yeah, no
maybe
bonus here for
DFM
DFM,
got it a little bit low,
especially
but
with the early
I mean, I
trade down
think a
and just
similar
not clearing
situation
out
would
that
have happened.
corner. Essentially just trying to go for a late push onto the site, and that does get cleaned up pretty
This
easily.
corner, yeah, dude, it gets
as,
so
kind
much.
of lucky for
You're
Zest
just
to get
so
that one,
heavy
but not lucky
committed,
on
right?
these,
That's the thing.
as he lines up
Check
3
this corner
beautiful
like you're
kills.
just out in the open.
Excellent,
It's also
just
great because
resets,
it's like when
hitting
you
the
check this
shots,
corner,
not panicking with
like you're
3
kind of
people
here,
in front of him. Oftentimes we'll
and
see
a lot
people
of the
be like, oh, I don't
time
know who to
you're
shoot.
worried about
Yeah.
someone holding
Zest
this
was
angle, so you
totally
kind of
calm
have to be
under that
exposed to one
pressure
of them.
and get so much value out of that corner.
That's what you have when you hire a really expensive player. I mean, experienced player like Zest, too.
Expensive.
I mean, how many times have we seen him, and he knows exactly how to play in these situations. Then on to the next part. He's gotten the Seekers because of that previous round. Bleed very close towards map point.
Yeah, and the bait in here. Yeah, Ye has to get 2.
First kill.
Oh, they don't push. Bait was for nothing.
And then the
Maybe.
Seekers deployed really early
I mean, they
on.
left vision here, so they could
Unfortunately,
expect
they're
someone
not
to walk
quite
towards this. Waiting
gonna
for the
find all too much,
Seekers.
though. Just the fact
We're
that there
doubling
are
down on this.
several players around mid.
Omen Flash, Sky, and Raze.
It's like, well, they haven't moved yet. We have
I mean-
delayed their push.
Wait, what?
Dusa gets another pick off here before they actually go on the ropes,
VCT.
too. And maybe another. Not this time.
Good info, though.
And not that time either.
Oh!
And that's good info.
All right, not too bad.
Yeah,
from
with
Scary,
that
though.
info,
He's
the
able to
Cypher
come
takes
back
over
in just
towards
to
B.
even
Let's
out
see
the
a
odds for a
2v3
little.
retake. They have Skydog to clear everyone.
However, Neth continues
go
to lurk,
fast
and
spawn.
he's managed to plant the flag down on the B site. Anthem arrives with the spike, and it's only Zest along with Retla to try to retake.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
Zest tries to do it by himself up around heaven, but since he's fallen, now it's all down to Retla's shoulders.
Not looking too likely to know
Okay.
exactly where he is.
Okay, well.
And he's like, well.
He's just laughing
I'm
to
just gonna
himself.
run away.
Not a
Big
chance
smile
am I
on his
going for
face,
this.
Knows that that is just not, it's just not,
it's not gonna
feasible at this point. So DFM, I mean, certainly making things interesting. They got the pistol, which was definitely the most important part of staying in this map. But now 3 out of the first 4, only dropping the bonus. Not going to be able to deny this gun. Of course, Retla in a very safe spot, all the way on the opposite side of the map.
It's not impossible for them to come all the way back.
I mean,
We've
again,
seen
like the
Fnatic's
first,
done it before.
yeah, the first map, it was 6 in a row for Bleed, and then it was 8 in a row for DFM.
I'll be honest, I was worried as soon as the pistol happened.
But at this, you know, when it's up against 11, you really, the margin for error is so darn small. It's, you might say it's paper thin.
Whoa.
Nonetheless, this round,
Hero
would
gun.
have Bleed on a slightly weaker buy.
Yeah, dude. I like when the casters. I like when the casters just give it a little bit of silence. When it's so bad, the casters just give it that little bit of silence just to settle in, just so they,
If they can actually take
just
down
so they
Neth,
feel
might be able to
worse and they
retrieve the
feel
weapon.
bad about the pun.
Uh-oh.
That has to be very, very
Gotta
careful.
feel bad about it.
Here's that.
Well,
This is interesting. They hear the dash away. Does he then want to take a timing? He does have a gun that he probably doesn't want to get him, so
having his team rotate back towards A, and that's exactly
might just
what they were going to do. Just
call his team
saying,
back
okay, well,
here.
they pushed out of A, and
We need
they
to be
killed
doing
the
this.
tripwire.
I mean,
but here's Retla.
the hero gun.
They pinged his position on the map. Might have heard something or just
Yeah,
at
they're. I
least
mean, they're ready for
calling
this.
to check out some of these corners.
4-person
they're
stack
certainly
right now.
waiting. I mean,
40 seconds. I'm
they
worried
have
for them.
some sort of information, I think. And there it is.
Yeah,
Gonna
but
take him
then
down.
they're still kind of
Oh wow.
geared up to hit over towards B here. This is the spike.
We have to stack up of B2.
Seconds left.
All of
There
a
goes the
sudden,
spike.
Medusa and Anthem were like, Death, I thought you said they were on A. But here comes the showstopper from May. Spots
Honestly,
out
respect to him
Unfortunately
here.
clipped
He
against
tanked
the wall
it.
with that tailwind.
Just saving the rest of his teammate. You guys.
However,
Oh, I like
even
this
though
Omen
the
ult to
spike
get the
goes down
spike. I mean,
now,
had to use a
Bleed
lot into
has
this
a
so
couple
far.
of
Still a good
rifles in
eco no
their
matter what.
hands. They might be able
That
to make
was
use of them.
fully
Ye
on top
tries
of
to
this.
go on a solo mission from the back, but
They handled the
unfortunately shut down
situation
by
well,
Nat.
but Bleach should be pretty happy with just
That's gonna
how many
be
ults they had to
the
get out
site
of them.
being held perfectly. Dark cover blocks off that initial route. The rest of them having to walk back up through. Very potentially going to be mid, and Neth knows this.
Yeah. Hello. And Neth is just going to back away. Doesn't want to check it by himself. But it is going to be Bleed holding on to a couple of Phantoms here. Just try to save it for the next one. But again, DFM, another round. I mean, this is getting a little spicy.
Yeah, and I also like the call from Bleed here, right? They go over
And
towards
one
A,
by
they
one
break
these
the
rounds,
trip,
I mean,
they go
that
gamble
looked
stack over
pretty
towards
decent.
B, and then
From
when
the
they
side
gamble
of Bleed,
stacking
I
over
like
towards
how
B,
they were moving as a
they lose
team with
someone
a
over
lower
towards middle,
firepower,
so
really
they know
trying
that
to
if
catch
they are
people
going
off
to get
guard.
pinched, they're
Darian
going to
hit
get
some
wrecked,
really
so they
crazy
decide to
shots.
push into B main
But at the
and
end of
just
the day,
take out
just
whoever's B main.
not
Worst case, you
quite
don't see
able
anyone B
to
main, you
put
know
the
they're going A.
full win on in, as you mentioned, pretty unfortunate there. And
This is a
then
nice eco.
they're able to pick up the spike, the Omen, and then get the plant down, and there wasn't really much hope for the side of Bleed from there.
Another
so they
big
just
buy round, and the op
give
comes
up on that
out.
one.
1, 2, 3,
And
can't
now
buy
it is
next.
a full buy round for
This
them.
can't
They
buy
have an
next, but this would
operator
be
as well
a drop.
for Darian this time.
Oh.
But otherwise, yeah, incredibly smart attempt by Bleed.
They go fast with
Darian
this
still
one.
trying to take the lead
Holy,
for some of
both,
these rounds, but
both Sky Flashes
carrying a lot of
and
presence,
Omen
a lot
Flash
of
used over
pressure.
towards
He's gotta
Heaven.
Kind of hang back up
Take a
around
lot of
A
mid
ramps,
control early.
just to watch if DFM does decide to push up ropes.
In reaction to losing middle, once again
Not
they take
gonna
over
do that
towards
for the
B
time
main.
being,
Is
though.
Medusa ready
DFM
for this?
Doing similar things from before, trying to create a bit of presence across
Yeah.
the map and then to hold back.
He's in,
Thinking
he's in an off
there
angle,
might
so
be
the
DFM
timing's
players
hard to
around
get there, but
mid.
I do feel like the second
Scary
commit,
and Ye both
Scary needs
pushing
to
the garage
swing
into
heavier.
the crosshairs of Medusa.
Yeah. I think it's an
Okay, he's off angle,
play,
so it's hard to
okay.
get like a great
But,
double swing on
you know,
this, but
yeah, he clearly did not expect somebody to be there. He
I think
gets
there was
taken
enough
out
time
on
to
the
react
second
better
peek as well to
than
get a
that.
second member over.
Scary. Maybe he wanted to get out of there with the info.
As Darian at least is going to be able to hold on to this angle for now, gives his team time to rotate over. There's still 40 seconds though.
This is
and
nice though
Anthem
in terms
has
of the
snuck
luck
onto
going
B
out.
site,
And
which is
this calls
going
them back.
to just spark a full rotation out of his entire team. They say, well, let's not just go straight into Darian's operator.
I'm really
Let's
surprised
just
they gave him a free
rotate
kill
over
in
to B.
this,
There's
just
nobody
dueling over
here.
towards B.
And Bleed,
Sorry, A.
understandably, down on members. They have stacked the A site. And now they're just going to have to retake this one.
Medusa
because
as well
they are
can just
nowhere
get
near
over
the B
towards
site.
site and can just use his ult
Still
towards
expecting
spawn.
the A push.
And do
Might even
these.
just
Whoa,
be a
whoa, whoa.
save. DFM even investing the Viper's pit for this round, just in case Bleed decides
No, I think this is
to
definitely
go
worth
for a
investing the
retake.
ult into.
At this point,
Bleed just going to be
Viper's
saving.
pit, as you mentioned, maybe they just
Yeah, they
let it
definitely
go.
won't. But if the Viper's pit wasn't there, 3-on-4, there is a chance.
Yeah, you got an operator, maybe pick someone off, but
I think they want to save that out. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try to get it closer
Especially
towards spawn,
because
but
they
I think
have
they
now
thought that
lost.
maybe they had
It
no
will
info
be
here
5
and here.
rounds out of the last 6. So not much in terms of momentum or economy at this point.
Should have open
That's what's
planted, yeah, but it's
interesting
like
about this
if they
match
open plant
too,
here,
is
there's 10
that-
seconds left.
I mean, first of all,
they
yeah,
just an
we've
off
got
shoulder
the
some
two
spam
teams
goes to
in the
this area
whole,
through the smoke, like it's a common
Pacific,
spot.
you
You
know,
could easily ping that and spam
league
it from
where
here when they have no
maybe
heaven
they don't
control.
have a lot of wins under their
Like,
belts. Some of them are
Even us
experienced.
questioning the ult is too hindsight because we
have
can see
the
the
one
fact
roster
they have
which,
no
you know,
info.
has
Like
a
they
lot
did
of
play it the
international
safest you
players from
could,
different
really.
regions. You got Ye, for example. You got Scary. You got Zest, and they're all mixed in together, trying to gel, trying to coordinate themselves because they are all so capable. Meanwhile, you got a squad like DFM who, you know, maybe legacy-wise, they haven't been too great since last year. Now a new roster, and they managed to
Daddy's
take a
looking
win
at
up
point for
against
plant. Nah, you gotta
T1
once the
of
pit's
all
up, you don't
teams,
get a point from
T1
that stuff.
they defeated. Surely looking
I like
for
the
the
idea, though.
confidence to go even further in this league.
Jump
They can
peek to
take
take
set this up?
map
Boy, I like this one a lot. Does he
scoreline,
fall for it?
that would
Yes, he
say
does,
so
but they don't
much.
get anything for it.
They definitely would.
Oh, it goes in as well, and it's the smoke that creates double pressure, but this is the angle that can see on top of it, so
even if they don't take it here,
I do like that.
but it would show a lot.
Oh, it goes over towards middle.
They could just get the job done in 2.
That was nice, man. Good nades.
But Bleed,
It's hits the sky, so
figure something out here. They just need 2 more rounds.
dog anymore. Cancels the dog.
So
It didn't
far
clear
they've
too much.
Only got the 1 on this half.
Scout destroyed.
Here comes the Trailblazer, just gonna scout out a couple of people. They throw down a dark cover. Say, please don't.
And Bleed have won Bleed have won this round in terms of just mid control. This is very, very bold when you just got such a big win over towards middle.
Wait out the rest of the round on your half of the map. But no, DFM slowly inching
An eye on the
forward.
time.
They're just waiting out
Nervous for this one, but they have options,
In
right?
fact,
B
maybe
main,
even baiting out some
A
of
heaven.
these utilities just so that they have an
30
easier
seconds
time on the site. But in all of this time as well, Bleed
In the
needs to
straight
kind
up
of get
sight
a
hit.
read
Oh, my
for where
flash hits.
DFM
1,
are.
2.
Hearing some of these movements across B
15
heaven
seconds.
now, Darren turns his crosshairs
People
around.
fighting on
This
sight.
could be the thing that changes the entire fate
shot,
of
big
Bleed
ult.
right now.
Back down,
10
no one here.
seconds left, and you fired
Yeah,
off the showstopper. You
and
fired
them
off
winning
the
the
operator.
duel over towards
2
middle, and
players
then falling back was
remaining
just
on the
perfect from
side of
Bleed.
DFM.
Then they had to commit over towards
They're going
site. They're
for the
taking
safe
time to clear
instead.
all these areas that they
A
could
little bit too
potentially
far
be
from the
people.
spike.
Basically
And that
15
puts
to 20
Bleed
seconds when they
up
hit the site.
on map point.
Okay, 5 chances.
Well,
to get a
they
map
got
win.
a second round. They did do it. I think, Scary, pretty passive position. They didn't quite expect him in that corner. He gets that first kill, and then, of course, Darian holds an angle, picks up an operator, shot, and then he gets the 3rd with the showstopper. And that does stop the show. That was the streak from the side of DFM.
Seeing a lot of
Map isn't over
rounds
yet,
that are
but
going to time at the moment.
We'll have at least overtime at this point in time. So Bleed, they finally get there, and here comes DFM now, quickly going into ramps.
Sudden change up in pace. Going with the boombot. Doesn't quite find
No,
too
the
much,
boombot
and
let
that's
him
gonna
down.
be, unfortunately caught somewhat with his pants down.
He just runs out of
Zest
there.
able to fly back into
Great.
sight where he's a lot safer. Ye has taken his place just to relay, hold that
And they look good
defense.
to take this now.
Without May though,
And they got a force
DFM's
towards
having
heaven.
such a tough time finding
Oh,
a
they're
lot
gonna
of
force
these
sight.
entries.
Oh, they've lost.
Zest. Oh,
nice little crouch peek, takes down the first. Redlaw on the off angle gets
Why?
caught with utility in hand.
God. Omen ult goes
Still
in.
have Ye watching all the way from screens though, and that's a direct line of sight. Scary from the shadows in towards the back of sight. Catches Cess. Now it's all down to Neth in a 1-on-3.
Nice to make sure that his
able
team
to
can
pick
trade
that
it
first
though.
player,
Okay,
but
much
not
better
quite
on
the
this.
second.
Man, this team with
That's
double duelers
better
feels a lot
teamwork
better.
for Bleed in that final round.
DFM
as they
though
push
looks a
us
little
into
bit
the
ropey,
third map
especially on the defense.
of
The
a set.
defense decision making
We are going to
again
a
still
set, as
worries
you
me when I
mentioned,
watch them
and
sometimes.
man, DFM, they really tried. Nice try on
Yeah.
the comeback, but Bleed just had
And maybe
way
when the
too
coach
many
doesn't
rounds
have a
from the
demo,
first half. The double duel is working out for them.
Doesn't work out too well
They
for
pick
this
up
team.
a bunch of those initial rounds there on the attack. And I'm very excited for our desk
I wonder if they'll
segment
stop
to
picking.
break down
I wonder if Bleed
the
will stop
mini-game
picking
as
blind
well.
after. Split after
on top
this.
of just the 1-to-1 scoreline that we now find ourselves in, Analyst Desk, take it away.
Well, thanks so much. We're very excited to get to that as well. But it is a 1-1 right now. Bleed and DFM. I mean, we knew it was going to be a long day. We knew we were probably going to get 3 maps for both series actually today.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I felt coming in today. I mean, I really think these teams are pretty evenly matched between
Ascent,
Bleed
this will be
and
interesting
DFM.
because
You can see some of the
DFM's
things
Ascent
from
looks
DFM
really
that
good.
they're able to do on their attacker
I want to
side,
keep
but
an
we're
eye on
also
a
seeing
lot
that
of
they haven't
things. I
been
want to keep an eye on the
able to
anti-KO
address
on
the
defense. Do
issues
they have a
had
different one?
against
Do they have a
GenG on their
switch
defender
version?
side. Maybe
Which they
even
should
amplified
use
here
because they use the
against
same
Bleed,
version
but
3
Reed on it,
times.
who was able to watch that
And
tape, kind of mentally prepare for this.
how
and even though
does
Bleed
their
has
attack
never
look now?
shown
It's kind
their
of the
split
demos
with
out
this
there.
current iteration of the squad. You know, it was still like they had a little bit of
EFAP
extra
99 with the
oomph
Prime.
behind
Thank
them
you
in
so
this
much
map.
for that, bro.
Speaking of
Thank you, Prime.
Bleed here, their former initial or their former
New one as well.
primary
I think I
duelist
missed you
Durian coming
earlier.
in
If you're
on
still
that
here,
jet,
appreciate the
you
Prime as well.
really
Thank you for the
feel
50
the
months.
difference of impact once they have that double duelist coming into play here. They have a lot more offensive capabilities. There was a lot more operator threats that Darion brings into the play. Of course,
It's
you
a
still
Mike, what
see,
you got for me? Let's
those
see it.
insane highlights that we've seen from both.
Can't promise I'll show it
So
on stream, but
put
I'll
that
at least
into
have a
the
look.
mix, and Split definitely is theirs.
And that's why it's like, you know, for DFM, they got rattled a lot whenever, you know, some of those first kills, yes, we'll get to that question later, those first kills would go over to the side of Bleed, right? Because they had that double duelist competition, composition as well, rather. You felt some of the pressure, you know, get off of like Ye's shoulders, for example, because then you had Darion to help back him up. And it felt like because
What
of that,
even is this?
you know, it was
Can I
kind of
mute
like
the
there
sound
was a
before I
lot
play
of
this?
slack on Bleed, which actually made him play better.
No, I agree. I really felt like because they're able to kind of play for themselves a little bit more. I mean, you did see some combo plays for sure from Bleed, but you know, Darion's able to create his own space with his sniper rifles in particular. Looked pretty good. He was really popping off. He felt really comfortable. Had a nice almost dodge on May's showstopper. I really liked the way he felt comfortable on that jet. It seemed to fit this squad really nicely. And yeah, again, these players are very good individually. So if you give them opportunities to kind of open up the map, create their own space, create their own plays,
what we'll do is I'll
of course, good teams
yeah,
are
one of them.
you know, shut that
I'll
down
go for an ad break
consistently,
and then we'll
but
watch
in
it
this,
after.
you know,
I think.
particular map, you didn't really know what to expect as DFM, so you
How
were
long is it?
able to use that
151? Yeah, we can
to
probably
your
do that.
advantage.
It felt like most of the
Okay,
rewarding
I'll be back in a
plays
little
that
bit.
we saw in this particular map is those off-angle kills. You saw a lot. Both of the teams actually struggled to kind of figure things out. Like, where are they going to pocket themselves, right? What's going to be the following position here once we start pushing into the site? And that kind of just happened continually throughout the rest of this Split map.
And I feel like, you know, for the side of DFM, they can't let those first kills. Why are you giggling?
No
I wonder
reason.
why. Yeah, no reason. We'll get to that reason
Yeah,
in
well,
a bit.
you'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, it's that, right? DFM can't let those first kills rattle them because it's going to happen over and over again. You have Ye, you have Darion on the side of Bleed. They need to be able to come up with those better plan Bs, especially since, you know, you do have, you do have map 3 coming up. They can't let their mental suffer because of this.
Yeah, and this is, again, the concerning thing with DFM is that if your front line falls apart, which is May, then behind it, they haven't shown that they have the ability to back it up, to start taking some of those round wins like some of the best teams in the world do, where they have at least, you know, a respectable win percentage on 4v5s, on 3v5s, where they can at least get some of those rounds over the line. With DFM, again, other than 4v5s, I can't remember, there might have been one other where they had like one win, but like I know 2v4s, 2v5s, 1v5s, and even I think 3v5s, they had 0 wins so far this stage. So there isn't that extra oomph that they need if they lose that first blood.
Yeah.
It's really punishing. They only win 33% of the time if they don't get first blood.
Yeah, it feels like May, you know, leads them inside a dark tunnel with a torch, right? When he's gone, it feels like they're just dead in the water, just dark inside that thing. Because you saw, if May gets knocked out, you see this very slow movement that DFM kind of follows right after. Where are we going to have to go for that contact? Who's going to be our more confident player, as you mentioned, right? That's going to be following up after May, or that's going to have to be the one to be followed by everyone else once May's gone.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they're confident in their own skills, right? It just doesn't feel like they're there yet. It's much like me. I'm not too confident in my own skills, especially in predicting this game that we have over here. Let's check out our results and see why I said that. I mean, I think everybody knows that right now it doesn't look like our guesses went the way that we did. But yes, our question was which player will get more first kills on map 2. We all predicted that it would be May. Azurai had very good information to back this up. I believed him. He let me down.
Normally I would have picked Bleed. I would have picked Ye here because it would have been against what I feel or what I thought would be the better pick. But then I screwed myself by going with what I truly thought was the better pick, and it turned out to be wrong. So I'm going right back to my old method of picking against what I actually think.
Yeah. Your reverse psychology kind of method, right? Well, it looks as though Ye had 4 first kills and May had 2 first kills. So guess what? You know what?
Not the best part of the broadcast. Watching us suffer.
We're going a notch down in one day.
This is impossible.
In
I
one
went up
day.
and down. It's been a roller coaster.
Yeah, but so did the audience. You guys are
We're all in gold.
coming down with us. I think we're cursing you at this point. I just got here, by the way, and now I'm with Achilles. You know what? I'm gonna like reverse the game. I'm gonna see what happens. Life after Iron is my game. Okay? I'm gonna find out what happens.
Yeah, go for it.
When you're in this kind of position, people will say quit while you're ahead. We can never quit. It's always gonna have to be us choosing. So, you know.
We're just not good at flipping coins, is what this all is. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, like, you know, it is questions like that. Plus, it's really fun, where we can like flip the rules in any which way. And again, Achilles and I are gonna find out.
We need like a bonus round, like
we do.
Where we get like double points or
we
something.
need to, maybe in week 4 something happens and we can like double the points if this happens.
Yeah. Or what Will was saying, can I go all in or nothing, something like that, to boost the plan?
Oh, we should do that.
Or if there's ones that could be ties, like this one could have been, so we could bet on the tie and then we get double points if we get it.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, if audience has any suggestions as well, I'm taking them too. But for now, going back into our matchup here, you know, we did point out Scary earlier, who has been performing really, really well in this series. And, you know, right now, I feel like he's definitely always been one of the X factors of Bleed, but because he is the IGL, his performance really comes into play this series.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that when he's able to isolate fights, he looks extremely comfortable. The map stuff kind of still needs to be worked on overall, but individually, there's no doubt about Scary's ability. And I'm really happy to see Sesu stepping up. You know, a guy who, again, we need to see players behind Mei start to pick it up. He, in particular, as kind of one of the controllers, you know, the Omen role here, looking really good, really sharp, had some nice clutches, too. So I'm really happy to see him have a good map. Now we need to see DFM start to put all the pieces together at the same time and see if they can really, you know, make a Voltron that can, like, actually do something here.
Yeah, it feels also that DFM is... You know how we kind of mentioned in some of our interviews or discussions where teams, once they figure out that, oh, this player is too much to handle, right? Like let's say Scary. They actually, like, on that first contact, once they lose it, they go the other direction, right? But DFM, they still... I don't know, have that innate feeling that they still kind of have to push him, go aggressive on him, and Scary's always prepared for that. He's never gonna lose that kind of fight more times than not. So he's able to just throw out these big.
It's Amike. What we'll do is we'll watch it at the end of the best of 3.
They're trying to
I think that's the easiest thing to do.
Really reach that
Once we're kind of done with the stream.
And it's also like, you know, that confidence in their individual skill, right? If they are gonna do that, if they are gonna challenge somebody like Scary, they really do need to go all in. For now, you can still feel a little bit of that hesitation come in, right? A little bit of that doubt, a little bit of that, you know, should I stay, should I go kind of thing for each of these players, even for Mei, right? And the thing is, they can actually do this. They can actually take this series from Bleed if they just manage to find that kind of confidence out of them, which is the same kind of confidence that they eventually got after defeating T1, which right now, as we're jumping into our Agent Select, the scoreline wasn't too far off.
Yeah, I imagine we'll get that here.
Right
it's all good.
No, not at all. I mean, I think this is going to be another close map. It's Ascent. Generally, everybody kind of has a good read. But DFM does play something a little bit off kilter these days.
Yeah,
you know,
DFM. I like the DFM comp. It looked good.
Might be kind of a
but again,
here for,
I wonder if it can work great second time around. This is going to be a big test because
sure, and
if they have the same KO setup, the anti-KO setup.
I'm thinking right now,
then,
as we're heading into our final map of this day, you know, we can see that our players right now, they do need to reset,
kind of gauge where they're at.
Bleed, right? And just imagine that this is the first map of the entire day because they have to give it their
all
this time.
I want to see the KO. I want to see the KO, or I want to see it on attack. So we're going to have to wait a little bit.
He put so much.
That's true. Zest does absolutely farm on this map normally.
On that last series that they played, and
might be a good chance for their first win.
Good intent, they did so well on that one. Sure, Detonation also had a stellar match that they had against T1, where Mei showed off how Raze can be very compatible here on Ascent. So that's going to be two clashing differences that these teams will try to bring in, as you mentioned, that they're going to have to go for that reset and see how it goes here on map number 3.
Yeah, I need more confidence out of DFM. Like, they look a little shaken on stage right now, and a big part of that is because Bleed players like Zest, like Scary, have been hitting nasty multi-kills, and that can definitely take the wind out of your sails. So I agree with the point you were making earlier that, you know, the confidence needs to get rolling for DFM. They look like they're scared to take contact against Bleed because it feels like when they're running into some of these plays where they've got man advantages, they're getting absolutely obliterated.
Right, and you know, you look back at the scoreline that DFM had versus T1, right? That was quite a lead that T1 had. over them, right? It's not. It's actually they're actually doing a lot better up against Bleed here, right?
Red light. It's pretty much
you see the
up to
players
you.
right now. You see the smiles over on the
Pretty
side
open.
of Bleed, and you're seeing, you know, a little bit
It's
of
like
sterner
team
faces on the
preference.
side of DFM. We need to see that energy pick up once again. A lot of that energy comes from May.
Overall, they
actually,
do the
right?
same stuff,
You can
so.
see, like, you know, when he's smiling and he's, you know,
Cypher-
fist bumping everybody.
The Cypher's a
then
little
DFM
bit.
energy
The way that I
skyrockets.
kind of look at
But
it,
right
is the
now,
Cypher, in my opinion,
previously
is a little bit better
in
on
the previous map,
defense,
you
and
saw
then
May kind of like
the Killjoy's a little bit better on
shrink
attack.
down a little bit. You saw
Because of
him
obviously
maybe
like the
even
mollies
shaking
to
just a
actually
bit.
break some of the
The
turret
pressure of
util.
success. I mean, when
And
you
then
start
I like
popping
the
off
fact
like
that you
he
can have the
has, when you
Killjoy.
start making a name for yourself, especially in a
is
region
massive
that
in
is
this.
desperate for good players, that is
They
desperate
overall
for
do
good
the
teams
same
that had that
thing. It
one
doesn't
taste of really
make
good
too much of a
Valorant
difference.
at, you know, Masters
Sometimes the
Reykjavik years
Killjoy,
ago with
sometimes
Zeta.
the Cypher
You
will be
wanna
better
see a
against certain
team
comps, and the
kind of
Killjoy
carry
as well.
the flag for that region again, or at least two teams. You'd love to have two teams do it, and May kind of quickly in the last 2 weeks became one of those players who's that hope for Japan to rise on the international stage again.
You know what? I'm very much not going to say no to that. It means that there is that other threat that we've seen other than, you know, Zeta Division comes from their particular region. But again, I just
maybe
something
Prince.
is just knocking at the back of my brain is that this is still
I
one
think
of
it
those
needs to
most
have different
important matches
speeds
from both
as
of
well,
these teams, right? We've
Prince.
started it again with Bleed Esports. If they don't get this win against DFM, it's going to be Paper X and DRX that they're going to have to go against. It's them trying to go through all of these hurdles right now. It seems like it is coming back into play here, so maybe there is that
Yeah,
chance
I agree.
right now,
I'm interested to see what
again,
DFM
here
have for
Bleed
this map.
to show up.
And
Because
it's
the
funny
first time we
because
watched
for
this
these
ascent,
two
it was like
teams, they're
a
dealing with
high
two
tier,
sides of the
like top
same
tier
coin,
level
maybe?
ascent.
You're dealing with two teams that are in similar situations, like, you know, where they are in terms of like points wise, where they are in terms of how far they've gone in Pacific, but they have very different team circumstances, right? We keep talking about how Bleed, the pieces are individually very good, but how well do they fit together? DFM on the other side, we do know that this team can work together.
Yeah,
but
what's
they're
going
not
on here? Why is
as
this,
sharp, they're not as,
why we got a
you know,
delay?
I guess toned or honed in as Bleed.
Yeah, the fragging
Heck
power
balls
just
off for sure.
isn't quite as good for detonation. So you have like, it's weird. You have
Dude, some of the
you
drawings
have
is just
problems
ridiculous.
for both teams that need to be addressed, but they're very, very different problems. Like one is like the puzzle's there, but like it's kind of falling apart, right? Like with DFM, whereas with Bleed, you've got all these puzzle pieces and you're trying to put them together. So it's really interesting.
This map
see
to
how they're
watch?
both
See, I
trying to
don't mind
address
this
it, how they're
map,
trying to
man.
figure it out. You know, Detonation does a good
Don't mind
job
this
with
map.
their defaulting and some of their protocol ideas and stuff like that.
I
When
get
it
that we
comes
have
to
the
raw
same
firepower,
comps
so
all
on
the
that
time,
split,
but
that sometimes they just are outclassed.
Yeah, I think right now for Bleed, it's just that DFM has the better first contact, while Bleed has the better follow-up from what it feels like.
Yeah, and we're gonna see how it all boils down as our second best of 3 series finally comes to an end.
looks like we're
Over
good.
to our casters, Quack and Valdez.
Thank you very much to our yappers, Mika, Aster, and Paper Thin. We're going to do some
yappers
yapping of
too?
our own, yeah. But a little bit more
All right.
casual.
What do we
Just
got?
5
Bleed
yappers
on
getting
defense,
together, yapping
DFM
about
on
some
attack.
vibing together. I mean, do you believe in the butterfly effect, Valdez?
Yes.
I'm going for just a straight up
really believe
one
that
way, which
something
doesn't
could
get
happen
cancelled.
right
And
here,
again,
and
this
all it
default is
starts-
legit.
all it
When you
needs
have
to
the
happen
smoke
is
over
for one
towards
of
here,
these
they can
players
kind of
to
just
be
cancel the one way.
confident to
Also just
come
creates
in
pressure
and
that you
take
could have
some
got to where this X
duels,
is.
and it
Means that
could
you can
just go
always
through.
just make
If
this
I were to
area
kind of
a lot
take look
weaker.
at how the
I
games
like
have
this
been
as a
going so far
default.
today, I would say that Bleed is the more confident team right now. And DFM, they're starting to feel like the underdogs, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after the way that last map went, it's kind of hard to say that DFM are the favorites now. I think that
Okay, good amount of pressure, and they actually show themselves over towards here. Go pick up the
even
Viper,
though both teams
Orb,
kind of lost their map
and
pick, it doesn't really,
Zest is...
matter too much when you get down to the final map.
This will be interesting as
essentially
fast
just
rotate. We've
the
got a
map that both
3-person
teams
stack with a kill set up back of
really
A
care
as well.
about banning at the last out of the last 3, right? So we get to Ascent, but these teams should be decently good at this one. And
Yeah, I mean,
I
this
think
looks
that is gonna
strong from
benefit
Bleed in
Bleed
terms
a
of the
bit
setup.
more, coming off of that 13-7 victory, which was mostly in their hands.
Got a KO knife as well.
As here comes the
Zeta.
push.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, knife hit 2.
Might think that there might be a bit of Japanese power coming through as
And
well.
that fell apart so
it's gonna be DFM
fast.
for now with the right ideas to take down the site. 3 players.
The
all
guy
who've
back
gone
of
from
sight,
Bleed's roster.
was there a molly heaven or something?
As
And the guy
DFM
back of
barreling
sight had to then
through,
go out into the open.
smokes and make their way onto site. Scary
I would love
now.
to know where the guy under heaven
Coming
moved.
alongside Zest, who is making
There
a
was?
long,
Oh, okay,
long
that's why.
trip through
Damn,
A
that
main.
molly saves them.
Puts down very interesting smoke. Just
Just looking at the
right
minimap
around
and just
the
looking at
edge
this guy
of
swing, and I'm
heaven.
like, why?
so that players can't quite get the vision against him.
Yeah, trying to make a bunch of
Omen
noise
Flash
too.
is legit.
Let's see what Zest can get. That's 2! Barry!
Damn, bro. The 2v4 Omen Flash, no one thought that he would be fast behind as well. And the Omen Flash legit hit everyone and the shots were lovely.
Just because you have the sense to drop a piece of utility.
Sick.
And you can see the DFM's players were just wondering what that smoke was all about.
And we say this is his map. The map where he just performs way better than on all the other maps, and it continues it. The Omen Flash couldn't have been any better.
Nobody is looking at me.
Just everyone out in the open to get shot from this.
Teammates died. Also, big credit to Zest for hitting those shots when the players are turned away from him, running every which direction. Zest unbelievably crisp on those shots.
They get the Outlaw. They buy heavy into this as well. Outlaw, Odin.
That should have been DFM's round.
Kind of got a couple of guns
then
that
Zest said no.
maybe clean up the ecos.
And then it was over.
That's exactly just what Bleed can be capable of. DFM has to watch out. Even though DFM did do pretty well against T1 on this map with their really interesting composition, they have to be careful and they can't let themselves get too discouraged.
Yeah, and Ye might be able to farm this.
Some of these battles against Bleed. Off to pistols now though, and that's all that they can find.
Swinging that after seeing this gun here.
Not something that you want to do. Of course, they had no idea that that would be around the corner, but now walking really deep behind enemy lines. Anthem tries to hold the angle, but not quite anticipating.
Yeah, that's a clean round. We got one armor rebuy.
In round 2.
Perfect, really.
Not much they could do there. They tried to send it into A main and throw some stuff in the back of Wine, but nothing really stuck. Ye gets a free kill on the
thank you for the raid, man.
And then one by one,
Stream was good.
the chips did fall.
Thank you so much, bro.
Party's over.
Yeah, if you're gonna run by that, maybe go a little bit faster, but as you mentioned, it's kind of hard to know who would be holding that exact angle. So 2-0 here for Bleed. Let's see if DFM are a bit more woken up after.
I'm about to judge for a little bit. Okay, same smoke goes in and we get to see it. Oi, this flash on top of this was lovely. Where did that even go? Is it like on the left side? That was cool.
Very great stuff as they send out that paranoia along with a dash from Ye just to take over.
I think so.
Instant pick off against Medusa. DFM has to rethink some of their strategies and game plans now. They no longer have that
interesting. I mean, you never really see a Sova anchor over towards A, so you would imagine as they head into sight, this recon will catch them off.
Scary into a bit of a peek. May says hello. Zest with the Odin now, though.
Yeah, they've at least got to respect it. Can't get into sight, and this, yeah, this is looking like a perfect round. Zest, is he on 9 kills or something?
Another quad kill.
9 kills in 3 rounds. As is all.
Well, that's one way to win a bonus. It feels like we're just living in the last map again, except now it's Zest's battlefield. Like the desk was saying, like we were saying. He's got 9 kills. Really nice set play here.
I love this set play. Yeah, this set play was really, really cool.
Very passive on the back. They know they have the Sova to get contact.
They have a flash over the top right.
Necessarily need. He fires off one recon dart and then he just hops out with his Odin and sprays
an early timeout.
And they win the bonus with 4 people alive. So
they have a chance to farm up.
From DFM. I don't
the good news is for Bleed is like they haven't been dying as well.
If it's gonna change
everyone's money's just incredibly strong.
Guys seem to be very deflated.
Sometimes you do need the coach to really give that morale boost for the team. You know, a lot of these games, a lot of these rounds, they are emotional as they are mental. And just having that little bit of leadership, it all trickles down throughout the entire team. So everyone needs to be on the same page.
Yeah, it looks like it lighties. That's how it goes, though.
I mean, it is a very mental game right now as well. You have to be able to withstand the pressure, whether or not you are at that
and they qualified to champs. Who are you talking about?
Or whether or not you're able to stick to your game plan or to adapt on the fly. Because if Bleed, your opponents aren't just going to sit around like sitting ducks waiting for you to make a move against them. Sometimes they're going to do exactly what Ye just did alongside Scary.
Yeah.
What do we actually get for the eco? We get 4.
That's exactly true. I think that Bleed have finally kind of hit their stride. And DFM are like, wait, that
Hopefully
wasn't
that
supposed
wins
to
this,
happen,
bro. They could
right?
definitely do with a win.
This is the team that hasn't won
Even just
yet.
to break the
We're
Red
supposed to
Sea
take
of
this easily.
Ye's VLR. That would be
One
nice.
stride can turn into a full sprint.
Yeah.
If you're not
They,
careful.
I think in general, just the
DFM
team
needs
probably
to
needs some kind of morale boost.
take a round off of bleed.
Yeah.
Find that momentum.
Caution here.
It's also the case that
Bleed for champs, bro.
know,
You'd have to
every
see
single team,
some
every single player is so capable.
mad
Like, if you're at this
improvement.
level,
Some next
you're
level improvement,
excellent.
but there
You're-
is
you're top
time.
of your class, right?
I'm not
So
saying all
give
hope is
them an inch.
lost because there's a
Even
lot
the
of
team
time.
that hasn't won, they will absolutely take the mile. It's still a little bit early on, but certainly those early rounds are pretty one-sided, so kind of leading us in this direction to talk about the narrative.
I
Bleed
wouldn't feel
potentially
confident
taking this
saying
down, but let's see if DFM
that they would
mounts
at
a
all.
comeback
What a
from
way it
their
would
current
be for
dire
Bleed
situation.
Like after watching that Lotus, man,
Take their first win as
and
well.
still just
DFM
again, we're
definitely
only
still
3
trying to
rounds
make
into
that
this.
comeback. It's still really
Gotta relax a
early.
little bit.
But Bleed's next opponents are going to be, they're the other.
It was
Singapore
just
organization,
pistol and a
Paper X.
bonus.
That's gonna
Won
be
by hero players.
a pretty tough one. If
Although
they can
I
take
tell you
this
what, their
win,
actual
they would
buy
be able
round
to
setup
face
was really
their
cool.
Next opponents with much more confidence.
The bonus
for
round
sure.
setup.
Zest now with the Odin still continues.
Yeah, and
to
Zest
want
is
to-
everywhere, dudes. Got 11.
Achilles just
Little
makes
2
it
taps
just
at the end here.
a lot of skill involved.
The funny thing is they need to die, so they're
Running
actually
into
going to run
B,
into him.
straight into the open arms of Zest. And Zest is like, thank you very much. I guess I'll just spray you down.
Guys got to die.
I mean, we joke a little bit about it. Maybe not a lot of mechanical skill involved with the Odin, but you need to have the sense to position yourself in the right way, in the right place. And that's why I can admire it. But then the final few Sheriff
12
shots,
to
we
1.
actually lost the Odin.
Yeah, but I mean, does it matter when you got 9k?
We did, yeah. That's okay.
Giga brain move from DFM.
Would have been better maybe just letting him live, and I think honestly
now,
that's what Zest wanted to do, but it felt like was it Rattler that was dueling a bit too hard?
I had
Not
to try
entirely
to
sure.
send something. With all
And
of
this
their
is the
sheriffs,
flash
and they
play
got
with the
one
TP,
thing.
so I like this. This is the better flash.
I like it.
So Bleed have been working on this stuff as well, because we've stolen this.
So,
Flash
here we
into
are,
the play.
DFM,
This
are
is
you
a
gonna make your
lovely
mark? Oh boy,
instant
that was
Omen
smart.
flash.
Okay.
Ult goes in as well, and now as they dodge the
back.
ult, you have
Scary's
someone
got a bit
to
of positioning
capitalize
too. I
on
mean,
top of
look
it.
at this.
Yeah, this is nice. So you got to look at DFM's 2 buy rounds, right?
Managed to
First one, they
cut
get
up
exec'd over
DFM.
towards B,
Some
right, with the push.
wounds
This
now.
one, they get exec'd over towards A. Like their
Still
buy rounds
waiting
at the
for them
moment,
to
they have
break the
no,
scars.
they have
DFM
no
needs to
chance of
feel
actually doing what
battle-hardened.
they want to
DFM
do in the
needs
rounds.
to
They're just getting exec'd on. They
be
have
ready
to
roll with the punches. You lose a
reactively
couple of players, but
react
your
well,
game
and I
plan
would say
still
that's something that this
sound.
team struggles to do a little
May
bit.
still set up inside of tree.
Love how Bleed are doing this at the moment. It's perfect.
Let's see. He's looking for it. Oh.
Okay. Together. There we go. Not too bad for
May
a
has
trade.
his ult
Managed to
2v3.
wrestle a gun
Would be
away. Now he's
tempted.
got the
It's such a big
showstopper.
round, but
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but what a
man,
peek from
Zest,
Zest.
bro.
I mean, this
And
this
he's
guy's
everywhere.
just on
They
fire,
must
like,
literally just be going
yeah,
like,
they did
how
take him
can we
out
avoid this guy?
once, But he's 14 and
We go
1.
B's B. We go A, he's A. We go B again,
killed him
he's B.
once.
We go A again,
And he has
he's
14
A.
kills in 5 rounds. So
Yeah,
nearly 3 kills
14
around.
for one.
Not a stat you'll
5
often see. And
rounds.
yeah, still
I didn't realize that that's how many kills he had.
still pretty early on, but starts it off with a Hunter's Fury, and then this
One
just
enemy
really
remaining.
fantastic play around the boxes. He's got some support as well.
But I really,
Yeah, but they're
really
snowballing
love
well.
and admire this. I mean, this was
And then we
off
have
of
another round where they
DFM's
have to
timeout,
eco.
But we're seeing a
Zest
lot
back
better
over towards B.
teamwork from Bleed as a full squad. You've got Scary is to support him. Zest there with a Hunter's Fury. Like, this is exactly what Bleed needs to be. This is a Bleed that can take on Paper X.
What's funny is like you see this little flash setup. This was actually
It's not gonna be an
at least the
easy
first time I
beat,
saw
but
this was
sure,
from
this is
DFM doing the
definitely
new
what you
flash.
wanna
Yeah,
see if Bleed's gonna have
I
a
can use
chance,
it back
right?
to him.
So it's definitely good that they're kind of ramping into it potentially here up against DFM. The unfortunate collateral damage at this point in time.
Love how Scary plays around smokes as well. Always gonna be
That's a question would take where I didn't hear what the caster said.
wary of Scary.
Nice.
Yeah, every time we go over
DFM,
towards
though,
Bleed, he's just
really,
I mean, every
they're
time we go
not
over towards
feeling
Zest, he's just got his recon
lost
out ready
5
for some
rounds
kind
in
of
a row,
exec.
and they're
I'm getting a little bit
mentioned
low.
before
Looks
about
like
this,
some kind of B fake into an A here.
looking a little bit deflated, trying to
rack their brains trying to figure out a solution.
Did this version of Bleak can take on Paper X? Okay, yeah. I was gonna chill out a little bit.
Well, he's
There's two fast strats against Byrons.
Noise over there in B main, but this push is actually coming in towards A. And the A isn't hitting the shots.
There we go. A diving straight in.
Man.
Able to pick up the first two. Bit of a newer theft from Medusa now as they get further information. The Showstopper will be able to catch on to Darren just by the edge. It pushes him further back. May now swaps on over to Ye's operator. Tosses out the paint shells as well. He's back in for a bit of a reload as Shriek gets continued to break down. The rest of the team will be able to watch.
Relax yourself. Okay, yeah, nicely done. Bro, that was a lot of misses, man. You gotta call that for what it is. That was a lot of misses. Yeah, I mean, even the guy over towards door should have had the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Decent amount of noise also made over by B, and I mean, they should have been able to stop this one. I think that Ye, he shot 3 times. He missed all 3, so not really having any recourse to the push that was coming in.
Right.
And everybody got in for free. There was no trade back for, you know, a relatively low amount of utility used there. I mean, it was essentially just a raise entry. You know, maybe one flash over the top.
Right here.
And that got the job done.
Alright, another
So
big buy round.
DFM
This time they
finally
don't
on
go
the
aggro
board.
though, so DFM actually get to play like their own kind of game.
That's a better game plan.
I like that.
Now we're starting
All goes
to
in, you know it has a
explore
gap
other
here, you
options
just check
throughout the
your
map. Heading down mid.
check your camera to see if anyone's in that
They might be able
cubby.
to take market, set up for a B split, or perhaps
Insta
even
drone
push
goes over
through
towards
into
B, it
defender
doesn't clear
spawn.
too much, but they can just put the smoke up
from
again, so it
DFM.
doesn't matter, and
but the
that
wallbang.
is
Oh!
insane.
Just
But I
a
mean,
common line
he's
of sight.
spamming like the
That's not
two,
even
oh my god.
meth.
Yeah, I was gonna do it again. They're spamming the 2 doorways
Gotta
of the
be
middle
wary
bit.
of Scary. You know,
Who do they
Yeah,
take
I'm
down?
Also,
Okay.
if you're gonna go for this push, you
Not
gotta,
the worst.
you gotta move your
Not the
feet.
worst
You gotta be
agents,
going
Liz.
in there. You can't stand outside
Double
the
back
wall.
of sight.
stick and move, stick and
Gary's
move.
here
and
to
they're trying
react.
to make it happen. Now finally making a quick change through market. But as
Gonna save some
the
bullets for
null
sight.
command
Did a good amount of damage
gets
there though.
deployed,
What a shot.
the rest of them are anticipating some peeks out. It's instead going to be Zest holding the angle away. Scary now peeking through from defender spawn. Right up around the
Scary,
smoke.
man.
Zest not
Ow.
able to deal
How's he
against
get
him.
to get that
It's
extra
all
kill?
down to Medusa.
They're fragging
Well,
so
they killed the
heavy
raid
at the
boss.
moment.
They got Zest.
Desta
But I
and
don't
Scary
think they're
both
gonna
going.
get one
1v3 puts his ult into it.
And they know exactly where he's starting
Yeah, I
it,
don't know
so-
about that
So much
choice.
for that pit.
Oh boy.
Pretty desperate.
Yeah, it's really desperate.
Yes.
Take that as a huge win if you bleed.
Yeah, anyway, they are going to take this round to your bleed with the 6-1 lead.
Well, this one is not going great.
Question is, you know, what guns are they going to take on the next round?
Yeah, if you're the coach here, you're
Read
just
there. I mean, they saw DFM
yeah,
come
hating
a mile
how this
away,
is
right?
going on.
Because Scary's sitting here, he gets a kill. He's
Again, I still
jumping
like the
over
overall.
top, he
The
knows
first
they're
5
still
rounds
there.
in terms
And
of
it's
how
like, okay,
Bleed
well,
played, it was
everybody's
just
in
so
position
nice.
for
The
the
2
push
buy
that
rounds where they
actually
went
comes in.
aggro,
It
that
gets
was
a little bit
everything.
dicey, but
Now it's like really falling apart.
Actually just spray and
Even when they get to play their own game.
And that's exactly how Bleed can play. Again, you know, each and every single one of these
Yeah,
players
and this time they
are
go a little bit aggro. It's just
incredibly
a flash over the
capable
recon over towards
such leads.
tiles,
When they
and then a
play together,
spam.
they're even
And
deadlier.
Cypher, you would imagine, isn't going to get seen
DFM, on
from
the other
this.
hand, though, you can feel a bit
Right?
more encouragement because of that one win from the previous round. But like our desk mentioned, they need someone who can fill May's shoes. If May drops, someone else needs to take the lead, take the helm. So right now, just playing it very
In hindsight, that
safe, waiting for
4v2
Anthem's
pistol
call.
loss really hurts. Oh yeah,
Not a single
because
move to be
probably
made.
in their
He
bonus they don't
is
go for the fast play
eyeing this
over
angle
towards
like a
B.
hawk.
And
With
and
his
then
op.
do they have the confidence if they lost that other round to then go for the play over towards A? Probably not. Why always count pistol rounds, man. Pistol rounds are everything in this.
But it seems like
You win a
DFM's gonna
pistol
try their
round,
luck at
you
taking
should
them
be
out. Nice
just
flash over the
smashing
top,
half
into
the
Paranoia
one
as
pistol
well.
round in. Dependent on map and comp,
We'll get some
obviously, but
entry for now.
Very good.
it is kind of like that in this game.
Better execute gives them a lot of space on the site to get the spike
Okay,
planted.
straight up retake. We have Omen Flash for retake. We have drone. We have recon. So drone goes in fast. It's gonna try and clear up towards short, even though he wanted to go through the door. And then should be able to time the Omen Flash with the recon. Let's see what the timing's like. Definitely got to keep an eye on Medusa. Has got a sick timing towards short here. Omen Flash hits mean, the Omen Flash and the recon timing was good, but the recon just slightly missed, I think, or at least he shot that there.
So many players from Bleed have already made their way out. The lines of sight all favoring them instead. Can May hold it down? No, not quite.
Big shot.
As the
Yeah,
Owen
had
cuts him
hit
right
that
at
one.
his knees. Yay,
17-3 still from Zest, and the timing, at least on the util, was good. The Omen Flash into the recon, even though I think the recon maybe didn't go like left enough.
Yeah, pretty nice retake that time around. You know, they have the weaponry to do it as well. You got the Odin to clear out hell. You've got a lot of utility and flashes to push your way out of heaven.
Poor guy, man. Poor Death.
They do here, so they clear out one side.
This is a nice retake though as well. You see the nade that goes towards the back of Under, flashes them out, and then the flash on top. They've been working on their stuff. It looks good.
Good communication.
Yeah, it's the nade towards the back. It hits close and under, and then that forces them out into the open. And you have a flash in terms of the KO. At the same time, you have an Omen Flash and a recon. Like the util's great there. They get the attack Odin. Unlucky to not get a kill on Zest.
A lot more confident. If they took a second further back on Heaven, that might have been a different round. But no,
how does the scoreline always happen? This is the thing. This is the game, man. Like pistol should lead into just snowballing.
Now Zest back on with the Odin.
It's just the issue with two economies. Alt economy, actual economy.
Collect on so much information.
He gets him back. Okay, there we go. Did drop into 32.
Right back.
So that wall goes two ways, buddy. Takes him down. They already did a nice number to the health bar of Zest before that. So they're going to hold Zest to only 16-4. As looks like they are committing to going for this.
Oh my!
Little peek on A.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna hold that. Knife goes in, hit just the raise, or maybe hit the other guys. I'm not sure. Okay, hit at least two.
It doesn't feel safe enough for them to make a hit. They know that there are at least a couple players who have come to take Zest.
Okay, time is going to be pretty low for this one. This Jet is going to hear them running, so we're going to see a rotate come in from the KO. And then we look at Scary, and he has his Omen Flash.
Scary's continuing to jump spot from hell, though.
Oh, the timing.
Wow, he hit that.
Spun around 180, takes down Medusa.
Even out of time, should be fine for the plant here.
But still,
Anthem is his knife for heaven after.
Ye will be able to hold on to his operator, and that could give Bleed so much more if they play the long game. Anthem's Odin continues to sound off, and now the rest of Bleed rethinking their moves. Do you want to retake this? Both Darren and Retla continuing to make some noise. They don't see all too much. So it's going to be the call to save instead.
And
probably
you would think that maybe they had a chance over towards site here, but I'll tell you what, the cage from Neff, it kind of allowed them the freedom to tank the Omen Flash and not be seen was the savior here.
Maybe if someone was going to get aggressive, they could pick them off and then they could save.
Maybe should have done some gun damage, to be honest, considering the econ. Like, you don't need to worry about your own econ. I think they should have probably tried to do some damage there, but I get it's a 1-9 reset.
But remember what happened in that previous map, Valdez? They took a little bit too long.
Because I'm telling you, the cage was great.
Too many rounds in that first half to Bleed. They cannot afford that same mistake. We're down to round 10 now. 3 rounds left in this first half. Can DFM make
both
this
happy and not happy. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 18 months with the Prime as well. Thank you so much.
Got a couple
think better. Dude, Bane is I don't know, man, because Flashback looked incredible, but Bane is, it seems to just be clicking roll-wise, and I think that's something that works well.
Great information.
I think that's why it's working better. Mostly with Foxy, the whole Viper experiment didn't work well.
No reason to, really. Just going to go back to mid with this team, actually. A lot of aiming control here from the side of Bleed.
Nidavellir as well. Nidavellir with the Prime. Thank you for the 8 months. Thank you for doing that, mate.
Only way that DFM have gotten their 2 rounds, right?
Kind of like their bread and butter.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this toxic screen is set up for as well, but perhaps then the option would be plan B, take down mid, take down Pizza, straight into a B split. Not really going for that this time, though, as they're waiting out for a lot of these pieces of utility from Bleed. The one-way smoke goes away, a second one comes back up, the fragment has been spent as well. Now is the time to hit down to B. Scary from the shadows onto site. Oh, but unfortunately the corner not quite checked. Logs is where Retla will strike. Zest from back
Raid
boathouse
boss man back
continues
aside.
to make this Odin sing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, what a beautiful tune.
Yeah, they didn't take out the raid boss
Dude, that
this
was
time.
so funny
And
over
that's
towards
gonna mean
short.
this
Lead
is
are playing it
going
well,
back into
though.
Bleed's
My
hands.
worry is
And
how
again,
slow
it's just
DFM play a
so
lot of these
predictable,
rounds.
Right? Like, Bleed, they knew, okay, they're not in A main. They have a lot of information. Nobody's there. Okay, they're not going A. You don't see them at tree, and then you've got one guy to spot for the sound of them running through market and pizza. It's like, okay, well, I think I know where they're coming through, guys. And Zest's like, all right, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'll pick up my 19th kill. Thank you very much.
You put this image of
They got scared by the misclick and then went into the stack of 3.
You know, one of these big
And
raid
it was
bosses
so funny.
in like a looter shooter game, and he's holding the gigantic minigun.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's doing. And every kill that he gets a little
Double
bit bigger.
timeout in one half.
It's
What
true.
a nightmare.
You don't want to have this guy in rage.
Leads are
on
looking
you.
way more put together
It's not
though.
gonna
Like
be
even
pretty.
just that
It's already
retake
been
that we
rough
saw
for
over
them.
towards A, that was
But
so
yeah,
much better.
DFM, I think
And then
just-
even here, they just have
really
like
struggling.
plans for if
They-
they're going
they
to try and
just have not found
disrespect
the
some of the
answer here
util
on
if
the
there's a
attacking
flash
side of
coming in.
Ascent as well, and Bleed have been showing us what
But
we
again,
wanted to see
I
this
do
whole
think
time.
when we look at bleeds,
Maybe Azurai
which is
knew
going to be
exactly
interesting
when
for
they were
this, a
gonna
lot of time
spike
it
at
is
the
their
right
attack.
moments. He
Not
was the
that
only one
Split
to
was a good
predict
example
Bleed
for
in
that.
this one.
Obviously,
So
owns
far, he's looking
that attack,
absolutely
but-
correct towards the end of this match.
Just cannot back down though. You cannot give up. You took a win off of T1. Where was that DFM? I mean, where is that DFM? Sure, they suffered a bit of a loss against GenG, but they still showed pretty good performances all across the board.
I would say that, though, that's a good point to mention. You know, they fall to GenG. Sometimes you have a tough loss that can really throw your team for a loop, and maybe mentally just not quite there. I mean, they won the first map, right? It looked pretty good, but maybe that was a little bit of Bleed struggling as well.
we like
You know, Bleed
this
struggling to get
anti-KO
online. You
setup the best
remember
you can possibly kind of get at.
how that one went.
Go
Off
Killjoy
that T1 win,
away
we got
from the
so
ult if they
many
go over
DFM
towards B.
fans. Paper Thin
util
was
that can
just
help over
screaming
towards
at
B.
the top of his lungs
Terms
for
of
that win.
mollies.
We need that DFM back. While they might feel like the underdogs in this series, in this matchup, they have shown pretty good performances thus far too.
Yeah,
A
blah.
very
That is the
successful
one.
A-take from before.
Trust me,
Can
I remember
they
it
do
well.
again? Bleed are trying so many different routes, so many different strategies just to foil those plans. Once again, you got Retla and Scary watching up around mid. Zest still the raid boss as ever on B.
Yeah, mate. B main is on lockdown with this guy. It looks scary too. The only time it's looked achievable to go there was when he got spammed back with the Odin.
For now, it looks
Life
like
goes
another
over towards
A-mid,
short,
and this
doesn't hit
time
anyone, so DFM
Bleed
looking
aren't
like
as
take a
far
timing
out,
from that.
You know, towards wine and trying to put like one-ways and stuff to prevent them
The
from
KO
getting
at the
in,
moment
so maybe DFM
gonna
do
hit
have
them,
an
but
angle, but
there's
there
still
are
3 people sight.
still from the side of
I wonder
Bleed,
if
just kind of a different
wonder if
setup
Scary
on
wants to
A.
have his smoke out. Yeah, he did have his smoke out. Manages to get a smoke over towards A main so they can fight a bit more
Nice pop
comfortably.
flash that gives them a bit of control over tree as well. Now making their way in. The entirety of Bleed is here watching the angles though. And that's going to be the shots fired off. Also accurate.
Look at how
Every
easy
single
they made
player
that one.
collecting
This
on
was
the
very
single
nice.
kill.
3-person stack.
Bleed just
Hold
put
enough
up
pressure
this
over towards
huge
B. They could just keep the
shield
stack here.
on the A
Smoke
side.
in the hands for the Omen. As soon as he get hit by the ult, the smoke goes out just
Well,
before
that
it
was
takes
quick.
away his util. Then they got to
I
force
mean,
through.
It was a nice try. They got onto the site, but they were just miles ahead of them again. I do feel like again some of these pushes are just a bit too predictable. and
19.
Bleed are right
Yeah,
there.
there's not enough pressure on the map.
The shots are hitting. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like,
I mean, you're absolutely right. You know, apart from it, the utilities and little bits being predictable, it's like as soon as the first player dies, the rest of them are trying to look for that trade. But Darian's just
Force
having
buy
the
into
time
it.
of
They got to
his life
raise
clicking away.
ult. They're up against 2 big ults in terms of just being able to retake. Killjoy's playing very close for someone that has a Killjoy, although
I think it could.
might not matter.
okay, that's gonna help.
Potentially could. Nice little pop flash, underhand toss. Doesn't see anything, so the rest of them could be around A main, and he is absolutely right.
Yeah, there's Medusa by himself in B main, just hanging out. Not sure what he wants to do. Maybe just trying to get some information, but Hasn't seen much, which will spark a bit of a rotation coming out from the side of DFM.
Not too bad. But another thing is just, you always have to admire Darian. A little bit quiet
Knife goes over towards A, hits a bit of short, and A main doesn't hit anyone. Oh my.
Longest standing player on the Bleed squad, and he's always a team player. Now Zest, playing for the team a little bit with that Hunter's Fury, gets the information. They are reading and controlling the map.
Keep an eye on the time, by the way.
30 seconds left.
Zest is ready.
Oh.
Bro, how are you guys meant to get out of this choke point?
Slash DFM, and now just waiting for that wound to bleed open. Zest continuing to fire every single round down this single choke point. Yay, alongside
the double
Scary
satchel. I mean, he did the tech
frags,
right in
and
terms
that
of
is
the
what gives
satchel
us
canceling the
another
animation, but the
10-2 first half.
I mean, the ult canceling the animation,
10-2,
but the
that last one as well. Just the,
I mean, it hit the wall.
showstopper not able to land onto Zest. He's able to sit there and fire away.
10-2.
Even while flashed, able to just continue putting in his line of fire
It's
and
hard.
making that entry
If they get a
more
pistol, I'm
difficult.
kind of believing because of how good their defense has been in the past and
DFM
how
not able to find
the
the
mid-rounding's
answer
been
there
from
on B
Bleed.
either.
But yeah, they
So
kind of
see
look
looks of
demoralized,
frustration.
and
This is
maybe
not what they practiced. This is not what they had prepared for today.
yeah, they just got so rattled by the
Unfortunately, the
double
results may end
aggro
up that
strats
way.
on the 3rd and 5th round.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. The few rounds, well, not even few, the couple of rounds that they did
What's on
win
DFM?
were
I'm kind of at
actually
the same
really
spot with
successful,
DFM.
though. I think that's
Just
what impresses me
on
the most, and
defense
that's
still,
what
I
wanna
just
see
feel
more
like
of.
some of their
They had such a
players
good take.
don't have like the
Pretty
instant
decent
decision making of what they
protocols
should be
and
doing, and it just feels
how
like
they
they
make
get
use of
overwhelmed too
utility,
easy on
push
sides.
Bleed away on the A site, or even just the rotation over
And
or through
firepower
the B split. Did that
is
once,
just lacking. So,
managing to take down Zest.
but other than that, like a lot of their stuff is good. Like they only struggle
Surely
on
this
defense
is
when I
not
watch them. That's
over
it.
for
They just get
DFM.
overwhelmed.
Meanwhile, for Bleed,
The decisions once
this
stuff
that
is
Bleed that
coming
we've
in,
all been looking
and
for
it's
ever
like
since the
split
start of
second
Pacific.
second
Now, the
decision
teamwork
making.
is here.
Like I feel like that's
Everyone's
slightly
working together
off,
as squad.
and that
Scary
stuff's hard to
coming up
teach,
on
man.
assists.
It's kind of
Zest still as the raid
just
boss.
grinding of just like the amount of times that you have to do stuff.
Like this setup,
It's just reps, I guess.
pretty common to see.
And I think they don't have
Jets go
the
up top.
a lot of the time they don't
They're
have
onto
the
B site.
like the firepower or the
Expecting that
essential
out of
like
Bleed,
strong
as
aim to
we
bail
know,
them out
Bleed
of their
all set
decisions
up
as well.
here in lobby. Maybe looking for a
Brent
fast
tweeted the
dip.
DRX thing. Oh yeah, of course he would.
Fast they actually do want to send
Bro, I'm
this.
telling you, he had it ready to go. Shock breaks the trip at middle. That creates a little bit of pressure at middle. And this is a must-win pistol for DFM. They do have a
He's
setup
ready
here.
for this.
Camera contact into Omen Flash into swing.
For the time being, just waiting for the right moment to send out that paranoia. Must collect on these kills. He spots out so many of them, collects onto 3 heads, picks up the quad.
Bro, that'll do it. Lovely setup.
Final shot,
And let's
pick
see
up
if
the
that gives them
ace.
the confidence.
DFM start
Omen Flash
out the
absolutely
second
wrecked
half
everyone, and they
with the
all tunnel
perfect
visions on the guy in
execution.
wine, thinking that he was swinging.
Yeah, that's just. It's just perfect, right? It's
It's
classic.
fast.
I mean, the paranoia value is just disgusting. And May does not miss a single shot. Even gets that final 1v1.
Over his mouth, like, I can't even believe that I just did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to thank the Omen for
nice
that.
at the end too. Maybe that's a little morale boost you need to get back in this match.
Okay, first step.
And again, once again, it happens because of May. He's the one with 29 kills on this map against T1 on this, slightly unorthodox agent.
Interesting. This is going to be fun because I wanted to see the anti-KO ult.
Can
They're
it
trying to get
happen
the
again?
KO,
This time with the rifle.
KO online.
Watching the angle outside
Times
of
the
May.
ult straight away.
Picks up onto the first. Gets pop
Just a
flashed
peek before
by
the flash.
Darian.
What if he
But the
gets
support
back
comes
back
right back.
It's just an eco though. Not even worried about that.
That would be even, even more morale.
Said they needed May.
Truly the savior of DFM right now.
Here.
Neth will be able to spot out a lot of information.
They should
here,
know that this
hearing
camera's
all these
probably here.
footsteps.
Yeah.
Little spray. Should know. Okay. Lines it up. Stays composed.
As he should. Anthem controlling the back, making sure that Bleed does not have any exit plans either.
30 seconds left.
Ooh. that little water gun. Unfortunately, not quite able to connect onto Zest
Oi!
this time.
The hell is that? No, 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 no. No, how's that possible? What the hell was this shot on sight? That was an insane shot on sight. Like the bullet carved round.
That's again why Bleed's players individually are just that good.
Revealing area.
And that was just right around.
What do you even do to retake this? You got a boom bot. There's a guy over towards main.
How the heck?
Dude, he can flash through the window to allow the peek. Flash goes in.
Lost some time with the recon dart too.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
And the slow creep walking through, Zest spots him.
Holy hell, 2v5, and I have no idea how they've done it. This guy gets double dinked, top of mid. Zest hit an absolute banger on the guy back aside.
It's gonna be
2v5 with classics.
Practically
it's the game done.
match point for Bleed.
What is this one?
Unless DFM can pull off classic rounds like what we just saw.
That shot too, I don't even know.
Oh, look at this one.
And the way they handle this at the end is perfect too. You see
Yeah,
Zest's
even Ye's
reaction?
just like, what the hell was that shot, bro?
He knows that was just insane.
Take flight.
Classic.
If there was any morale boosting from the round prior to that one,
Dude, it's done.
I think it's all gone.
Yes, the whole map is done
for
with
DFM.
that.
Oh, it's just unfortunate.
Cage triggered.
They do have some sheriffs.
Oi.
Good little
Dude, they've been
flash through.
practicing this
Modifying
map
the
though. This
recon.
looks like their
And
best
look at
map.
this take. The teamwork
The
from Bleed
retakes
on
are actually
point right
nice. Like they
now.
have set retakes,
Well,
which
the
on some maps
machine as they head
haven't
on over
looked
to
there.
B. Pretty soon they're gonna see that it's
Especially when I
all
think of like
clear, spike gets
sunset.
planted.
This is
All
even
we have
nice
to
with
worry about
dashing
is,
out
well,
into our smoke as the flash
defender
goes
spawn
in,
and
and then we
mark
can
it.
both pinch into the areas. Like it's
Just
everything that we
defender
were,
spawn.
everything that you want to
Perfect
see from a team.
mechanical skill.
This is by far their best map, surely.
Down to
It
Anthem.
actually looks decent. Like it's been good.
There was no answer to any of this.
Yeah, he's just hanging on for dear life. Not gonna hit that shot either. Ye picks up a 3K. It is a flawless, and Bleed are on the doorstep of taking a 13-3. Kind of expected Bleed to take this map, but not quite in
23
this
to
one-sided
6.
fashion. These rounds, obviously this one.
Not quite with classic kills, fellas.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
But unbelievably talented. If they can, as how
One
they
more
made that
round. It's
happen.
been a while.
One more round.
9 chances.
And this would be Bleed's first win
What an awful 9.
in VCT Pacific Stage 1.
They want to end it with a B rush.
Looking to make it happen.
Knife goes
looking
back
to collect
side.
even more wins. They press
Hey,
forward.
this is straight up cancel. That's good to see. It's a good
A
sign.
bit of smokes. They will be able to rotate over. May tries to spot the contact against them. He does have a full kit of utility. Expends one satchel just to make it safe. Neth, what is this? Pushed all the way out into Gelato.
Trying to get
Oh boy.
a little
What on
interesting
earth is going to
with the
happen here, man?
positioning
Which way does this go?
on Death's door.
Nice little crossfire.
Oh.
Flash through. Anthem stays tucked away and hidden.
Spike down mid.
Teammate coming back into support from Pizza.
They both tanked the
All that's left
flash.
is going to be Zest to see if he is truly the raid boss.
I mean, he is, regardless.
One of the most experienced players on Bleed's squad.
Man, he has full util.
Knows where the
Why am I
spike
nervous
is,
for
wants
this?
to opt over to retrieve it. But
Not even
Anthem
a little
watches
bit
the angle
nervous. It's fine.
instead. And that's going to be DFM extending their
Okay,
lives
we'll count
by
this
one
one
more
down.
round.
9 chances to 8. And
Well,
bro, I
they'll
really
make it
want to see the
interesting for
I
one
really want
more.
to see the KO and see if they
like
get the
that
KO.
round, you know, it was kind of funny
Like, I
how
wanna see the
Anthem
KO
survived
set
for
up.
basically forever. Flash staring at the fight happening through our lens, of course. He just saw a blinding light. But yeah, pretty cool setup there. Predicting the push coming in from Bleed. Unfortunately,
I don't even
you
see
know,
it.
just a bit too little, too late. Nice setup. We'll see if they can get something going.
Revealing area.
This time a little bit spread more even. We have Retla kind of lurking up around B lobby. Rest of Bleed continuing to make a little bit of noise. Yeah, collect up on
They
that alt
KO.
point. Alt
But we
orb.
have
Darren has the null command now.
We have the wall that can help them, so
perfect
maybe
catalyst to take
Viper
down
should
the
be
site.
more over towards spawn, because at the moment Viper's going to tank this. Wait, are they just completely... Okay, no, they do switch a little bit. Okay, so they weren't expecting it in terms of giving the orb, and then now they switch up into an anti-KO.
How is it
They
gonna
weren't
go?
positioned for it, but now they've stacked
Where
it
are
a
we
little
gonna
bit,
push?
whereas the...
Looking like B
Yeah.
and Zest. He'll play
Cypher
anchor.
shouldn't get hit by the util. This drone keeps 3 people here, and there is nothing apart from this Viper smoke to help this guy.
It's gonna be the poison
He has a
cloud
Viper
just to delay
smoke.
for a second, but here comes the null command. Bleed will be able to pile drive through the site. They do not
it's done.
care
This guy's
what
good
you're
too.
gonna try. Neth
This guy
tries
can't
to
KO
stay
flash
tucked
to
away,
help him.
Tries to find the opening shot. Will be able to get the first, but then instantly traded by Ye. The rest of the team have made their way onto the
He's
site.
all over towards
Now
side.
here
Look at
comes
this guy
Ye with the
towards spawn,
showstopper,
man.
looking to do out even more damage. Goes in to clear B main. The corner's not yet found.
Shot, though. What
Good little
the-
heads-up duel against Retla. Player still on site though. Darren watching out defender spawn.
The hell's that
Check
nade
onto
gone?
lane.
Scream.
Zest now. A bit of a delayed response, and it's something
Damn,
that DFM
dude, they
does
actually
not
did it.
expect.
They're on the
Bleed,
board.
Cut them open and bleed them dry.
They are on the board.
First win at VCT Pacific Stage 1.
And I tell you what,
Finally got it done.
especially if I just look at
There was
this
only
ascent,
one
the
believer
ascent was
has
actually like a
tried to
lot
protect
better. The
them.
ascent was good.
DFM falling
Like, the
short
ascent was
tonight.
actually good.
As
Lotus,
Bleed
not so
finally
much.
get on the board here at VCT
Split,
Pacific.
it felt a
Very
little bit
nicely
like
done,
DFM on
13 to
defense didn't look
4,
great as
I
well.
guess,
And I
on
like the
that
double
last
duelist
map.
with Bleed
I was
though.
gonna say 13 to 3, but there was that one
Maybe it's literally just
cheeky
all the
round
raise
that did
maps
go the
that
way
I
of DFM
dislike.
there at the end. And you can see from these guys, it's almost relief. They finally
But I mean, Split
got
was
that
a raise. Man.
unfortunate weight off their back,
so
of
low,
feeling
right?
like, man, we just can't put it together. So a good feel-good story for the side of Bleed to finally get on the board here.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what else they have in store, if they can actually challenge
I think
some
they
of those
should
really
heavy
top-tier
lean into
teams.
this map.
As you mentioned, they do have some
And maybe they will
tough
after
opponents,
this.
in their future here at VCT Pacific.
Yeah, it might be difficult, but they definitely
Damn,
have
bro, they
the
needed this.
potential to make it happen. It's been a bit of a day of upsets, to say the least, but in this final map, in some of these rounds where Bleed makes some game plans, you can definitely see that they
Incest
do
made it a
have
little
what
bit
it
easy,
takes.
but
They
in terms
can
of just, again,
string that
in
teamwork
terms of the actual
together.
retakes, the site hits,
It's very possible now. A little bit of a nod to the Thai fans, Scary, and
Yeah, it felt a lot better
Jess
watching
will
this
break
one.
down how exactly Bleed took this map away from DFM.
felt like the game plan was good as well. The aggro
Oh yes, it was a very
all came down to the
dominant
pistol again
showing
for me in
from
terms of being
Bleed.
able to do
Finally
that on the
on
bonus,
Ascent
etc.
and
But
Paper Thin. I think there was really only one player we had our eyes on for that entire map. It had to be Zest with the Odin. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he
Switch
is
now. I'll
just
host.
phenomenal on this
I'll
map.
raid
I
Ryan.
mean,
Is
he
Ryan
always has
streaming?
been, but he's been truly special the last couple of
I need
sets
to
here
I need
for
to get
Bleed,
some.
and you can see that
Need to get
his
some
time with
food,
DRX
and
has
then
really
honestly I want
got
to get some
him
sleep.
to understand the timings of everything that happens here. He's always so prepared, not just with the Odin, but in his lurks and his rotations, all this stuff, just mentally so well conditioned on this map. And I got to throw something out here real quick. It's been like, I want to say it's more than 470 days since Ye has gotten an official win.
Dude, is that actually
so
what it
huge
is?
hats
That's
off to
so
him.
nuts, isn't
Congratulations
it?
to Ye. Like, that's gotta be, that's gotta be a huge, monkey off his
What's
back.
it on? Final map there?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
I
let's
feel
do
like,
that.
you know,
We'll raid
for
Ryan
Ye,
now.
you
So
saw
you guys
that
can watch the
smile that
ends
happened on
of
stage.
the
He is
map.
definitely happy to be bowing in front of an audience to a victory, right, Asarai? I mean, it's been a long time coming, too.
Okay,
Yeah,
chat, for
absolutely.
people
Again,
that want
his
to watch
performance here
Americas, we
on
got
Ascent
7 hours. 7 hours
definitely
until
complimentary to what
Americas.
we've seen,
I'll be live in 7
for
hours
Zest
for that.
here. And that's a really good thing. That means that he is jiving
Thank
now
you all.
with
Thank
Bleed
you
and
for
knows how to
watching.
work on those
Appreciate you all.
advantages. But man, you guys are absolutely right.
And yeah,
This
I'll
was
see you all a little
Zest's
bit later
domain.
today. Thank you
Everyone
for
else
watching.
was
Thank you for
just
making a nice
playing
place
with
as
him.
always.
I
And
don't usually say
hopefully
this,
this
but it
sparks
felt like
something
it was
good for Bleed, and
hard
then
carry that we saw from
have a
Zest.
fun.
What was that?
The chat can just relax a little
4Ks
bit.
in the span of like 3 rounds.
Who knows?
Absolutely
And a
insane
3K,
number.
All right, thanks everyone. Take it easy.
Yeah,
Peace, peace,
yeah.
peace.
It was just
Really big
multi-kill
numbers.
after multi-kill, right? And for the side of DFM, though, they
Hey,
were
YouTube
making
chat,
those
thank you so much,
mistakes,
guys.
right?
Take it
You
easy.
do have the Zest skills, you do have the Odin spams, right? But it was also